10 years ago, the Great Cataclysm struck Blue Planet. Countless monstrous beasts surged from rifts in the sky, while existing flora and fauna underwent frenzied mutations and evolution. Just as humanity teetered on the brink of despair, the discovery of the blood-packed power brought a glimmer of hope. From then on, beast tamers became the most revered profession. On the beast tamer testing day for Class 21 of sophomore year, 59 students had already completed their tests, leaving only Jiang Chen, who was sound asleep. Of the 59, only 5 passed, bidding farewell to endless exam drills and embarking on the path of a beast tamer. Those who failed could only pick up their textbooks again, casting envious glances at the successful ones. "Sorry, I was too nervous and fell asleep," Jiang Chen said, opening his narrow eyes with a weary smile. The previous night, he had stayed up working late to earn money for his tuition and his younger sister's living expenses. Clutching the only memento left by his parents, a crystal pendant, he hoped it would help him qualify as a beast tamer. The class teacher, Morong Tian, had a crimson charmed fire fox perched on her Shadera divine beast capable of shredding a 3-meter earthquake bear into pieces. Dressed in professional attire, she gestured for Jiang Chen to place his hand on the obsidian crystal used for the test. As Jiang Chen closed his eyes to focus, a surge of electricity swept through his body, and a strange gray space unfolded in his mind. The crystal pendant in his palm transformed into a refreshing energy that flowed into his right eye. A flash of blue light followed, and the obsidian crystal shattered. The entire class erupted in astonishment, their chatter filling the room. Morong Tian suppressed her excitement and announced that Jiang Chen had passed the test. However, Jiang Chen stood frozen, stunned, as a bizarre data frame appeared in his right eye. When he looked at Morong Tian, the data frame displayed her age, level, quality, and even detailed measurements and evolution goals with absolute clarity. "So this is my golden cheat? Measuring measurements?" Jiang Chen chuckled bitterly. With his naturally sharp 5.0 vision, he had always been able to estimate dimensions at a glance. In this monster-infested world, was he destined to become a cheerful tailor? When he turned his gaze to the charmed firefox, the data frame instantly switched to display the beast's information: elite quality, fire-type superpower attributes, preferences, and even its evolutionary paths. To his astonishment, the frame listed 6 possible evolution routes. The data of the enchanted firefox. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and his heartbeat quickened. Through this peculiar right eye of his, he could not only see the basic stats of the beast but, more astonishingly, the required evolution materials and pathways were laid out before him with crystal clarity. In the 10 years since the Great Cataclysm, nations around the world were still in the exploratory phase of studying these beasts. To understand a beast's attributes, traits, and evolutionary materials, top-tier researchers often had to dedicate significant time to experiments and data collection. Yet now, all this invaluable information was visible to him at a single glance. Jiang Chen's hands trembled slightly. This meant he could not only become a beast tamer, but also had the potential to rise as a rare breeding specialist, those elite individuals who enhance the quality of divine beasts and assist in their evolution. Even more enticing was the fact that breeding specialists often amassed extraordinary wealth. Money, so much money, Jiang Chen calculated silently in his heart. He admitted he was pragmatic, but with the responsibility of providing for himself and Jiang Shaogua, he had no other choice. Suppressing his inner excitement, Jiang Chen turned to Morong Tian, whose 3-dimensional data was also displayed before him. He cautiously asked, "Teacher Morong, I don't need to compensate for that obsidian statue, right?" Morong Tian's smile froze instantly. He had been worried the boy might be frightened, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen's first concern was about compensation. "No, the school will cover it," Morong Tian said helplessly. "You can head back." After Jiang Chen returned to his seat, Morong Tian addressed the class. "Next week, all students who pass the soul test will join the beast taming special training class, where military beast tamers will personally teach combat techniques. This weekend, make sure to complete your contract with your beast." After school, Jiang Chen walked home, taking in the surroundings that felt both familiar and strange. Massive electronic billboards were broadcasting an advertisement for Weibang Corporation, Weibang Evolution Serum, ushering in a new era of beast cultivation. Advance ordinary quality beasts to elite quality with a success rate as high as 20%. On the streets, armored vehicles roared past, their specialized tires and bulletproof steel plating glinting coldly. On the sidewalks, a fashionable young mother strolled with a 2-meter-tall earthquake bear, while a white-haired, elderly man leisurely sat atop a 3-meter-wide black steel tortoise, moving at an unhurried pace. Suddenly, a vibrantly colored parrot glanced at the old man, raised its head, and clearly enunciated, "Idiot." The old man frowned, and in an instant, the black steel tortoise under him opened its massive jaws. Its crimson tongue lashed out like lightning, leaving only a few desolate feathers on the tree branch. Watching this comical scene, Jiang Chen couldn't bring himself to smile. Although he had already earned the qualifications to become a beast tamer, he didn't even own the most ordinary of mystical beasts. Jiang Chen stood on the street, frowning deeply. A beast tamer without a beast was no different from an ordinary person. Yet, even the cheapest low-grade mystical beast in the divine pet shop cost 5,000 alliance coinsa, some that was utterly out of his reach. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen decided to set aside these troubles for now. After all, today marked his first day as a beast tamer, and that was worth celebrating. He stopped at a street vendor's stall and spent 5 alliance coins on a skewer of shiny, translucent candied hawthorn. Instead of eating it right away, he carefully asked the vendor to wrap it up and gently placed it into his backpack. By now, the sky had darkened, and Jiang Chen quickened his pace toward his uncle Lu Baichuan's house. Ever since his parents had passed away, he and his younger sister, Jiang Shaogua, had been staying there, at least sparing them the worry of rent. Before he reached the door, an angry shout pierced the air. "You little brat! You and that useless brother of yours freeload in my house all day, and now you're keeping a worthless cat? Do you think food grows on trees? Either get rid of that cat, or both of you get out." This was followed by the sharp cry of a cat and the sobs of a little girl. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he surged forward, covering the remaining distance in just a few strides. He pushed the door open with force. The scene before him made his heart clench. The menacing Lu Baichuan was holding a wooden stick high in the air, while Jiang Shaogua was curled up on the ground, clutching a small black cat tightly. Her delicate face was streaked with tears, and the black cat in her arms had one of its hind legs broken, blood staining the floor. Though this stray cat of mixed lineage wasn't even considered a proper mystical beast, it had always been particularly affectionate toward Jiang Shaogua, which was why she had kept it by her side. "Stop!" Jiang Chen shouted, stepping quickly in front of Jiang Shaogua. His brows furrowed as he stared intently at Lu Baichuan standing before him. "What do you think you're doing?" Lu Baichuan let out a sinister laugh, the wooden stick in his hand trembling slightly. "What do you think? I'm here to teach this freeloading brat a lesson." A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. "I used to worry you might awaken as a beast tamer one day, but now you're already 16, way past the awakening age. You're nothing but a useless failure." Jiang Chen sneered. "Freeloader? Stop pretending. You took me and Shaoguan back, then just for the Alliance's subsidy, didn't you? That money was paid with my parents' lives. Now that I'm 16 and the subsidies have stopped, you want to kick us out?" Lu Baichuan's face darkened as his scheme was exposed. Anger surged within him as he roared. "Not only am I kicking you out today, but I'm also going to teach you ungrateful brats a proper lesson." With that, he raised the wooden stick and swung it toward Jiang Chen. In the critical moment, Jiang Chen bit his finger, decisively pressing the bleeding fingertip onto the blood-stained fur of the little black cat lying on the ground. In his heart, he chanted, "With my blood as the bond, I hereby forge an eternal bloodline pact." Although the black cat wasn't even considered a true beast, this was his only desperate gamble. A miracle happened. Jiang Chen's spiritual world resonated instantly with the little black cat. Sensing his grief and anger, the cat immediately agreed to the pact. A faint, dark light flickered, and the black cat's fur took on a radiant sheen. Its eyes gleamed with intensity, and its claws extended to a sharp 10 centimeters in an instant. At the same time, a data panel for the black cat appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. Beast name, Shadow Wind Cat. Level, 4. Quality, Common. Attributes, Wind Ghost. Status, Enraged. Weakness, Lightning. Traits, enjoys chin scratches and belly rubs. Ascension requirements, crystal cores of wind beasts above level 10, 9 gale herbs, 10 venom grass. Meow. The shadow wind cat let out a fierce roar before launching itself at Lu Baichuan like a bolt of lightning. Its sharp claws slashed across his leg, leaving 3 deep, bone-revealing wounds. Lu Baichuan's face turned ashen as he trembled all over, staring in disbelief at what had just unfolded. Jiang Chen spoke coldly, "Lu Baichuan, for the 6 years of care you provided, I'll spare your life today. From now on, we owe each other nothing." With that, Jiang Chen took Jiang Xiaoguo's hand, carefully picked up the injured shadow wind cat, and walked out without looking back. Behind them, Lu Baichuan stood frozen in place, covered in blood, staring regretfully at their receding figures. He had provoked a uniquely gifted beast tamer, someone who could have been his greatest asset and pride. Jiang Chen held the injured Gale Shadow Cat in his arms while grasping Jiang Xiaoguo's small, fair hand as they walked toward the old district. The streets were nearly deserted, and the dilapidated buildings clearly hinted at the low cost of rent in this area. Xiaoguo's rosy little face was full of grievance, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, though she stubbornly refused to let them fall. At just 9 years old, she already understood the hardships of life and knew how much her brother struggled. "Here, this is for you," Jiang Chen said tenderly, glancing at his sister with a trace of pity. He pulled out a stick of candied hawthorn from his bag. Candied hawthorn? Xiaoguo's eyes lit up instantly, her unhappy expression giving way to pure joy, as if she were a little hamster thrilled to receive a treat. Go ahead. Eat it. Be a good girl, Xiaoguo, Jiang Chen said, gently ruffling her hair. Just as Xiaoguo was about to take a bite, she paused, her round, dark eyes looking up at her brother in confusion. It's not my birthday today, so why do I get candied hawthorn? Your brother officially became a beast tamer today. Better days are ahead for us, so we're celebrating. Wow, a beast tamer. That's amazing, brother. Xiaoguo cheered, then offered the candied hawthorn to Jiang Chen. You eat first, brother. No, you eat it. Just leave me one like you always do, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. As they reached the old district, they were greeted by crumbling buildings overgrown with vines, giving the place an eerie, desolate feel. This area bordered the outer defense zone of the city, and in the distance, faint sounds of battles between military beast tamers and ferocious beasts could be heard. Jiang Chen knocked on the door of a small house, and a middle-aged woman with a pipe in her mouth appeared at the entrance. Auntie, I'd like to rent a room in your house, Jiang Chen said politely. 1,500 alliance coins per month. No deposit required, the woman replied. Jiang Chen pulled out the 300 alliance coins he had earned from his part-time job that week. Could I rent it for just 3 days to start? The woman glanced at Jiang Chen's faded shirt and the injured Gale Shadow cat in his arms, then sighed. Fine. Hey, race the key. You'll have to tidy up the room yourself. The tiny, shabby rental room was far from luxurious, but it filled Xiaoguo with excitement. They finally had a place of their own. Once they had cleaned up, Jiang Chen checked on the Gale Shadow cat resting on the bed. Its wounds weren't deep and would heal in a few days. Though the cat wasn't a high-quality beast, it was a decent start for someone like Jiang Chen, who had just become a beast tamer. With his current soul strength, he couldn't contract a second beast yet. For now, the most pressing issue was figuring out how to solve their financial troubles. Without money, he couldn't afford the materials needed for the evolution of the Gale Shadow cat, let alone pay the rent due in 3 days. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Chen turned to his younger sister, Jiang Xiaoguo, and instructed, stay at home and don't wander around. With that, he hurried out, heading straight to the beast breeder clinic. With the special ability he now possessed, helping beasts evolve was a piece of cake. This was the perfect opportunity to earn his first fortune. Back at home, Jiang Xiaoguo's gaze fell on the injured Gale Shadow cat. A sly smile curved her lips, clearly plotting something. An hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at Xuanwu Street, the largest hub for breeders in Chang'an City. The street was lined with numerous clinics of various sizes, the most prominent being the flagship store of the Breeder Alliance. The street bustled with activity as beast tamers came and went, bringing all kinds of beasts for checkups, customized diets, or expert guidance on evolution. Instead of entering any clinic directly, Jiang Chen paced up and down the street, carefully observing the tamers exiting the clinics. About 10 minutes later, a long-haired individual caught his attention. This person, who appeared to be a beautiful woman at first glance, was accompanied by a small, snow-white lion that looked lethargic and dispirited, as though it had just undergone a failed evolution attempt. A data frame immediately appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Beast name, Blizzard Cub. Beast level, level 9. Beast quality, common. Beast attribute, mutated frost type. Beast status, injured, lethargic. Beast weakness, thunder attribute. Requirements for advancing to elite quality. 8 evolution paths. Seeing this information, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He quickly approached and struck up a conversation. Excuse me, miss, did your Blizzard Cub fail its evolution? Miss? Who are you calling miss? The long-haired individual frowned and glared at Jiang Chen. I'm a man, a real man, and you're happy about my beast's failed evolution? Jiang Chen froze, his gaze unconsciously scanning the person in front of him. Delicate features, smooth skin, and a flat chest. Only then did he confirm that the individual was indeed male. Noticing Jiang Chen's odd stare, the long-haired man's mouth twitched. What exactly do you want? Oh, Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. I happen to have an ancestral formula for evolving Blizzard Cubs. I can help your beast complete its evolution, but you'll need to provide the materials yourself. The long-haired man rolled his eyes at this. Ancestral formula? The Great Cataclysm was only 10 years ago. What ancestral formula could you possibly have? With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Chen showed no sign of anger. Instead, a faint, meaningful smile appeared on his face. He quickly caught up with the long-haired youth and began to explain. Blizzard Cub lions are a rare mutated species among water-type beasts, classified under the frost element. They are most afraid of lightning-type beasts, love eating ice cream, and get annoyed at the sound of cats meowing. Also, your little one here just failed its evolution. Its body needs proper care right now, or it could suffer long-term consequences. These words made the long-haired youth stop abruptly. He turned around in disbelief, staring at Jiang Chen. How do you know so much about Xiaobai? Jiang Chen straightened his posture, exuding the demeanor of an expert. Didn't I mention before? I have the evolution recipe for blizzard cub lions. If the evolution fails, I won't charge you a single coin. Though still skeptical, the long-haired youth couldn't ignore the fact that his blizzard cub lion was stuck at the level 9 bottleneck. If it couldn't break through to elite quality, it might never progress further. After weighing the options, he finally nodded in agreement. The two headed to the pet material supermarket, where various beast evolution materials were on display, everything from energy cores to mutated plants, all with hefty price tags. Jiang Chen began listing the required items. 1 elite quality water-type beast core, 1 pound of autumn frost grass, 10 yin-yang twin flowers, and a pinch of cumin and salt. Without hesitation, the long-haired youth purchased all the materials. In the free material preparation room, Jiang Chen focused on mixing the ingredients. First, he ground the energy core into powder, measured 10 grams, and dissolved it into boiling water. Then he added chopped autumn frost grass and sprinkled in roasted yin-yang twin flower seeds. Every step was executed with meticulous precision. Half an hour later, a bowl of dark, gelatinous substance emitting a faint blue glow was presented to the long-haired youth. It gave off an aroma reminiscent of spicy soup. The youth eyed the peculiar culinary creation with doubt and asked, "Is this even drinkable?" Jiang Chen teased, "Want to taste it for seasoning?" With its owner's encouragement and the promise of 10 ice creams, the blizzard cub lion gulped down the concoction in one go. Instantly, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and ice-blue snowflakes began to fall from thin air. The blizzard cub lion's body became encased in crystalline ice, radiating an eerie blue light, turning the preparation room into a frozen wonderland. After 10 seconds, the ice shattered and fell away. The blizzard cub lion grew by an entire meter, its snow-white fur glittering like crystals, and its piercing blue eyes brimmed with wild energy. Its claws easily pierced through the marble floor, and the icy wind from its roar nearly froze the two men solid. Jiang Chen's data interface displayed. Beast name, Blizzard Savage Lion. Level, 9. Quality, Elite. Attribute, Mutated Frost Element. Status, Excited Proud. Weakness, Lightning Element. Evolution Paths, 7. The long-haired youth was ecstatic, hugging the Blizzard Savage Lion tightly around its neck. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief. The evolution path displayed on his interface had proven accurate. Now that this trial had succeeded on the Blizzard Cub Lion, he could confidently consider applying it to his own Gale Shadowcat. "Big brother, you're incredible," the long-haired young man exclaimed, gripping Jiang Chen's arm tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. "Master, please accept my utmost respect." Indeed, the chances of a beast successfully evolving were extremely low. Jiang Chen's success on his first attempt was a rarity. Faced with the young man's fervent admiration, Jiang Chen merely smiled calmly and extended his hand. "No need to get so worked up. Just pay me." The long-haired youth immediately pulled out a Union bank card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen saw the balance displayed on the card, he nearly dropped at 50,000 Union credits. Having never seen so much money in his life, his hands trembled slightly. Just moments ago, he had been worrying about scraping together 1,500 credits for rent, and now he had 50,000 in his account. The profitability of being a beast cultivator genuinely took him by surprise. A 1-star cultivator typically charges 20,000 Union credits per session, but you helped my Xiaobai evolve so smoothly. "You fully deserve this 50,000, the young man said generously. "By the way, my name is Wang Sikong. Let's add each other on WeChat. When Xiaobai is ready to evolve to an exceptional grade, I'll come find you again." After exchanging WeChat contacts, Wang Sikong left cheerfully with his Blizzard Lion. Holding onto the bank card, Jiang Chen already had a plan in mind. His top priority was to buy evolution materials for Xiao He. Without them, bringing Xiao He to the school's Beastmaster training would likely result in utter humiliation. After all, the Gale Shadowcat's current grade and level were far too low to handle real battles. Back at the materials supermarket, a cheerful salesgirl guided Jiang Chen as he began selecting materials. The data display revealed 9 evolution paths for the Gale Shadowcat. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen chose the optimal route, developing Xiao He's ghost-type potential. This rare attribute not only promised incredible combat power, but also boasted a striking appearance. Although ghost types were weak against electric types, Jiang Chen was already formulating a bold idea: to make these two attributes coexist within Xiao He. While this concept was fraught with challenges, he had laid the groundwork for it, and decided to address that issue later. However, when he saw the prices of ghost-type materials, he nearly passed out. A ghost-type elite-grade beast core cost 30,000 Union credits, a single undead grass was 5,000, and bone-eating worms were 3,000 each. After purchasing all the necessary materials, he was left with a pitiful 500 credits in his pocket. The 50,000 credits he had just received were gone in the blink of an eye. Raising a spirit beast truly was a money pit. Carrying a bag full of materials, Jiang Chen returned home. As he opened the door, he was startled by a white, bandage-wrapped object on the bed. It looked like a squirming mummy. Xiaoguo, what is that thing on the bed? He asked. Jiang Xiaoguo blinked her big eyes, looking proud. Big brother, Xiaohei got hurt, but I bandaged it up for you. Don't worry. Bandaged? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. For a moment, he thought Xiaohei had died and his sister had turned it into a mummy. He hurried over to undo the bandages, revealing a despondent Xiaohei crawling out, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Xiaoguo. No need to thank me, Xiaoguo said smugly. Jiang Xiaoguo smiled as she gently patted Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei let out a pitiful meow, turned its head away arrogantly, but still obediently allowed Jiang Chen to inspect the wound on its leg. To their surprise, the injury had already healed significantly, showcasing the astonishing self-healing ability of mystical beasts. Now, it was time for Xiaohei's evolution from an ordinary quality beast to an elite one. Following the recipe displayed in the data frame, Jiang Chen first took out a crystal core from a ghost-type mystical beast and handed it to Xiaohei. After swallowing the core, Xiaohei immediately felt a chilling sensation spreading from its stomach. Instinctively, it curled into a fluffy ball, beginning to absorb the ghostly energy from the crystal core. Seeing this, Jiang Chen nodded and proceeded to set up a large pot of boiling water. He first added 3 bone-eating worms to the boiling pot, instantly releasing a rich and enticing aroma. Then he added chopped undead grass, the green and white leaves swirling in the water and emitting a faint onion-like fragrance. The enticing smell drew Jiang Xiaoguo to the scene, her little nose twitching as she sniffed the air. Licking her lips, she asked, "Brother, are you making meat soup? It smells so good. I want some too." The little girl stared longingly at the pot, swallowing her saliva repeatedly. Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly. "This isn't meat soup, there's no meat in it," he said, lifting the curled-up Xiaohei and gently placing it into the pot. The medicinal ingredients needed to seep into its body through its fur. "Well, now there's meat in it." Jiang Xiaoguo's eyes lit up. Even though Xiaohei is a bit skinny, lean meat tastes better than fatty meat. Xiaohei shuddered in the pot, thinking to itself that these foodie siblings couldn't possibly be planning to cook and eat it. Meow meow meow. Are you devils? Xiaoguo, this is to help Xiaohei evolve, not to make soup, Jiang Chen explained, exasperated. Oh, I see. The little girl nodded obediently, then muttered quietly, what a pity. Jiang Chen carefully monitored Xiaohei's condition. Everything seemed normal, and he estimated that the evolution would be complete by morning. He couldn't help but anticipate what kind of extraordinary pet Xiaohei would evolve into. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the night sky. A silver lightning bolt, like a colossal serpent, slashed through the heavens, striking the mystical beast forest outside the city. In an instant, torrential rain poured down, and fierce winds howled. Startled, Jiang Xiaoguo clung to her brother, peeking fearfully out the window. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed deeply. His instincts told him this was no ordinary weather phenomenon. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mystical beast forest outside Chang'an City, mournful beastly roars echoed in every direction, intertwining with the thunder and lightning to create a suffocating sense of oppression. A battalion of military forces had already taken defensive positions. Cannons were loaded, and lines of armored tanks stood ready. The air was so tense it was almost unbearable. At the command of a tall, dignified old general, all the artillery aimed toward the forest's depths, where a colossal figure loomed faintly within the silver lightning being hundreds of meters tall, its scales glinting and twin horns on its head piercing the heavens. What level of mystical beast could be undergoing evolution? Was it a warlord class? A leader class? Or perhaps the legendary lore class? The cause of the sudden upheaval remained unknown, but that night, the entire city of Chang'an endured a restless and uneasy silence. Fortunately, no abnormalities were found for the time being. Terrified, Jiang Xiaoguo dared not sleep alone and ended up curling into Jiang Chen's bed to get through the unsettling night. At dawn, Jiang Chen got up early to prepare breakfast. In the pot, a steaming egg, specially reserved for his growing younger sister, was cooking. Though their family was impoverished, Jiang Chen always found ways to provide proper nutrition for his sister. Watching her drool over the egg, he felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. This little girl was easy to please, happy as long as there was food on her plate. Suddenly, a thunderous beastly roar erupted from the large pot in the corner of the room. Instinctively, Jiang Chen shielded Jiang Xiaoguo behind him. Focusing his gaze, he realized it was the Gale Shadow Cat, which had completed its evolution. Now, its body had expanded to a full meter in length, its sleek black fur gleaming like solidified night. It opened its massive jaws, revealing 2 sharp fangs at least 10 centimeters long, and let out a mighty roar, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Before Jiang Chen's eyes, a data frame appeared. Beast name, Nether Saber-toothed Cat. Beast level, level 5. Beast quality, elite. Beast attributes: Ghost Wind. Beast status: Healthy and joyful. Beast weakness: Lightning. Evolution requirement: Ghost-type beast core of level 20 or above. Evolution successful. Jiang Chen thought with delight. The Gale Shadow Cat had not only evolved but also ascended to an elite-quality nether saber-tooth cat. Its blood-red eyes radiated a sinister allure, sending chills down his spine. Xiaohei, come here, Jiang Chen called, beckoning. The nether saber-tooth cat responded immediately, moving like a wisp of black smoke and appearing by Jiang Chen's side in an instant, showcasing its astonishing speed. Wow, Xiaohei looks so impressive now. Jiang Xiaogua exclaimed excitedly as she climbed onto Xiaohei's back, grabbing its saber-like teeth and shouting, "Giddy up! Giddy up!" The once dignified nether saber-toothed cat let out a low, pitiful growl, reduced to being treated as a mount. Xiaogua, it's a cat, not a horse. Come down and eat your egg, Jiang Chen said helplessly. At the mention of the egg, Jiang Xiaogua finally hopped off Xiaohei's back and cheerfully ran off to enjoy her breakfast. Meanwhile, Xiaohei fixated its glowing green eyes on the egg in Jiang Xiaoguo's hand, its stomach growling audibly. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that the freshly evolved Xiaohei needed to replenish its energy. As a ghost-type carnivorous beast, it required a considerable amount of meat, preferably beast meat, to sustain its energy. Otherwise, it could suffer from malnutrition. The data indicated that the nether saber-tooth cat's favorite food was a type of mutated insect called the iron armor pupa. The blood of this insect was rich in iron, which could make the cat's claws and fangs even sharper. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen was facing an awkward problem was completely broke. The cute salesgirl from yesterday had emptied his wallet, though he adamantly refused to admit it was due to her charm. He insisted that he had bought the most expensive and best evolution materials purely for Xiaohei's sake. Big brother, Xiaohei is hungry, Jiang Xiaogua said with concern, looking at the little cat and hesitating whether to share her remaining half of a boiled egg with it. Xiaohei, sensing this, immediately perked up and affectionately rubbed against Xiaogua's leg. However, when it looked up again, it found that its little owner's hand was already empty, while her cheeks were puffed up like a little hamster caught stealing food, sneaking guilty glances at it. Meow, meow meow, meow meow meow. Xiaohei cried out in grievance, its meows filled with indignation. All right, Xiaohei, that half an egg wouldn't even fill the gap between your teeth, Jiang Chen said with a helpless laugh. Come on, I'll take you to the back mountain. We'll go hunting. The back mountain was a forested area in Chang'an City designated by the military for raising and training beasts, primarily for beginner beastmasters practice. The area was populated with low-level beasts and was strictly off-limits to ordinary people unless they had acquired a beastmaster license. Now that Jiang Chen had his own beast, he naturally had the necessary access. At the mention of hunting, Xiaohei's eyes immediately sparkled, and it began spinning around excitedly. However, just as they were about to leave, Jiang Chen felt a tug on his sleeve. Big brother, I want to go too, Xiaogua pouted, looking up at Jiang Chen with pleading eyes. No way. The forest is too dangerous, and kids aren't allowed. Jiang Chen rejected her firmly. Jiang Chen, you've changed. You weren't like this before. You used to love me, Xiaogua said with a tone of exaggerated grievance. Jiang Chen's face darkened instantly. Where did you even learn to say things like that? I told you to stop watching so many soap operas. They're a bad influence on kids. Faced with Xiaogua's relentless pestering, Jiang Chen finally gave in. All right, as long as you stay home and behave, I'll buy you some chocolate when I get back. Deal. Xiaogua immediately let go of his sleeve and dashed to the sofa, snatching up the remote control to watch her soap operas. Oh Haochen, you've changed. You weren't like this before. You used to love me. Guangxi, we can't be together. You're my biological sister. What? Oh no. Watching this scene unfold, Jiang Chen's face grew even darker. Clearly, the little girl had already known he wouldn't take her along and had just used the opportunity to bargain for chocolate. On second thought, though, Jiang Chen figured her cleverness wasn't such a bad thing. It at least meant she wouldn't easily fall for a kidnapper's tricks. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen left the house with a wry smile, leading Xiaohei toward the forest. On the road, military armored vehicles rumbled past, their steel-clad bodies mounted with cannons, and their spacious cabins carrying a variety of well-trained beasts. Military beast tamers, dressed in camouflage uniforms, patrolled the streets with their respective beasts, maintaining a vigilant presence. Jiang Chen presented his beast tamer credentials and passed through 2 checkpoints without issue, entering the forested area of the back mountain with Xiaohei. An unsettling sense of danger hung in the air, a warning signal from the beasts to the outside world. Xiaohei visibly felt the pressure, its fur standing on end, tail raised high, and a low growl rumbling from its throat. It was its first time being so close to the aura of other beasts, and it needed time to adjust. The forest was a breathtaking sight. The mutated trees took on bizarre forms, some towering as high as 100 meters, their interwoven branches and leaves blotting out the sky. As Jiang Chen examined his surroundings, a sudden whiff of blood filled the air. Looking ahead, the ground was covered with blood-red vines, their thorn-covered bodies writhing slowly, and at the tips of the vines were sharp, bone-white fangs. This was a plant-type beast. A data frame immediately appeared in Jiang Chen's vision, making cold sweat break out on his forehead. Beast name, Ghost Infant Vine. Level 9. Quality, common. Attribute, plant poison. Status, hungry. Traits, prefers humans as food, followed by its own kind and other beasts. Hunting method, entangles prey with vines, injects corrosive venom, then devours them whole. This thing is terrifying. It actually devours its prey whole. Jiang Chen shuddered. Xiaohei, let's take a detour. After changing direction, Jiang Chen focused on searching for mutated plants. With his keen eye, he quickly found several treasures. Bloodworm grass worth 300 alliance coins, bitter heart fruits selling for 200 coins per pound, and Firefield 7, a favorite of fire-type beasts, valued at 500 alliance coins each. Before long, his backpack was filled to the brim. In front of a century-old mulberry tree, Jiang Chen stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. Hanging from the tree were hundreds of iron shell pupae, each about 20 centimeters long and encased in a thick shell. These were Xiaohei's favorite delicacy. Beast name, Iron Shell Pupa. Level 2. Quality, common. Attribute, rock. Status, frightened. Traits, slow-moving. Weaknesses, water ghost. Xiaohei eagerly pounced on the iron shell pupae, its sharp claws effortlessly tearing through their shells as it feasted voraciously. The pupae panicked, some even severing their silk threads in an attempt to escape, but their bulky bodies stood no chance against Xiaohei's relentless pursuit. As Jiang Chen sat leisurely on a large boulder, watching Xiaohei enjoy its meal, a strange sound suddenly came from behind him, accompanied by an eerie gust of wind chilling his back. The bushes shook violently as a blood-red figure darted like lightning toward Jiang Chen's back. In an instant, a chilling sensation ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. At the critical moment, Xiaohei transformed into a cloud of black mist, instantly positioning itself behind Jiang Chen. Midair, the black and red shadows collided fiercely, their speed so fast it was almost impossible to follow. Jiang Chen could only see two blurred figures entangled in the air before they crashed heavily to the ground. The battle ended swiftly. Xiaohei's saber-like fangs had sunk deep into the opponent's body. It was a 3-meter-long crimson python, its entire body covered in blood-red scales. The most grotesque feature was its swollen abdomen, where the faint outline of a twisted human face could be seen. A data panel immediately appeared in Jiang Chen's view. Beast name, human-faced crimson python. Beast level, level 6. Beast quality, common. Beast attributes, earth poison. Beast status, severely injured, panicked. Beast weakness, lightning. Although Xiaohei was a level lower than the human-faced crimson python, it had the upper hand due to its superior quality. With precision, it bit down on the critical point of the snake's neck, leaving its opponent barely able to move its head. When the python opened its gaping jaws to counterattack, Xiaohei's agile tail had already slipped out of harm's way. The serpent's struggles grew weaker and weaker. It thrashed wildly on the ground, its tail whipping against nearby trees with loud thuds. Gradually, its condition deteriorated from healthy to critically wounded, until it finally collapsed, its eyes losing focus. Xiaohei released its fangs and let out a triumphant roar toward the sky. It then rubbed against Jiang Chen's leg proudly, its gaze fixed longingly on the snake's corpse, drooling slightly. "No, you can't eat it, it's poisonous," Jiang Chen said helplessly. At that moment, he noticed the peculiar bulge in the snake's abdomen, as if it had swallowed a round object. Following his instructions, Xiaohei slashed its sharp claws across the snake's belly, revealing a football-sized egg. The egg was encased in crimson scales, its surface adorned with golden patterns, emitting a faint glow. Jiang Chen rinsed the egg clean with water, carefully examining his unexpected find. To his surprise, the egg seemed to be shrouded in some kind of mysterious force, making it impossible for the usual data frame to appear in his mind. Left with no other choice, he carefully tucked the egg into his chest and hoisted the corpse of the red-scaled serpent with a human-like face onto his shoulder, preparing to head back. Just as he had walked about half a mile, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The surrounding beasts panicked and scattered in all directions. Jiang Chen quickly pulled Xiaohei behind a large boulder, staying alert and observing the chaos around him. The entire forest was thrown into turmoil. Trees swayed wildly, branches and leaves snapped and fell, and debris filled the air. The deafening roars of beasts were laced with fear. Amid this apocalyptic scene, Jiang Chen forced himself to remain calm. Turning to the trembling Xiaohei, he said firmly, "You're fast. Don't worry about Marin." Xiaohei froze at his words, its blood-red eyes flashing with disbelief. It hadn't expected Jiang Chen to care for it so deeply, treating it as a true companion rather than a mere tool for battle. Resolutely, Xiaohei stepped forward, shielding Jiang Chen behind it, its gaze burning with determination. Suddenly, the trees around them seemed to be sliced down by an invisible giant blade, crashing to the ground. Through the billowing dust, countless atoned figures surged forward like a tide. Each of these creatures was about a meter long, their bodies covered in rock-like armor. They scurried on 6 legs, their massive mandibles shredding everything in their path. A data frame immediately appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. These were giant mandibled army ants, common beasts ranked between level 7 and 9, belonging to the rock element. They were currently in a state of panic and fury. Among them were elite individuals over 2 meters long, charging through like armored tanks. The terrifying ant swarm surrounded them from all sides, leaving no apparent escape. Just then, a deafening roar came from above, and a powerful gust of wind swept Jiang Chen and Xiaohei into the air. They were caught in the claws of a massive wind mantis, a level 19 elite beast with a body resembling green metal. Its forelimbs were as sharp as steel blades, and its enormous wings generated fierce gusts of wind. "Don't be afraid, kid," a deep voice called out from the back of the mantis. "I'm sure Hao, captain of the Gale Hunters." The speaker was a middle-aged man with a scar over his right eye, clad in a green combat uniform. "We received a military report about a beast riot and came to rescue anyone trapped." Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, his heart swelling with gratitude and the overwhelming feeling of narrowly escaping death. Knowing that his life was no longer in immediate danger, Jiang Chen gently stroked Xiaohei's scales to calm it down before turning his gaze toward the forest below. What met his eyes was a scene of utter devastation. The rampage of the giant-jawed army ants had left the area in ruins, with broken trees and scattered rocks everywhere. "Uncle Sure Hao, why are there so many giant-jawed army ants all of a sudden?" Jiang Chen asked in confusion. "I've never heard of such a large-scale ant outbreak before." The word uncle made Sure Hao's face darken instantly. Sitting upright on the back of his wind mantis, he instinctively touched his own face and retorted irritably, "I'm only 31. Uncle? Do you even understand what masculinity means? Believe me, if you keep this up, I'll have my mantis throw you off." Clearing his throat, Sure Hao explained seriously, "These giant-jawed army ants came from the demonic beast forest outside the city. Something unusual might have happened there, causing them to dig their way en masse into the city forest." As he spoke, his gaze landed on Jiang Chen, taking in the sight of his companion's heavily loaded gear. A large egg clutched in his arms, and a massive python coiled around his waist. Sure Hao couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This didn't look like a proper beast tamer at all, more like a looter taking advantage of the chaos. As the leader of a hunter squad that could earn tens of thousands of alliance credits from a single mission, he found Jiang Chen's opportunistic behavior baffling. But Jiang Chen paid no mind to Sure Hao's odd looks. He was deep in thought about the potential threat this beast tide posed to Chang'an City. Ordinary cannons might handle regular giant-jawed army ants, but dealing with elite-level ones would require heavy artillery. What was even more concerning was the possibility of a warlord-level demonic beast hidden among them, not to mention the Ant Queen, which had yet to appear. Given that large-scale destructive weapons couldn't be used within the city, only high-level tamed beasts could counter the threat. "Uncle Sure Hao, how does the military plan to deal with these giant-jawed army ants?" Jiang Chen asked. After all, his and Jiang Xiaoguo's residence was nearby, and if the beast tide spread, it could very well affect them. Sure Hao's expression grew grim. "The military forces outside the city are rapidly retreating to form an encirclement around the ants. As for the specific plan, that's classified information. I don't know the details." The wind mantis landed lightly on the city ground. Sure Hao dismounted his beast and gave Jiang Chen a solemn warning. "Kid, go home right away and stay far from this forest area, for no, it's too dangerous." Jiang Chen nodded in thanks before turning to leave. Along the way, deafening roars echoed through the air as military armored vehicles loaded with medium-sized cannons and teams of military beast tamers sped toward the forested hills. Jiang Chen nodded silently at the sight. In this era of great catastrophe, Huaxia's concern for its citizens' safety was indeed commendable. Unlike other countries, which had abandoned ordinary cities and rural areas to focus solely on protecting capitals and key metropolises where officials gathered, Huaxia stood out. Now, countless refugees were flocking to Huaxia from all directions seeking shelter. When Jiang Chen returned home, he saw Jiang Xiaoguo leaning against the window from a distance, her rosy little face filled with anticipation. His heart warmed. His little sister had a conscience after all, worrying about him so much. However, as soon as he and Xiaohei stepped through the door, Xiaoguo's bright eyes blinked, and she stretched out her small hand eagerly. "Where's the chocolate?" Jiang Chen's face darkened immediately. So, she was waiting for the chocolate. "Ahem, there was a bit of a situation today, so I didn't get the chance to buy any," he explained while setting down his backpack and the giant python. Xiaoguo pouted instantly. Jiang Chen, you've changed. I haven't. Jiang Chen retorted with a straight face. This afternoon, they'll sell these things at the beast shop, and then he'll have money to buy you chocolate. Oh, here, you can play with this. He handed her a large red egg from his arms. But I just had an egg this morning, Xiaoguo said, wrinkling her nose in disdain. This isn't a regular egg. It's a beast egg. There's a cute little beast inside. Jiang Chen explained with a smile. He thought to himself that since his sister was nearly 10 and about to awaken and bond with a beast partner, it would be great if she had a companion. Leaving her home alone while he attended school always left him uneasy. Wow, a little beast? Like Xiaohei. Xiaoguo's eyes lit up as she immediately hugged the giant egg and burrowed into her bed, lying on top of it. What are you doing? Taking a nap again? Jiang Chen asked, scratching his head. You're so clueless, big brother. I'm incubating the egg. Xiaoguo rolled her eyes at him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Do you think you're a mother hen? He glanced at the clock. It was already noon. He quickly stir-fried some wild greens, reheated steamed buns, and brought out a few wild fruits. The siblings shared a simple lunch. Xiaoguo, be good and stay home. They'll be back soon, and he'll bring you chocolate. Before leaving, Jiang Chen left Xiaohei to guard the house and reminded her. From under the covers, Xiaoguo peeked her head out and nodded obediently. On the street, people were discussing the beast tied in the forest behind the mountain. It was said that the military had surrounded the swarm of giant-jawed marching ants, but completely eradicating them would take time. Jiang Chen headed to the beast shop again and found the cheerful salesgirl. He mentally denied it wasn't coming back just to see her. He was here purely to sell his goods. He laid out the mutated plants from his backpack on the counter one by one. Bloodworm grass, 300 alliance coins per stalk. Bitterheart fruit, at least 200 per pound. Firefield root, a fire-type beast's favorite, 500 alliance coins. The salesgirl smiled sweetly, her dimples showing. Sir, those are the retail prices. We purchase at wholesale rates. Bloodworm grass, 200 per stalk. Bitterheart fruit, 100 per pound. Firefield root, 200 per stalk. Jiang Chen felt a pang of frustration. The profit margin was outrageous. They made 100 coins per pound just by reselling. But there was no other option. Only authorized beast shops could buy loose goods. After finalizing the transaction, he received 3,600 alliance coins, but the loss of over 2,000 coins still stung. He silently vowed that one day, he would form his own hunter team and open his own beast shop. It was just too profitable. Of course, he'd also hire a salesgirl as charming as this one. No, not just 10. 10 adorable salesgirls. Oh, by the way, I have a little treasure here I want to show you, Jiang Chen said with a bright smile, addressing the cute salesgirl at the beast taming shop while reaching toward his waist. It's thick and long, and it can stretch or shrink. Smack. A crisp slap echoed in the shop, and a bright red handprint appeared on Jiang Chen's cheek. Clutching his face, he hurriedly scurried out of the store, muttering to himself with a look of grievance. What did I do? I only wanted to sell a python. Why hit me? Girls these days, honestly. He then made his way to another beast taming shop with a male clerk and successfully sold the red-scaled human-faced snake for 15,000 alliance coins. Adding that to his previous savings, Jiang Chen now had over 18,000 alliance coins in his pocket, walking with a noticeable spring in his step. First, I'll get little Hay a grinding stone, then some beast meat, and finally a chocolate bar for little Gua, Jiang Chen planned as he walked into the beast taming supermarket. However, 10 minutes later, he emerged carrying a package, his face full of pain. A simple grinding stone of average quality cost 8,000 coins, and 90 kilograms of beast meat came to 9,000 coins, just enough to feed little Hay for a week. His wallet deflated instantly, leaving him with only a little over 1,000 coins. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen bought his sister a 15-coin chocolate bar, already calculating that the remaining amount would barely cover the utility bills and a month of living expenses. But what about rent? As he walked home with a worried expression, he spotted a little girl with a ponytail squatting on the steps in front of his house. It was Xiaowei, the landlord's daughter. Xiaowei, Jiang Chen immediately put on a beaming smile, ready to distract her with some chatter. Did you hear? In Qingzhou, 3 people spent 200,000 to make 180,000 in counterfeit bills. And in Dongzhou, a guy spent 800 to book a room with 2 ladies and ended up playing cards all night, winning 3,000. What does that have to do with you not paying rent? Xiaowei asked with her hands on her hips, clearly unconvinced. It just shows how crazy the world is, right? So, me being late on rent is totally normal too, isn't it? Xiaowei counted on her fingers for a moment before giving him an aggrieved look. You're lying. With his strategy failing, Jiang Chen resorted to a softer approach. Come on, Xiaowei, be a good girl. I'll pay the rent as soon as I get my paycheck. If you don't pay up, I'm not leaving today. Xiaowei insisted, shaking her ponytail stubbornly. Fine, Jiang Chen sighed after thinking for a moment. But there's only one bed in the house, so you'll have to sleep on the floor. The little girl stared at Jiang Chen, utterly confused. In her mind, Jiang Chen was just a shy junior in high school, but today, his tone of voice made her want to punch him. No way. I'm sleeping on the bed, and you're the one who should sleep on the floor. Xiao Wei huffed angrily. The thought of making the landlady sleep on the floor seemed completely unfair to her. Jiang Chen looked troubled, thinking to himself that in this situation, the lightest sentence would be 3 years, and the worst could be a death penalty. Just as he was feeling stuck, a loud, commanding voice echoed from the building across. Xiao Wei, forget about that useless beastmaster and come back for some crayfish. The mention of crayfish sent a shiver through Xiao Wei. She unconsciously licked her lips and shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare. You got lucky today, but by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, you better pay the rent. With that, she stomped back home, already imagining herself devouring 999 crayfish in one sitting. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the girl was a foodie at heart. He turned back into his room and shut the door. To be fair, the landlord's family had been kind to them. Xiao Wei was just teasing him. If it were any other landlord, he and Jiang Xiaoguo would have been kicked out long ago. Brother, Xiao Wei came to collect rent earlier, and I pretended not to be home, Jiang Xiaoguo confessed, peeking out from under the blanket where she was incubating an egg. Her mischievous expression made her look like a little troublemaker. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. She was so young yet already knew how to avoid the landlady. Xiaoguo, Xiao Wei came to play with you, not to collect rent. Next time, let her in, he said, patting his sister's head. Xiaoguo pouted and glared at him. No way. I can't let other women get close to you. Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on. This was all because of those cheesy romance dramas. 10 years ago, when Xiaoguo was 3, their parents brought her home to be his sister. Whether they were blood-related or not was a mystery, as their parents had since passed away. Having grown up relying on each other, Jiang Chen naturally felt responsible for teaching her the right values. He pulled out a piece of chocolate and waved it in front of Xiaoguo. Next time, will you let Xiao Wei in? Yes. Xiaoguo's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly like a little chick pecking at rice. Jiang Chen chuckled and handed her the chocolate. This girl was easy to manage as long as you appealed to her stomach. Then he placed a grinding stone in front of Xiao He. The black cat let out a cheerful meow, grabbed the stone, and began sharpening its saber teeth. The fangs of a nether saber-toothed cat needed constant grinding to maintain their sharpness. The next morning, Jiang Chen took Xiao He with him to school. It was Monday, and the Beastmaster training class was holding its placement test. The school gate was bustling with activity as hundreds of young beastmasters and their beasts gathered from all directions. Word had it that the military had concentrated all high school beastmasters in the city into 4 schools, with Chang'an High School being one of them. Led by their teacher, Mr. Morong Tian, the 5 beastmasters from Class 2A gathered on the field. Jiang Chen secretly sized up the others' beasts: a frenzied gorilla, a blue-faced wolf, an iron-horned goat, and a razor-clawed owl. Though all were level 7 or above, they were of ordinary quality. In contrast, Xiao He, though only level 5, was of elite quality and walked with a sense of superiority. The frenzied gorilla wearing a red baseball cap was particularly obnoxious, hopping around Wang Xiaopeng while constantly picking its nose and smearing the findings everywhere. The stench was unbearable. No wonder Wang Xiaopeng wore a double-layered mask and black clothes. Everyone else pinched their noses and avoided them, but Wang Xiaopeng seemed oblivious, proudly showing off. Jiang Chen looked at the gorilla in exasperation as a data frame popped up. Beast name: Frenzied Gorilla. Beast level: level 7. Beast quality: ordinary. Beast attribute: combat type. Beast status: healthy and excited. Beast preference: enjoys smearing its boogers on others, but hates when others smear boogers on it. Jiang Chen's face darkened. This gorilla's hobby was truly bizarre. Jiang Chen's eyes quickly scanned the group of beasts, locking onto his target in no time a venomous slug awkwardly wobbling its plump body. Its 2 enormous nostrils were puffing out hot air as it struggled to catch up with its owner, already lagging far behind. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen acted swiftly, expertly tossing the slug onto the head of a frenzied gorilla. With a loud splat, a glob of sticky mucus slid out from the slug's nostrils and landed squarely on the gorilla's face. The sudden attack left the frenzied gorilla frozen in place, its face a picture of disbelief. A second later, this hulking beast plopped down onto the ground like a wronged child and burst into loud sobs. The absurd scene sent the surrounding beast tamers into fits of laughter, and even their beasts couldn't help but roll on the ground, chortling uncontrollably. Though Morong Tian noticed Jiang Chen's mischievous act, he merely shot him a reproachful glare. Jiang Chen stuck out his tongue in a gesture of apology, inwardly thinking that this prank might leave a lasting psychological scar on the poor gorilla. Kind-hearted as always, Murong Tian immediately pulled out a tissue to help Wang Xiaoping wipe the mucus off the gorilla's face, softly soothing its emotions. However, the gorilla remained visibly upset, its eyes darting around furtively as if trying to identify the culprit behind its humiliation. Before long, the commotion subsided as the group made their way to the training field. By then, the field was already bustling with 300 rookie beast tamers from various high schools. Standing before them were 6 instructors clad in black military-style coats, exuding an aura of seasoned toughness. Most strikingly, each instructor was accompanied by a Gale demon wolf. The wolves' blood-red eyes gleamed with a murderous intensity, and their imposing, high-held heads radiated an overwhelming pressure that silenced every student and their beasts. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. These 6 Gale demon wolves were all of rare elite quality, ranging from levels 16 to 18. They were undeniably a formidable force. Greetings, students. I am Chief Instructor Lu Hong, the lead instructor announced, his powerful voice echoing across the field. As per the orders of our superiors, we will be conducting intensive training for high school beast tamers in Chang'an City. This is your chance to become true beast tamers. Make the most of it. Jiang Chen mused silently. This was not only an excellent opportunity to enhance combat skills, but also a strategic move by the military to tighten control. Recent violent incidents, often caused by beast tamers using their beasts for criminal activities, had become increasingly frequent. High school students, still in their rebellious phase, needed proper guidance after suddenly gaining the power of beast taming. You will be divided into 6 classes A, B, C, D, E, and based on your strength and aptitude, Lu Hong continued. Lu Hong said in a deep voice, no more talking. Let's begin the group assessment. The first test is a compatibility test to evaluate the bond and trust between you and your beast. 300 high school students were divided into 6 groups, each led by an instructor. Jiang Chen was assigned to the 6th group, with none other than Lu Hong himself as their instructor. Pointing to a large 60-square-meter iron cage in the center of the field, Lu Hong explained, this is the venue for the first test. Your beast must remain within the 3-meter diameter circle in the middle. Tennis balls will be launched randomly from the 4 corners of the cage. Your task is to command your beast to dodge the balls. Laughter rippled through the crowd in response. Wang Xiaoping, brimming with confidence, patted his frenzied gorilla on the back and boasted, my gorilla doesn't even need instructions. It can dodge those tennis balls all on its own. Jiang Chen shook his head silently. It can't be that simple. If it were, what would be the point of the test? As expected, Lu Hong flashed a cryptic smile, his sharp white teeth gleaming. But there's a catch, the beast must wear a blindfold. What? The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. A blindfold meant the beasts wouldn't be able to see at all, escalating the difficulty of the test to an extreme level. Jiang Chen nodded to himself, thinking, of course. This is the real test of compatibility where the beast master becomes the eyes of the beast, and the beast must fully trust the master's commands. You there? Shrinking back, yes, I'm talking to you. Lu Hong suddenly pointed at Wang Xiaoping. Weren't you just bragging? You go first. Get in there. Wang Xiaoping's face turned pale. He was about to argue but caught sight of Lu Hong's menacing Gale demon wolf glaring at him from behind. Terrified, he quickly grabbed his frenzied gorilla and shuffled into the iron cage. All eyes were on the frenzied gorilla, now blindfolded. Oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, the gorilla nonchalantly blew its nose and wiped it on the rubber floor. Ready, begin. Lu Hong commanded. At his signal, the 4 tennis ball machines whirred to life. Although the balls weren't moving at high speed, they were launched from all 4 directions, leaving no escape route for the frenzied gorilla. Left. A ball's coming from the left. No, the right. Above you, wait. Below too. Wang Xiaoping shouted frantically, sweat pouring down his face. But before he could finish his instructions, a tennis ball smacked the frenzied gorilla squarely in the face. Moments later, 3 more balls struck its mouth in quick succession, knocking out one of its front teeth. The sight of blood and a flying tooth made several girls cover their eyes in horror. The frenzied gorilla's face swelled up like a steamed bun. Roar. Enraged, the gorilla let out a deafening roar, its fur standing on end as it entered a frenzied state. The crowd perked up, anticipating a dramatic counterattack. Even Lu Hong looked intrigued. The frenzied gorilla faced the incoming tennis balls, bellowing in fury. It pounded its chest with both fists, exuding a ferocious aura. But in the very next moment, with a loud thud, it knocked itself unconscious, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. What the heck just happened? The crowd was stunned. Wasn't it about to go berserk? Jiang Chen saw everything clearly. That fool had gotten so worked up that it accidentally knocked itself out with its own punch. Lu Hong's face darkened. Waving for the staff to carry the foolish gorilla out, he muttered under his breath, unbelievable. It's infuriating just looking at it. A beast that knocks itself out, now that's a first. Damn it, next one. Lu Hong barked sharply, barely restraining the urge to kick someone. Wang Xiaoping stole a glance at Lu Hong, covered his face, and slinked away in embarrassment. The others exchanged uneasy looks, reluctant to step forward and risk humiliation, retreating further back. "We'll go," Jiang Chen said calmly. After observing the earlier experiment with the raging gorilla, he had already figured out the pattern of the ball launcher. Lu Hong scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe, then glanced at Xiao He standing beside him. In a deep voice he said, "Your beast may be a bit lacking in strength, but your courage is commendable. Go ahead. I hope you can surprise me." Without hesitation, Jiang Chen gestured for Xiao He to put on the blindfold and led it to the center of the 3-meter diameter circle. The crowd immediately perked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation of a good show. They thought to themselves, "Go ahead and show off. Let's see you embarrass yourself." At Lu Hong's command, Jiang Chen focused intently on the 4-ball launchers. The angles of the tennis balls were indeed tricky, but as long as he issued commands in time, Xiao Hei's speed would be enough to dodge them. Swish, 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 swish. 4 tennis balls shot out at high speed from different directions. Left, right, duck. Jiang Chen called out swiftly. Xiao Hei, perfectly in sync with him, moved like a shadow, first dodging left, then right, and finally dropping to the ground in a swift crouch. All 4 tennis balls missed their mark. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone stared in disbelief. How had these notoriously difficult balls suddenly become so easy to dodge? Lu Hong, however, was deep in thought. He knew this wasn't just luck. The second wave of tennis balls came whistling through the air. Jump 1 meter, roll left, spin midair, land, and dodge right. Jiang Chen commanded in a steady voice. Xiao Hei's movements were fluid and precise, once again evading every ball flawlessly. The audience collectively gasped. This was no longer something that could be chalked up to chance. Lu Hong's eyes glinted sharply as he subtly signaled the staff to increase the difficulty to maximum. Swish, 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 swish. This time, a total of 8 tennis balls shot out, forming an inescapable web in midair. Jiang Chen reacted almost instinctively. Roll forward, dodge right, jump half a meter, and tuck your tail. Xiao Hei moved like a wisp of smoke within the circle, but despite its agility, its strength had its limits. The last tennis ball barely grazed its tail. Meow, Xiao Hei landed and looked at Jiang Chen with a pitiful expression, feeling guilty for not completing the task perfectly. "Xiao Hei, you did amazing," Jiang Chen said gently, comforting it. The high schoolers around them collectively let out a sigh of relief, their faces easing into smiles of reassurance. Wang Xiaoping and his group burst into laughter. "What was that? We thought you were something special, but you didn't even pass." "Ha ha ha, everyone shut up," Lu Hong bellowed, his face dark and stormy. "A bunch of fools. Jiang Chen is tackling the hardest level, while the one you did was nothing more than child's play." The group instantly fell silent, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Just moments ago, they had been mocking others, only to realize they weren't even on the same playing field. It was like they were stuck in a beginner's match while Jiang Chen had already conquered the expert leagues. The stark contrast left their faces pale and their tongues tied. Lu Hong turned and spoke in a low voice to the recorder. "Keep an eye on that kid. Make sure he ends up in Class A for me." As for the test results, Jiang Chen felt a tinge of regret but wasn't overly concerned. He understood that the failure wasn't due to poor strategy or Xiao Hei's dodging skills but simply a limitation of levels. Xiao Hei, despite being an elite-grade beast, was only at level 5. Expecting it to dodge so many tennis balls at once was simply asking too much. "Let's head home," Jiang Chen said, patting Xiao Hei on the head with a smile. "He'll treat you today with your favorite squirrel fish." This wasn't just any ordinary dish, it was made with a mutated tiger-head mandarin fish. Hearing this, Xiao Hei let out a delighted meow and leapt into Jiang Chen's arms with its little paws. With the day's testing wrapped up and more practical assessments scheduled for tomorrow, Jiang Chen didn't stick around to watch the other candidates. He headed straight home with Xiao Hei. When they arrived home, Jiang Xiaoguo was curled up on the couch, engrossed in a romantic soap opera, clutching her beast egg like it was the most precious treasure in the world. Ever since learning the egg could hatch a beast, she had taken it everywhere with her, eating, sleeping, even to the bathroom. "Big brother, I'm hungry," Jiang Xiaoguo cried out the moment Jiang Chen walked in. Jiang Chen pointed at the egg in her arms and teased, "How about we cook that egg into some scrambled eggs with tomatoes? It's your favorite, isn't it?" Jiang Xiaoguo hesitated for a moment, clearly tempted by the thought of delicious scrambled eggs. Her small hands, however, were already moving involuntarily to hand over the egg. Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch at the sight, thinking, this little foodie would even sacrifice her prized beast egg for a good meal. "I'm kidding," Jiang Chen chuckled. "I already bought eggs yesterday. I'll make you some scrambled eggs with tomatoes right away." The little girl instantly lit up with joy and followed him into the kitchen. Despite their struggles in the past, Jiang Chen always made sure to save enough to cook her favorite meal once a week. After preparing Jiang Xiaoguo's scrambled eggs with tomatoes, he turned his attention to making Xiao Hei's squirrelfish. To his delight, the dish turned out perfectly, its tantalizing aroma wafting through the air and even reaching the landlord's house across the street. "Mom, they're making squirrelfish over at Xiaoguo's house," Xiao Wei exclaimed, licking her lips as she gazed longingly through the window. "Stay put," the landlord lady said, blowing out a puff of smoke. "They rarely get to eat something nice. Don't bother them." The enticing smell also drew Jiang Xiaogua into the kitchen. "Big brother, I want some of that too," she pleaded, looking up at him with big, pitiful eyes like a kitten that hadn't eaten in days. "This is mutated mandarin fish, it's Xiao Hei's food," Jiang Chen explained helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to share, but the violent energy contained in mutated creatures was harmful to humans. Only beasts could safely consume it. Xiao Hei let out a few triumphant meows, as if claiming ownership of the meal. Disappointed, Jiang Xiaogua nodded reluctantly. "Then can I at least smell it?" she asked. Seeing her dejected expression, Jiang Chen's heart ached. But for now, every penny had to go toward raising their beasts a priority they both understood. He silently vowed to earn more money so his sister could enjoy better food. Speaking of money, becoming a beast cultivation expert was one of the most lucrative paths. Successfully cultivating a single beast could earn tens of thousands of alliance coins. Jiang Chen resolved to take the beast cultivation certification exam once the class placement assessments were over. Under Jiang Xiaoguo's watchful and slightly resentful gaze, Xiao Hei opened its three-part mouth and began devouring the meal, its blood-red eyes sparkling with excitement. Following the data interface's instructions, Jiang Chen had added yellow spring mushrooms to the dish, which would help awaken the beastly bloodline within Xiao Hei. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen's spirits lifted as soon as he saw Xiao Hei. The data panel showed that Xiao Hei had advanced from level 5 to level 6, which sent Jiang Chen over the moon with excitement. It seemed that the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish dish from yesterday had indeed worked its magic, boosting his confidence for the upcoming combat assessment. "Xiaogua, eat the eggs in the bowl after you get up. I'm heading to school," Jiang Chen instructed briefly before setting off with Xiao Hei. The school entrance was bustling with activity. Beast-taming students participating in the combat assessment were brimming with energy, striding confidently through the gates with their beasts in tow. Even some regular high school students had skipped class to gather at the sports field, eager to witness the thrilling beast battles. Following his assigned number, Jiang Chen found the combat assessment area, where over 60 candidates had already assembled. The stands around the field were packed with spectators, their gazes filled with both envy and admiration. Lu Hong leapt effortlessly from the back of his Gale Demon Wolf and stood at the front of the group to announce the rules of the assessment. Today's combat test is simple. Groups of 5 will team up to defeat a single beast. What seemed like a straightforward rule didn't bring relief to anyone's face, as everyone knew Lu Hong's style all too well always had a twist up his sleeve. Sure enough, as Lu Hong stroked the mane of his Gale Demon Wolf, a sly smile appeared on his face. "Your opponent," he continued, "will be my beast, the Gale Demon Wolf." With a thunderous roar, the Gale Demon Wolf unleashed an overwhelming aura, instantly dominating the entire field. The faces of all the beast tamers turned grim. A level 19 elite beast against their beasts, most of which were only level 7 or 8. This was nothing short of a cruel joke. Even if they combined the strength of 10 beasts, they wouldn't stand a chance. Just as doubt and hesitation began to spread among the crowd, a burst of arrogant laughter broke the tension. The tone was so smug it made people want to throw a punch. "Heh. Step aside, everyone. Watch as my Gale Mantis tears this mutt to shreds." All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a tall, lanky figure striding forward. He wore a striking black combat outfit, and his slicked back hair gleamed under the sunlight, making him impossible to miss. What caught everyone's attention even more was a massive 3-meter-long mantis soaring proudly above him. Under the sunlight, its terrifying scythe-like arms gleamed with a cold, menacing light, exuding an overwhelming presence. The system immediately displayed detailed information about this beast. Beast name, Windrider Mantis. Type, wind fighting. Level, 11. Grade, elite. Weaknesses, psychic, electric. Jiang Chen was startled. This lanky guy actually owned an elite-grade Windrider Mantis. Although it was 8 levels lower than the Gale Demon Wolf, with its aerial advantage and elite quality, it could still pose a significant threat. Isn't that Lin Haoyan, young master of the Sky Shroud Hunter Group? What's he doing at Chang'an number 1 high? Murmurs spread among the crowd. Someone explained, the Sky Shroud Hunter Group is the top hunter team in the Northern District. They practically monopolize all the hunting missions in that area. Noticing the astonished gazes around him, Lin Haoyan's face turned smug. He casually flicked his finger, and with a loud swoosh, the Windrider Mantis descended into the battlefield, standing off against Lu Hong's Gale Demon Wolf. Lu Hong remained calm, casting a brief glance at the Windrider Mantis. According to the rules, a team of 5 must fight together. Where are your teammates? He asked. Teammates? I don't need deadweight. My little wind alone can take down this mutt. Lin Haoyan retorted impatiently, curling his lips. His words caused an uproar among the spectators. Arrogant as he was, he had the strength to back it up. Among the 60 young beast tamers present, only Lin Haoyan's Wind Rider Mantis had reached the elite grade, making it the strongest combatant without question. Jiang Chen glanced at Lin Haoyan's test number, then at his own, and couldn't help but feel unlucky this arrogant guy was in his group. Lu Hong turned to the 4 people around Lin Haoyan. Do you agree to let him fight alone? He asked. Jiang Chen and the others exchanged helpless looks. While a 5-person team would have a better chance, they had no choice but to nod in resignation in the face of Lin Haoyan's domineering attitude. Smart choice. Lin Haoyan sneered, then shouted, Little Wind, use Whirlwind Slash. The Wind Rider Mantis' steel-like wings buzzed as its massive body spun rapidly in the air. Its scythe arms sliced through the air with a piercing screech, hurtling straight toward the Gale Demon Wolf. The Gale Demon Wolf glanced up nonchalantly, its figure flickering as a green blur zipped by, effortlessly dodging the lethal strike. With a thunderous crash, the Wind Rider Mantis' scythe arms gouged 2 deep craters into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Missing its target, the Wind Rider Mantis quickly retreated, using its wings to stay out of reach and avoid counterattacks. Lin Haoyan smirked smugly. That dumb wolf is nothing but a sitting duck? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Hong let out a sharp whistle. The Gale Demon Wolf's blood-red eyes flashed, and it leaped into the air, soaring 5 meters high. With a powerful swipe, it sent the circling Wind Rider Mantis crashing to the ground. With a deafening thud, the Wind Rider Mantis hit the ground hard and passed out on the spot. The crowd was stunned. An elite-grade beast had been defeated so easily. Lin Haoyan's face turned as dark as a storm cloud. This scene made everyone realize that a beast's true combat power wasn't solely determined by its grade or level. It required constant battles to hone its skills. Lu Hong stubbed out his cigarette and said coolly, Take it away. It seems you all still don't understand the importance of teamwork. Right now, you can only contract one beast, so you must learn to fight as a team. He smirked and added, How about this? If your team can even touch a single hair on the Gale Demon Wolf, you'll pass. The group looked troubled. They couldn't even get close to the wolf, let alone touch it. What worried Jiang Chen even more was that their team was now down to 4 members. Next team, Jiang Chen, Lu Hao, Wang Jun, He Chong. Get ready, Lu Hong announced. Though the 4 of them knew they were walking into a losing battle, Jiang Chen refused to give up. He quickly assessed the beasts of the other 3 members, an ironclad beetle, a poison mist octopus, and a big-mouthed toad. The system immediately displayed their detailed stats. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Perhaps there was still a way to give it a shot. Jiang Chen's mind sparked with an idea, and he immediately gathered the other 3 to discuss their strategy. In just 3 minutes, a meticulously planned battle was set in motion. On the battlefield, the 4 beasts Xiao He, the armored flying insect, the toxic mist octopus, and the big-mouthed frog lined up neatly, facing the massive Gale Demon Wolf. Despite their readiness, they couldn't hide their nervousness. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and gave the command, Go! Take it down! The battle erupted instantly. The toxic mist octopus launched the first attack, raising all 8 tentacles and releasing a thick cloud of black toxic mist that engulfed the Gale Demon Wolf. The wolf's eyes gleamed with disdain as it unleashed a cyan whirlwind from its mouth, effortlessly dispersing the poisonous fog. But just then, a streak of silver light shot through the mist, heading straight for the wolf's face. It was the armored flying insect's spiked shell, slicing through the air in a sharp arc. The Gale Demon Wolf reacted swiftly, swiping with its massive claws to send the insect flying. Sparks flew as claw met shell in a brilliant collision. Lu Hong, observing from the sidelines, chuckled to himself. A simple poison mist ambush? They think that's enough to fool an experienced Gale Demon Wolf? The spectators around him shook their heads in agreement, believing such basic tactics were doomed to fail. However, the fight was far from over. Behind the repelled armored flying insect, a blue water bullet suddenly shot through the air, hurtling toward the Gale Demon Wolf with astonishing speed. The crowd's eyes lit up as they realized the insect's attack had been a diversion to create an opening for the big-mouthed frog's water bullet. The clever double-layered ambush took everyone by surprise. Yet the Gale Demon Wolf's strength exceeded all expectations. With a simple sidestep, it evaded the oncoming water bullet. The audience collectively gasped. Such agility and precision were overwhelming, even for a team effort. Just as Lu Hong was about to mock them, he noticed something was off. There was one beast missing from the battlefield. Where had the nether saber-toothed cat gone? Watch out! Lu Hong shouted. The Gale Demon Wolf instantly grew alert, its iron tail sweeping through the air to shatter the water bullet into droplets. But from within the spray, a shadowy figure emerged, darting past the wolf like a phantom. The nether saber-toothed cat landed gracefully, its blood-red eyes glinting with satisfaction. Clutched in its claws were several strands of the wolf's fur. Although Xiao He, at level 6, couldn't truly harm the level 16 Gale Demon Wolf, according to Lu Hong's rules, merely touching the wolf's fur was enough to pass the test. The battlefield fell into stunned silence. Everyone was left speechless by the unexpected outcome. Lu Hong's face was filled with astonishment as his gaze moved back and forth over Jiang Chen, who wore a calm smile. Such a meticulously coordinated battle plan had surprisingly come from this seemingly unremarkable young man. We won. Lu Hao and his companions jumped up in excitement, their joy unmistakable. This victory meant they were guaranteed a spot in Class A. Inside the examination hall, all eyes were on Jiang Chen. Some looked at him with admiration, others with surprise, and a few with wariness or even jealousy. After all, his leadership skills during the battle had been evident to everyone. The attention from the crowd made Jiang Chen feel uneasy, and his cheeks turned red in an instant. Fine. The girls staring. I can understand handsome guys naturally attract attention from the opposite sex, he muttered to himself. But why are the guys staring? Those envious looks are seriously creeping me out. For someone who had always kept a low profile, being the center of attention was a new and uncomfortable experience for Jiang Chen. Without hesitation, he left the examination hall with Xiao He in tow. As he passed by other examination rooms, Jiang Chen noticed the intense battle still ongoing. The Gale Demon Wolves dominated most of the fights. Suddenly, a particular beast caught his eye. It was a flower sprite beast cub, about half a meter tall, with a sunflower-like face and a round, adorably plump body. The system quickly displayed its information. Wood poison type, level 14, elite quality, weaknesses psychic and rock types. What was even more impressive was that the flower sprite beast was skillfully dodging the Gale Demon Wolf's whirlwind attacks and countering with its vine-like limbs, nearly entangling its opponent. So strong, Jiang Chen thought in amazement. Its prowess far outclassed Lin Haoshan's wind mantis. As he glanced over, he noticed the flower sprite beast's Onera girl in a flowing white dress, with short shoulder-length hair, exuding a crisp and disciplined air reminiscent of a soldier. Just as Jiang Chen stepped out of the school gates, intending to buy roasted sweet potatoes for his sister, Lin Haoyan blocked his path. Jiang Chen tried to sidestep him, but Lin Haoyan moved closer, leaving no room to avoid him. You're Jiang Chen, right? Lin Haoyan said coldly. Do you realize what you did today? You made me lose face in front of the instructors and classmates. Jiang Chen looked puzzled. What did I do to you? We haven't even spoken to each other. My wind mantis lost, but your nether saber-toothed cat won. How do you expect me to save face? Lin Haoyan continued to complain. And you knew the strategy could work, yet you didn't let me join in. You deliberately set me up. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. You were the one who insisted on soloing the Gale Demon Wolf. We couldn't stop you, even if we tried. Now you're blaming others for your mistakes? Do you even understand what personal responsibility is? Lin Haoyan's face turned livid. Just wait. Once my wind mantis recovers, you'll regret this. With that, he stormed off in anger, leaving Jiang Chen standing there with a mocking smirk. What a ridiculous situation, getting blamed for no reason. Although Jiang Chen usually avoided stirring up trouble, he wasn't one to back down from it either. Still, this incident reminded him that he needed to focus on improving Xiao Hei's strength. After all, Lin Haoshan's wind mantis was no small threat as an elite-level beast at level 11. Jiang Chen hurried home and immediately spotted Jiang Xiaogua curled up on the couch, holding the beast egg in her arms while staring intently at the romantic drama playing on TV. He carefully observed his sister and noticed that her cheeks seemed rounder than a few days ago, her baby fat even more pronounced. Xiaogua, girls can't get too chubby, or they won't be able to get married. Jiang Chen couldn't help but remind her. Oh, Xiaogua responded absent-mindedly, her eyes still glued to the television as if marriage had nothing to do with her. At least move around a little, will you? You can't just stay on the couch all day. Hearing this, Xiaogua glanced at her brother, then wiggled slightly on the couch like a caterpillar. I moved. See? Twice. Jiang Chen's face darkened immediately. Changing tactics, he pointed at the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Xiaogua, go wash your bowl. I can't. Xiaogua has a disease that prevents her from washing dishes, she declared solemnly, shaking her head and spouting nonsense with a straight face. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to argue, inspiration struck him. He pulled a roasted sweet potato from behind his back. Look what I have here. Wash the dishes and it's yours. Xiaoguo's eyes lit up instantly. She jumped off the couch and grabbed the sweet potato. Actually, Xiaogua is a hard-working and adorable child. Heh. Jiang Chen gave her a mocking smile. You're only washing the dishes because of the sweet potato, aren't you? Absolutely not. Xiaogua retorted earnestly. Xiaogua isn't that shallow. All right, let's try again, Jiang Chen said. No sweet potato, will you wash the dishes? Nope. Sweet potato, will you wash the dishes? Yes. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, set the sweet potato down, and picked up Xiao He. He recalled the information displayed on the data frame. Ghost-type beasts could only level up quickly by using cold nether pills. These pills could boost a ghost beast level by 2 overnight without side effects, but they could only be used once in a lifetime. A second dose would result in death by explosion. He had already mastered the method of crafting them, but he still needed a wisp of nether chi, which could be best collected at the northern cemetery. After dinner, Jiang Chen tucked a small porcelain bottle into his pocket and prepared to head out. Just then, Xiaogua suddenly hugged him from behind. Brother, where are you going so late? Be good, Xiaogua. I'll be back soon. Take me with you. No way. That place isn't for kids. Jiang Chen refused firmly. The cemetery isn't clean, and there might even be beasts. It's too dangerous. Xiaogua immediately pouted. Brother, you've changed. You're going to some shady place to do shady things with shady girls. Jiang Chen was at a loss, torn between laughter and exasperation. What are you even talking about? I told you to stop watching so many soap operas. As he left the house, Jiang Chen thought to himself, it's time to send this little girl to school. Once I earn enough money, I'll make sure she gets an education. Letting her continue to be brainwashed by these soap operas is out of the question. Jiang Chen and Xiao He moved through the darkness, arriving at the northern cemetery half an hour later. This abandoned graveyard stretched far and wide, overgrown with weeds and dotted with lifeless, withered trees. Eerie blue willow-wisps floated between the gravestones, and the occasional caw of crows echoed from the pitch-black woods, heightening the sinister atmosphere. Walking amidst the flickering ghostly flames, Jiang Chen nervously swallowed. The desolate grave stood silently, surrounded by a chilling aura of spectral energy formed by the mutated willow-wisps. The cold seemed to seep into his very bones. Suddenly, a glimmer caught Jiang Chen's eye, a faint green ghostly flame. That's it, the spectral energy, he thought, a surge of excitement rising within him. He hadn't expected to find his target so quickly. Just as he reached for the small porcelain vial in his pocket, a piercing chill swept over him. Xiao He, ever vigilant, signaled him to look beyond a nearby gravestone. Jiang Chen cautiously crept around, and the sight before him left him stunned. A fist-sized, emerald green toad with a gaping mouth was greedily absorbing the surrounding spectral energy. A data panel immediately appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Beast name, Yellow Spring Golden Toad. Type, Ghost Element. Level, 5. Quality, Elite. Weakness, Lightning Element. Traits, thrives on consuming spectral energy at night, fears light and heat, blood-rich in spectral essence. Yellow Spring Golden Toad. Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy. This is even better than cold nether pills. I can use it to concoct Yellow Spring essence soup. Not only will it boost Xiao He's level by 3, but it'll also enhance his bloodline quality. Xiao He's eyes gleamed with a predatory green light as his figure melted into the shadows, silently closing in on the target. Sensing danger, the Yellow Spring Golden Toad let out a low growl and spewed a cloud of toxic green mist from its mouth. The surrounding air froze instantly, but the venom had no effect on Xiao He. Whoosh! Xiao He darted through the poisonous fog, his claws slashing like lightning, cleanly severing the toad's hind leg. This was exactly what Jiang Chen needed for the potion's full potency. The toad had to be captured alive, with not a single drop of its blood wasted. Jiang Chen quickly removed his jacket, carefully wrapping the icy, bone-chilling toad. He grinned as he patted Xiao He's head. Well done. With this, your power is bound to soar. Xiao He happily rubbed against him, drooling in anticipation. Back at home, Jiang Xiaogua was sound asleep, her tiny mouth smacking as if savoring a dream. Jiang Chen wasted no time. He boiled water and prepared the pot, placing the Yellow Spring Golden Toad inside before sealing it with a lid to begin brewing. Half an hour later, the meat of the Huangquan Golden Toad was bubbling in the pot, releasing an aroma as enticing as that of cooked bullfrog. Following the recipe for Huangquan purification soup, Jiang Chen added ingredients one by one, including inchuan grass and white bone flour. Finally, he tossed in scallions, ginger, garlic, and a pinch of salt for seasoning. The rich, savory smell instantly filled the room. Xiao He couldn't contain his excitement, circling the pot and meowing impatiently. The tantalizing aroma not only whetted the appetites of those in the house, but also drifted to the surrounding area. Jiang Xiaogua, who had been fast asleep, was awakened by the smell. Her little nose twitched, and she sat up abruptly, pouting as she complained, "Brother, you've changed. How could you secretly eat meat soup without me?" Meanwhile, within a 1-kilometer radius, residents stirred awake, one by one. Lights flickered on in the houses, and grumbling voices echoed through the night. Who's cooking something so tempting at this hour? Can't anyone get some sleep around here? The next day, after drinking the Huangquan purification soup, Xiao He was brimming with energy, as if a human had just consumed an entire box of herbal supplements. Jiang Chen checked the data interface and discovered some thrilling changes. Beast name, Nether Saber-toothed Cat. Beast type, Ghost Element Wind Element. Beast level, level 9. Beast quality, between elite and exceptional. Beast weakness, Psychic Element, Lightning Element. Xiao He had not only advanced to level 9 overnight, but had also approached the threshold of exceptional quality. Jiang Chen could clearly sense the denser nether energy within Xiao He, a hallmark of enhanced bloodline quality. Being the first beast he had ever seen at this near-exceptional level and his own companion at that, Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of accomplishment. After preparing breakfast for Jiang Xiaogua, Jiang Chen took Xiao He to school for the final class placement exam in the Beastmaster Program, a bloodline potential test. The sports field was already crowded with a long line of young beastmasters waiting with their beasts for their turn. The test involved a transparent potion. When a drop of the beast's blood was added, the potion would change color based on the bloodline potential, ranging from white to black and categorized into 6 grades: A, B, C, D, E, and F. The darker the color, the higher the potential. To qualify for Class A, a beast's bloodline potential needed to reach at least grade C. While waiting in line, Jiang Chen noticed the pretty girl with the flower sprite beast standing ahead of him. As he admired her poise, he caught sight of Lin Haoyan even further up the line. Lin Haoyan noticed Jiang Chen as well and made a provocative throat-slitting gesture, smirking coldly. Jiang Chen ignored him, choosing instead to continue appreciating the girl's elegance. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the testing station was tense. The bloodline potential test felt like a lottery, and the high schoolers stared intently at the test tubes, sweating nervously, their eyes wide with anticipation. Lu Hong's voice echoed across the testing grounds as he announced the bloodline potential levels of various beasts one by one. Rampaging gorilla, bloodline potential. E level. Two-headed snake, bloodline potential. C level. Sky beetle, bloodline potential. F level. When Lin Haoshan's name was called, the crowd instantly fell silent. As a prominent figure at Chang'an First High School, his battle-hardened Gale Mantis was already widely recognized for its formidable combat prowess. However, today the Gale Mantis seemed to be in poor condition. Yesterday's battle with the swift demon wolf had clearly taken a toll on it. Lin Haoyan strode confidently to the testing platform and let a drop of the Gale Mantis's blood fall into the testing reagent. The reagent reacted violently, its color changing rapidly from white to light gray, then gray, and finally settling on a deep gray. Sea level. The crowd collectively gasped. Lin Haoyan beamed with pride, his arrogance growing even more pronounced as he shot a provocative glance at Jiang Chen. A clever bloodline potential meant he could enter Class AA, result well worth boasting about. Next, Tang Shishir. Lu Hong continued. A tall, elegant young woman walked to the testing platform with her floral spirit beast in tow. The results came quickly, triggering a wave of exclamations from the crowd. Unbelievable. Blevel potential. The crowd surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the Blevel beast. Tang Shishir instantly became the center of attention, with many people already inquiring about her background and some even pulling out their phones to ask for her contact information. Tang Shishir responded with nothing more than a faint, charming smile, her dimples showing briefly before she turned and left with poise. Lin Haoshan's expression darkened immediately, his moment of glory overshadowed in an instant. But he quickly adjusted his demeanor, now eagerly anticipating Jiang Chen's failure. Next, Jiang Chen. Lu Hong called out. As his name was announced, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stepped onto the platform. His exceptional performance in the previous 2 assessments had already drawn every gaze toward him. With all eyes on him, Jiang Chen felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation, eager to see how much his Shadow Fang Cat's bloodline potential had improved after consuming the Yellow Springs refining elixir. Carefully, he pricked the paw of his Shadow Fang Cat, nicknamed Xiao He, and let a drop of its blood fall into the reagent. The reagent bubbled violently, but the resulting color change left everyone stunned. From transparent to white, and finally stopping at light gray. F level? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd erupted into laughter, with Lin Haoyan pointing at Jiang Chen and laughing loudly. An F-level trash beast for the test? This is hilarious. The onlookers' expressions were a mix of surprise, disdain, and schadenfreude. An F-level potential meant Jiang Chen would be relegated to the lowest-ranked Class F, making his earlier achievements seem painfully ironic. Lu Hong's eyes flashed with regret as he solemnly announced, Shadow Fang Cat, bloodline potential. F level. At that moment, a clear and powerful voice broke through the noise. Wait, something's not right here. The crowd turned to see who had spoken. It was none other than Tang Shishir. HM? Is there a problem? Lu Hong asked with a frown. Tang Shishir gently stroked the head of the flower sprite beast, her expression grave. Everyone knows how sensitive the flower sprite beast is to natural potions. It just told me that there's something wrong with the potion in this test tube. The flower sprite beast immediately nodded its flower-like head, letting out urgent chirping sounds, as if backing up her claim. Lu Hong's face darkened at her words. This batch of potions had undergone rigorous preparation and was delivered in a unified shipment. The previous potions tested had no issues. Why was it that Jiang Chen's potion appeared problematic? That's a question for the person responsible for potion testing. Tang Shishi's sharp gaze shot toward the tester, her beautiful eyes icy. The tester's hand, holding the test tube, visibly trembled, and a flicker of panic crossed his face. Jiang Chen noticed the name tag on the tester's chest read Lin Xiaofan. Glancing at Lin Haoyan nearby, he observed a similar look of unease on his face. In that moment, Jiang Chen understood. Old Lin, what's going on here? Lu Hong asked, his brows furrowed. Lin Xiaofan has been with the testing team for years. How could he make such a mistake? What do you mean? What's going on? Lin Xiaofan slammed his hand on the table, standing up abruptly. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my potion. Where's your evidence? Little girl, you shouldn't make baseless accusations. Tang Shishi frowned slightly. While the flower sprite beast could detect abnormalities in the potion, it couldn't pinpoint the exact issue. Just as she was at a loss, Jiang Chen spoke up with a cold smile. Evidence? That's simple. Take another potion and have Xiaohei tested again. If the results differ, then this potion is indeed problematic. Tang Shishi's eyes lit up, silently berating herself for not thinking of such a straightforward solution. Retest? Lin Xiaofan sneered. Do you even realize how expensive these potions are? Who do you think you are to make such a decision? Seeing the situation deadlocked, Lu Hong decisively intervened. I'll make the decision. Retest immediately. He wasn't willing to lose the potential talent that Jiang Chen might be, even if there was only a slim chance. Lin Xiaofan's face turned ashen, and with clear reluctance, he retrieved a new potion. Before he could proceed, Tang Shishi snatched the test tube from him. Lin Xiaofan glared at her with a venomous look, gritting his teeth. You insolent girl. Jiang Chen took Xiaohei's paw and once again let its blood drop into the potion. All eyes were fixed on the test tube, anticipating the truth. The potion began to change. From white to light gray, then to gray, dark gray, and finally, it turned a deep, abyss-like black. A collective gasp echoed around them. An grade. Another grade aptitude. Lin Xiaofan's face turned deathly pale, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Lu Hong burst into laughter as soon as he saw it, giving Jiang Chen a hearty pat on the shoulder. However, Jiang Chen's attention was completely focused on the potion in front of him. It was still bubbling, and its color seemed to be changing. Although black was the highest grade the potion could measure, Jiang Chen let out a disappointed sigh, as if the A-grade result had deeply wronged him. Lin Haoyan witnessed this scene, his mouth twitching violently and his chest heaving as though he was on the verge of exploding. What the I'm so furious. This guy actually got an A grade. Tang Shishi stood with her hands on her hips, her sharp gaze fixed on Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan, how do you explain this? Lin Xiaofan's face darkened. After stammering for a long while, he finally forced out a few words. Well, potions can malfunction sometimes. This isn't my fault. Jiang Chen interrupted him with a cold laugh. Oh, so it's my fault then? Lin Xiaofan, Lin Haoyan, you both share the same last name. Could it be that you're related? What a coincidence. I had a little disagreement with Lin Haoyan just yesterday. But surely, Uncle Lin Xiaofan wouldn't tamper with the potion out of personal grudges, right? His tone was light, but the sarcasm in his words was unmistakable. Everyone present knew the truth. Lin Xiaofan was indeed Lin Haoyan's uncle, and both of them were part of the Shadow Hunters group. Haha, it's purely a coincidence. Lin Xiaofan said with an overly cheerful smile. Don't overthink it, young man. I swear on my integrity. Your integrity? Tang Shishi sneered. Jiang Chen was well aware that while the truth was evident, there wasn't enough concrete evidence to act on it. For now, he had no choice but to endure. There would be plenty of opportunities to settle the score in the future. Lu Hong shot a stern glance at Lin Xiaofan and said in a deep voice, Old Lin, this was your error. Starting today, you'll be reassigned to logistics. You're no longer responsible for potion testing. As a representative of the military, Lu Hong found it challenging to navigate such sensitive issues involving both the military and the Shadow Hunters group. Lin Xiaofan glared angrily at Lin Haoyan. You little brat. This is all your fault, making me lose face like this. When we get back, it'll break your legs. His words sent a shiver down Lin Haoyan's spine, knew all too well what his uncle was capable of. Next test, Lu Hong announced loudly. Once tested, head to the back of the field to wait for the class assignments. Jiang Chen followed the crowd to the gathering point and turned to Tang Shishi. Thanks for standing up for me earlier. Tang Shishi waved it off casually. No big deal. I just can't stand people like that. With that, she walked off with her flower fairy beast. Jiang Chen watched her leave, contemplating whether he should ask for her contact information. But all he saw was the back of her flower fairy beast. Suddenly, His brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, I hope I'm just imagining things. Meanwhile, it was Li Ziafa's turn at the testing platform. His beast was a giant Taishan bear. The gray, hulking creature stood 3 meters tall and had a 2-meter-wide waist, resembling a moving mountain of flesh. Its half-closed eyes gave it a perpetually drowsy appearance. Li Xiaofu was a chubby little boy with a harmless appearance. At this moment, he was carefully lifting the paw of a Taishan bear, a silver needle in his hand gleaming coldly under the sunlight. However, the Taishan bear caught sight of the needle, and fear instantly flashed in its eyes. It jerked its paw back and bolted away. Its massive body charged wildly through the crowd like an out-of-control gray ball of meat, leaving chaos in its wake as people and beasts alike stumbled and fell. Li Xiaofu stood frozen, stunned by the unexpected scene. He had never seen the usually lazy Taishan bear act so energetically. Snapping out of his daze, he immediately raised the silver needle and gave chase. The commotion also caught Jiang Chen's attention. His gaze fell on the panicked Taishan bear, and a familiar data frame appeared. Beast name, Taishan bear. Beast type, rock fighting. Beast level, level 9. Beast quality, elite. Beast weakness, psychic, ghost. Beast preferences, loves sleeping, with a daily sleep time of up to 22 hours. Spends the rest of the time eating. Beast personality, timid, extremely afraid of ghosts and sharp objects, especially needles. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The idea of such a massive, fighting-type beast being terrified of needles and ghosts was both amusing and absurd. An hour later, 300 beast tamers had completed their bloodline potential tests and were now neatly lined up on the training field. Lu Hong, standing with his hands behind his back, announced with a stern expression, "Good news. Due to the exceptional qualifications of this year's beast tamers, the Education Committee has decided to create an S-class above the A-class, specifically to train top students." The news hit the crowd like a bombshell, igniting excited discussions among the students. Everyone was eager for a chance to enter this special class. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he realized that the other 3 schools would likely establish S-classes as well. This year's students were indeed extraordinary. Lu Hong cleared his throat, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Picking up a list, he began to announce, the first student in the S-class is Tang Shishir. This result was no surprise, given the impressive strength of Tang Shishir's flower spirit beast. The second, Li Xiaofu. The chubby Li Xiaofu beamed with joy and, accompanied by his still sulking Taishan bear rubbing its paw, happily headed toward the arts and sports building. Lin Haoyan, Lu Hong continued. Lin Haoyan's face turned red with excitement. He even cast a smug glance at Jiang Chen, as if showing off his own excellence. Jiang Chen, however, couldn't muster any interest in this person who had suddenly started bothering him. Just then, Lu Hong's tone shifted. Pick up the chair next to you, it's fallen over. Lin Haoyan's expression froze, his face turning from red to black as if he had just swallowed a fly. It turned out Lu Hong wasn't calling his name at all, but was simply asking him to fix the chair. Laughter erupted among the crowd, some laughing so hard they could barely stand straight. Lu Hong awkwardly cleared his throat and continued reading the list. Jiang Chen. In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Chen, filled with envy. Jiang Chen glanced around, a faint smile playing on his lips as he turned to Lin Haoyan and said, "There's no chair next to me, haha." With that, he strode confidently toward the cultural and sports building under everyone's gaze, leaving Lin Haoyan standing there, dumbfounded. With Xiaohei by his side, Jiang Chen stepped into the S-class classroom. This was a class even beyond the prestigious A-class. His heart raced with excitement. As soon as he entered, he noticed Tang Shishir and Li Xiaofu giving him friendly looks. Jiang Chen returned their smiles with a polite nod and chose a seat toward the back. Scanning the room, he observed the spacious classroom, which had only 9 seats. Along the back wall, there were 9 neatly arranged mats specifically designed for the beasts. Jiang Chen did some quick calculations. Out of 300 beast taming students, only 9 had beast bloodline potential reaching in a grade level. The military certainly spared no expense. Just 9 students were granted the full resources and privileges of an entire class. As he was lost in thought, a slender figure appeared at the door. Long black hair and delicate features made the newcomer look like a stunning beauty at first glance. Li Ziafa's eyes lit up, and he grinned. What luck! Another pretty girl. I thought Poem Sister was going to be the only girl in our 9-person class. Before he could finish, the newcomer's expression darkened. I'm a man. A real man. The booming voice startled both Li Xiaofu and Tang Shishir. Jiang Chen took a closer look and noticed the person was accompanied by a blizzard lion. Wasn't this Wang Xikong? Wang Xikong recognized Jiang Chen immediately and rushed over excitedly. Big bro, it's really you. His thick, northeastern accent was unmistakable as he plopped down right next to Jiang Chen. How about this after school, my treat? Let's all go grab a meal. Li Xiaofu and Tang Shishir chimed in with their agreement, suggesting they wait for the others to join before heading out. Jiang Chen, rubbing his ears still ringing from Wang Sikong's booming voice, replied, I'm afraid I can't. I need to head back to cook dinner for my sister. Hearing this, the three exchanged knowing looks, as if they'd realized something. Wang Sikong's eyes gleamed with an idea. No big deal. Well, grab dinner, and you'll order a deluxe takeout for your sister. Problem solved. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He thought of Jiang Xiaogua, who had never had takeout before. This would definitely make the little girl overjoyed. The four were chatting and laughing when 5 people, 4 men, and 1 woman walked into the classroom one after another, each accompanied by their own beast companion. Li Xiaofu immediately greeted them with a warm smile, only to be met with cold and indifferent responses. This forced him to swallow back the dinner invitation he was about to extend. What was even more puzzling was that the 5 newcomers all cast unfriendly glances at Jiang Chen, leaving him utterly confused. After all, they had never met before, and he couldn't fathom how he might have offended them. Shortly after, Lu Hong stepped into the classroom, followed by a striking figure Morong Tian, dressed in a fiery red coat. Her arrival instantly drew everyone's attention. Congratulations to all of you for making it into Class S. This is a testament to your talent, Lu Hong said with his hands behind his back. However, the path of beast taming isn't just about talent. It requires effort and perseverance. I hope all of you will train diligently and strive to become exceptional beast tamers. He gestured to Morong Tian behind him. This is Teacher Morong. From now on, she will be the assistant instructor for Class S. This announcement took Jiang Chen by surprise, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of background Morong Tian had to be appointed directly as the assistant instructor. What shocked Jiang Chen even more were Lu Hong's next words. If you have any questions, feel free to consult Teacher Morong directly. Classes officially start tomorrow. Teacher Morong and I will design personalized training plans for each of you and your beasts, Lu Hong added with a wave of his hand. That's it for today. See you tomorrow. This unknown personalized training plan was a privilege exclusive to Class S. In regular classes, the teaching was much more hands-off, with nothing close to this level of detailed guidance. After Lu Hong and Morong Tian left, Wang Sikong immediately suggested, guys, let's head to the Sea Sky Beast Taming Club. It's on me. The Sea Sky Beast Taming Club was the most luxurious 5-star establishment in the Northern District, specializing in high-end beast taming ingredients. However, Lu Yi and the other 4 newcomers curtly declined, saying, we have other plans, so we won't join. With that, they left the classroom together. So aloof? Huh? Wang Sikong said with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Forget about them. Let's just go, the 4 of us. Tang Shishir chimed in cheerfully. The group laughed and chatted as they made their way to the club. Along the way, Wang Sikong even ordered a deluxe seafood delivery for Jiang Xiaogua through Mate 1, ensuring she wouldn't miss out. For Jiang Chen, such outings were rare. He usually stayed home to cook for his younger sister and was often short on money. This time, he simply couldn't refuse Wang Sikong's enthusiasm. Secretly, he resolved to repay the favor when he had the means. Despite his modest background, Jiang Chen had always been unwilling to take advantage of his friends or owe anyone favors. This principle gave him a sense of integrity. Before long, they arrived at the Sea Sky Beast Taming Club. The castle-like building was resplendent, its extravagant decor dazzling to the eyes. The patrons were all wealthy beast tamers, as the club served the finest beast taming ingredients in Chang'an City. If Jiang Chen were to come here alone, he wouldn't dare step inside. The price of a single dish could easily cover a week's living expenses for him and his sister. A small private room will do. For people plus 4 beasts, plenty of space, Wang Sikong told the server. At that moment, a cold voice echoed through the air. Lin Haoyan was leaning casually against the stair railing, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand with an arrogant demeanor. Sorry, if you insist on dining here, you'll have to settle for the main hall. I've reserved all the private rooms. Behind him stood 5 students from Class S, lined up neatly. Jiang Chen suddenly realized why his classmates had been giving him strange looks. It turned out they had been bought off by Lin Haoyan. A mocking smirk played on Lin Haoyan's lips. Huh, so what if you're from Class S? In the end, you still have to eat like a bunch of bumpkins in the main hall. He burst into laughter and added, Jiang Chen, I'll give you one more chance, be smart, and come over here to bow your head and apologize. Don't wait for me to crush you under a mountain of cash. Look at these 5 classmates of yours, they know how to adapt. Jiang Chen glanced at the 5 classmates, all from humble backgrounds, and understood their predicament. They needed Lin Haoyan, a wealthy heir, to provide resources for their beast-taming endeavors, but it meant becoming subservient to him. Jiang Chen shook his head silently. A life without freedom wasn't worth living to him. Lin Haoyan, Jiang Chen said with a calm smile, pick up the chair beside you. This remark caused Tang Shishir and the others to stifle their laughter. Even the 5 students who had sided with Lin Haoyan almost burst out laughing. Veins bulged on Lin Haoyan's forehead as his face darkened in anger. Wang Sikong waved to a server. Ignore these people. Go ahead and arrange a private room for us. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment, the server replied respectfully. Hey, Lin Haoyan shouted angrily. Why are you giving them a private room? I've already reserved all of them. The server maintained a professional smile. Because he's the young master of Hai Tian Beast Taming City. The revelation of this identity left everyone present in shock. Lin Haoyan's face turned ashen, and even Jiang Chen was surprised to learn about Wang Xizong's prominent background. Wang Xizong threw an arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder and addressed Lin Haoyan. Jiang Chen is my big brother, so you'd better show him some respect in the future. He then instructed the server, tell the manager that, from this moment on, no one with the surname Lin is allowed to set foot in Hai Tian Beast Taming City. Lin Haoyan clenched his teeth in fury. Fine, Wang Xizong, you've got guts. But you can't protect Jiang Chen forever. Jiang Chen, once my Gale Mantis recovers, I'll crush you under my feet. With that, he stormed off with the 5 students, humiliated. Although the 5 Class S students realized they might have chosen the wrong side, they had already burned their bridges with Jiang Chen and his group. There was no turning back for them now. Once the commotion settled, Wang Xizong, as the host, began ordering food. However, when it came time to choose dishes for their beasts, he turned to Jiang Chen. In his eyes, Jiang Chen's expertise in beast cultivation far surpassed that of any professional he had ever encountered. Jiang Chen gladly accepted the invitation. He could sense that Wang Xizong, Li Xiaofu, and Tang Shishir were all friends worth making. Using his expertise, he immediately began crafting dietary plans for their beasts. For the Huaxian beast, a plant and poison-type creature, mandala petals were the ideal food. Meanwhile, the mutated frost-type blizzard lion required iced Qianghua nectar paired with chilled frost wolf meat to boost its level. Watching the beasts savor their meals with delight, Tang Shishir and Li Xiaofu suddenly understood why Wang Xizong valued Jiang Chen so highly. Was indeed a true nurturing expert. At that moment, Jiang Chen leaned close to Li Xiaofu and whispered, Xiaofu, I have a way to cure your Taishan bear's fear of injections. Li Xiaofu's eyes lit up. Chun, what's the plan? It's quite simple, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Desensitization training, give it a few shots every day. After enough times, it'll get used to it naturally. The Taishan bear, who was eating nearby, twitched its ears and instantly wore a look of utter despair. Li Xiaofu couldn't help but feel uneasy. Why does this method sound so unreliable? He thought. After dinner, everyone headed home. Before Jiang Chen even reached his doorstep, Jiang Xiaogua came running out and threw her arms around his neck. Seeing how clingy his little sister had become, Jiang Chen smiled and lifted her up. Did you enjoy today's seafood feast? He asked. Xiaogua pouted and shook her head. Not really. There wasn't any tomato and egg stir-fry. Seafood doesn't usually come with tomatoes or eggs, Jiang Chen said, half laughing, half exasperated. I don't care. Xiaogua puffed up her cheeks and put her hands on her hips. If it's not brother's tomato and egg stir-fry, it doesn't taste good. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a pang in his chest. He gently ruffled his sister's hair and made a solemn promise. All right, from now on, brother will cook for Xiaogua every day. No more fancy feasts. Xiaogua nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a little chick pecking at grains. Across the yard, the landlady quietly observed the siblings. In this indifferent world, such pure familial love was truly a rare sight. The next morning, 9 students were already waiting in the classroom. Lu Hong walked in with steady steps, holding the long-anticipated personalized training plans. These are the training plans that teacher Morong Tian and I have tailored to the characteristics of your beasts, Lu Hong announced, holding up the documents. Tang Shishir, your Huaxian beast excels in vine entanglement and toxin release. You'll be training in the forest, focusing on using vines to precisely capture targets, ranging from small animals to insects. Understood. Tang Shishir responded with a nod, clearly pleased with the highly targeted training plan. Li Xiaofu, your Mount Tai bear belongs to the rock type. You should focus on defense training, Instructor Lu Hong said, pointing toward the back mountain. The training site is by that waterfall. Let the water flow scour the Mount Tai bear's skin and use the water pressure to strengthen its bones. Li Xiaofu nodded with a cheerful smile. When Lu Hong turned to Wang Xizong, he seemed a bit troubled. Your blizzard lion is an ice type, but since it's the peak of summer, the school doesn't have a suitable training ground for it. That's fine. Wang Xizong waved his hand dismissively. I'll just call someone to set up a snowy field. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched involuntarily at his words. This rich young master certainly lived up to his reputation. A snowy field? He'd build one just like that. Lu Hong grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Since the military wouldn't have to pay for it, he was more than happy to oblige. Jiang Chen, the instructor addressed the last person. Your phantom saber-toothed cat is a ghost and wind type. The focus of its training should be speed, agility, and the tearing strength of its claws. The ironwood forest in the garden will be your training ground. Jiang Chen nodded silently. While these training plans had their merits, they were still lacking in some aspects. After class, he gathered Tang Shishir and the other three to refine and improve their training strategies. Shishir, the flower fairy beast's vine entanglement is indeed powerful, but its true trump card lies in its venom. It needs to eat more castor fruits to enhance this ability. Jiang Chen turned to Li Xiaofu. Xiaofu, the Mount Tai Bear's defense training needs to go deeper, targeting the muscle and bone layers. Here are two prescriptions, one for external application and one for internal use. Listening to Jiang Chen's professional advice, Tang Shishir and the others looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Later, Jiang Chen took Xiao He to the ironwood forest. He knew very well that the most urgent thing for Xiao He wasn't improving speed or agility, but mastering its exclusive skill, the Phantom Ghost Claw. Despite being a skill that should naturally belong to the Phantom Saber-Tooth Cat, Xiao He had never been able to use it. This was likely because its level had increased too quickly, leaving it without a deep understanding of the skill. Xiao He, Phantom Ghost Claw, Jiang Chen commanded, pointing at an ironwood tree. Xiao He darted forward like an arrow, its sharp claws grazing the surface of the ironwood tree and sparking a trail of fire. Jiang Chen examined the tree closely. It bore only 6 faint white scratches, clearly not the true Phantom Ghost Claw. Again, the sound of metal scraping against wood echoed through the forest, startling a few couples who had been secretly meeting there. Xiao He practiced tirelessly, over and over, until its claws were red and swollen and its limbs felt numb. Finally, it let out a pained meow, licking its injured paws. Jiang Chen gently patted Xiao He's head, feeling a pang of sympathy, but his voice remained resolute. I know it hurts, but this is the price you have to pay to grow stronger. If you don't want to be bullied anymore, you have to keep pushing forward. These words stirred memories within Xiao Hai. Scenes of being torn apart by wild dogs and beaten by Lu Baichuan flooded its mind. Suddenly, it stood up, its eyes filled with determination. A powerful aura emanated from its small body. It would never allow itself to be anyone's victim again. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and quickly took out a specially prepared cooling ointment. He carefully applied it to Xiao Hei's swollen paw. The ointment worked instantly. Xiao Hei's paw no longer hurt, and even the broken claw seemed to grow stronger and more resilient. His limbs were once again brimming with energy. The training resumed. By the end of the morning, Xiao He had used his sharp claws to tear through 3 iron trees as thick as bowls, but he still hadn't fully mastered the essence of the Nether Ghost Claw technique. Just as Jiang Chen was contemplating whether to adjust the training methods, danger struck without warning. A speckled cobra silently slithered out from the grass, its jaws wide open as it lunged straight for Jiang Chen's neck. At the critical moment, Xiao He let out a low growl, and his body instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist that enveloped the cobra. 6 brilliant flashes of light streaked through the mist, and the cobra fell to the ground, severed into 7 pieces. Xiao He, you've finally mastered the Nether Ghost Claw, Jiang Chen exclaimed in excitement. At the moment of crisis, Xiao He had fully grasped the technique. Xiao He squinted his eyes and tilted his head, looking adorably proud of himself. Let's go home. I'll cook your favorite squirrel fish, Jiang Chen said cheerfully. On their way down the mountain, they passed by a waterfall and saw Mount Tai Bear training by swimming upstream. While its silhouette looked imposing, its face revealed utter despair as it repeatedly groaned. It hurts. Not far away, Wang Sickhong had transformed a nearby hill into a miniature snowy mountain, where his blizzard lion was rolling around in the snow. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at how different training could be when one had money. He imagined that if he were wealthy, the first thing he'd do would be to take Jiang Xiaoguo on a trip around the world, eventually settling down somewhere comfortable. But for now, he was just a high school student struggling to pay rent, and such dreams remained distant fantasies. In the garden, Tang Shishir's flower spirit beast trained with elegance and composure. It camouflaged itself as a sunflower in the flower bed, and its vines could accurately ensnare any passing animals. However, under Tang Shishir's strict instructions, the flower spirit beast refrained from using its toxins. 2 weeks flew by, and Xiao Hei's mastery of the Nether Ghost Claw grew increasingly refined. His strength had significantly improved. In Jiang Chen's evaluation, Tang Shishir's flower spirit beast ranked first, with Xiao Hei close behind. Meanwhile, Wang Xichong's blizzard lion was on the verge of reaching level 10, just 1 step away. As for the other students in different classes, their training on the playground seemed disorganized and chaotic. That morning, Lu Hong gathered all the beast-taming class students to prepare for a practical combat training session. Jiang Chen's S-class stood at the very front of all the classes. In the center of the field were 7 massive iron cages, each containing a giant mandibled soldier ant. These beasts were covered in crystalline yellow armor, and their enormous mandibles gleamed with a chilling light under the sun. Even the mandibles of a standard-level giant mandibled soldier ant could exert a biting force of 500 pounds, while the elite level ones had double that power. The other classes faced standard-level ants, but only the S-class was confronted with an elite level 1. Jiang Chen carefully examined the beast inside the cage as system data appeared before him. Beast name: Giant Mandibled Soldier Ant. Type: Rock Fighting. Level: 11. Grade: Elite. Weaknesses: Psychic, Ghost. Traits: Loves gnawing on wood, destructive to the environment. Destroying the environment? That doesn't align with our core values, Jiang Chen thought with a smirk, recalling the time he and Xiao He had nearly been devoured by a swarm of ants. Lu Hong flashed his signature smile. Your task now is to subdue this giant mandibled soldier ant. Fighting and killing? How uncivilized, Li Xiaofu muttered under his breath. Taishan, let's step back. However, his Taishan bear misunderstood and instead took a big step forward. You idiot. Li Xiaofu stomped his foot anxiously. I told you to step back, and you charge forward? Are you trying to make sure Lu Yanwang notices you? Well. Lu Hong, nicknamed Lu Yanwang, seized the opportunity. Li Xiaofu, you're so eager. Why don't you go first? Li Xiaofu looked like he was about to cry. Instructor, this is all a misunderstanding. Left with no choice, he turned to his Taishan bear. You got yourself into this mess, so you fix it. The Taishan bear let out a low, disgruntled growl and reluctantly lumbered into the cage. As the doors swung open, the giant mandibled soldier ant immediately went on high alert, hissing in a threatening manner. Unexpectedly, the Taishan bear seemed quite fascinated by the enormous ant. It curiously approached and even tapped the ant's massive mandibles with its paw, as if testing their hardness. This action enraged the giant mandibled soldier ant. It roared and swung its iron claws, lunging at the Taishan bear. Use body slam. Li Xiaofu quickly shouted, but the Taishan bear, terrified, simply squatted on the ground, whimpering. This big ant is so scary. The ant's iron claw struck the Taishan bear's arm with a deafening crack, a blow like that could shatter gold and stone. Yet the Taishan bear appeared unfazed. In fact, it seemed to enjoy the impact, as though it were receiving a deep tissue massage. The giant mandible army ant, seeing its attacks fail to break through, furiously opened its mandibles and launched 3 ferocious bites at Chun's arm. However, the past 2 weeks of special training and Jiang Chen's ointment had significantly enhanced Chun's defense and awakened its latent potential. The bites left only 3 faint white marks on its arm. Frustrated, the giant mandible army ant sulked back into a corner. But Chun, seemingly oblivious to danger, eagerly approached, reaching out as if to touch the ant's massive jaws. Lu Hong looked utterly exasperated and quickly signaled, Li Xiaofu, get that fool back here. Li Xiaofu let out an awkward laugh, hurried over, grabbed Chun by the ear, and dragged it back, scolding, get back here. Stop embarrassing me. Despite the harsh words, there was a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Chun's defense was indeed impressive. Lu Hong assessed the situation and said, this giant mandible army ant is roughly level 11. It's too weak to serve as effective training for the flower fairy beast. Jiang Chen, let your nether saber-toothed cat take a turn. Yes, instructor. Jiang Chen responded promptly, gently stroking Xiao Hei's head. This is your first battle after special training. Go and take it down. With a roar full of fighting spirit, Xiao Hei leapt gracefully into the cage. Sensing a formidable threat, the giant mandible army ant immediately became alert, flipping itself upright. Although it was an elite level 11 beast and had a level advantage, it instinctively felt fear in the face of Xiao Hei. The ant shrank into a corner, keeping its mandibles poised outward. Xiao Hei's fur bristled as it approached step by step. Just then, Jiang Chen noticed something amiss. Xiao Hei, watch out, he shouted. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the curled-up giant mandible army ant suddenly sprang into action, its sharp mandibles aiming straight for Xiao Hei's throat. Thanks to its master's warning, Xiao Hei narrowly dodged the lethal strike. Seizing the opening as the ant exposed a weak point, Xiao Hei leapt onto its back with lightning speed and unleashed the nether ghost claw. Dense black mist enveloped the ant as a piercing sound of slicing filled the air. Green blood splattered everywhere. When the mist cleared, the heavily wounded giant mandible army ant collapsed to the ground. Lu Hong clapped in approval. Your combat skills are sharp. But remember, never underestimate your opponent. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. The ant's sudden deadly assault had been dangerously close. Xiao Hei's combat instincts still needed honing, though it was understandable given its limited real-world experience. Meow, meow, meow. Xiao Hei affectionately rubbed its little head against Jiang Chen's leg, its eyes full of endearing flattery. All right. Jiang Chen laughed as he patted Xiao Hei's head. I'll make you squirrel-shaped mandarin fish tonight. Lu Hong scanned the group of trainees before him, nodding in satisfaction. It seems the results of your 2 weeks of intensive training are showing. Keep it upon week from now. We'll be heading to the Beast Forest for field training. The Beast Forest? Wang Xizong's eyes widened. Are you sure you don't mean the forest behind the city? Beast tamers usually practice the reach safer, with only low-level beasts. Lu Hong sighed and explained, true, but we'll only operate on the outskirts of the beast forest, and a group of hunters will accompany us for protection. But why not just go to the forest behind the city? Wang Xikong still looked puzzled. Tang Shishir quickly interjected, because the forest behind the city is more dangerous than the beast forest right now. Remember the news from 2 weeks ago? A swarm of giant mandible army ants appeared there, and the military is still dealing with them. 2 weeks and they still haven't resolved it? Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Tang Shishir shook her head. There are too many of them, and the queen ant is still missing. The military can only contain the swarm. They can't completely eradicate it. Jiang Chen suddenly realized why Lu Hong had made them spar against giant mandible army ants earlier. It had all been preparation for this. Lu Hong glanced at Tang Shishir with subtle curiosity. How did this girl know so much? The situation in the forest behind the city was supposed to be classified. Clearly, her background was anything but ordinary. What are you all standing around for? Lu Hong suddenly barked. The group looked at him blankly. Weren't you giving us instructions just now? Go train now. Lu Hong roared with wide eyes. You know you're headed to the beast forest, and you're not working on your skills? Do you want to end up as beast droppings? The 9 teenagers scattered like startled birds. Lu Hong's infamous temper wasn't exaggerated. Watching them flee in panic, Lu Hong smirked. Ah, the energy of youth. Still so green, one shout, and they're scared stiff. Back home, Jiang Chen resumed training Xiao He. In the courtyard, Xiao He darted like a shadow between wooden dummies stacked on bricks, its sharp claws making faint scraping sounds against the stone. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance, dressed in pajamas and wearing slippers. The landlady, pipe in mouth, leisurely blew out a smoke ring. Heh, that's not how you train a ghost-type beast. Jiang Chen froze, surprised that the landlady could instantly identify Xiao He's type. Her casual demeanor hinted at something unusual. Aunt May, how should I train Xiao He then? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. The landlady replied nonchalantly, ghost types are the most terrifying because they excel at killing. This little cat of yours needs to grow through combat and slaughter. Haven't you noticed that it only awakens its bloodline potential during battles? Jiang Chen's heart trembled. She was right. Xiao He only unleashed its ferocity when fighting beasts, and even its netherworld ghost claw skill was learned in combat. This landlady was no ordinary person. When he tried to ask more, the landlady had already turned and gone back inside. Jiang Chen marveled inwardly. This seemingly unremarkable housewife was clearly a hidden expert, had to stay on her good side. Determined, he perched with Xiao He in the tree outside her house, binoculars in hand, to observe her secretly. However, when he saw the landlady begin to take off her black clothing, he immediately looked away. This was definitely going to give him an eye infection. Jiang Chen crouched in the corner, covering one eye, gently stroking Xiao He's head. He was troubled by a dilemma. If he couldn't prove she was a master, she wouldn't admit it, nor would she teach him. Xiao He, didn't she say that only in battle can one awaken their bloodline potential? Why don't you try catching some mice? Jiang Chen suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiao He immediately flopped onto the ground, pretending to be dead, looking utterly disheartened. I am the mighty and majestic nether saber-toothed cat. Catch mice? Huh. Unless dinner is squirrel mandarin fish, you can forget about it. The next morning, a series of urgent knocks on the door woke Jiang Chen. Outside stood a lively little girl. Xiao Wei. What are you doing here? Jiang Chen asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. I'm here to interview you, Xiao Wei said, blinking her big eyes. Interview me? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Could it be that the paparazzi discovered my dashing good looks? In your dreams. Xiao Wei huffed, placing her hands on her hips and puffing her cheeks. I'm here to ask how it feels to owe half a month's rent. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I was just about to go earn money to pay the rent, but I've got a little problem. If you can help me solve it, I can go earn money in peace. What problem? Xiao Wei asked suspiciously. There's no one to look after Xiaogua. That's easy. The great me, will watch over her. You go earn the money to pay your rent. The little girl patted her chest confidently. Great, they'll leave it to you. Jiang Chen dashed away in a flash. It took Xiao Wei a moment to realize what had happened. Wait a second. I came here to collect rent, so how did I end up babysitting? Jiang Chen, you big jerk. Jiang Chen had already disappeared around the corner of the street, ignoring the angry shouts behind him. This time, he wasn't lying to Xiao Wei. He was headed to take the Beast Nurturer certification exam. It was the most challenging qualification in the entire Beast Alliance. Out of 10,000 test takers each year, it was considered impressive if even one passed, and this was just the entry-level 1-star certification. Beast Nurturers were ranked from lowest to highest as 1-star Nurturers, 2-star Beast Experts, and 3-star Beast Masters. Even the most skilled Beast Master in Chang'an City was only at the 3-star level. What troubled Jiang Chen the most, however, was was the 3,000 Alliance coins registration fee. To make that money worthwhile, he had to pass in one attempt. When he arrived at the Chang'an Beast Nurturer Association building, the bustling crowd took him by surprise. This lucrative profession attracted interest from everyone. Even the vegetable-selling aunties on the street wanted a piece of the pie. After much difficulty squeezing into the building, he managed to catch the start of the third round of exams. An elderly examiner with white hair and reading glasses announced in an authoritative tone, "The task for this one-star nurturer exam is to prepare Qingying powder within 1 hour. This is an essential potion for the evolution of wood element beasts. The materials on the table are available for you to use freely." The assessment begins. With the command, the entire examination hall buzzed with activity. Candidates buried their heads in concocting formulas. Although most were merely fumbling around, at least they appeared to be working diligently. Jiang Chen, however, sat still, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Qingying powder? A mandatory potion for the evolution of wood-type beasts? The topic was far too broad. His right eye had the ability to customize evolution paths for each beast, and because of this, he knew better than anyone else. The physical structures and bloodline potential of different wood-type beasts varied greatly. Even among the same species, their attributes and characteristics could differ drastically. 3,000 Alliance coins? 3,000 Alliance coins. Jiang Chen muttered repeatedly under his breath, regret gnawing at him like a sharp blade. The thought of losing this money made him restless. Suddenly, a piercing wail shattered the tense silence of the examination hall, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Moments later, a panicked shout rang out. Something's gone wrong in the 2-star breeder test. The experimental subject is in critical condition. This cry was like a pardon for the candidates, who immediately abandoned their tools and rushed toward the 2-star examination zone. After all, they couldn't figure out the Qingying powder anyway, might as well go watch the commotion. Jiang Chen joined the crowd, squeezing into the examination area. In the center of the hall, within an iron cage, a gray, iron-tailed monkey lay writhing in agony. Its body was already beginning to fester, its flesh mangled and bloody, while its heart-wrenching screams filled the air. A system notification appeared before Jiang Chen, displaying the detailed information. Beast name: iron-tailed monkey. Type: rock fighting. Level: 12. Quality: elite. Weaknesses: psychic, ghost. Status: evolution failed, near death. The proctor shook his head, his tone heavy with regret. Take it away and euthanize it. As an experimental subject, it has endured enough suffering. It deserves peace. The crowd sighed collectively. If even the professor had declared it beyond saving, there truly was no hope for the iron-tailed monkey. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly stepped forward with firm determination and shouted, "Stop! It can still be saved." "Okay." The loud exclamation thundered through the laboratory, instantly drawing everyone's attention to Jiang Chen. Unfazed by the stares, he strode quickly to the experiment table and leaned over to examine the struggling iron-tailed monkey in pain. "Who are you to spout nonsense in the Breeding Experts Association?" An irate examiner demanded, pointing angrily at Jiang Chen. Ignoring the question, Jiang Chen focused intently on the iron-tailed monkey and said in a low voice, "The situation is dire. A surge of intense cold poison energy is freezing its internal organs." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he barked. "The iron-tailed monkey is a rock-type creature with an inherently yang-based constitution. Who was foolish enough to give it frost grass? This is practically murder." At his words, a researcher turned red with embarrassment and angrily retorted, "What do you know as a mere examinee? Who are you to meddle here?" It turned out that he had fed the iron-tailed monkey the highly potent frost grass in an attempt to evolve it to exceptional quality, which had led to the current life-threatening crisis. "I may just be an examinee, but at least I know how to save it," Jiang Chen sneered. "You, on the other hand, as a researcher, are stupid enough to use frost grass to evolve a rock-type creature." Rendered speechless, the researcher's face darkened before he shouted, "Guards, get this brat out of here." "Hold on." A senior professor nearby suddenly intervened. "Young man, are you saying you can save this iron-tailed monkey?" As the head of the laboratory, he was well aware that the monkey had endured extensive suffering, with the frost grass being the final blow. Jiang Chen nodded firmly. "Its body has accumulated a significant amount of residual medication. Although it's a tough case, I have a 70 chance of saving it." A wave of astonishment rippled through the room, followed by a chorus of skepticism. "Nonsense. Even the professor said it was hopeless. How can he save it? What a show-off." "Silence." The professor's stern voice cut through the commotion, silencing the crowd instantly. He turned to Jiang Chen. "Go ahead and try. Saving its life would be a great deed." With permission granted, Jiang Chen sprang into action. His first priority was to neutralize the frost grass's cold properties and alleviate the monkey's pain. Skillfully, he measured out ingredients like sunflower, blazing fruit, and firefield root. blending them in precise proportions before adding them to boiling water. The resulting concoction turned a vivid crimson, resembling a blazing flame. Carefully lifting the writhing iron-tailed monkey, Jiang Chen coaxed it gently. "Come on, drink this fire-yang decoction, it will ease your pain." The monkey hesitated for a moment, but eventually drank it. Almost immediately, a wave of warmth coursed through its body, and the frozen blood began to flow normally again. The iron-tailed monkey gazed at Jiang Chen with gratitude, visibly relieved. Jiang Chen stroked its head gently. "Next, it'll help you expel the chaotic energy inside you. It might hurt, but hang in there." The monkey clenched its teeth and nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, the researcher watched from the sidelines with a scornful smirk. "What a farce. Let's see how you mess this up." But Jiang Chen remained focused, already preparing the second batch of medicine with unwavering determination. First, Jiang Chen placed the leg meat of the ironclad rhino into boiling water. As the meat cooked, he added green onions, ginger, garlic, and star anise. The rich aroma of the meat quickly filled the entire hall. The old professor, noticing this, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, "This guy isn't making medicine, he's clearly cooking. Could he actually be a chef?" The researchers nearby burst into laughter, jokingly saying, "Chef, make sure not to overcook the meat." Meanwhile, the observing candidates, whose stomachs were already growling, wondered if they might manage to get a taste of the soup. Jiang Chen didn't bother to explain. He was indifferent to their comments. The leg meat of the ironclad rhino was rich in iron, which would seep into the soup as it boiled. By adding sulfur ginger slices, crystal onions, and thunderfire star anise, he could brew a nourishing soup to strengthen the body and bones. The toxins from all the mutated plants would also be absorbed by the meat during the process. After 10 minutes, the soup was finally ready. Jiang Chen handed the bowl to the iron-tailed monkey, who was already drooling. "Here, drink the soup first to gather the primal energy in your bloodline." The monkey gulped it down in one go, letting out a satisfied sound. It licked its lips, its eager eyes fixed on Jiang Chen as if to say, "Can I have another bowl?" Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly and handed the piece of ironclad rhino meat to the iron-tailed monkey. The onlookers suddenly understood and began to exclaim, "Look at Jiang Chen. He knows the monkey is on the verge of collapse, so he's giving it a good meal." However, the old professor furrowed his brows and asked, "Young man, are you confident about this?" He knew that once the meat was consumed, the iron-tailed monkey would face a critical moment of life or death. Jiang Chen replied in a steady tone, "The energy inside the iron-tailed monkey is overwhelming. My only choice is to push it to evolve. However, given the complexity of the energy attributes, there's a high chance the monkey will undergo a mutation during its evolution." The old professor was taken aback. This young man was capable of such a feat, truly impressive. Now, everything would depend on the iron-tailed monkey's willpower. The iron-tailed monkey took a deep breath and swallowed the meat. Instantly, a surge of pure energy swept through its body, clashing with the remnants of various energies within. The monkey grimaced and let out low growls of pain. Suddenly, a violent burst of chaotic energy erupted from its body, spreading out in all directions. Boom! The ground shattered, and the nearby crowd was flung backward. One researcher even lost a tooth. Boom! 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 Multicolored energy smoke enveloped the monkey, accompanied by its ferocious roars from within. Jiang Chen frowned deeply, staring at the energy cloud, silently thinking, now, it's all up to fate. Suddenly, the raging wind ceased, and the smoke dispersed, revealing a massive white figure. Standing 3 meters tall, its body appeared as if forged from steel and bronze. Its bulging muscles resembled granite, exuding explosive power. It let out a deafening roar toward the sky, its blood-red eyes radiating ferocity, and its 4 sharp fangs gleaming coldly. A wave of oppressive energy swept over the crowd, leaving everyone gasping in fear and awe. A data frame instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Beast name: Rampaging Titan Beast. Type: Mutated Rock Type, Mutated Fighting Type. Beast level: Level 14. Beast quality: Exceptional. Beast weakness: Mutated Psychic Type. Beast status: Agitated, containing attribute impurities. The evolution was a success, and it was a dual attribute mutation. Suddenly, the researcher's face turned extremely grim as he asked in shock, What kind of beast is this?" "This is a furious Kong, a mutated rock type," Jiang Chen replied calmly, his tone brimming with confidence. "Exceptional quality." The researcher seemed thunderstruck, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? Exceptional quality? That's impossible. You're not even a 1-star nurturer. How could you possibly cultivate a beast of exceptional quality?" "Enough," the old professor shouted, his sharp gaze cutting through the room. "Who said he's not even a 1-star nurturer? I hereby represent the Chang'an Nurturing Association to announce that Jiang Chen is directly awarded the title of 2-star nurturer. Gasp. Everyone was stunned. Skipping the 1-star rank entirely and being directly granted a 2-star certification, this was unprecedented. Professor, this can't be allowed. The researcher panicked, his voice trembling. The authority to grant a rank leap can only be used once in a century. How can it be wasted on this young brat? The old professor's face darkened as he retorted, a young brat? Have you ever seen a young brat who can cultivate a beast of exceptional quality? Have you ever seen a young brat who can bring a dying beast back to life? Have you ever seen a young brat who can nurture a mutated attribute beast? The researcher was instantly left speechless, his face turning ashen. Secretly, Jiang Chen added in his mind, have you ever seen such a handsome young brat? The old professor continued sternly, and, due to your reckless handling that almost caused the iron-tail monkey's death, as of now, you are no longer a researcher of this association. You're fired. The researcher was utterly devastated, his lips twitching uncontrollably as he slinked out of the hall in disgrace. The old professor turned back to Jiang Chen with a warm smile and said, Jiang Chen, congratulations on becoming the youngest 2-star nurturer in all of Chang'an City. In an instant, all eyes in the room were on Jiang Chen, filled with envy, admiration, and even jealousy. The youngest 2-star nurturer in Chang'an City, this was an unparalleled honor. It wouldn't be long before Jiang Chen's name resounded throughout the entire city. But what Jiang Chen valued most was the reputation and the influx of clients it would bring. People would be lining up to have their beasts nurtured by him. Just imagine the fortune he could amass. He felt as if his life was about to take off, paving the way to marrying his dream woman and reaching the pinnacle of success. Thank you, Professor. Jiang Chen said sincerely. Honestly, I was just lucky this time, and I owe it to the efforts of the Iron-tail monkey's previous caretakers. He had to attribute it all to luck, as even the most skilled nurturers faced significant risks of failure when assisting beasts in evolution. The higher the quality of evolution, the higher the failure rate. Yet Jiang Chen had succeeded on his first attempt, and with a mutated attribute, no less. To keep himself from appearing too extraordinary, Jiang Chen had no choice but to keep the secret of his right eye hidden. You're too humble. Luck is a part of strength as well. The old professor chuckled, though he too believed luck had played a major role this time. If it were purely based on skill, this young man would be nothing short of terrifying. Come, let's go get your 2-star nurturer certificate. The old professor patted Jiang Chen's shoulder affectionately. He had always had a soft spot for talent. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, the furious Kong suddenly raised its massive arm and crushed the iron cage with one powerful twist. Boom! The entire hall shook violently. The rampaging King Kong stomped its massive feet, heading straight for Jiang Chen. The crowd instinctively stepped back a few paces, their legs trembling, and their eyes filled with terror. It seemed they could already envision the scene of this colossal beast crushing Jiang Chen. But to everyone's astonishment, the massive ape-like beast halted in front of Jiang Chen, bowed its head, and respectfully lowered its body in a gesture of submission. Jiang Chen immediately understood. As a primate-type beast, the rampaging King Kong was far more intelligent than ordinary beasts, capable of nearly seamless communication with humans. He reached out and stroked its arm, which was as tough as metal, and said softly, no need to be so formal. Just live well. The rampaging King Kong nodded in response, let out a few low growls, and gestured wildly with its arms. Finally, like a child, it tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. You mean you want to come with me? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. The rampaging King Kong nodded vigorously, revealing a mouthful of gleaming golden teeth. This laboratory, filled with painful memories, was a place it longed to leave. More importantly, Jiang Chen had not only saved its life, but also helped it evolve. Jiang Chen was tempted. Who wouldn't want an extraordinary mutated beast like this? But he knew full well that the rampaging King Kong was the property of the Breeder Association, and he had no right to take it. There was no way the association would easily part with such a precious creature. Just then, a deep voice came through the lab's monitor. Let him take the rampaging King Kong. The old professor's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise before he smiled and said, since someone with authority has spoken, you may take it with you. Jiang Chen was stunned. He couldn't tell if the voice belonged to the association president or another high-ranking figure, but their generosity was undeniable. He realized this was a favor, one he would owe and have to repay in the future. Thank you to the association. Thank you, Professor. Jiang Chen said with a smile. If there's ever anything I can do, I won't hesitate to help. Good, let's stay in touch. The old professor replied with a warm smile. Jiang Chen glanced at the monitor and added, there's one more thing I'd like to ask. Could the rampaging King Kong stay here for the time being? We'll come back to pick it up in a week. It was a necessary compromise. His current soul strength wasn't sufficient to form a contract with the beast, and he was heading to the beast forest for training the next day, leaving him unable to care for such a massive creature right now. After receiving the professor's approval, Jiang Chen reassured the rampaging King Kong, promising to return for it in a week. The beast obediently nodded in agreement. With the two-star breeder certificate in hand, Jiang Chen returned home. As soon as he opened the door, Xiao Wei dashed out, her eyes locked on his pocket. Did you make any money? Hurry up and pay me the rent. Jiang Chen waved the shiny certificate in front of her. See this? It's a two-star breeder certificate. With this, do you really think I won't have the money to pay your rent? The little girl glared at the certificate, scrutinized it for a moment, and let out a sigh. Sigh, Jiang Chen, have you really stooped to the level of getting a fake certificate? Jiang Chen suddenly felt like his whole world was falling apart. How on earth could it be a fake certificate? This was a genuine two-star breeder certificate. However, Xiao Wei didn't bother to argue. She simply patted her hands, turned around, and left, muttering, "I'll go talk to Mom and see if I can get you a few more days. Save some money and get your brain checked." With a dark expression, Jiang Chen stepped into the house, only to see Jiang Shaogua busy in the kitchen, bustling around energetically. Well, this was new. The little girl actually knew how to cook now. Brother, you're back? Dinner will be ready soon. Jiang Shaogua, wearing a small apron and with her face smudged with soot, said proudly. Shaogua boiled some eggs. Let's eat together later. Jiang Chen felt a little touched. Shaogua was growing up. She even knew how to cook for her brother now. Wait a second. Jiang Chen suddenly realized something and cautiously asked, Shaogua, what eggs did you boil? Shaogua puffed up her cheeks and replied indignantly, the one that wouldn't hatch. That little beast egg. What? Jiang Chen froze in place. Shaogua had boiled the beast egg. He bolted into the kitchen, ready to turn off the stove, but before he could reach it, he heard a cracking sound. The beast egg in the pot had split open. Crack crack. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the entire surface of the egg. Shaogua ran into the kitchen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How is it? Is it ready to eat? Crack. The egg completely shattered, and out popped a chubby little creature. Its body was like a plump balloon, with a round belly, glossy black eyes that gleamed mischievously, and a wide grin revealing two oversized front teeth. Jiang Chen was taken aback. What the heck? This was a fat, white rat. Beast name, fire-tailed chinchilla. Beast type, fire psychic. Beast level, level 4. Beast quality, elite. Beast weakness, ghost. Beast preferences, loves sleeping, chewing on things, and being petted. Beast personality, adorably silly, mischievous, and loves pranks. No way, it actually hatched into a beast. A fire-tailed chinchilla. Jiang Chen was stunned. Fire-tailed? He glanced behind the little creature and, sure enough, its tiny tail had a small flame flickering at the tip. Shaogua squealed in delight. This big mouse is so cute. Brother, is this Mickey Mouse? Jiang Chen smirked. No, it's a chinchilla, a fire-tailed chinchilla. It just happens to look like a mouse. Can I keep it? Xiaoguo's eyes sparkled as she hugged the fire-tailed chinchilla tightly. Its soft, fluffy body was incredibly comforting to hold. Sure, I guess, Jiang Chen said. This fire-tailed chinchilla was born with elite quality, indicating strong bloodline potential. Even though Shaogua hadn't awakened her abilities yet, it could still be a great pet. Overjoyed, Shaogua gently rubbed the chinchilla's belly and said, Your belly is so soft. And since you hatched from an egg, I'm going to call you little soft egg from now on, okay? Jiang Chen winced slightly, thinking maybe they could drop the egg part. But the fire-tailed chinchilla gave a devilish grin, flashing its big teeth, as if it really liked the name. Jiang Chen covered his face, sighing internally. Fine, as long as you're happy. Meanwhile, Shaogua and the fire-tailed chinchilla were already playing together, having the time of their lives. Little softy, come here. I'm going to sleep. Let me use your belly as a pillow. Little softy, come here. I'm hungry. Hurry up and use your tail to toast some bread. Jiang Chen was utterly speechless. This little girl was actually using a fire-tailed lynx to toast bread? Did she think it was a toaster? And what about its dignity as a mythical beast? Apparently, it didn't care about dignity at all. It not only used its tail flame to toast the bread, but also ate some itself, looking very pleased. All in all, Jiang Chen was still satisfied. After all, he was heading to the beast forest for training tomorrow, and with the fire-tailed lynx, Shaogua wouldn't be bored. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen grabbed Jiang Shaogua, who was hugging the fire-tailed lynx, and knocked on the landlady's door. Xiao Wei, with sleepy eyes, opened the door. This early? Here to mooch breakfast? She asked. Jiang Chen was about to reply when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow darting across the room. His heart skipped a beat. The shadow moved incredibly fast, disappearing in an instant. It seemed to be some kind of powerful beast. Clearly, the landlady wasn't as simple as she seemed. Xiao Wei, is your mom home? Jiang Chen asked with a casual smile, pretending not to notice anything. She's not. Haha. Xiao Wei laughed. Come back later. Jiang Chen grinned even wider. I specifically came while she's out shopping. If she were home, this wouldn't work. Xiao Wei was instantly dumbfounded. Jiang Chen pushed Jiang Shaogua into her arms. She'll stay here for a week, and he'll pick her up later. With that, Jiang Chen bolted out the door with Xiao He. Xiao Wei was about to chase after him when Jiang Shaogua immediately grabbed her arm with one hand and held her forehead with the other. Oh no, I feel so dizzy. Xiao Wei's face turned dark. That acting was truly something else. Jiang Chen arrived at the school gates, where about 300 beast tamers had almost all gathered. The 9 members of Class S boarded a long armored vehicle under the leadership of Murong Tian and Lu Hong, while their beasts lined up to enter a large cargo truck. Half an hour later, a convoy of over a dozen armored vehicles set off under military escort, heading out of the city. Inside the vehicle, Lu Hong addressed Jiang Chen and the other 7 students. If all goes as planned, this training will last a week. The military will guard the perimeter, while the Hunters Guild patrols and protects the interior. There are generally no beasts above the elite level on the forest's outskirts, but if you encounter danger, immediately fire the signal flare. The Hunters Guild will respond right away to rescue you. Lu Hong scanned the group. Any questions? Jiang Chen raised his hand. Instructor, I'd like to know which Hunters Guild is protecting us? Lu Hong replied. It's the largest guild in North City, the Sky Shroud Hunters Guild. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi and his group sneered, casting mocking glances at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen scowled. Of course, they couldn't leave him alone. Wang Xikong immediately shot a warning glare at Lu Yi and his group and whispered to Jiang Chen, Don't worry, Brother Chen. We've got your back. They want dare cause trouble. Li Xiaofu and Teng Shishir also chimed in. Let them try if they dare. Honestly, Jiang Chen wasn't scared. He was just annoyed. Lin Haoyan, after all, was a guy. Yet he was so petty. He kept pestering Jiang Chen over trivial matters, like an annoying fly. Just then, Li Xiaofu pointed out the window. Look, we've arrived at the beast forest. Jiang Chen looked up. The convoy was passing through the city gate checkpoint. Massive, sturdy fortifications loomed overhead, equipped with rows of heavy artillery, while soldiers armed with steel rifles stood at attention. Ahead lay the towering, dense beast forest, where wild roars echoed continuously. The beast forest was finally in sight. Armored vehicles formed a tight shaped defensive formation along the forest's perimeter. Fully armed soldiers gripped their rifles tightly, their eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. In stark contrast to the soldiers' tense demeanor, the beast tamers disembarked from the vehicles, chatting and laughing as though they were merely on a casual outing. Lu Hong frowned, about to speak, when Murong Tian, dressed in a black trench coat, smiled and said, Don't worry. The beast forest will make them grow up. Lu Hong nodded silently, then raised his voice to announce that everyone should collect their beasts and gather in the safe zone. Half an hour later, 300 beast tamers stood in neat rows by class. With his hands behind his back, Lu Hong explained the week-long training schedule in detail, including the safety shelters set up in the forest for overnight rest. He pointed to the right and said, In addition to the military's perimeter defense, the covering sky hunters will also be responsible for your safety. Jiang Chen followed his gesture and saw 30 individuals clad in matching camouflage combat uniforms, each bearing the covering sky insignia on their chests. Standing in formation behind them were a line of wind mantis beasts. These individuals were eyeing the beast tamers like predators sizing up their prey. Lin Haoyan, noticing this, smirked to himself. This was his personal force, and this time, Jiang Chen wouldn't escape alive. As Lu Hong announced the start of the training, the 300 beast tamers poured eagerly into the forest. Some were discussing hunting beasts, others were excited about tasting wild fruits, and a few were planning picnics. Watching this scene, Lu Hong shook his head and sighed. He didn't tell them that this training session came with a casualty quota. S-class students quickly regrouped in the forest. Jiang Chen, Teng Shishir, Li Xiaofu, and Wang Xikong naturally formed a small team. Jiang Chen immediately began organizing their defensive formation. Xiao He, with its speed and attack power, was assigned as the vanguard. Dabai and Hua took positions on the flanks for long-range surveillance, while Blizzard Lion and Flower Fairy Beast were stationed strategically. Chun, with its strong defensive capabilities, was placed at the rear to guard against sneak attacks. However, the simple-minded Chun misunderstood the instructions and cheerfully walked to the very front, standing beside Xiao He. Li Xiaofu helplessly reminded him, Big guy, you're supposed to be at the back, not the front. Chun paused, counting on his fingers in serious contemplation, before finally realizing his mistake and moving to the correct position. At that moment, Lu Yi and his group approached. Smiling as he tentatively spoke, Jiang Chen, could we perhaps discuss something with you? The few of us were wondering if... No. Before Lu Yi could finish, Jiang Chen cut him off decisively. Lu Yi's face instantly darkened. Bro, I haven't even said what it's about yet. Although Lu Yi hadn't finished speaking, Jiang Chen already understood his intention. If the 5 of you join us, there will be too many people, and it won't achieve the purpose of training. After hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Lu Ye's expression softened. All right, no problem. We'll take our leave then. Just at that moment, Dabai sniffed the air and suddenly caught a sharp, peculiar scent. He immediately let out a loud sneeze. Achoo! With the sneeze, a glob of snot landed right on Lu Ye's face. The scene froze in an instant, and the air was filled with an awkward silence. Wang Xikong quickly apologized. Oh no, I'm so sorry. My Dabai has sinus issues. Whenever he smells something strong, he sneezes. Hearing this, Lu Ye's mouth twitched violently, and veins bulged on his forehead. All right, don't get mad. Let me wipe it off for you. Wang Xikong chuckled awkwardly as he pulled out a tissue and prepared to clean Lu Ye's face. But just as he was about to reach him, another glob of snot landed squarely on Lu Ye's face. His expression grew even darker. Everyone's eyes turned toward Dabai. Dabai froze for a moment, quickly sucked back the dangling snot, and then pretended as if nothing had happened, casually whistling. Keep pretending. Go ahead, keep pretending. Lu Yi was on the verge of exploding with rage. Just as he was about to lash out, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted, Lu Yi, look at what you've done. Did you think we wouldn't notice? Everyone was stunned again, turning their eyes to Jiang Chen, confused by his words. Lu Yi frowned, still with snot on his face, and asked, Jiang Chen, what do you mean by that? Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh and explained, the blizzard lion has an extremely sharp sense of smell. Do you think something like beast lure powder could escape its nose? Tang Shishir caught on and sniffed her own sleeve. Sure enough, there was the faint scent of beast lure powder. Unbelievable. So your real intention wasn't to join us, but to secretly sprinkle beast lure powder on us. I was wondering why the 5 of you were standing so evenly around us. Luckily, Dabei's nose caught your dirty trick. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi and his group panicked. They hadn't expected to be exposed despite being so cautious and all because of Dabei's sinus problem. It was truly exasperating. Realizing its great contribution, Dabai proudly let the snot dangle out again and showed it off to everyone. Look, I uncovered their scheme. Praise me, everyone. As members of the beast taming class, everyone knew the function of beast lure powder. It attracted monsters. Even the slightest trace on their bodies would cause a monstrous horde to swarm them the moment they entered the beast forest. Enough talking. Let's teach them a lesson. Wang Xikong shouted, and the group immediately pounced on Lu Yi, landing punches and kicks. The other 4 members of Lu Ye's group tried to jump in to help, but Da Chun, with its massive weight of several hundred pounds, casually flopped over, pinning them to the ground. Thud. The 4 of them felt an overwhelming pressure as if they were about to cough up blood. At this moment, Lu Ye's group, having left their beasts waiting at a distance to avoid interference, had no backup. From afar, the sound of rhythmic wailing could be heard. Lu Ye's beasts listened and seemed to interpret it as their masters having an enthusiastic chat with new friends. They couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. Looks like their masters were having a great time. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and the others finally felt relieved. They swaggered away from their previous spot and headed deeper into the demonic beast forest. What surprised Jiang Chen was that Tang Shishir, a seemingly delicate girl, was shockingly fierce when fighting. Her attacks were ruthless and precise, as if she had undergone specialized training. Meanwhile, back at the scene, Lu Yi and his gang were left with swollen faces, looking like they had been beaten into pulp. Clutching his groin, Lu Yi glared in the direction where Jiang Chen and his group had disappeared, and angrily shouted, Jiang Chen, don't think this is over. Arg, it hurts so much. Damn it, I don't even know if it still works. By this time, Jiang Chen and his 3 companions had ventured deep into the forest. They moved cautiously, following the formation Jiang Chen had arranged, maintaining perfect coordination. Even the members of the Shadow Hunters team, who were secretly protecting them from the shadows, nodded silently in approval. They thought to themselves that these kids were quite different from the typical spoiled young masters and ladies. They actually had the demeanor of beast tamers. However, the hunter knew he had to follow the captain's orders. Without hesitation, his wind mantis darted forward, heading toward Ice Rock Mountain. Jiang Chen and his group continued their exploration. Hidden among the dense forest were numerous demonic beasts. However, these beasts were relatively weak and, upon catching the scent of Xiao He and the other 4 contracted beasts, they chose to hide rather than confront them. Unlike humans, demonic beasts instinctively understood the law of survival of the fittest. Suddenly, the faint sound of growls came from the forest ahead. Jiang Chen immediately signaled for everyone to stop, and the group stood ready for action. He gave Xiao He a look, and the beast swiftly moved forward. Jiang Chen carefully approached, parting the branches to reveal a group of black demonic beasts. Each had a massive, 3-meter-long body, thick limbs covered in rough skin, and 2 huge, menacing tusks protruding from their mouths. Beast name, Tusked Howling Boar. Beast type, Combat. Beast level, level 6 to 9. Beast quality, common. Beast weaknesses, ghost type, lightning type. Beast preferences, sleeping, rubbing against trees. Beast temperament, aggressive, frenzied, relentless. Jiang Chen's heart sank. It was the notoriously troublesome tusked howling boar, and there were more than a dozen of them. These beasts were notoriously wild and relentless. Once provoked, they would fight to the death. Jiang Chen slowly retreated and directed the group to change course, opting for a different path. According to the map, Ice Rock Mountain lay ahead. Jiang Chen had chosen this destination because Dabai was on the verge of breaking through to level 10 and required some ice elemental herbs for assistance. Wang Xikong understood Jiang Chen's intent and gave him a grateful glance. Thanks for the trouble, Brother Chen. Jiang Chen waved it off with a smile. No need for formalities between us. As they spoke, the four of them entered the territory of Ice Rock Mountain. The surroundings turned pure white, and the temperature dropped sharply. Small, white-furred demonic beasts scurried about. Jiang Chen advised, stick close to your contracted beasts. They'll keep you warm. The body temperature of demonic beasts was much higher than that of humans, except for those of frost-related types. Wang Xikong helplessly glanced at his own Dabai, then snuggled into the warm embrace of a Chun instead. There's no other way. If Wang Xikong had to carry Dabai, he'd probably turn into an ice pop. Dabai pouted sadly, pawing at the ground, as if to say, it's not my fault. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen scooped up Xiaohei into his arms, stroking the cat as he walked. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt his steps growing heavier. Something seemed to be wrapping tightly around him, getting heavier and tighter by the second, as if he was trapped in an invisible net. This isn't good. Something's wrong. Xiaohei immediately leaped forward, its sharp claws slashing through the air. With a ripping sound, something was forcibly torn apart. Jiang Chen instantly felt much lighter. At that moment, a swarm of large white spiders appeared from all directions, surrounding Jiang Chen and his companions. Beast name, Frost Spider. Type, Frost Element Beast. Level, between level 5 to 8. Quality, common. Weaknesses, Ghost Element, Fire Element. Habits, spinning webs to create transparent ice traps for catching prey, then slowly tormenting them. Personality, cruel, bloodthirsty. Jiang Chen's heart sank. No wonder he felt restrained. It was the frost spider's ice webs. Everyone, be careful. Jiang Chen warned immediately. The frost spider's webs are transparent. Before he could finish speaking, the frost spiders opened their jaws and began spitting ice webs at the group. Transparent strands of webbing hurtled toward them from above. Tang Shirshir reacted quickly, shouting, Hua Hua, use your vines to entangle them. The flower fairy beast leaped into the air, its limbs transforming into dozens of vines that wove together into a large canopy above everyone's heads, blocking the incoming webs. However, the frost spiders didn't stop their assault, continuously spitting webs. The vines were about to be overwhelmed. This isn't going to work for long. Brother Chen, what do we do? Li Xiaofu asked with a frown. To the group, Jiang Chen had always been their pillar of support. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, Frost spiders are pack beasts, and everything is being orchestrated by the Frost Spider King. We need to take down the Spider King. Once it's defeated, the rest of the spiders will scatter. Wang Xikong nodded. All right, what's the plan? Just give the word. Jiang Chen responded, Dabai, use Frost Storm to blow away the webs around us. A Chun, use your rolling tank to carve out a path. At Jiang Chen's command, Dabei's body glowed with blue frost. It opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful blizzard. Whoosh! The fierce snowstorm blew away the surrounding webs. A Chun sprang into action, grabbing Li Xiaofu and curling into a giant ball. In the blink of an eye, it doubled in size. Boom! The massive ball spun at high speed, crashing straight ahead and knocking aside 5 or 6 frost spiders, forcefully clearing a path. Xiaohei seized the opportunity, darting forward with Jiang Chen to escape the encirclement. In no time, the spiders regrouped, closing the gap behind them. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen and Li Xiaofu, along with Xiaohei and a Chun, dashed toward the frost spider's nest. They understood that the smartest move wasn't to fight their way through but to eliminate the Frost Spider King as quickly as possible. Only then could they rescue Tang Shirshir and Wang Xikong. As soon as they entered the spider's lair, a violent snowstorm mixed with beastly roars swept out from the depths of the cave. Roar! 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 It's the Frost Spider King! Get out of the way! Jiang Chen bellowed. Xiaohei and Ah Chun immediately darted to the side. A violent snowstorm roared past them, producing a deafening explosion of sound. If they had been caught in it, they would have been frozen solid like ice pops. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, observing that the Frost Spider King seemed reluctant to leave its cave. Do you think hiding in your lair will save you from my grasp? Ah Chun, stomp here with all your strength. Jiang Chen pointed to the top of the cave. Without hesitation, Ah Chun, with its massive body weighing hundreds of pounds, leaped up and slammed down on the cave's roof. Boom! The entire mountaintop trembled violently, and the cave collapsed with a loud crash. Suddenly, as the rubble settled, a furry, grotesque head with blood-red eyes emerged from the debris, glaring viciously at Ah-chun. Ah-chun froze for a moment, then curiously scratched its head. Without a second thought, it clenched its paw and smashed it down on the Frost Spider King's head with a loud whack. The next moment, a large lump swelled on the spider's head. Roar! The Frost Spider King was instantly enraged, baring its massive, razor-sharp fangs and lunging toward Ah-chun with a menacing snap. Ah-chun, get back! Jiang Chen quickly shouted. Ah-chun leapt backward, its round, plump body bouncing back like a rubber ball. Watching this, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. Ah-chun is surprisingly agile for a chubby one, he thought. The Frost Spider King let out a low growl and, with its dark, hulking body, sprang out of the cave. Beast name, Frost Spider King. Type, Ice Element. Level, 12. Grade, Elite. Weaknesses, Ghost Element, Fire Element. Preferences, loves spinning silk to create transparent ice webs, capturing prey to torment them slowly. Temperament, extremely cruel, bloodthirsty, and obsessed with killing. Jiang Chen's heart sank. An elite-grade Frost Spider King, and it's already at level 12? This would make the battle incredibly tough for Xiaohei and Ah-chun. Jiang Chen needed a strategy. Xiaohei, Ah-chun, surround it, Jiang Chen commanded. Xiaohei's figure had already darted behind the Frost Spider King, while the thick-skinned Ah-chun stood firmly in front of it. If it attacks one of you, the other should strike it from behind. Jiang Chen instructed. Both Xiaohei and Ah-chun nodded in unison and advanced toward the Frost Spider King. The Frost Spider King growled deeply, sensing the threat. It had to choose one target to attack. Without hesitation, it lunged toward Ah-chun with a loud whoosh. Opening its massive jaws, it spat out a transparent web. Ah-chun, seeing the Frost Spider King charging at it, panicked and curled into a ball. Snap! The web tightly ensnared Ah-chun, unbreakable and firm. In the next moment, the Frost Spider King began pulling on the web, intending to drag Ah-chun closer and use its sharp mandibles to drain the fat from its body. I'm pulling. Damn it. This fat ball is ridiculously heavy. The Frost Spider King panted, clearly exhausted and frustrated. Meanwhile, Xiaohei seized the opportunity and leapt onto the Frost Spider King's head. Nether Ghost Claw. Screech. A harsh, metallic tearing sound rang out as Xiaohei's attack struck. Amidst dazzling sparks, Xiaohei landed gracefully on the ground. The sharp claws left 6 deep marks on the Frost Spider King's carapace. Against the thick armor of this level 12 elite beast, Xiaohei's attack struggled to break through its defenses. The Frost Spider King let out a piercing screech, its venomous fangs glinting with a cold light as it lunged fiercely at Ah-chun. Ah-chun! Li Xiaofu shouted anxiously. Jiang Chen reacted swiftly, immediately recognizing the opportunity. Xiaohei, attack its abdomen. He knew that the spider's abdomen was its most vulnerable spot, usually well protected. At this moment, the Spider King exposed a weakness in its eagerness to attack. Xiaohei instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist, enveloping the exposed abdomen with precision. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the Frost Spider King slammed into the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Xiaohei quickly darted forward, tearing apart the web that had entangled Ah-chun. Freed at last, Ah-chun seemed completely unfazed by the earlier danger and began playing happily with the transparent spider silk. As the battle came to an end, the swarm of spiders that had been attacking Tang Shishir and Wang Xikong began to scatter. Jiang Chen approached to inspect the situation and noticed a large amount of green liquid flowing from the wound in the Spider King's abdomen. As the liquid drained completely, a fist-sized ice crystal was revealed. Are you guys okay? Jiang Chen asked, holding up the ice crystal as he walked toward Tang Shishir and the others. Thanks to you all for taking down the Spider King in time, Tang Shishir said with a sigh of relief. Wang Xikong nodded in agreement, adding, yeah, if it weren't for Brother Chen and Xiaofu, we would have been in serious trouble. Jiang Chen handed the ice crystal to Wang Xikong. This is the spirit ice crystal of the Spider King. It should help Dabai break through to the elite level. Overjoyed, Wang Xikong eagerly offered to pay for it, but Jiang Chen simply smiled and said, between friends, there's no need to talk about money. As the group prepared to find a safe spot for Dabai to absorb the ice crystal, the flower fairy beast suddenly collapsed to the ground. Hua hua! Tang Shishir cried out in alarm, rushing to cradle it in her arms. Jiang Chen immediately examined the creature and discovered that it was not only exhausted but also poisoned. How could the flower fairy beast be poisoned? Frost spiders aren't venomous, Jiang Chen muttered with a frown. After a moment of thought, he asked, did the flower fairy beast take on most of the spider's attacks earlier? Yes, Wang Xikong explained, nodding. Because their attributes are similar, Dabai's attacks weren't very effective. Hearing this, Jiang Chen sighed softly, as if he had pieced together the reason behind it all. Jiang Chen, what's wrong with the flower fairy beast? Tang Shishi's voice was filled with urgency as she stared intently at the barely breathing flower fairy beast in front of her. This creature, which had accompanied her since childhood and was a gift from her grandfather, had long been like a little sister to her. Sure, don't panic, Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. The flower fairy beast has been poisoned. Poisoned? Tang Shi gasped in shock. But frost spiders aren't venomous. Jiang Chen shook his head and explained. It's not poison from the frost spider. It was poisoned by its own toxins. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, he continued. The flower fairy beast is a unique type of magical creature. The toxins in its body are among the most potent of all plant-based creatures. It relies on these toxins to grow stronger. But these toxins are like a double-edged sword if not carefully managed. They can backfire and harm the beast itself. As he spoke, Jiang Chen took a sulfur pill out of his pocket and carefully fed it to the flower fairy beast. This will only temporarily slow the spread of the toxins. Earlier, it overexerted itself fighting the frost spider, giving the toxins in its body an opportunity to strike. Is there a way to cure it? Tang Shi asked, her brows furrowed in worry. There is, but we need to find a safe shelter first so I can treat it properly. Without hesitation, the group set off, hastily leaving Ice Rock Mountain and heading toward the nearest safe house. Unbeknownst to them, a figure stepped out from behind a rock. It was a hunter assigned to protect Jiang Chen's team. Well, these little brats are tougher than I thought. Surviving even after falling into the frost spider's trap, the man muttered with a frown. We'll see how long their luck lasts. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the safe house. Li Xiaofu stepped forward to push the door, only to find it locked from the inside. Hey, open up. We have an emergency, he called out, knocking anxiously. From inside came an irritated shout. Get lost. The place is full. Please, we really need help. It's urgent. Li Xiaofu pleaded. Damn it, are you deaf? If you don't leave, I'll come out and teach you a lesson. Recognizing the voice as Lin Haoyan's, Jiang Chen waved Li Xiaofu off. Xiaofu, stop knocking. Let's go. Before leaving, Jiang Chen suddenly turned back and locked the door from the outside. Li Xiaofu caught on and added a lock from his backpack for good measure. Wang Xikong watched this and stomped his foot in frustration. Why hadn't he thought to bring a lock himself? The sky was growing dark, and the next safe house was still 10 kilometers away. Jiang Chen scanned the surroundings and pointed to a clearing beneath a large tree. We don't have time to go any further. We'll camp here for the night. I need to treat the flower fairy beast immediately. The group quickly got to work, clearing the area and starting a campfire. Jiang Chen scattered a circle of sulfur powder around the campsite, the pale yellow substance forming a protective barrier on the ground to repel lurking snakes and insects. Then, he quickly disappeared into the forest. Not long after, he returned with a blood-red flower, its petals glistening with dewdrops. He set a small pot over the campfire, poured in fresh water, and began a meticulous alchemy process. 3 emerald green qingxin leaves, 2 pale-rooted warm-fire ginsengs, and 3 translucent jade ju fruits were added to the pot in sequence. Finally, he sprinkled in the blood-red flower, and instantly, the calm potion began to boil furiously, turning the entire concoction into a striking crimson hue. The bubbling continued for half an hour until all the liquid evaporated, leaving behind a layer of blood-red powder at the bottom of the pot. Jiang Chen carefully scraped the powder off with a bamboo stick and rolled it into a small pill. Give this Bodhi heart pill to the flower fairy beast, Jiang Chen instructed. Tang Shi immediately complied, placing the pill into the creature's mouth. It dissolved instantly. Soon, the flower fairy beast's pale complexion began to improve, and its weak breathing stabilized. Jiang Chen, will the flower fairy beast be all right now that it has taken the pill? Tang Shi asked anxiously. Jiang Chen shook his head. This Bodhi heart pill can only temporarily protect its heart and stop the poison from spreading further. To completely cleanse the poison from its system, we need to go to the sulfur hot spring marked on the map and use its detoxifying properties. Tang Shi gritted her teeth. All right, then let's go right away. Shi, don't rush. Li Xiaofu held her back. It's nighttime, and the beast forest is too dangerous. We can't risk traveling now. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Xiaofu is right. Shi, don't worry. The flower fairy beast is stable for now. We'll leave at dawn. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Shi finally nodded and focused on tending to the flower fairy beast. Jiang Chen turned to Li Xiaofu. Xiaofu, you and I will keep watch tonight. Brother Chen, let me and Dabai take the night watch. Wang Xikong volunteered. You've had a long day, and you'll need your strength to treat the flower fairy beast tomorrow. Get some rest. Jiang Chen smiled. I'm fine. You, however, have a more important task. Help Dabai absorb the divine soul ice crystal and break through to the elite level. Wang Xikong glanced at Tang Shishir hesitantly. Under the current circumstances, is it really the right time for Dabai to break through? Quite the opposite, Jiang Chen explained. The beast forest is extremely dangerous at night. The stronger Dabai becomes, the safer will all be. Plus, the situation at the sulfur hot spring tomorrow is uncertain. Strengthening our abilities is the top priority. Realizing the importance, Wang Xikong immediately took Dabai aside to begin the breakthrough process. After swallowing the divine soul ice crystal, Dabai emitted a radiant icy blue light that illuminated a 10-meter radius around them. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen took out a few jade fruits and handed them to Xiaohe and to Chun to slowly absorb their energy. An hour passed, and Dabai was still in the process of breaking through. Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed through the forest, shaking the campfire and causing its flames to flicker wildly. Oh, war! A deafening beastly roar jolted Tang Shishir and Wang Xikong out of their drowsiness. They looked toward the forest in alarm, only to see a massive wolf emerging slowly. Its entire body was a fiery red, its 3-meter-long frame exuding an aura of terror. Its iron-like fangs and copper-like teeth gleamed coldly, and the mane on its back burned with raging flames, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. This was a blazing flame wolf, an 11th level elite-grade fire elemental beast. At the moment, it was in a state of hunger and agitation, particularly sensitive to water and psychic element attacks. To make matters worse, the flower sprite beast was still unconscious, and Dabai had yet to complete its breakthrough. Protect Dabai and Huahua, Jiang Chen ordered, his brows furrowed. Xiaofu, let's go. Li Xiaofu understood instantly, signaling with a wave. A Chun transformed into a massive ball of flesh and charged toward the blazing flame wolf with a thunderous impact. The wolf roared angrily and raised a massive claw, striking a Chun heavily. A violent shockwave rippled outward as a Chun was sent flying, while the wolf only stepped back slightly, showcasing the terrifying power of an elite-grade beast. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaohe stealthily circled behind the wolf, unleashing its nether ghost claw. A black mist engulfed the wolf, and with the sound of sharp slicing, a deep wound exposing bone appeared on the wolf's face. The wolf howled in pain and swiped Xiaohe with a powerful claw, sending it flying. Though hit, Xiaohe quickly regained its footing and lunged at the wolf again. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly shouted, Xiaohe, use your speed to keep it tangled. Understanding the strategy, Xiaohe's speed surged, creating several blurred afterimages as it darted around the wolf. Enraged, the wolf erupted with fiery light, unleashing a storm of flames from its mouth. The blazing inferno turned the surrounding area into a sea of fire, reducing trees and plants to ash. Just as Jiang Chen began to worry for Xiaohe, a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept in from behind. A fierce storm of white snow and ice roared forth, colliding heat with the fiery storm, triggering a massive energy explosion. It was Dabai. Its breakthrough was complete. Dabai had evolved into a blizzard lion, a 10th level elite-grade mutated frost element beast. Its form was now even more imposing, and its pure white fur shimmered like crystalline ice. You dared to sneak attack us? Get it, Dabai. Wang Xikong stood confidently beside Dabai, shouting his command. Dabai roared in response, unleashing an even more intense icy storm. The blazing flame wolf, unable to escape in time, was engulfed by the snowstorm, instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Chun, are you okay? Wang Xikong asked anxiously. Jiang Chen shook his head. I'm fine. He glanced around. Where's Xiaohe? As everyone searched, they found Xiaohe curled up in a Chun's arms. Meow. With a leap, Xiaohe dashed out and jumped into Jiang Chen's embrace. Jiang Chen stroked the little cat's head, feeling reassured. Smart of you to know a Chun can handle the heat better. A Chun grinned, revealing teeth covered in soot. Once everyone was confirmed to be safe, they quickly tidied up the battlefield and began rebuilding the camp. Jiang Chen roasted the flaming wild wolf into delicious skewers, and everyone praised his cooking skills as they ate. The night passed peacefully, with no more attacks from beasts. The next morning, the group packed up and set off for the sulfur hot springs. The springs were located at the top of an extinct volcano, where the sulfur-rich stones were known for their excellent detoxifying properties. Though fire elemental beasts occasionally appeared along the way, they dared not approach due to the intimidating presence of Dabai, their ice elemental companion. Wang Xikong rode proudly on Dabai's back, looking smug the entire journey. When they reached the small volcano, the summit was shrouded in mist, and the steaming crater revealed the sulfur hot springs. Excited, the group rushed toward the springs, especially Tang Shishir, who seemed ready to jump in immediately. But just then, the surrounding stones began to tremble. What's going on? The group instinctively formed a defensive circle. Black rocks started falling, sprouting jointed limbs and tiny gray eyes, swarming toward them with a rustling sound. The system identified them as level 7 ordinary beasts called fossil goo worms of the rock element. These creatures, which had just awakened, were notorious for their love of long, slumbersome times, lasting centuries, and their terrible tempers when disturbed. Chirp, chirp. The fossil goo worms glared with crimson eyes, screeching in fury. Wang Xikong scoffed, such tiny bugs, acting all fierce. Dabai, give them a taste of some ice cream. With a roar, Dabai unleashed a blizzard, burying hundreds of fossil goo worms under snow and ice. While Wang Xikong was basking in his triumph, Jiang Chen sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, with a crack, a worm wriggled out of the snow, followed by a chorus of cracking sounds as the rest broke free. Now they were furious. Not only had their sleep been disturbed, but they were drenched in freezing water. In an instant, hundreds of basketball-sized fossil goo worms merged, forming a five-meter fossil beast. Its steel-like body, razor-sharp claws, and menacing appearance were terrifying. Wang Xizong's jaw dropped in horror. Oh no, we're in big trouble this time. Huge trouble. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted as a data frame suddenly appeared before him. Fossil beast. Level 1. Quality. Elite. Attribute. Mutated rock type. Status. Enraged and frenzied. Traits. Habitually lethargic. Often sleeps for hundreds of years. Extremely averse to being disturbed and highly irritable upon waking. An elite quality fossil beast. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The fossil beast roared furiously, its massive stone arms swinging down with a fierce gust of wind, aiming directly at Xiao He. Xiao He swiftly raised its tail, dodging the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. The immense force caused the ground to cave in instantly, sending shards of rock flying in all directions. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. This thing's attack power is too strong. We can't let it strike again, he shouted decisively. Xizong, take action. Wang Xizong immediately understood. Dabai, blizzard. Dabai's entire body radiated brilliance as it unleashed a freezing stream of air, instantly encasing the fossil beast in a glistening, crystalline layer of ice. Li Xiaofu seized the opportunity. Chun, roll out. Chun curled into a ball and launched itself heavily at the frozen fossil beast. The ice sculpture shattered on impact, scattering pieces of the fossil beast across the ground. Wang Xizong was just about to celebrate their victory when the scattered rubble began to tremble and, at a visible speed, reassembled itself. The revived fossil beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing dozens of giant boulders that rained down densely on Chun. Amid the deafening crashes, the ground was riddled with deep craters, and Chun tumbled clumsily through the dust and debris. Li Xiaofu suggested retreating, but Jiang Chen refused to back down for the sake of the flower sprite beast. They had to secure the sulfur hot springs. Recalling the details of the battle, a sudden idea struck him. Dabai, another blizzard. Once the fossil beast was frozen again, Jiang Chen gave the command decisively. Chun, full force impact. Weighing over 500 pounds, Chun plummeted from the sky, shattering the fossil beast into pieces. At this critical moment, Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. Xiao He, grab that glowing stone. Xiao He darted into the rubble like an arrow, quickly spotting the target, a faintly glowing fossil goo worm. Pinning the struggling, shrieking worm firmly under its right claw, it noticed the surrounding rubble beginning to reassemble once more. Without hesitation, Xiao He drove its sharp claws into the body of the fossil goo worm. Bang! The fossil beast shattered into pieces, leaving a pile of rubble on the ground. Wang Xikong and Li Xiaofu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Oh my gosh, it's finally over. That scared me to death. Jiang Chen's gaze, however, was fixed on the faintly glowing fossil goo worm amidst the debris. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was the precious rock armor source, containing the pure essence of rock elements. He quickly pulled out 2 porcelain bottles and carefully collected the worm's blood. Curious, Li Xiaofu leaned in. Brother Chen, what is this stuff? This is a supreme supplement for rock-type beasts, Jiang Chen explained with a smile. With this, Chun can not only easily break through to level 10 and reach elite status, but its skin will also become as tough as rock. Really? That's amazing, Li Xiaofu exclaimed, eagerly taking one of the bottles Jiang Chen handed him. He rushed off to give the rock armor source to Chun. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stored the other bottle, intending to save it for the berserk golden ape. At the same time, Tang Shishir gently placed the injured flower fairy beast into a sulfur hot spring. The warm water slowly enveloped its body. Jiang Chen, will Hua really be okay? Her eyes glistened with tears, and her voice trembled slightly. Jiang Chen handed her a tissue and comforted her gently. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, Hua will be fine. With that, he immediately set up a fire and began focusing on crafting an antidote pill. This special pill needed to work in tandem with the sulfur hot spring to achieve the best results. Half an hour later, the antidote pill was finally ready. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and carefully fed the pill to the flower fairy beast. Soon, its complexion began to brighten, and black toxins seeped out from its body. Look, it's starting to detoxify. Hua Hua will recover in no time. Overjoyed, Tang Shishi's face turned red with excitement. Unable to hold back, she gave Jiang Chen a heartfelt hug. Thank you, Jiang Chen. The sudden closeness left Jiang Chen frozen in place, his face flushing all the way to his ears as he caught the faint fragrance and soft touch of the girl. Seeing this, Dabai trotted over and rubbed its head against Tang Shishi's leg, seeking a hug as well. Wang Xikong smacked his forehead in exasperation. Dabai, get back here. How dare you try to steal Brother Chen's girl? Meanwhile, Ah Chun had already gulped down the rock armor source in one go. Licking its lips in satisfaction, it suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy erupt within its body. In an instant, crystalline armor formed on its surface. With a thunderous roar, the armor fully merged into its skin, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept across a 10-mile radius. Ah Chun had successfully broken through to level 10, ascending to elite status and gaining the special ability of petrified skin. Now, both Ah Chun and Dabai have surpassed the elite level, significantly boosting Jiang Chen's team's overall strength. As long as they don't encounter beasts above level 15, they are virtually unstoppable in the forest's outskirts. After an hour of waiting, the toxins in the flower fairy beast's body were finally completely purged, and the sulfur hot spring turned gray as a result. Tang Shishi, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged the flower fairy beast tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. The flower fairy beast gazed at Jiang Chen with gratitude, fully aware of the significance of this moment. It had become the first flower fairy beast in Blue Planet's history to overcome the backlash of toxins, achieving true rebirth. Jiang Chen nodded with a knowing smile, a silent expression of understanding. After a brief rest, the group departed from the sulfur hot spring and headed toward Bihue Lake. Days of training had left them utterly exhausted, and they planned to relax and rejuvenate in the lake, known for its soothing properties. Half an hour later, they arrived at a peculiar rock forest. The area was filled with massive, grotesque stones of various shapes. Suddenly, Xiaohei sensed a faint tremor in the ground and instinctively leaped aside. Moments later, a thunderous crash erupted as the ground caved in. The group quickly retreated, only to see a pair of gigantic black pincers break through the surface, followed by a triangular monstrous head, blood-red eyes, and a massive body clad in heavy armor. Lastly, a menacing, razor-sharp stinger emerged, sending chills down their spines. Hiss! The group gasped in shock. It was a level 15 cave demon scorpion. This venomous and ghost-type beast was notorious for its cruel nature, bloodthirsty tendencies, and ambush tactics, often burrowing to attack unsuspecting travelers. Although it was of ordinary quality, its sole weakness was lightning-based attacks. Jiang Chen's heart sank. This was exactly the kind of situation they had hoped to avoid. Before they could react, the cave demon scorpion let out a piercing screech and swung its massive pincers toward them, creating powerful gusts of wind. Faced with the level 15 beast's onslaught, the companion beasts swiftly dodged. Wang Xikong made a quick decision and commanded, Dabai Blizzard. Dabai immediately unleashed a raging blizzard, but the cave demon scorpion countered with a black mist that rapidly corroded the icy attack. However, the resulting dust cloud temporarily obstructed its vision. Seizing the opportunity, Ah Chun leapt high into the air. Activating its petrified skin, it transformed into a living battering ram and slammed down heavily on the scorpion's back. The sudden attack forced the scorpion to momentarily collapse to the ground, but it soon flew into a rage and retaliated with lightning speed, driving its stinger into Ah Chun's rear. Ah Chun's backside instantly swelled up, and with a pained cry, it fled into the forest in a panic. Meanwhile, the flower spirit beast's vines shot out, tightly binding all 6 legs of the cave scorpion, rendering it immobile. Nether Ghost Claw. Xiaohei's figure flashed like lightning, and its sharp claws struck the top of the cave scorpion's head with force. A sickening squelch followed as one of the scorpion's eyes was gouged out, green liquid oozing out and corroding the ground beneath it. Poisonous! The cave scorpion let out a screech and went berserk. With a violent shake of its body, it snapped the vines and lunged ferociously at Xiaohei, its eyes blazing with hatred. Xiaohei, run into the rocky forest, Jiang Chen shouted. Xiaohei darted away, leading the cave scorpion straight into the forest of jagged rocks. Jiang Chen thought to himself, the level gap between our beasts and the cave scorpion is too vast. They can't match it. Heathen. We'll have to outsmart it. As he spoke, Xiaohei had already lured the cave scorpion into the rocky terrain. Jiang Chen seized the moment and bellowed, Hua Hua, vine bind. Dozens of vines surged out again, wrapping tightly around the cave scorpion. This time, the vines carried a neurotoxin, which slowly seeped into the scorpion's body. The cave scorpion thrashed violently, on the verge of breaking free once more. Just then, Li Xiaofu chuckled and called out, Ah Chun, bear smash. The next instant, Ah Chun, who had been hiding above, swung its massive paw down onto a sharp rock spike. With a loud crack, the spike broke loose and came crashing down, piercing straight through the cave scorpion's body. We did it! Wang Xikong cheered, jumping up and down. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's clever plan, they would have all ended up as the cave scorpion's next meal. A level 15 beast was truly terrifying. Jiang Chen approached the scorpion's corpse and used a dagger to extract its crystal core. Just as he was about to leave, a silver line caught his eye. It was a vein running through the entire length of the cave scorpion's tail. Wait, is this a nether vein? Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy. A nether vein was an incredibly rare find, even among 100 cave scorpions. It was the essence of a ghost-type beast's life force. Legend had it that if all the veins in a ghost-type beast's body were refined into nether veins, it could break through the limits of its bloodline. Carefully, Jiang Chen removed the precious nether vein and tucked it into his chest pocket. Alright, let's go take a bath. The group made their way to the crystal-clear Bihue Lake. After a refreshing bath, they headed to the nearest safe house. The safe house was simple, with 5 military cots and some bedding. Jiang Chen lit a campfire and began roasting meat. The 4 beasts, led by Ah Chun, lined up neatly, drooling as they stared at the sizzling meat in his hands. Sit in a row and eat your fruit, Jiang Chen teased, amused by their eagerness. He quickly divided the golden, juicy roasted meat among the 4 gluttons. They devoured the food with gusto, their happy munching filling the air. After dinner, Jiang Chen took out the nether vein again. He roasted it, sprinkled it with chili powder and cumin, and took a deep breath. Ah, smells amazing. Xiaohei, come here. Eat this and you'll break through. Jiang Chen handed the roasted nether vein to Xiaohei, who slurped it up like a noodle and swallowed it whole. Crunch, crunch, it was chewy and flavorful. The more Xiaohei chewed, the better it tasted. Once the nether vein entered its stomach, it transformed into a pure energy that coursed through Xiaohei's body, traveling through its limbs before gathering at its tail. Miao! With a sharp cry, Xiaohei's tail emitted a blinding ghostly light. The tip of its tail morphed into a deadly stinger, gleaming with a cold, menacing glow. Beast name, Nether Saber-toothed Cat. Type, Ghost Wind. Level, 11. Quality, between elite and excellent. Weakness, lightning. Trait, venomous tail stinger. A venomous stinger? Jiang Chen stared in disbelief at the newly grown stinger on Xiaohei's tail. The mutation caused by consuming the nether vein had far exceeded his expectations. Xiaohei had actually developed a tail stinger identical to that of a cavern scorpion. Xiaohei seemed equally puzzled by its new ability. Tentatively, it flicked its tail, and the stinger suddenly plunged into a nearby rock. A sizzling sound of corrosion followed, and the hard rock was instantly eaten away, leaving a pitch-black hole. The sheer power left the 4 people present completely stunned. Wang Xizong's mouth twitched as he asked, Brother Chen, can we even still call Xiaohei a cat at this point? Well, maybe it's now a special breed with a scorpion tail, Jiang Chen replied with a wry smile. He then decided to test Xiaohei's other abilities. Xiaohei, use the ghostly nether claws. Xiaohei let out a resonant growl and swung its paws through the air. 2 dark claw marks silently tore through the atmosphere, striking the cliff face opposite them with deep, jagged gashes. The eerie sight made everyone instinctively suck in a breath of cold air. Jiang Chen was secretly thrilled Xiaohei had finally mastered the ability to unleash the ghostly nether claws from a distance. Just then, Ah Chun waddled over, cradling his swollen, sandbag-like backside, and whimpered pitifully. The group couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Chen quickly gave instructions. Xiaohei, use your stinger to extract the venom from Ah Chun. Xiaohei flashed a mischievous grin and swiftly jabbed its stinger into Ah Chun's injured area. Soon, the purple venom was drawn out, and Ah Chun's swelling visibly subsided, his relief evident in a contented sigh. Watching this, Wang Xizong's face turned a little awkward. After the venom was dealt with, Ah Chun ended up with a diaper-like bandage on his backside, resembling a sumo wrestler. At that moment, Tang Shishir, who had been checking her phone, suddenly exclaimed, Guys, look at the messages in the Beast Tamer group chat. It turned out that Lu Dazhu from Class B and Wang Tsuehua from Class C had both wet themselves in fear during an encounter with a beast. Though they were rescued by hunters, the military had advised them to withdraw from the program. Wang Xikong added that many others from different classes had also dropped out. Those who are advised to leave will return to the regular classes and prepare for the college entrance exams, Wang Xikong explained. Li Xiaofu sighed. Thankfully, we formed a team. Otherwise, Ah Chun and I might have been kicked out by now. Yeah, we've given each other courage, Wang Xikong agreed. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly frowned. Wait, don't you feel like something's off? Wang Xikong and Li Xiaofu exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what Jiang Chen meant. Tang Shishir sneered. You noticed it too? Ever since we entered the beast forest, we've been running into one dangerous creature after another: giant tusked porcupines, hordes of frost spiders, blazing wild wolves. We even woke up a fossil beast that wouldn't budge, and got ambushed by a level 15 cave scorpion. These are supposed to be rare regional overlords, yet we encountered them all in one go. Doesn't that seem a little too coincidental? As her voice trailed off, the atmosphere in the safe house grew heavy. Everyone's expressions darkened as they realized they might have been manipulated all along. Jiang Chen mused thoughtfully, and what's more, the chat logs show that other groups received timely assistance from hunters when they were in danger. But for us, not a single hunter has shown up the entire time. His words sent chills down their spines. Li Xiaofu's voice trembled as he stammered. They're trying to use the beasts to get rid of us. We all know who they are. A suffocating silence filled the safe house. After a long pause, Wang Xikong gritted his teeth and growled, "Screw this. Let's go out there and take them down." Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. "Calm down. We're no match for the Shadow Hunter group right now. If we're going to act, we need to uproot them completely, leave no trace behind. Trust me, that day will come." His words carried a bone-chilling determination. Tang Shishir looked deeply at Jiang Chen. The usually soft-spoken boy now exuded a surprising resilience and resolve. His confidence in the future was unwavering, and his ruthlessness toward his enemies was absolute. "So, what do we do now?" Wang Xikong and Li Xiaofu asked in unison. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "The safest choice is to stay in the safe house until the training session ends. If we must move, we stick close to the area and return at the first sign of trouble." Over the next few days, the group strictly adhered to this strategy, retreating to the safe house at the slightest sign of a beast. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure perched in a nearby tree watched them with growing frustration. "Damn it! These little brats haven't left the house for 3 days. Since when are young people so rational? Where's the reckless hot-bloodedness I was counting on?" During this time, the group focused on refining their teamwork and tactics. Their pets, meanwhile, feasted on the rare resources Jiang Chen had gathered, growing plumper and stronger with each passing day. On the 6th day, Lu Hong fired a signal flare to call for assembly. Only then did the group leisurely step out of the safe house. Stretching lazily, Jiang Chen adjusted his backpack, which was brimming with loot, and led the team toward the meeting point. Just as they thought the training session was coming to an end, a towering figure, standing 3 meters tall and glowing with an eerie green light, suddenly emerged from the forest. It was an ancient tree spirit, its crown adorned with vine-like tendrils that swayed like flowing hair. The system instantly displayed its details. An 11th level elite-grade plant-type beast, with a weakness to fire and a special trait of potentially yielding wind thunder wood. Wind thunder wood. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was the key material needed to grant Xiaohei the lightning attribute. "Brothers, this ancient tree demon is very important to me," Jiang Chen declared with a resolute gaze, waving his hand decisively. Hearing his words, everyone immediately readied themselves for battle. Tang Shishir led the charge. "Hua Hua, vine cage," she commanded crisply. With her sharp yet melodious voice, the flower spirit beast danced gracefully through the air, instantly releasing a dense web of thorny vines that tightly encased the ancient tree demon from all directions. Trapped, the ancient tree demon let out a deafening roar, its fury palpable. It swung its sharp claws wildly, slashing madly at the vine cage surrounding it. "Ha, trying to escape?" Wang Xikong smirked with a hint of mockery. "Big White, turn it into a vegetable-flavored popsicle." Big White roared in response, unleashing a frigid storm in an instant. The raging blizzard engulfed the furious tree demon entirely. The chilling frost spread rapidly, freezing the ancient tree demon into a glistening ice sculpture in mere moments, cold air radiating in all directions. Chun was just about to transform into a rolling ball to join the fray when Jiang Chen waved him off. Chun, no need." At that moment, Xiaohei strode forward gracefully, stopping in front of the ice sculpture. With a flick of its tail stinger, it delivered a precise strike. With a crisp crack, the ice sculpture shattered, and the massive body of the ancient tree demon collapsed heavily to the ground. "Clean and efficient, what a flawless team effort," Jiang Chen praised, just as he was about to draw his dagger to search for the wind thunder wood. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted him. "Stop! That's my prey." Everyone looked up, their brows furrowing instinctively. The newcomers were none other than Lin Haoyan and Lu Yi, accompanied by their group. Lin Haoyan stormed toward them in fury, his flying mantis behind him, its claws menacingly poised. The tense scene made one sigh. What a case of enemies crossing paths. "Heh, Jiang Chen, it's you again," Lin Haoyan sneered, his eyes flashing with malice. "Your guts are getting bigger. How dare you steal my prey? I'll take what I want." "So what?" Jiang Chen smirked playfully. "What can you do about it? Bite me." This ancient tree demon was critical to Xiao Hei's evolution, and Jiang Chen had already made up his mind no matter what, he had to claim it. In the world of beast tamers, strength was everything. Attack! Lin Haoyan bellowed, his face darkening with fury as veins bulged on his forehead. At his command, Lu Yi and the other four quickly released their beasts: flame mouse, razorback porcupine, two-headed hound, phantom wolf, gold-backed pangolin, and the wind mantis. The 6 beasts exuded a formidable aura, staring menacingly at the opponents. Who's afraid of who? If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. Tang Shishir shouted defiantly. The 4 beasts on their side roared in unison: phantom saber-toothed cat, Taishan bear, flower sprite beast, and blizzard lion quickly formed a battle formation, brimming with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The auras of both sides clashed violently in midair, causing the atmosphere to freeze instantly. The oppressive force surged like a tidal wave toward Lin Haoyan's group. Lin Haoyan was momentarily stunned. In just a few days, the beasts on the other side had all reached the elite level. Though his side had the advantage in numbers, it was meaningless in the face of absolute power. No, I can't let myself lose out here. Lin Haoyan's eyes darted around before he suddenly sneered. Jiang Chen, if you have the guts, let's settle this on your own. Hiding behind others for protection, what kind of man does that make you? Jiang Chen, don't fall for his provocation. Tang Shishir frowned slightly. If we fight as a group, we're guaranteed to win. Fine, unknown it is, Jiang Chen replied calmly, a faint smile on his lips. It's about time we settled the scores from before. Good. Don't regret it later. Whoever wins gets the ancient tree demon. Lin Haoyan felt a surge of excitement. His wind mantis had already reached level 13, with an undeniable advantage in aerial combat. Victory was assured. Before Lin Haoyan could finish speaking, Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. You talk too much. In an instant, Xiao He transformed into a cloud of black mist, charging straight at the wind mantis. The mantis screeched, slashing its blade-like arms as 2 green wind blades shot forward with a sharp whistle. Xiao He moved with ghostly agility, effortlessly dodging the wind blades and closing in on the wind mantis in the blink of an eye, its claws tearing through the air. The wind mantis, alarmed, flapped its wings frantically to ascend, narrowly avoiding the strike. Lin Haoyan had just begun to smirk when the dark claw mark suddenly caught up to the wind mantis, slamming heavily into its chest. With a deafening crash, the wind mantis was sent hurtling to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Impossible. How can a claw strike hit from a distance? Lin Haoyan was dumbfounded. Xiaofeng, get up. Take down that stupid cat. The wind mantis struggled to rise, but Xiao He's paw was already pressed firmly against its face. With a sharp sound, its tail stinger pierced into the mantis's abdomen, unleashing a powerful venom that spread through its body in an instant. This can't be happening. It's not real. Lin Haoyan roared in fury, his voice filled with madness as he completely lost control. That foolish cat is only level 11. How could it possibly stand a chance against the Gale Mantis? Jiang Chen sneered coldly, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Haoyan. I'll give you one chance. Bow your head and admit your mistake now, and I promise to ensure the Gale Mantis's safety. Otherwise, the poison will corrode its entire body. Hearing this, the Gale Mantis immediately turned its hopeful gaze toward Lin Haoyan, its wings trembling slightly, clearly yearning for its master's rescue. However, Lin Haoyan's face twisted into a cruel smirk. Idiot, you think I would bow and apologize to you? Keep dreaming. It's just a Gale Mantis. If it dies, so be it. How much is it even worth? I can buy 10 more whenever I feel like it. With that, he turned around and left with his group, not sparing the creature another glance. The Gale Mantis closed its eyes in despair, seemingly resigned to its fate. Just then, Jiang Chen let out a soft sigh and gave Xiao He a meaningful look. Xiao He immediately understood and swiftly extracted the poison from the Gale Mantis's body. The Gale Mantis opened its eyes, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief, its gaze filled with confusion. Now you've seen your master's true colors, Jiang Chen said calmly. Go on, return to the beast forest and live freely. Don't let yourself get caught by humans again. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the Gale Mantis's eyes glistened with tears. It circled Jiang Chen 3 times before vanishing into the dense beast forest. Jiang Chen, why didn't you keep the Gale Mantis? Tang Shishir asked curiously. I'm sure it would have willingly followed you. Jiang Chen gave a wry smile and shook his head. I can't afford to take care of it. This brutally honest response left everyone present speechless, their faces dark with exasperation. Jiang Chen thought to himself, these rich kids could never understand the struggles of someone poor like him. Oh well, better to focus on the task at hand. He picked up his dagger again and carefully began dissecting the ancient tree demon's corpse. Its body structure resembled that of an ordinary tree, and eventually, in its core, Jiang Chen uncovered a vibrant green crystal. Thunderwind wood. It really is Thunderwind wood. Jiang Chen exclaimed in excitement, giving Xiao Hei an affectionate pat. Haha, little kitten, your lightning attribute problem is finally solved. Jiang Chen blinked his right eye, and a data frame instantly appeared in his mind. The detailed information about the wind thunder wood was clear at a glance. A 12-year-old rare treasure of premium grade, suitable for wind, thunder, and wood elements. Most importantly, it could serve as a medium for fusing wind and thunder elements. This meant that with it, Xiao Hei could become the first ghost-type beast in Blue Star's history unaffected by the suppression of thunder attributes, and might even awaken thunder attributes. Satisfied, Jiang Chen carefully stored the wind thunder wood and continued heading toward the rendezvous point with his companions. Half an hour later, a black figure came into view, long, jet black hair and a black trench coat. It was none other than Murong Tian. However, her face was pale, her steps unsteady, and the charming fire fox beside her circled anxiously. Suddenly, Murong Tian's body gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Ms. Murong! The group cried out as they rushed forward. Jiang Chen noticed her clothes were torn in many places, revealing fair skin covered in wounds. Xiaofu, contact instructor Lu Hong immediately. Jiang Chen ordered decisively, while using his own coat to cover Murong Tian. Li Xiaofu quickly reported back, Brother Chen? Instructor Lu Hong said Ms. Murong went deep into the beast forest 3 days ago to hunt beasts and lost contact. He told us to escort her back to the base immediately. Faced with the task of carrying Murong Tian back, the situation was clear. Wang Xikong was as thin as a stick, Li Xiaofu was round as a ball, and Tang Shishir was a girl. Jiang Chen pretended to hesitate before saying, guess I'll have to take on this physical task. Under the envious gazes of Wang Xikong and Li Xiaofu, Jiang Chen effortlessly lifted Murong Tian into his arms. Meanwhile, Ah Chun spread its arms wide, letting out a low, eager growl, while Tang Shishir shot Jiang Chen a disdainful glare before stomping ahead angrily. When they reached the rendezvous point, others were setting up tents, preparing to camp for the night. Jiang Chen placed Murong Tian in his tent and tended to her wounds. Afterward, he joined the line for military rations. With limited stools available, many had to stand while eating, but no one seemed to mind these minor inconveniences. Jiang Chen and his classmates, including Wang Xikong, carried their trays and squatted in a corner to eat. Watching these wealthy second-generation peers casually eating with him on the ground, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for their humility. Suddenly, a few beast tamers walked in with their trays, loudly complaining. What is this garbage? Even my dog wouldn't eat this. One of them shouted angrily, tossing the food into the trash. Not even a stool to sit on. How is anyone supposed to eat like this? Another chimed in with disdain. Nearby, a soldier silently handed over his portable stool. Here, use mine. Don't waste food, he said before squatting on the ground himself with his tray. Jiang Chen noticed the soldier's rank insigniate was a major. However, instead of accepting the soldier's kindness, the beast tamer kicked over the stool and cursed. Who wants this piece of junk? I want barbecue. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Jiang Chen set down his tray, leaped forward, and delivered a sharp sidekick that sent the man flying into the grass outside. As the beast tamer's beast prepared to retaliate, Xiao Hei struck like lightning, pinning it firmly to the ground with a single claw. If you don't want to eat, then get lost. Jiang Chen said coldly. If it weren't for these soldiers guarding Chang'an day and night, you'd have been monster food long ago. The entire tent fell silent. The beast tamers quickly made room, and the line for food became orderly, with no one daring to complain further. The major glanced at Jiang Chen and gave him a knowing smile. You're awesome, Brother Chen. Wang Xikong and Li Xiaofu gave him a thumbs up. Tang Shishir, however, pouted. Jiang Chen, your kick was weak. If it were me, he'd be bedridden for 3 months. I wouldn't dare compare myself to a martial arts master, Jiang Chen replied with a wry smile. As night fell, Jiang Chen returned to the tent. Murong Tian was still unconscious, and he had no choice but to reapply the medicine. Due to the location of some injuries, he had to remove her trench coat and shirt. This isn't intentional, Jiang Chen muttered, his face flushed and his hands trembling slightly. Treating injuries is critical, it's a matter of life and death. Xiao Hei, sensing the situation, dragged the enchanting fire fox out of the tent. Meow, 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 let's go. Our masters need to handle serious matters now. Aru? Why can't I watch? The fire fox asked curiously. Meow, 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 kiss me and I'll tell you. Aru. Pervert. Jiang Chen pulled open Murong Tian's white shirt, only to discover that her skin was even fairer than the fabric itself. He quickly shook his head, trying to dispel the inappropriate thoughts forming in his mind, and focused on carefully applying the ointment to her neck. Yet, the smooth and delicate touch of her skin made his thoughts start to drift again. Just as he was about to apply the ointment to the wound on Murong Tian's collarbone, her eyes suddenly snapped open, and her sharp gaze pierced straight into Jiang Chen. What do you think you're doing, you little punk? touching me like that?" Her voice was cold and cutting. Startled, Jiang Chen stammered. I'm just applying medicine to your wounds." Murong Tian let out a chilling laugh and swiftly drew a dagger from her waist, pressing it against Jiang Chen's neck. The sharp blade slowly trailed downward, from his chest to his abdomen, before stopping at his inner thigh. "Do you believe me when I say I'll castrate you right now?" Feeling the icy blade, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. Murong teacher, let's talk this out," he pleaded, suddenly realizing that the woman before him was completely different from the gentle and elegant goddess he knew. Could it be a split personality? Murong teacher? Ha, she sneered. That useless girl actually became some pathetic teacher? From now on, you call me queen. Before Jiang Chen could figure out what to do, a deafening roar erupted outside the tent, throwing the camp into chaos. He tried to get up to see what was going on, but Murong Tian's dagger was immediately back at his throat. "Don't move. Tell me what's happening out there," she demanded. Jiang Chen quickly explained. "We're in the demonic beast forest for training, and you're the team leader." Meanwhile, the situation outside the camp had spiraled out of control. Tang Shishir and the others rushed out of their tents, only to be greeted by a terrifying sight. A 9-meter long, silver-scaled two-headed serpent with a body as thick as a barrel was wreaking havoc. Its scales shimmered with a cold brilliance under the moonlight, and its two massive heads opened their gaping jaws, revealing rows of sinister fangs. The serpent's tail swept across the camp, instantly demolishing several tents and wooden crates. Soldiers quickly formed ranks, and a barrage of gunfire erupted, but the bullets merely sparked against the serpent's scales. Even sniper rifles caused only minor damage, and the armored vehicle's machine guns couldn't be used for fear of collateral damage. Lu Hong and the other instructors sprang into action, directing 6 gale demon wolves to encircle the serpent from all sides. The wolves howled in unison, unleashing 6 sharp wind blades. However, the two-headed serpent countered with ease. One head spewed fire rockets, while the other unleashed water blasts. The collision of fire and water obliterated the incoming wind blades in an instant. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the area, scattering grass, debris, and stones in every direction. Tang Shishir frowned as she observed the battlefield. It was clear that even the combined efforts of the instructors were unable to subdue the two-headed serpent, leaving the beast tamers with no choice but to flee in disarray. "Oh no, where's Cheng'a?" Li Xiaofu suddenly asked in a panic. Wang Xizong's face darkened as he pointed towards the battlefield. "Seems like he's still in the tent, hasn't come out." At that moment, the two-headed serpent completely lost its temper, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Its entire body glowed intensely, its massive form swelling as a terrifying pressure rippled outward like a tidal wave. "This isn't good. It's going berserk." Lu Hong's face turned grim, and he shouted, "Evacuate immediately." The two-headed serpent lashed out violently with its massive tail, sweeping everything around it. Several towering trees were smashed into splinters, wood chips flying everywhere. The terrifying tail was now heading straight for Jiang Chen's tent. "No!" Tang Shishir let out a desperate scream, shutting her eyes in anguish. Wang Xizong and Li Xiaofu turned pale, as if they could already see the tent being crushed under the serpent's tail. In a corner, Lin Haoyan let out a cold chuckle, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. With a resounding boom, the tail slammed into the tent. To everyone's shock, the two-headed serpent was instead forced back 10 meters by a powerful force, while the tent remained completely intact. As everyone stared in disbelief, the tent suddenly burst apart, fragments of fabric scattering in all directions. 2 figures emerged: Murong Tian and Jiang Chen. Murong Tian's long hair flowed as he exuded an imposing presence, while Jiang Chen stood calmly, exuding an air of confidence. Above them, the enchanted-eyed fire fox's eyes gleamed with a mysterious purple light, forming an energy shield over their head's superpower known as Holy Light Protection. "Kill this oversized worm," Murong Tian said coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the two-headed serpent. The furious serpent swung its tail again, this time engulfed in flames and water. The enchanted-eyed fire fox calmly stretched out its small paw, grabbing the serpent's tail and slamming it forcefully into the ground. With a deafening boom, the ground caved in, forming a massive crater. What followed was a jaw-dropping scene. The diminutive, enchanted-eyed fire fox swung the enormous two-headed serpent around effortlessly, slamming it left and right, backhand and forehand, until the entire camp was lowered by a meter. At this moment, Wang Xizong's phone ringtone, "The Power of Love Spins Around," began to play, creating an oddly comical background track to the chaos. After a good 10 minutes, Murong Tian finally said indifferently, "Enough." By now, the two-headed serpent had been smashed into pieces. Murong Tian cast a cold glance at the crowd. "What are you staring at? Do you want to try next?" At his words, everyone scattered in panic, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Chen examined the serpent's remains, quickly analyzing its attributes. Beast name, two-headed serpent. Type, water fire. Level, 19. Quality, elite. Weakness, psychic. His eyes lit up as he pulled out a dagger and began searching for the core. This is a peak elite, dual attribute water fire beast. The core alone is worth at least 100 to 200,000 alliance coins. In the distance, Tang Shirshir wiped away her tears and muttered bitterly, "Humph, Jiang Chen, you greedy bandit, look at how thrilled you are." Jiang Chen split open the shattered skull of the two-headed giant python, revealing a red and blue crystalline core faintly glimmering amidst the blood and flesh. His eyes lit up, and he swiftly pocketed the core, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Perfect. This is what you call striking it rich overnight. An hour later, the camp had relocated to a nearby clearing. The soldiers, tense and on high alert, fortified their defenses not just against the potential return of more beasts, but also because of a woman whose presence was even more unsettling than the monsters themselves. In fact, after the battle, Murong Tian had quietly disappeared with her charmed fire fox, her whereabouts now a mystery. Inside the central command tent, a stern inquisition was underway. The commander-in-chief, Wang Hao, the same major who earlier offered his stool to the beast tamers, was reprimanding his subordinates with a frosty expression. "Do you have any idea how severe the casualties were this time? How did the two-headed python breach the defensive line? I want a thorough investigation." A captain stood at attention and saluted, reporting, "Sir, we've determined that the two-headed python broke through from the frontmost line." The frontmost line? Wang Hao's brows furrowed deeply. That area is defended by 100,000-strong army. How could such a lapse occur? The captain hesitated briefly before cautiously reminding him, "Sir, don't forget, during the beast tamers training, there was a segment of the border we weren't responsible for guarding." A flash of understanding crossed Wang Hao's eyes. "You mean them." Meanwhile, in Jiang Chen's tent, a similar discussion was taking place. Wang Xikong and Li Xiaofu wore grim expressions, while Tang Shirshir was more direct. "Jiang Chen, did you notice? The python's breakthrough route was aimed straight at your tent." Jiang Chen frowned deeply. He hadn't expected his enemies to resort to such extreme measures to eliminate him. Tang Shirshir snorted coldly. "I swear, I'm going to get to the bottom of this when we return." The next morning, escorted by 3,000 soldiers, the armored convoy safely returned to Chang'an City. The 9 members of Class S gathered in their classroom, where Lu Hong entered and cast a meaningful glance at the 2 bulging bags on Jiang Chen's desk. His lips twitched. This kid's bandit-like nature is beyond saving. Despite the unexpected events during this training exercise, everyone performed exceptionally well, Lu Hong announced. "Your results will count as bonus points for your graduation assessment. You've got 3 days off to rest now, scram." As soon as Lu Hong left, Wang Xikong and the others surrounded Jiang Chen, suggesting they go out for a feast. But Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. "Forget the feast. Right now, I just want to start phase 1 of my plan, taking down those bastards who set us up." "How are we going to do that?" Li Xiaofu and Tang Shirshir immediately perked up. Jiang Chen grinned slyly and slapped a 2-star beast trainer certificate onto the table. "By opening a beast taming clinic." The 4 of them agreed to start preparing for the clinic the next day. After leaving the school, Jiang Chen headed straight to Xuanwu Street to sell all the rare treasures he had collected. The crystal core of the two-headed python alone fetched a price of 100,000 alliance coins, bringing his total earnings to 150,000. With his bulging bank card in hand, Jiang Chen felt a newfound sense of confidence. When they got home, Jiang Chen immediately took Jiang Shaogua to the best restaurant nearby. The little girl's eyes lit up as she faced the long-awaited plate of spicy chicken stew. Her small hands worked non-stop, delivering tender chicken pieces to her mouth, even savoring every drop of the flavorful sauce. The entire plate was quickly emptied, and Xiaoguo's tiny belly stretched round like a small balloon. What left Jiang Chen utterly speechless, though, was the sight of the fist-sized fire-tailed chinchilla also polishing off an entire plate of chicken. He couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Next, the two headed to a clothing store. Jiang Chen picked out an adorable pair of denim overalls for his sister, with a front pocket just big enough to hold the fire-tailed chinchilla. Dressed in her new outfit, Xiaogua bounced around happily, her little hand firmly clutching her brother's. Suddenly, Xiaogua froze in her tracks, her small face filled with unease. "Brother, are you planning to send me away?" she asked timidly. "That's what they always do on TV, give the kid a big meal and new clothes before sending them off." Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He crouched down to meet her gaze. "Silly girl, I bought you new clothes because our life is getting better now." "Really?" Xiaogua blinked her big eyes, full of doubt. Jiang Chen's nose tingled as he nodded earnestly. "Really? From now on, your brother will get you lots of delicious food and pretty clothes." No need, the little girl said seriously. One set of new clothes is enough for me. Save the rest of the money so you can find yourself a wife." Jiang Chen burst out laughing. This girl so thoughtful and sweet. The two of them went straight to the Beast Tamer Association to retrieve the rampaging King Kong. As soon as they reached the entrance, an angry roar echoed from inside. Jiang Chen's expression darkened, and he rushed into the laboratory. There, he saw the rampaging King Kong bound in restraints, pinned to the ground by 6 mighty iron-armed apes. A young man, dressed in luxurious clothing, was attempting to forcibly establish a contract with it. "Stop!" Jiang Chen shouted angrily. In a flash, Xiao He darted like a shadow, and the 6 mighty iron-armed apes collapsed to the ground, each with deep, bone-revealing wounds on their thighs. "Who are you? How dare you harm the Beast Tamer Association's creatures?" the young man yelled, pointing at Jiang Chen. "I should be the one asking who you are. What are you trying to do with the rampaging King Kong?" Jiang Chen replied coldly. "Ha! My father is the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association," the young man sneered arrogantly. "That rampaging King Kong is mine. I'm Lu Hui, and there's nothing I want that I can't have." With a single command from Lu Hui, over a dozen beast tamers stormed into the laboratory. The blazing wild flame wolf's fiery red fur bristled. The winged fire bat spread its dark wings, and the ironclad turtle slowly lifted its heavy shell. In an instant, the beasts formed a tight circle, trapping Jiang Chen and Xiao He in the center. An invisible pressure surged like a tidal wave, making the air in the hall unbearably heavy. Though these elite-level beasts weren't individually the strongest, their sheer numbers created a suffocating menace. Xiao He let out a defiant roar, struggling to resist the oppression closing in from all sides. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. He had never faced such a dire situation before. Just then, a deafening roar shattered the stifling atmosphere. The rampaging gorilla suddenly broke free from its chains, the snapping of metal accompanied by a violent shockwave that swept through the room. The surrounding beasts were flung away as if struck by an invisible giant hand, crashing heavily into the walls with pained howls. The rampaging gorilla's blood-red eyes locked onto Lu Hui, and the heat from its flaring nostrils seemed capable of scorching anyone in its path. Lu Hui collapsed instantly, as though crushed under the weight of a mountain, on the verge of being utterly destroyed. Jiang Chen emerged slowly from the swirling dust, casting a cold glance at Lu Hui. "What's mine? No one can take from me," he said icily. Lu Hui paled, slumping to the ground, his pants soaked from the terror-induced loss of control. "Dejin, let's go," Jiang Chen said. The rampaging gorilla gave a nod, gently hoisting Jiang Chen and Jiang Shaogua onto its broad shoulder before turning to leave the laboratory. Its heavy footsteps grew fainter and fainter, leaving Lu Hui sprawled on the floor like a broken heap. This incident completely extinguished Jiang Chen's last shred of goodwill toward the Beast Tamer Association. An organization so callous and tyrannical had no future worth considering. Walking down the street, the three-meter-tall rampaging gorilla drew the astonished gazes of every passerby. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Jiang Shaogua, whom he thought would be frightened, was instead gleefully perched on the gorilla's neck. "Wow, big brother. This monkey is so tall and big," the little girl cheered, clapping her hands. Giddy up, big monkey, run faster." Even more astonishing was how the ferocious rampaging gorilla actually played along, happily indulging the little girl's antics. Jiang Chen pondered. Xiao He gravitated toward her, the fire-tailed chinchilla dove into her arms the moment they met, and now even the temperamental rampaging gorilla had become her playful companion. This little girl seemed to have a unique affinity with beasts. However, the most pressing issue now was, where could Dejin be housed? Jiang Chen's home was far too small. The enormous creature could barely fit through the door, and even the slightest movement might bring the walls crashing down. After much thought, Jiang Chen came to a decision was going to buy the entire small courtyard and give it a complete makeover. Now that he had the means, it was time to provide Jiang Shaogua with a real home. Thinking back to the tough years when the little girl had followed him from place to place, living under others' roofs, enduring hunger and hardship, and relying on each other to survive, Jiang Chen felt even more determined. He immediately sought out the landlady, who was lounging in the courtyard, basking in the sun. She sat there lazily, legs crossed, blowing a puff of smoke, and sneered, "Did I hear you right? You, who couldn't even pay the rent, want to buy a house?" Jiang Chen let out a wry smile and placed 1,500 alliance credits of overdue rent on the table. The landlady glanced at the money, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, before she said bluntly, "Sure, you can buy it. This is the slums, close to the outskirts with all those wild beasts around. Nobody wants to buy property here anyway. If you're willing to take it off my hands, 200,000 alliance credits will do." Jiang Chen frowned in thought. The price wasn't unreasonable, but all his savings amounted to only 150,000. He tentatively asked, "As an old neighbor, could you give me a discount?" The landlady squinted, considering for a moment, then said, Fine. I'll give you a discount 80 off. That'll be 1.6 million. Oh? Jiang Chen was speechless. So, your 80 discount is 20 times 8 equals 160? Haha, did you learn math from Jiang Shaogua? After some back and forth, Jiang Chen managed to negotiate the price down to 150,000 alliance credits. They agreed to finalize the ownership transfer the next day. Back home, Jiang Chen excitedly announced to Jiang Shaogua, "From now on, this will be our home, our very own house." Seeing the little girl's confused expression, he leaned closer and repeated himself. Tears streamed down Jiang Xiaoguo's face instantly. "Really? Brother? You're not lying, right?" Jiang Chen's nose stung with emotion as he ruffled her hair. "It's true. We'll handle the paperwork tomorrow." The little girl was so thrilled she ran around the house, touching everything in sight, unable to calm down until late at night. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen began brainstorming plans to open a divine pet breeding center. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen met up with Tang Shishir, Wang Xikong, and Li Xiaofu on Xuanwu Street. Wang Xikong pointed to a two-story building at the street corner and said, "Brother Chen, we've secured the shop. Now we just need to get the equipment and come up with a name." Jiang Chen assigned Li Xiaofu the task of purchasing equipment and suggested naming the store Divine Pet Breeding Club. Club? Wang Xikong and Li Xiaofu couldn't hold back their laughter. "Brother Chen, are you planning to hire female technicians too?" Tang Shishir shot Jiang Chen a glare. "My foot's feeling itchy, how about your backside?" Jiang Chen quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant. Look at this street, every shop is called something like so-and-so clinic or so-and-so hospital. It's so boring. If we're going to do this, we need to aim for elegance, sophistication, and class." Wang Xikong and the others were fired up after hearing those words, their excitement palpable. "All right, we'll call it the Divine Pet Nurturing Club." Jiang Chen made the final decision and immediately delegated tasks. "Xiaocong, you're in charge of the renovations. Xiaofu, you'll handle the equipment. As for sourcing medicinal materials, that's up to Shishir." Tang Shishir nodded in agreement. "I'll take care of liaising with the hunter squads. For now, we'll rely on other hunter squads to supply the materials," Jiang Chen added. "But in the long run, we'll need to establish our own team. The profit margin on medicinal materials is just too good to pass up." "This is your chance to unleash your inner bandit," Tang Shishir teased. After the discussion, the four of them quickly went their separate ways to get started. By the next day, a brand new signboard reading, Divine Pet Nurturing Club, was already hanging outside their establishment. The four gathered in the office, brimming with anticipation, only to face an awkward beginning. Half the day passed, and the only visitor was a passerby asking to use the restroom. "It's normal for a new store to have a slow start," Jiang Chen reassured them. "But we can't just sit here doing nothing," Wang Xikong said, frowning. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "I have an idea, let's have Shishir bring in customers." Tang Shishir's lips twitched. "Are you sure that's going to work?" "Let's give it a shot." So, Tang Shishir reluctantly put on a cheongsam, paired it with high heels, and stood at the entrance. Fighting her discomfort, she recited the lines Jiang Chen had given her. "Come on in, everyone. We've got excitement you wouldn't believe." The results were immediate. A crowd of upstanding men soon gathered. One middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward, his expression suggestive, and asked, "Miss, what's the price? Does it include all positions?" "Get lost." Tang Shishir exploded with rage, delivering a flawless spinning kick that knocked down 10 onlookers. "Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you." Her furious roar echoed down Xuanwu Street. By this time, Jiang Chen had already made his escape. Roaming the streets, he stopped a young man selling vegetables. "Do you have a loud voice?" Jiang Chen asked. "You found the right guy," the veggie seller said excitedly. "My voice is so loud. I can summon every dog in the village with a single shout." Satisfied, Jiang Chen handed him a $100 bill. "Do me a favor, stand in front of Shenglong Exotic Beast Clinic and shout, 'Divine Pet Nurturing Club is open. The owner is a high schooler.' Shout it at anyone who passes by." Without hesitation, the veggie seller moved his stall in front of Shenglong Exotic Beast Clinic and began shouting with all his might. By noon, his booming voice had shattered 3 of the clinic's windows, and the staff were nearly brainwashed by the relentless slogan. The owner of Shenglong Beast Clinic sat in his office, staring out the window at the newly opened Divine Pet Training Club. Frustrated, he scratched his shiny, bald head. "Go find out who owns that training club," he shouted at his employee. 10 minutes later, the employee came running back, panting. "Boss Li, it's a high schooler named Jiang Chen." "Jiang Chen?" Boss Li's eyes lit up. "Is it the Jiang Chen from Class S at Chang'an High School?" The employee nodded to confirm. A sly grin spread across Boss Li's face. "Young Master Lin has been looking for him. Looks like he's delivered himself right to our doorstep." He leaned in and whispered a few instructions into the employee's ear. Without hesitation, the employee ran off in the direction of the Shadow Hunters Guild. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood at the second-floor office window, watching the flustered employee leave. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The fish has taken the bait. What are you smiling about? Tang Shishir asked irritably. We've been open all day, and not a single customer has shown up. Jiang Chen leaned back leisurely in his chair. The great me has calculated within the hour. Business will come knocking. Yeah, right? Tang Shishir scoffed, rolling her eyes. Want to make a bet? Sure. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. If a customer shows up, you have to give me a kiss. Tang Shishi's face flushed red. She was about to retort when a shout from downstairs interrupted her. Is anyone here? My beast needs to evolve. Jiang Chen sprang to his feet. Let's go. Time to reel in the catch. Downstairs stood a burly man with a canine beast at his side. He introduced himself as Wang Taiju and said his three-tailed husky needed to evolve. Jiang Chen glanced at the beast, and a data frame immediately appeared in his mind. It was clearly a three-tailed night wolf, worth 10 times more than a three-tailed husky. Though the two beasts looked strikingly similar and were hard to distinguish even for experts, their evolved forms were entirely different. No problem. Jiang Chen knew the man was trying to set him up, but he played along. But we'll need to talk about the price first. Name your price. Wang Taiju waved his hand dismissively. But if the evolution fails, you'll have to compensate me with 100,000 alliance coins. Deal. Jiang Chen turned to Tang Shishir and said, Go outside and gather a crowd to watch the show. Tang Shishir called out, and in no time, the crowd of onlookers from the street flooded into the hall. The allure of a beauty was indeed extraordinary within moments. The hall was packed with people. Hey, isn't that Wang Taiju from the Shrouded Sky Hunters? What's he doing here for a beast evolution? Isn't he just ruining the reputation of his own Shanglong clinic? Obviously here to stir up trouble. Who do you think will win? Do we even need to guess? That young guy doesn't stand a chance against Wang Taiju. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Jiang Chen scanned the room and, seeing that everyone had gathered, turned to Wang Taiju and said, Please bring your three-tailed husky to the center. With a commanding wave of his hand, Wang Taizu's beast strode proudly to the center of the hall. But this was no ordinary husky, this was a majestic and imposing beast, its sharp gaze seemingly piercing the air. Don't rush, Jiang Chen said with a sly smirk. He'll turn it into a husky soon enough. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen approached the experiment table. Unlike others, whose setups were filled with test tubes, instruments, and precision measuring tools, his table was equipped with kitchenware, a wok, spatula, ladle, bowls, and even oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. What the heck? Isn't this supposed to be a beast evolution clinic? Why does it look like a restaurant kitchen? Someone exclaimed. Could he be planning to stew the three-tailed husky? Wang Taiju was equally baffled. He had disrupted countless events before, but had never encountered such an absurd scene. Just putting on a show. Even if you were the Monkey King himself, you couldn't evolve a three-tailed night wolf into a four-tailed husky. My 100,000 alliance coins are as good as mine. Jiang Chen ignored the noise and focused on his work. He started by placing water and wild boar bones into the pot, carefully skimming off the foam as it boiled. He then replaced the water, adding gingerwood, green water onions, fiery star anise, and other seasonings. Finally, he placed the prepared bones back in and let them simmer over low heat. Half an hour later, a rich, tantalizing aroma filled the hall and even wafted out onto the street. People couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their stomachs growling in response. More passers-by, drawn by the scent, began to pour in. This restaurant smells amazing. Are you dumb? This is a beast evolution clinic. Jiang Chen timed it perfectly, adding salt and soy sauce for flavor before turning up the heat to thicken the broth. A pot of fragrant, braised ribs was soon ready. He even garnished it with a sprig of cilantro before placing it in front of Wang Taiju. Wang Taiju waved dismissively. Even if you treat me to ribs, you still have to pay if you lose. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. This is for the dog. What, you want some too? Should I whip up another pot for you? The entire hall erupted in laughter. Wang Tieju's face darkened instantly as he suppressed his anger and stared at the boy in front of him. Are you saying that if my era eats this plate of ribs, it'll evolve into a four-tailed era? Jiang Chen nodded confidently. That's right. If the evolution fails, I'll give you 100,000 alliance coins immediately. But if it succeeds, you owe me 100,000 alliance coins. Fair deal, right? Without a second thought, Wang Taiju agreed, thinking it was easy money. Deal. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly and placed the plate of ribs in front of the three-tailed night wolf. The wolf's eyes lit up, and it eagerly devoured the ribs, indulging itself without hesitation. As the night wolf enjoyed the meal, an unexpected transformation began. Its body suddenly emitted a dazzling green light. The sleek black fur started fading, replaced by a black and white pattern. Its once sharp and fierce gaze gradually turned dull and bewildered, exuding the signature goofy look of an era. Most astonishing of all, a streak of black light flashed at its tail, and a fourth tail actually grew out. When the night wolf finally swallowed the last rib, it instinctively tried to let out a wolf's howl but instead barked, "Woof, woof, woof." The sudden change left it utterly confused. What kind of sound was that? Why did it sound like a dog? Wang Taizhu stared at the scene in utter disbelief, mumbling to himself, "Impossible, how could this be possible? My three-tailed night wolf really turned into a four-tailed era?" His heart ached. This was a loss worth at least 10 times the bet. Jiang Chen smirked and explained, "Three-tailed night wolves and three-tailed eras are both canine beasts, so of course, they can evolve into one another. I simply use the essence of a shape-shifting wild boar to guide the process, reducing its wolf traits and enhancing its dog traits. The data framework for this evolution path is clearly documented." He extended his hand. "A bet is a bet. Time to pay up 100,000 alliance coins." Wang Tieju's face turned pale. I don't have that much money." Jiang Chen's expression darkened. "Trying to back out? Someone, close the door and release Jean. Tie him up and have his father come pay the ransom." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a raging golden ape carrying an iron rod swaggered into the room with its massive frame, looking every bit like a menacing enforcer. Terrified, Wang Taizhu quickly pulled out his bank card. I'll transfer it right now." Once the transfer was complete, Jiang Chen casually placed his 2-star breeder certificate on the table. The crowd gasped when they saw the words Jiang Chen, 17 years old, 2-star breeder, written on it. "Master Jiang," someone immediately called out, "please help my beast evolve." Soon, a chorus of similar requests filled the room. Seeing the commotion, Tang Shishir smiled and said, "Everyone, please don't rush. This is a premium beast cultivation club. Follow me to apply for a VIP card." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with interest, and they were immediately intrigued by the pet care clinic offering VIP membership cards. "What levels do your VIP cards have?" one of the beast tamers eagerly asked. Tang Shishir flashed a charming smile, her dimples showing, and explained softly, "The VIP cards are divided into 6 levels, determined entirely by the amount you prepay. A deposit of 10,000 alliance coins earns you a bronze card, 50,000 gets you an iron card, 100,000 a silver card, 200,000 a gold card, 500,000 a platinum card, and the highest level, the purple gold card, requires a deposit of 1 million alliance coins." This pricing system was carefully designed by Jiang Chen and Wang Xikong to perfectly align with customer psychology. Much like spinning on mobile games, once a customer deposits 10,000, the 50,000 threshold no longer seems so daunting. After depositing 50,000, 100,000 starts to feel attainable. Step by step, customers are guided toward upgrading their spending. Meanwhile, the prepaid alliance coins serve as the clinic's cash flow without incurring interest, a brilliantly crafted business strategy. "We'll try a bronze card," one of the beast tamers said, pulling out a bank card to test the basic membership level. Tang Shishir blinked and spoke with a hint of allure. "Are you sure you want a bronze card? Considering your status, an iron card would be a much better match." Her words left the beast tamer momentarily flustered. Swallowing nervously, he replied, "Then, as you suggest, let's go with the iron card." Before long, a long queue had formed at the counter as everyone scrambled to apply for membership cards. Watching the scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reminisce about the time he himself had been persuaded by a supermarket clerk to spend more than had planned. Feeling both nostalgic and proud, he observed Tang Shishir skillfully mastering this art. However, by midday, Jiang Chen noticed an issue. Most people were opting for the bronze or iron cards, with very few willing to invest significantly more upfront. It was understandable, given that the clinic was newly opened and customers were still testing the waters. A sly smile crept onto Jiang Chen's face as he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Xikong. Catching on immediately, Wang Xikong strode confidently to the front desk and slapped his bank card down with flair. "Get me a gold VIP card." Tang Shishir quickly chimed in. "Congratulations to this distinguished guest on becoming one of our highest tier members. The boss has just announced that members with silver cards and above will now enjoy a 10 discount." The announcement caused a stir in the room. "A 10 discount? That's a great deal. We're spending money on our beasts anyway. Saving a bit helps. Upgrade me to a silver card." As the crowd enthusiastically upgraded their membership levels, Jiang Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. But he didn't idly had prepared a spread of specialty dishes to showcase. Mutated squirrel mandarin fish, super Buddha jumps over the wall, secret recipe braised ribs, and more, each tailored to different beast attributes, were neatly displayed on a table near the entrance. Li Xiaofu set up a large signboard nearby, densely filled with descriptions of specialty dishes. Mutated squirrel mandarin fish, a delicacy of fresh mutated mandarin fish paired with fragrant flame pine nuts, specially crafted to help fire-type beasts level up. Super Buddha jumps over the wall, a perfect combination of jade green radish and tender bullfrog, designed to awaken the bloodline potential of water-type beasts. The aroma of various dishes intertwined and wafted through the streets, making the beasts go wild. No matter how hard their owners tried to pull them back, they couldn't resist rushing toward the enticing scents. In front of the Divine Beast Breeding Club, the beasts stared at the plates of food, drooling with sparkling eyes, looking pitifully at their owners like children begging for candied hawthorn. The beast masters could only smile wryly and think to themselves, "We can't let our beasts suffer, no matter how tough it gets." One by one, they reluctantly took out their money to pay. Once inside, they naturally joined the queue to apply for membership, completing the seamless on-stop service. After a busy day, as closing time approached, Jiang Chen asked, "Xiaocong, how did we do today?" Wang Xikong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said nonchalantly, "Not much, just over 1.5 million alliance coins." The figure left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned, had never seen so much money in his life. Li Xiaofu and Tang Shishir also smiled with satisfaction. It was all earned through genuine effort. Wang Xikong added, "Actually, the net profit is only 560,000 alliance coins after deducting costs like venue rent, renovation, equipment, and medicinal materials." Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wince such high expenses. But on second thought, breaking even and netting over 500,000 on the first day was already a huge success. Everyone worked hard today. Go home and rest well. Xiaocong, please transfer everyone's share later, Jiang Chen announced with a smile. Each person would receive 140,000 alliance coins. This income brought Jiang Chen a sense of relief, finally had enough to cover the week's food expenses for Xiao He, Dejin, and Little Soft Egg. Although raising beasts was undeniably expensive, he found joy in it. Little Soft Egg was still young and didn't consume much. For now, Jiang Chen's soul strength wasn't sufficient to form a contract with the berserk gorilla, so he decided to postpone leveling up Dejin and focus on creating a strengthening diet plan. After all, the lower the beast's rank, the less soul strength was required. The priority was to nurture Xiao He and enhance his own soul strength through it. Tomorrow night, he planned to attempt using Wind Thunderwood to activate Xiao He's lightning attribute. If successful, this ghost-type beast would no longer have a weakness to elemental counterattacks. As Jiang Chen finished tidying up the club and prepared to leave, he encountered an elderly professor hunched over at the entrance. "Professor, why are you here?" "You could have just called me," Jiang Chen said in surprise. He had always been straightforward about his gratitude and grudges, holding deep respect for this esteemed mentor. The old professor waved his hand awkwardly. "I feel ashamed for failing to take care of the berserk gorilla properly. Jiang Chen, don't hold a grudge against the Beast Breeders Association." Jiang Chen paused for a moment before replying, "There's no need to say more, Professor. I understand the situation. Out of respect for you, I won't hold it against them." Sensing the coldness in his tone, the professor sighed inwardly. The members of the Beast Breeders Association were truly blind to have driven out such a talented individual. "What a shame," he murmured softly. "One day they'll regret it." Jiang Chen returned home to find Jiang Shaogua had already toasted the bread using the fiery tail of the fire-tailed raccoon. The warm glow of the flames made the cozy scene even more heartwarming. Jiang Chen heated up some milk and specially prepared his sister's favorite dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, adding a touch of joy to this special evening. To enhance the atmosphere, Jiang Shaogua turned off the lights, letting the fire-tailed raccoon's tail serve as a candlelight. She gently poked its round belly and said with a giggle, "Dim the light a bit." The fire-tailed raccoon grinned, revealing its large front teeth, and obediently reduced the brightness of its tail's flame. "Big brother, we're having dinner in our very own home," Jiang Shaogua said sweetly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "Yes, our own home," Jiang Chen replied gently. Just as the siblings were enjoying this heartwarming moment, a deafening thunderclap erupted outside. Dark clouds churned, and flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. Jiang Chen gazed at the silver lightning dancing within the stormy clouds, a delighted smile appearing on his face. "Finally, a thunderstorm," he exclaimed. He immediately grabbed a bottle of rock armor essence and handed it to Dejin. "Here, have a drink." After consuming it, Dejin's body was quickly engulfed by yellow crystalline energy, and its eyes burst with blinding golden light, illuminating the entire room. The system instantly displayed Dejin's new status. Beast name: Rampaging Golden Ape. Type: Mutated Rock type. Mutated Fighting type. Level: Level 15. Quality: Excellent quality. Weakness: Psychic type. Trait: Golden Shield. Xiao He, Dejin, let's go. Jiang Chen excitedly set down his chopsticks, leading his companions out of the house and heading straight for the base of the mountains on the outskirts. The scene at the mountaintop was breathtaking. Several massive purple centipedes were feasting on lightning atop the peak. Each one measured over 5 meters in length, their countless segmented legs swaying in the fierce wind. With gaping jaws, they greedily absorbed the bolts of lightning from the sky. The system identified them as level 10 thunder centipedes of common quality, known for their fondness for devouring lightning during thunderstorms. Dijin, drive them away, Jiang Chen commanded. The rampaging golden ape, like a towering iron fortress, charged up the mountain. Its thunderous roar shook the heavens, instantly interrupting the centipede's feast. The thunder centipedes screeched sharply, their antennae firing a barrage of silver lightning bolts in retaliation. Boom! The electric arcs struck Dijin, only to be shattered by the sudden eruption of its golden shield. With a mighty leap, Dijin smashed its iron fist down, creating a violent gust that flattened the mountaintop. Terrified, the thunder centipedes scattered in all directions. Xiaohe, your turn. At Jiang Chen's command, Xiaohe, who had been waiting to strike, sprang into action in an instant. A ghostly figure flashed by, and two dark claw marks tore through the air, striking precisely on the back of the fleeing thunder centipede. With a sharp tearing sound, the centipede's body was instantly shredded into 6 pieces, and violet blood gushed out, staining the entire mountaintop. Xiaohe, come here quickly, Jiang Chen called out while waving his hand, swiftly carving out a crystal stone crackling with arcs of electricity from the centipede's head. He took out a piece of wind thunder which he had collected earlier, and Xiaohe's eyes lit up as it eagerly rushed to his side. With practiced skill, Jiang Chen sliced open the wind thunder wood and embedded the lightning crystal core within it. As the wind thunder would envelop the core completely, the two elements reacted violently. Crackling lightning shot out through the translucent wood, creating a dazzling but perilous scene without a balance from wind energy. The lightning crystal core could explode at any moment. Xiaohe, channel your wind energy to the maximum and swallow it, Jiang Chen commanded. Instantly, fierce winds surged around them. Xiaohe closed its eyes, focused its energy, and opened its mouth to swallow the wind thunder wood. In a flash, ferocious lightning engulfed its entire body. Jiang Chen watched intently, his brows tightly furrowed. Cultivating lightning attributes in a ghost-type beast, this was an unprecedented attempt. Don't resist. Let the wind energy flow into the wind thunder wood to balance the lightning. Following the instruction, Xiaohe allowed the wind energy to merge with the wood. The searing pain gradually gave way to a tingling sensation, and it began to twist and writhe in response to the strange energy, leaving Jiang Chen both amused and exasperated. More importantly, a crystal core interwoven with black, silver, and green hues was forming within Xiaohe, breaking traditional attribute boundaries. When the tricolored crystal core finally took shape, a deafening sound of wind and thunder echoed through the mountains and forests. Green and silver energy entwined around Xiaohe, and a lightning mark appeared on its forehead, resembling a sinister and domineering third eye. A data frame materialized. Beast name, Nether Sabertoothed Cat. Beast type, Ghost Lightning Wind. Beast level, level 12. Beast quality, from elite to exceptional quality. Beast weakness, none. It worked. Jiang Chen trembled with excitement. Xiaohe, use Wind Thunder Beast Claw. With a roar, Xiaohe darted forward like a bolt of lightning, slashing through the air with a thunderous mark. A towering tree was instantly severed with a loud crack, its stump charred black. Jiang Chen was utterly stunned. Xiaohe's display of thunder attribute power was truly formidable, even making Dijin's pupils constrict in awe. Well done, Xiaohe, Jiang Chen exclaimed excitedly, ruffling Xiaohe's little head. Come on, let's head back for some squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. Dijin immediately perked up its ears and looked at Jiang Chen with a pitiful expression, pointing at itself with its little paw, as if to say, I contributed too. I deserve a treat as well. All right, Jiang Chen said with a doting smile. Jiangtang bananas are waiting for you too. The next morning, after preparing breakfast for Jiang Xiaogua, Jiang Chen headed to the Divine Pet Training and Breeding Center. Although business wasn't as booming as the day before, there was still a long line at the entrance. Glancing at the Shenglong Beast Clinic next door, Jiang Chen noticed that their foot traffic had dropped by more than half compared to usual. The general manager of Shenglong Beast Clinic, Mr. Liu, was standing at the entrance, observing the bustling crowd at Jiang Chen's center. The moment he spotted Jiang Chen, his face darkened. Oomph! He shot Jiang Chen a glare before storming back into the clinic. What, are you going to bite me or something? Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly. There's only so much business to go around, it's all about who has the better skills. Making his way through the waiting crowd, Jiang Chen entered his office to find Wang Sickhong, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, meticulously going over the accounts. He exuded a scholarly air, a far cry from his usual playboy demeanor. Chef Jiang, you're finally here, Wang Sickhong greeted with a smile. The kitchen's overflowing with dishes waiting for you. On it. Jiang Chen nodded before suggesting, Sickhong, starting tomorrow, let's limit each dish to just 10 servings per day. No exceptions. Wang Sickhong was momentarily surprised, but then his eyes lit up. Scarcity marketing. You're devious, Brother Chen. The pre-order hotline is going to explode now. Well, If we want to sustain long-term buzz, we need to make our dishes exclusive and highly sought after, Jiang Chen explained. By the way, have you noticed that most of our customers are independent beast tamers? There are fewer and fewer people from hunter teams and beast-taming families. Wang Sicong frowned in thought. You're right. And those beast-taming families and hunter teams are the real big spenders. Something's definitely off here, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile, picking up his phone to call Shi Hao. Ever since Shi Hao had saved him in the mountain forest, Jiang Chen often reached out to him for updates on hunter teams. Hello, brother Shi Hao? It's Jiang Chen. Ah, kid. I was just about to contact you, Shi Hao replied, lowering his voice. Did you recently open a divine pet training and breeding center? That's right, Jiang Chen answered, a sense of unease already creeping into his thoughts. Shi Hao continued, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. You need to be cautious of the Sky Shroud Hunters group. Last night, they made their move. They've sent out notices to all major hunter teams and beast-taming families, explicitly forbidding them from having any dealings with your Divine Beast Cultivation Center. They even demanded an immediate halt to all supplies. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. The Sky Shroud Hunters group's methods were indeed ruthless. This kind of underhanded tactic, cutting off resources at the root, was the most lethal. However, on second thought, it was precisely this decisive and aggressive approach that had allowed them to dominate the northern district for so long. Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, Shi Hao quickly added, but don't worry, our Hurricane Hunters team doesn't play by their rules. Starting today, we'll be your supplier. Great. Brother Shi Hao, I won't forget this kindness. Jiang Chen immediately responded. From now on, the Divine Beast Cultivation Center will purchase your supplies at 120 of the market price. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Without the support of the beast-taming families and other hunter groups, the development of the Divine Beast Cultivation Center would undoubtedly be stifled, remaining at a small-scale operation. Chen, should I have my family step in and exert some pressure? Wang Sicong suggested. Jiang Chen shook his head in refusal. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we need to rely on our own strength to break through this situation. At that moment, a prominent news alert scrolled across the large screen. Urgent. The Chang'an military issues a summons, inviting all local cultivators to join forces in overcoming a crisis. It turned out that the military was conducting a citywide selection of outstanding cultivators to participate in a classified, large-scale security project. I found our way out. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. You mean joining the military selection? Wang Sicong suddenly realized. You're right. Military contracts carry far more weight than those from the beast-taming families. Jiang Chen nodded seriously. It's not just about business. The military wouldn't issue a citywide summons without a significant reason. This must be related to the safety of Chang'an City. As someone born and raised here, it's our responsibility to do our part. He picked up his phone and dialed the registration hotline. Meanwhile, at the Shanglong Beast Clinic, Manager Lu was watching the same news broadcast, his brows furrowed. He picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, is this the registration office? This is Lu Qingshan, elder of the Sky Shroud Hunters Group. Listen carefully if Jiang Chen from the Divine Beast Cultivation Center applies. Make sure his name is eliminated immediately. After registering his name, Jiang Chen felt a temporary sense of relief. Standing in the kitchen, he focused on preparing the dishes he planned to sell that day, while instructing Li Xiaofu to contact the Gale Hunters team to arrange the delivery. The Divine Pet Cultivation Club had been open for 3 days, and its business focus was now clearly defined in 3 areas: beast evolution, creating customized training plans, and treating difficult illnesses. Among these, beast evolution was the most profitable, but since it required specific opportunities, the customer base was currently unstable. Sitting in his office, Jiang Chen frowned as he contemplated 2 pressing issues. The first was the management of the club after school started tomorrow. Hiring someone on short notice was obviously not feasible, so after much thought, he decided to enlist the help of his 10-year-old sister, Jiang Xiaogua. Her job would be simple: recording customer appointments and waiting until after school to handle specific tasks. This would not only address the immediate problem but also encourage Xiaogua to stay active instead of lounging around at home all day, avoiding the fate of becoming a little couch potato. The second issue was the shortage of supplies. With the Skyhunter group cutting off the supply chain, relying solely on the Gale Hunters team was far from sufficient. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Chenjuchue Street. That bustling commercial street was home to many vendors dealing in mutated plants and monster materials. Although the quality of goods varied greatly, with a sharp eye, there was a chance to find some real treasures. Grabbing his bank card, Jiang Chen set off for Zhuke Street. The street was lined with shops, a chaotic mix of junk and rare treasures, attracting gamblers from all over the country, each with gleaming eyes, hoping to discover something priceless. Jiang Chen entered a large shop and carefully examined the goods displayed on the counter, only to shake his head in disappointment. Most of the items were worthless, and even the authentic ones were just ordinary goods worth a few hundred coins. As he was about to leave, a commotion broke out nearby. It turned out someone was in the appraisal area, requesting an evaluation of their item. This appraisal area, operated by a third-party organization, charged a fee but was known for its reliability. It's starting! It's starting! The onlookers exclaimed excitedly. A short, stout man carried over a basket of pitch-black objects, loudly claiming he had purchased them for 30,000 alliance coins and wanted the experts to verify their authenticity. An elderly expert in a white lab coat nodded, picked up a magnifying glass, and began examining the items carefully. The black water lotus is a type of mutated aquatic plant. Its surface is dark and dry, but its interior is rich with moisture and connected by thread-like filaments. Hey, who told you to recite a textbook? The chubby merchant, his face flushed with anxiety, clenched his fists tightly. Just tell me if it's real or not. He stared intently at the old expert, his heart pounding like a drum. The old expert nodded slowly. Congratulations. Haha. The chubby merchant didn't even wait for him to finish and burst into excitement. The old expert is congratulating me. This black water lotus is real. I'm going to be rich 10,000 alliance coins per box. Congratulations on only losing 3,000 alliance coins, the old expert calmly added. At most, it's worth 300 now. The chubby merchant's face instantly turned as dark as a pot's bottom. Can you just shut up already? The crowd around them burst into laughter. At that moment, Jiang Chen walked over with a cheerful smile. Boss, I happen to love eating black water lotus. How about selling it to me? I'll give you 500. Let's call it a friendly gesture. The chubby merchant reluctantly nodded. A smaller loss is still a win, I guess. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Chen took only one piece from the entire basket and started to leave, leaving everyone around him dumbfounded. The chubby merchant's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped in front of Jiang Chen. Wait a minute. There's a rule on Zhuke Street. Any resale must undergo a second appraisal. The old expert re-examined the piece and gasped. Oh my, this is incredible. I almost missed it. This is a black water crystal. His words instantly drew envious gazes from the crowd. This was a treasure worth over 10,000. Stop right there. I'm not selling it anymore. The chubby merchant roared, and suddenly, a 2-meter-tall giant toad appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Covered in oozing pustules, this toxic-tongued ancient toad was a level 12 elite water poison type beast, notorious for using its venomous tongue to attack. Leave the black water crystal, or let my toad give you a lick, the chubby merchant threatened. The toxic-tongued ancient toad immediately flicked out its scarlet tongue, its corrosive, sticky saliva dripping onto the ground. At this critical moment, Xiaohei sprang into action. Its tail stinger struck the massive tongue with precision. A flash of silver light streaked through the air, and the toxic-tongued ancient toad began foaming at the mouth, thrashing wildly. The chubby merchant reached out to touch it, but started convulsing as well. It turned out he got electrocuted. He froze for a moment before suddenly realizing something. Wait, how can a ghost-type beast generate electricity? Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't about to tell anyone that his little black pet possessed an extraordinary lightning attribute. Tossing the black crystal in his hand with satisfaction, he strolled away leisurely, leaving the chubby merchant and the toad awkwardly flailing in place while the onlookers stood around in confusion. Arriving at the beast-taming supermarket, he sold the black crystal for 150,000 alliance coins. What a profitable deal. This is way faster than earning money through beast cultivation. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, but he quickly shook his head. Unfortunately, opportunities like this are rare. I'd better stick to being a genius beast cultivator. Without hesitation, he invested this unexpected windfall into purchasing medicinal herbs for the Divine Pet Cultivation Club, ordering 5 truckloads in one go. Watching as workers unloaded truck after truck of herbs through the club's gates, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. Not only had he resolved the club's supply crisis, but he hadn't spent a single coin of his own. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. Little Gua is hungry. Little Gua is hungry. On the other end of the line, Li Xiaofu's anxious voice came through. Brother Chen, the Gale Hunters squad was ambushed in the outskirts. They're trying to steal the herbs. How audacious. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. Xiaohei, Dejin, let's go. Xiaohei instantly transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting forward, while Dejin lifted Jiang Chen onto its broad shoulder and strode ahead with thunderous steps. Each of Dejin's strides shook the streets, causing pedestrians to scatter in alarm. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, Li Xiaofu, Shihao, and 3 others were taking cover behind a massive boulder. 6 feral tusked boars charged at them relentlessly, while 3 fiery blood-sucking mosquitoes roared in the air, spewing scorching fire lines. The massive figure of Ah Chun stood protectively in front of the group, its bear-like paws swinging like wheels, sending the tusked boars flying one by one. The 3 wind mantis beasts belonging to Shihao and the others fought fiercely in the air against the fiery mosquitoes, with green wind blades colliding against red fire lines in deafening explosions. In the nearby forest, 5 middle-aged men in combat uniforms worked in perfect coordination, commanding their beasts to launch vicious attacks. Suddenly, one of them waved his hand, summoning another fiery, blood-sucking mosquito from the woods. It charged straight toward the herb truck. No, they're going to destroy the herbs. Shihao's heart stopped. Li Xiaofu frowned deeply. They were completely tied down and powerless to stop this clearly premeditated act of destruction. The fiery mosquito bared its grotesque mouthparts, spewing a searing line of fire directly at the herb truck. Shihao and Li Xiaofu shut their eyes in despair, knowing the 300,000 alliance coins worth of herbs were about to go up in flames. At that critical moment, a streak of black lightning tore through the sky, colliding with the fire line in a thunderous explosion. The blast sent debris and flames flying everywhere, leveling the surrounding trees in its wake. Amid the smoke and dust, a shadowy figure flashed by, and the fiery mosquito let out a piercing screech before crashing heavily to the ground. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on its abdomen. The fiery blood-sucking mosquito, a level 10 elite-grade beast with both fire and poison attributes, was instantly killed under Xiao Hei's attack. Its greatest weaknesses were lightning and water-based attacks, but there was no time to exploit them now. Xiao Hei's figure shot into the air like a bolt of lightning, leaping 5 meters high in an instant and appearing behind the remaining 3 fiery blood-sucking mosquitoes. Its sharp claws tore through the air with a deafening crack. With 2 explosive sounds, 2 more fiery blood-sucking mosquitoes disintegrated into blood mist under the ghostly shadow claws. Meow! Xiao Hei let out a deafening roar toward the sky, its eyes flashing with a menacing electric glow, resembling a god of death emerging from the underworld. The ferocious aura it unleashed swept across the battlefield, even intimidating the 6 frenzied fang boars that had been attacking wildly. They froze in terror, staring at the ghost saber-toothed cat. At that moment, a massive golden figure leaped from the distance. Roar! The rampaging Kong smashed into the ground with a thunderous roar, activating its earth spike skill. Countless sharp spikes erupted from the ground, instantly piercing through the 6-level 12 elite-grade frenzied fang boars. These beasts, skilled in close combat and vulnerable only to lightning and rock-based attacks, were now on the brink of death. Howl! Howl! Agonized screams echoed in the air as blood soaked the desolate wilderness. Hidden within the dense forest, 5 middle-aged men stared in shock. 9 of their 10 contract beasts had fallen in the blink of an eye. Worse still, the last surviving fiery blood-sucking mosquito, terrified, was now frantically fleeing toward their hiding spot. Whimper! That black cat is terrifying. The fiery blood-sucking mosquito ignored its master's commands entirely, seeking only refuge. What are you standing there for? Run! The 5 men had no choice but to flee in panic alongside their last beast. Jiang Chen leapt down from Dejin's shoulder and asked anxiously, Xiaofu, brother Shihao, are you okay? Shihao looked at the young man before him in astonishment, recalling how he had saved him not long ago. Now, this same boy was displaying such remarkable strength. We're fine, brother Chen. Thanks to you, we made it just in time. And the medicinal herbs are safe too, Li Xiaofu said, stepping out from behind Chun. The Skyhunter group is getting more and more out of hand. They've even stooped to highway robbery. Jiang Chen said angrily. Those guys are rotten to the core. Otherwise, how could they have ruled the North District for so many years? Shihao said with a frown. I'm really sorry, brother Shihao, for dragging you into this, Jiang Chen said apologetically. Shihao waved his hand dismissively. Kid, no need to say more. If they dare ambush me, I'll make sure to hit them where it hurts. Whoa, I didn't know you were into that kind of thing, brother Shihao, Li Xiaofu teased. Shihao's face darkened as he knocked Li Xiaofu on the head. Shut up. What I meant was, well, strike their supply warehouse from behind. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Great idea. But it's not a sneak attack on the warehousey, it's a fool-in raid. Good grief, Jiang the bandit is back? Li Xiaofu's words were cut short as Jiang Chen smacked him on the head. Don't expose me. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Hei, go after them. Don't let those beast tamers escape. In an instant, Xiao Hei transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting into the depths of the forest. Shihao quickly organized 3 people to transport the medicinal herbs to the Divine Pet Breeding Association, then joined Jiang Chen and Li Xiaofu in pursuing the fleeing group. Considering Dejin's conspicuous size, Jiang Chen ordered it to escort the herb-laden vehicles back. Half an hour later, 5 beast tamers and a fiery blood-sucking mosquito lay paralyzed in front of the trio, all incapacitated by Xiao Hei's electrified tail. Well done, Xiao Hei. Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled Xiao Hei's head. Tonight, I'll make squirrel-shaped sweet and sour fish stew servings. Hearing this, Xiao Hei was overjoyed, its 3-part mouth twitching with excitement as it affectionately nuzzled Jiang Chen's leg. Hao stared in astonishment at this scene, unable to reconcile how this ferocious killing machine from the battlefield could now appear so docile. Recalling how Xiao He had effortlessly taken down the fiery blood-sucking mosquito, a chill ran down his spine. Brother Hao, Xiaofu, quickly changed into their uniforms. The three of them swiftly donned the clothes of the shading hunters and set off toward the northern suburbs with the captured beast tamers in tow. 10 minutes later, Hao pointed to a courtyard on the outskirts of the city. That's the shading hunters' medicinal herb warehouse. Jiang Chen glanced over, observing that the courtyard was indeed heavily guarded. 2 guards stood on either side of the main gate, and the roof was dotted with several lookout crows. These level 9 poison-type beasts, though of ordinary quality, were excellent sentinels due to their 360-degree field of vision. Their only weakness was their sensitivity to lightning and, interestingly, their peculiar fondness for the aroma of coffee. Last time we transported herbs, those crows wouldn't take their eyes off us, Hao cautioned. Jiang Chen pondered briefly, then began digging a small hole in the ground. Brother Chen, are we digging a tunnel to sneak in? Li Xiaofu asked, puzzled. Tunnel? Seriously? Do I look like a mole to you? Jiang Chen chuckled, pulling a packet of instant coffee from his pocket and emptying it into the hole. He glanced around, picked a cluster of crimson berries from a nearby bush, and squeezed their juice into the coffee powder to mix. The rich aroma of coffee soon wafted through the air. Quick, hide, Jiang Chen urged. The three of them swiftly concealed themselves in the dense forest, waiting for the coffee scent to drift toward the warehouse. Suddenly, the crows perched on the roof began to stir restlessly. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Following the enticing aroma of coffee, 9 crows dived down in unison, scrambling to squeeze into the pit Jiang Chen had dug. Within a mere 10 seconds, the greedy creatures had drained the coffee completely, even licking the coffee-soaked dirt with relish before reluctantly flying back to the roof to hide. Li Xiaofu stared at the scene in bewilderment. Brother Chen, what's the deal with giving coffee to crows? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a sly grin. Just wait and see. Before his words had fully landed, the crows on the roof suddenly grew agitated. Their expressions turned frantic, their stomachs emitted loud gurgling noises, and they began writhing and rolling about on the roof. Then, with a series of splattering sounds, white bird droppings rained down like a waterfall. What is this? A guard, struck directly on the head, reached up to touch it and immediately erupted in curses. Damn it, it's bird crap. The entire warehouse descended into chaos as guards, covered in bird droppings, scrambled in all directions. One unfortunate soul accidentally opened his mouth, only to taste the foul surprise. Ugh, gross. It went in my mouth. Li Xiaofu was laughing so hard he could barely stand. Brother Chen, what did you give them? Laxative juice mixed with coffee, the perfect combo. Jiang Chen replied smugly. Hao couldn't hold back his laughter. You're ruthless. Jiang Chen quickly got down to business. Now's our chance. We'll sneak in dressed as members of the Skyhunter Brigade. Xiaofu, you're in charge of setting a fire on the west side of the warehouse. Make it big. Li Xiaofu pulled out a lighter and a handful of greasy fruits, known for their flammability. Taking advantage of the guards' preoccupation with chasing crows, the three of them slipped into the warehouse unnoticed. Li Xiaofu, accompanied by his black dog, headed straight for the west side, while Jiang Chen and Hao hid behind a stack of hay, waiting for the right moment. Jiang Chen quickly pulled out his phone. Hey, Xiao Tsong, send a few skilled drivers to the warehouse in the northern suburbs immediately. 3 minutes later, thick black smoke billowed from the west side of the warehouse, and flames roared ferociously. Fire! Put it out! Guards rushed to the scene with water elemental beasts to extinguish the blaze. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen and Hao sprang into action, shouting at the guards, the fire's out of control. Start moving the medicinal supplies. The guards promptly opened the warehouse doors and began transporting the materials. Prioritize the valuable ones, Jiang Chen added. Soon, truck after truck loaded with medicinal supplies rolled out of the warehouse. The three of them blended into the convoy, driving along with it. The convoy stopped in the open area outside the warehouse. Jiang Chen shouted, leave a few people here to guard the supplies. The rest of you, go back and fight the fire. The guards followed his instructions and hurried back to the warehouse. At that moment, the experienced drivers sent by Wang Sikong emerged from the nearby forest. Load up and transport the supplies to the Divine Pet Breeding Center, Jiang Chen commanded. With that, the operation concluded flawlessly. At my command, with a single order, the convoy roared to life, and the trucks loaded with medicinal herbs sped off toward the city. The rumble of engines startled the guards who were busy extinguishing flames in the warehouse. Not good. The herbs have been stolen. The guards immediately realized what had happened and set off in pursuit of the convoy with their tamed beasts. However, just as they reached the gate, a massive, round, fleshy mass suddenly blocked the entire exit. "Blast it open!" the captain of the guards bellowed. A giant rock serpent opened its gaping maw and unleashed a blazing fireball. To everyone's astonishment, the fireball bounced back, striking the serpent square on its jaw. With a loud crack, its lower jaw dislocated on the spot. The serpent froze in place, its eyes filled with an existential crisis about its own snakehood. Unwilling to give up, the captain quickly dispatched 3 razor-tusk boars to charge at the obstacle. The 3 boars sprinted side by side, their sharp tusks gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. With a deafening crash, their heads collided forcefully with the fleshy mass. But in the next moment, the reckless trio staggered and collapsed to the ground, utterly dazed. If the ground won't work, well, break through from the air, the captain decided with a wave of his hand. 2 armored beetles took to the skies. Yet just as they were about to fly past, 2 streaks of black lightning struck them with precision. The beetles were instantly charred and fell heavily to the ground. With no way forward in the air, a guard suggested digging a tunnel using ironclaw moles. 2 round, pudgy moles were summoned, their adorable appearance a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. Spurred on by the captain's commands, the moles quickly burrowed 2 tunnels. Just as the guards thought they had found their escape route, a colossal figure suddenly descended upon the tunnel exits. With a thunderous crash, Ah Chun's massive body collapsed the entire tunnel, burying all the guards underground. Satisfied with the task completed, Ah Chun patted its hefty backside and disappeared into the dense forest alongside Xiao He. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already safely arrived at the Divine Pet Breeding Association with the convoy full of medicinal herbs. He stared at the 10 full trucks of medicinal herbs, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This batch of herbs was enough to sustain the operations of the Divine Pet Breeding Club for an entire month. Wang Xikong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and chuckled. "Jiang Bandit, this time you really lived up to your name. What a big haul." "Well, the shadow hunters provoked us first. This is the price of recklessness," Jiang Chen replied with a grin. Li Xiaofu squinted and said, "These herbs are worth at least 5 or 600,000. I wonder how furious Lin Haoshan's father will be. That old turtle? It'd be best if he got so angry he kicked the bucket." Wang Xikong sneered coldly. As dusk fell, Jiang Chen suggested, "School starts tomorrow. I'll have Xiaogua stay at the club to handle customer requests. We can deal with everything after school." Sure Hao heard this and smirked meaningfully. "That little girl, huh? Heh." The next morning, Jiang Xiaogua finished the breakfast her brother had left for her and headed out with her firetail dragon cat in her arms. Clutching a phone loaded with hundreds of romantic soap operas, she was more than happy to work at the Divine Pet Breeding Club. It was just a change of scenery for her binge-watching, after all. As soon as she sat down at the reception desk, a crowd of waiting customers swarmed in. Seeing the adorable little girl sitting at the desk, everyone couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Young lady, I'd like to sign my 2-headed python up for a training package," a middle-aged man said kindly. Jiang Xiaogua looked up, her face serious. "What are you smiling at? Call me Sister Xiaogua." The middle-aged man was taken aback. "I'm over 40 years old, and you want me to?" Before he could finish, Jiang Xiaogua leapt onto the desk, put her hands on her hips, and declared, "Listen up. My name is Jiang Xiaogua, and I love chocolate. If you want to register, you know what to do." The crowd quickly caught on this little girl was using chocolate as the currency for registration priority. Without hesitation, the cleverest customer rushed off and came back with a milk chocolate bar. "Sister Xiaogua, this is for you. Not bad. You've got potential." Jiang Xiaogua nodded approvingly and placed him first in line. Immediately, the crowd scattered, all scrambling to buy chocolate. Within half an hour, the reception desk was piled high with various kinds of chocolate. The little girl sat back, happily munching on her spoils while watching her dramas, utterly content. At that moment, 3 stern-faced middle-aged men entered the club, accompanied by 3 wind mantis beasts. Click. The door was locked. Jiang Xiaogua was nibbling on a piece of chocolate, her cheeks puffed up as she suspiciously eyed the 3 beast tamers who had suddenly appeared in front of her. What do you want?" One of the beast tamers smirked coldly, and the wind mantis behind him swiftly stepped forward, its sharp blade-like arms resting against Jiang Xiaogua's neck. "Hey kid, don't be scared. Uncle just needs to borrow something." He looked down at her from above. "Now, tell me, where's your herb storage?" These 3 beast tamers were here to settle a score. Just yesterday, their Skyshroud Hunters group had failed miserably during a robbery attempt and ended up being robbed themselves. The news had spread like wildfire among hunters, turning them from feared overlords into a laughingstock. The image of Leader Lin's face darkened with rage had become the talk of the town. Their purpose this time was simple: to reclaim the stolen herbs and restore their lost dignity. Feeling the cold touch against her neck, Jiang Xiaogua was unexpectedly calm. She merely nodded slightly. "Let me finish this chocolate first." The 3 beast tamers exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to respond. This reaction was entirely beyond their expectations. They were here to rob her. Why wasn't this little girl cooperating with the robbers? But in Jiang Xiaoguo's world, food was divided into two categories, edible and inedible. She continued munching on her chocolate, the crisp crunch, crunch sound filling the air. Suddenly, one of the beast tamer's stomachs let out an embarrassing growl. Damn it! Watching her eat is making me hungry. Jiang Xiaoguo, sensing the danger, quickly gathered the remaining chocolates on the table into her arms. From her pocket, her fire-tailed dormouse cleverly grabbed a package of chocolate and scurried back into hiding. The sight of this made the three beast tamers' faces instantly darken. Who's going to steal your chocolate, anyway? Hey, are you done eating yet? They finally snapped, unable to hold back. Jiang Xiaoguo licked the chocolate off her fingers and replied, Yep, I'm done. Let's go. The three beast tamers immediately beamed with satisfaction. They hadn't expected the little girl to cooperate so willingly. Following Jiang Xiaoguo's lead, the group made their way to the basement. The dim lighting cast eerie shadows across the room. Hey, kid, are we there yet? One of the beast tamers asked cautiously. Jiang Xiaoguo pointed to a door ahead. There, the storage is right through that door. You're not lying to us, are you? You're sure this is the storage? It's full of herbs in there? Jiang Xiaoguo shook her head innocently. Xiaoguo is a good kid. I never lie. The beast tamers exchanged smug glances. Though one of them expressed concerns about a possible trap, his companion quickly dismissed the idea. I saw Jiang Chen and the others heading into the school with my own eyes. No way they'd expect us to raid the storage. With anticipation, the three beast tamers pushed open the storage door. Sure enough, the room was filled with crates of herbs. But alongside the herbs, there was something else they hadn't anticipated. Roar! A thunderous bellow erupted in the warehouse. Jiang, the massive golden gorilla, flew into a rage the moment he saw three strangers intruding. Throwing his head back, he let out a deafening howl, pounding his iron fists against his chest. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a feral fury, and the terrifying pressure he emitted engulfed the entire warehouse. The three beast tamers were so overwhelmed they nearly collapsed on the spot. Who the hell keeps a giant gorilla in their warehouse? One of them muttered in a trembling voice. Under Jiang's oppressive presence, the three of them shivered like chicks in a winter storm. In the face of danger, their beast companions instinctively rushed forward to protect their masters. Three gale mantises coordinated their attack with precision, their razor-sharp sides glinting menacingly. One aimed for the throat, another targeted the temple, and the third went for the back. But Jiang's response was brutally straightforward, simply swiped his arm. Smack, smack, smack. With three dull thuds, the gale mantises hit the ground like lifeless flies. Jiang bared his golden teeth in a sinister grin, flexing his fingers as he advanced toward the trembling beast tamers. Soon, the warehouse echoed with harrowing screams. Standing at the doorway, Jiang Xiaoguo shrugged innocently. Oops, forgot to mention Jiang was here too, she said nonchalantly before turning to leave. At that moment, the fire-tailed dormouse peeking out of her pocket gave a devilish grin. With a slight twitch of its tiny paw, the warehouse door closed behind her, as if moved by an invisible force. No one noticed this subtle scene. Later that afternoon, after school, Jiang Chen headed to the Divine Beast Breeding Center with Li Xiaofu, Wang Xikong, and Tang Shishir. Brother Chen, do you think it'll be dangerous leaving Xiaoguo alone to watch the shop? Li Xiaofu asked, concerned. Especially since we've already offended the Sky Hunter Guild. Jiang Chen chuckled. Relax, that girl's sharp. If anything, I'm more worried about the customers. She might give them a hard time. Well, she is Jiang the bandit's sister, Tang Shishir teased. A little bandit spirit must run in the family. Feigning indignation, Jiang Chen retorted. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying my whole family are bandits? Just remember, if you marry into my family, you'll be joining a bandit lair too. He then explained to the group that they were heading to a military breeder recruitment assembly. Li Xiaofu and Wang Xikong cheered him on, while Tang Shishir volunteered to accompany him. Outside the military headquarters, the crowd was already massive. Breeders from all over had gathered to serve the Huaxia Alliance. Of course, some who considered themselves above such matters chose to stay away, focusing solely on their beast research. Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir passed through the heavily guarded gates and entered the Grand Central Hall. As they approached the reception desk to register, a sudden commotion rippled through the crowd, which parted to form a clear path. A young man in a white trench coat strolled in with an air of confidence. Tall and strikingly handsome, he wore a faint, arrogant smile. He was none other than Zhou Yi, the protege of the Breeders' Association president. Jiang Chen had definitely heard of Zhou Ye's name before. This young man, the most renowned genius beast cultivator in Chang'an City, was an idol for countless youths. Having studied under the president of the Beast Cultivators Association since childhood, he earned his 1-star certification at the age of 15 and achieved the 2-star certification by 17. Now in his early 20s, it was rumored that Zhou Yi was preparing to take on the 3-star certification exam soon. While everyone's attention was fixated on Zhou Yi, Jiang Chen's focus was drawn to the beast behind him. It was a blue whale, roughly the size of a basketball, with a sleek tail swaying gently and elegant whiskers floating in the air as it swam gracefully. A shroud of misty clouds and water vapor surrounded its body. Cloud Dream Whale. Type: Water Space. Level: 16. Quality: Exceptional. Weaknesses: Lightning Psychic. Traits: Contains a storage space within its body. Behavior: Fond of shiny objects, particularly jewelry. This was Jiang Chen's first time seeing a space-type beast, and he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. His mind wandered to the thought of how useful such a cloud dream whale would have been during yesterday's raid on the Skyshroud Hunter's warehouse. Jiang the bandit, don't even think about it, Tang Shishir said, seeing right through his thoughts and rolling her eyes. The storage space inside that cloud dream whale is only about 1 cubic meter. Jiang Chen nodded. He had figured as much. After all, the ability to manipulate independent space was far too extraordinary to come without limits. With everyone's eyes on him, Zhou Yi approached the reception desk and simply stated, "My name is Zhou Yi." That name, famous throughout the beast cultivation world, required no further explanation. The female staff member immediately turned starry-eyed, gushing over him and asking for his autograph while showering him with admiration. "Ugh, is this really necessary?" Jiang Chen muttered under his breath, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "I mean, I'm pretty charming myself, you know?" Just as he was about to step forward to register, another commotion erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw a tall, stunningly curvaceous woman making her entrance. Her every move exuded elegance and allure, and the charm in her eyes seemed to hook the attention of every man present. Her enchanting, breathtaking presence caused hearts to skip a beat all around. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon 2 towering, snow-white peaks. The breathtaking sight left him momentarily speechless. "Wow, who could resist that?" murmured the onlookers. "That's Hu Mei, the chief cultivator of the Shadow Hunter Guild. Isn't she supposed to be in Luo City for special training?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The elegant and alluring woman before him turned out to be the renowned chief cultivator. He couldn't help but calculate in his mind. If the Shadow Hunter Guild could be persuaded to offer her up, before his thoughts could run wild, a sudden sharp pain shot through his waist, almost making him cry out. Turning his head, he found Tang Shishir twisting his waist with all her might. "Keep staring, why don't you? Go register already." Tang Shishir glared at him with a mix of annoyance and mockery, adding coldly, "I hear the sound of eyeballs popping is quite satisfying." Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he immediately straightened his posture, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. Under Tang Shishi's encouragement, he hurried to the registration desk. "Hello, please help me register. My name is Jiang Chen, candidate number 6356. The female officer checked the list and frowned. "Sorry, your name isn't on the list." "What?" Jiang Chen froze. "But I definitely registered." "Well, that means you didn't meet the eligibility criteria and were disqualified," the officer replied with a faint smile. The surrounding cultivators burst into jeers. "If you're not qualified, stop showing off here. Hurry up, I need to register too. Stop blocking the way." Hume sneered, a mocking expression on her face. "I say, let's just have security throw him out." At that moment, a major in military uniform approached and saluted the crowd. It was none other than Wang Hao, the commander in charge of the previous training exercise. "Jiang Chen, so it's you." Wang Hao grinned as he pulled a golden badge from his pocket. "You're a specially invited guest contestant by the military. You can head straight to the VIP channel." The room fell silent. There were only 3 special guest contestants: an esteemed professor from the Cultivators Association, the military's chief cultivator, and now, this 17-year-old high school student. Zhou Yi's face darkened, Hu Mei's smile froze, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Those who had been mocking Jiang Chen moments ago now looked as if they had swallowed flies. "Uncle Wang, is this golden badge made of real gold?" Jiang Chen asked, scratching his head as they prepared to leave. "Of course, it's genuine solid gold." "Ha, it should fetch a good price then." Jiang Chen chuckled, following Wang Hao and Tang Shishir toward the VIP channel. Wang Hao's face turned ashen the moment he heard those words. To him, the military's Medal of Honor was priceless, and hearing Jiang Chen talk about selling it left him too angry to speak. "Jiang, you scoundrel, are you itching for trouble?" Tang Shishir shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare. Jiang Chen quickly waved his hands and forced a laugh. "Oh, come on, I was just joking to lighten the mood. Don't take it seriously." Then he turned to Wang Hao, curiosity evident on his face. "Uncle Wang, I don't have much contact with the military. Why was I recommended as a special guest participant?" A subtle, knowing smile appeared on Wang Hao's lips. "Do you think the military scouts are amateurs? Even if you don't actively approach us, we can still keep track of your every move." Noticing the flash of surprise on Jiang Chen's face, he added, "Besides, with all the commotion you and the sky shadow hunters have caused, it's impossible not to notice you." "Well, what can I say? The tree may wish for calm, but the wind won't stop," Jiang Chen said with a helpless shrug. "I don't go looking for trouble, but trouble finds me." Wang Hao gave him a meaningful look. "As long as you don't go overboard, we'll turn a blind eye." That said, the sky shadow hunters have been getting far too brazen these past few years, even daring to meddle in military affairs. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "Are you saying my application being rejected was their doing?" Wang Hao merely nodded silently, offering no further explanation. The three of them made their way through the VIP corridor and into the competition hall. The hall was nearly empty, with only a handful of judges and staff present. Jiang Chen's gaze landed on the judges' table, where three prominent figures were seated. An elderly professor from the Breeders' Association, the military's chief breeder, and an old soldier clad in a military coat. Though the white-haired veteran wore no rank insignia, his piercing eyes and the resolute, unyielding aura of a soldier left a strong impression. As soon as Jiang Chen entered, all three judges looked straight at him. The professor's expression showed approval, the military chief breeder seemed slightly surprised, while the old soldier simply smiled knowingly, as if he was already familiar with Jiang Chen. Wang Hao gestured toward the most prominent seat at the center of the hall. "That's your seat." Jiang Chen glanced at the seat, surrounded by rows of other chairs, and inwardly groaned. These old foxes were too cunning. First, they made him a special guest, and now they placed him in such a conspicuous spot, clearly forcing him to reveal his hand. Otherwise, the surrounding breeders might figuratively eat him alive. While Jiang Chen was mulling this over, the other breeders began filing into the hall. The moment they entered, their eyes were immediately drawn to Jiang Chen sitting in the center. A variety of complex expressions followed, some envious, some jealous, some mocking, and some amused. Once everyone found their seats, it wasn't long before the breeders discovered an even more troubling situation. Jiang Chen stood at a higher position, looking down on the crowd below. This elevated vantage point filled him with satisfaction, and an involuntary smirk of triumph appeared on his face. "Heh, truly, I embody the saying, standing atop the peak, surveying all below." He chuckled internally, fully aware of the venomous glares directed at him. Most notably, Hu Mei and Zhou Yi were fuming, veins bulging on their foreheads, their razor-sharp gazes like daggers, as if wishing to tear him apart. Jiang Chen grew even more pleased with himself, deliberately tilting his head back and looking at them with his nose in the air, gloating silently, "Eat your hearts out, you amateurs." At that moment, Wang Hao's deep voice broke the tense atmosphere. "All contestants are now in place. I hereby declare the official start of the military cultivator competition." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. Wang Hao continued to announce the rules. The competition consists of 3 rounds. The first round tests the contestants' basic skills herb identification. Each participant has a tablet in front of them containing information about 800 different herbs. Within 2 hours, contestants must identify and document the names and basic properties of as many herbs as possible. Early completion will result in bonus points. Everyone, ready? Begin. With the signal given, over 500 cultivators immediately focused on their tablets. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his confidence shining through in his smile. "Good thing I've honed my typing speed during 17 years of singlehood. Otherwise, recognizing all the herbs wouldn't mean a thing if I couldn't type fast enough." The hall was soon filled with the rapid clatter of keyboards, resembling the howling of a storm. The audience's eyes were glued to the large screen, which displayed the real-time rankings. First place, Zhou Yi, 16 herbs. Second place, Hu Mei, 11 herbs. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's name was still buried beyond the top 50. In the judge's booth, the military chief remarked, "Zhou Yi, as the guild leader's protege, is truly exceptional, taking the lead right at the start. He's undoubtedly the favorite to win this round." However, an elderly professor shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see, there might be surprises yet." The seasoned officer silently observed Jiang Chen's fingers flying across the keyboard, a faint, knowing smile tugging at his lips. Time flew by, and the rankings shifted continuously. After an hour, Zhou Yi still held firmly onto first place, while Jiang Chen had climbed to 7th. By 1 hour and 48 minutes, Jiang Chen had surged to 3rd, sparking a wave of murmurs among the audience. Those who had mocked him earlier were now utterly silent. The large screen displayed. First place, Zhou Yi, 756 herbs. Second place, Jiang Chen, 739 herbs. As everyone held their breath, wondering if Jiang Chen could overtake Zhou Yi, the latter suddenly stood up. "Judges, I've completed the task," he announced. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Zhou Yi had managed to identify 800 types of medicinal herbs in just 1 hour and 45 minutes. These were herbs with highly similar appearances, easily confused even by seasoned professors with decades of experience. Wang Hao, serving as the judge, stared at the stopwatch in shock before sternly ordering the computer to calculate Zhou Ye's accuracy. The pie chart on the large screen began to shift rapidly, with the numbers climbing higher and higher. 9, 38, 67. The entire room held its breath, all eyes locked on the screen. In the next moment, the number shot straight to 100. A collective gasp swept through the audience. Zhou Yi, however, merely smirked arrogantly, as if this achievement was beneath him. Wang Hao immediately announced, Zhou Yi has achieved 100 accuracy. He completed the competition 15 minutes early, earning a total score of 115 points. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's confidence soared even higher. He turned to glance at Jiang Chen, who was still answering questions, his gaze full of disdain. A so-called special guest participant? In front of me, you're nothing but a joke. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. The old professor's eyes dimmed slightly, while the military's chief officer shook his head with a sigh, as though he had expected this outcome all along. Only the elderly veteran remained silent, seemingly waiting for something. Humei gritted her teeth, her hands moving even faster. She silently vowed, losing to Zhou Yi is one thing, but I absolutely won't lose to a 17-year-old kid. The electronic display revealed the current rankings. Second place, Jiang Chen, with 788 herbs. Third place, Humei, with 787 herbs. Just as Humei was secretly pleased at the thought of surpassing Jiang Chen, he suddenly stood up with a playful smile on his face. I'm done. Humei's expression darkened instantly, and she shouted in frustration, I'm done too. Wang Hao glanced at the timer and announced, Jiang Chen completed in 1 hour and 50 minutes. Humei completed in 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 3 seconds. Humei's face fell further, her heart filled with regret. Just 3 cursed seconds. Wang Hao continued, now, let's have the computer assess Jiang Chen and Humei's accuracy rates. The large screen displayed the pie charts for both participants simultaneously. Humei muttered under her breath, I curse you, your accuracy better not be higher than mine. Jiang Chen turned to her with a mischievous grin. I heard that. Humei's lips twitched, but she forced herself to appear calm, as if nothing had happened. The accuracy results on the big screen were finally displayed. Humei, 97. Jiang Chen, 95. Humei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looks like my accuracy is higher than yours. The audience let out a collective gasp, while the military's chief sneered, it seems our special guest has been put to shame. At that moment, Wang Hao's voice broke through the brief moment of triumph. However, Jiang Chen's answers include detailed explanations of each herb's characteristics, which are even more precise than the descriptions in our reference guide. This statement hit like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone in the room holding their breath. Identifying 800 herbs in just 2 hours, while providing detailed characteristics of each went beyond human limits. All eyes turned to Jiang Chen. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen maintained his calm smile. Honorable judges, I'd like to add one more point. 40 of the herbs in the guide have incorrect descriptions. The room fell into a deafening silence, as if a bomb had just gone off. Jiang Chen was openly challenging the authoritative guide. The military chief's face darkened immediately. After all, the herb guide was the result of research led by him. You arrogant brat, do you even know what you're saying? Then go ahead, tell us which herbs are wrong. Unfazed, Jiang Chen began to explain in detail. The 129th herb is not blue stargrass, but blue moongrass. Blue stargrass has horizontal patterns on the underside of its leaves, while blue moongrass has vertical patterns. The 246th herb is not Firefield 7, but fire ginger. Firefield 7 has straight roots, while fire ginger has curved roots. As Jiang Chen continued, the military chief's expression grew increasingly grim. As a medicinal herb expert, he knew that every point Jiang Chen made was spot on. In the suffocating silence, Wang Hao finally spoke up. Regarding Jiang Chen's claims, I request the experts to evaluate them. The 3 judges exchanged glances. The senior officer turned to the professor first. What do you think? The professor's face lit up with admiration. Incredible. Jiang Chen is absolutely correct. He has rectified the errors in our herb guide and made a significant contribution to the study of magical beasts. Finally, the senior officer solemnly announced, after unanimous agreement among the judges, Jiang Chen's corrections are confirmed to be accurate. The military's herb guide does indeed contain errors. The database was promptly updated, and the new rankings were revealed. First place, Jiang Chen, 100 accuracy. Second place, Zhou Yi, 95 accuracy. Third place, Humei, 88 accuracy. The arrogance on Zhou Yi's face was completely wiped away, replaced with nothing but jealousy and resentment as he looked at Jiang Chen. Humei gritted her teeth, closing her eyes to conceal the murderous intent surging within them. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Chen walked off the competition stage with a relaxed demeanor, chatting and laughing with Tang Shishir as they headed off to eat. The old officer watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure, a barely noticeable hint of approval curling at the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, Hume stormed through the crowd, fuming, and arrived at the secluded back garden. A shadow suddenly appeared. It was Lin Haoshan's uncle, Lin Xiaofan. "Greetings, elder." Hume immediately bowed respectfully. Lin Xiaofan's face was dark. "Even you can't suppress that brat? Is Luochuan's special training camp raising failures now? That kid only has some knowledge of medicinal herbs." Hume gritted her teeth. "In the next Monster Evolution tournament, he'll definitely beat him." "For your sake, I hope so," Lin Xiaofan said with no expression. "Even Zhou Yi has become a supporting role in his presence. It seems we need to make our move early. Genius or not, the Shadow Hunters won't give him the chance to rise." While Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir were enjoying their lunch, Wang Sikong's call came through. "Brother Qin, you were right. Someone really tried to raid our divine pet breeding center. Those guys got beaten black and blue by Big Gold and have already been sent to the police station. Did you clean out their bank cards?" Jiang Chen asked. "Of course. How could we let a walking ATM slip through our fingers?" Wang Sikong replied smugly. "There's one more thing." Wang Sikong hesitated before continuing. "Now, whenever guests see Xiaogua, they bow and scrape, shoving chocolates at her left and right. We can't even stop them." Jiang Chen asked Wang Sikong to give the phone to Xiaogua. Before he could say much, Zhang Xiaoguo's aggrieved voice came through. "Brother, they're bullying me. They keep calling me Sister Xiaogua and forcing me to eat chocolates. Woo-woo. It's so hard for me. I don't believe a word of that," Jiang Chen said, both amused and exasperated. "Talk properly, or no tomato and egg stir-fry for dinner." "Ah, brother." Xiaogua immediately switched to a coquettish tone. "I just want to eat chocolate. You're not here to buy me any, so I had to let them do it. Poor me." Jiang Chen didn't see this as a big issue and consoled her briefly before hanging up. "Jiang Bandit," Tang Shishir said thoughtfully, "I think I understand why your cooking is so good now. Practiced it for Xiaogua." Jiang Chen chuckled. "That girl has such a picky palate, she won't eat anything that doesn't taste good." "You're such a good brother," Tang Shishir said softly. "It must be wonderful to be your sister." Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, worried she might want to call him her brother. He quickly retorted jokingly, "Actually, being Xiaoguo's sister-in-law would be even better." This made Tang Shishir blush furiously. She raised her hand and punched Jiang Chen, giving him a panda eye on the spot. After finishing their meal, the two of them returned to the military hall. Jiang Chen merely responded with a faint smile, not even sparing him a glance. Beside him, Tang Shishir exaggeratedly sniffed the air and teased, "Oh, what's that strong smell of vinegar? Did someone have pickled mustard noodles?" Zhou Ye's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. After shooting Tang Shishir a fierce glare, he turned and strode quickly into the arena. Jiang Chen gently tapped Tang Shishir on the nose with a playful smile. "Sticking around me has really sharpened your wit when it comes to banter." Just as Tang Shishir was about to reply, a faint, alluring fragrance suddenly filled the air. The two turned their heads to see Hume approaching gracefully, her fair arm adorned with a vivid green snake reminiscent of jade. It was a glimmering emerald snake, a level 15 extraordinary beast of toxin and combat attributes. Its most notable feature was its potent venom coupled with a hypnotic effect. It loved to coil around the arms of beautiful women or lifeless bodies. Its natural enemies were rock-type and psychic-type beasts. Jiang Chen frowned and quickly pulled Tang Shishir behind him, handing her a detoxifying pill. Hume chuckled softly, her smile enchanting. "Oh, no need to be so tense. My little emerald is very well behaved. It never bites anyone." "Of course," Jiang Chen retorted with a cold smile. "Because it doesn't need to bite to be deadly." Hume laughed lightly at his remark, tossing him a flirtatious glance as she brushed against his arm on her way into the arena. The slimy sensation sent a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine, and he whispered a warning, "Be careful of this woman, she's dangerous." "Women are all dangerous," Tang Shishir shot back coolly. The two of them entered the arena, where a vast open space stretched out before them, lined with hundreds of cages. Inside each cage was the same type of Biasta gray, fluffy creature resembling a small puffball, chirping incessantly. Wang Hao surveyed the scene and announced, "Contestants, please take your places. The second round of the competition is about to begin." Jiang Chen gave Tang Shishir a nod of reassurance and headed toward the center of the arena, immediately drawing everyone's attention. All eyes were on him, eager to see if this youth, who had excelled in the herb identification round, could once again demonstrate his remarkable abilities. Wang Hao continued, "The task for this round is to assist a beast in evolving. After the first round, only 100 contestants remain. Before you are 100 gray sparrows, completely harmless and useless beasts that are little more than edible game. However, the ultimate goal of a beast cultivator is to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Your task is to cultivate the gray sparrow into the rarest, most powerful, and most genetically potent beast within 2 hours. The crowd erupted in excitement upon hearing the announcement. The competition venue buzzed with lively discussions, as this segment was clearly far more engaging than the tedious task of identifying medicinal herbs. However, the participating breeders frowned in unison. Cultivating a gray sparrow? This lowest grade, worthless beast seemed like nothing more than a waste of precious resources. Jiang Chen, however, nodded subtly to himself. It was precisely such a challenge that could truly test a breeder's actual abilities. The equipment and materials on the lab tables are at your disposal, Wang Hao announced loudly. The second round of the breeders' gathering begins now. With the command given, the 100 breeders on site sprang into action. Only Jiang Chen remained calm, standing still as he carefully reviewed the information on the gray sparrow. Beast name, gray sparrow. Type, flying. Level, 5. Quality, common. Weaknesses, rock type, psychic type. Traits, carefree and aimless, loves to peck at crops and insects, considered a useless creature. Evolution routes, 6. A beast with such poor bloodline potential has only 6 evolution paths, Jiang Chen mused. None of these paths could achieve ideal results, yet if he cultivated the gray sparrow into something overly powerful, it might expose his greatest secret. At this moment, Jiang Chen's biggest adversary wasn't Zhou Yi, the panel of authoritative experts, or even who might was himself. He needed to strike the perfect balance, to stand out without drawing too much attention. While Jiang Chen was deep in thought, the other breeders had already begun their work. Zhou Yi showcased his prowess as a prodigy breeder, completing the first evolution pill in just 10 minutes. As soon as the gray sparrow consumed the pill, a dreamy blue mist enveloped the area. Chirp! A clear bird cry echoed through the hall. The gray sparrow's body suddenly grew larger, and its dull gray feathers transformed into a brilliant blue. It's a blue feather sparrow, the audience exclaimed. The king of speed among flying beasts. The military's chief silently nodded, exchanging a meaningful glance with the professor beside him. Clearly, the Breeders' Association's capabilities were far greater than they appeared. Suddenly, Hu Mei's sharp voice broke the atmosphere. Her cauldron burst open with a resounding clang, revealing a pill radiating a dazzling array of colors between her slender fingers. The professor's pupils contracted slightly, as though recognizing this rare and potent pill. When the gray sparrow consumed the multicolored pill, it began writhing in agony within its cage. With a piercing cry, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist. As the mist cleared, a ferocious, vividly colored bird emerged, its menacing aura instantly filling the room. A flicker of apprehension crossed the professor's eyes. This multicolored bird reminded him of a certain fearsome entity from the Crimson Battlefield. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained standing in place, still immersed in deep contemplation. The audience's faces were filled with amused expressions, and the sound of whispered comments rippled through the crowd. Look at that special guest. Constanthisant made a move for ages. Probably just all show and no substance. Knows a bit about medicinal herbs and came here to flaunt it, but clearly has no clue about breeding magical beasts. By now, half an hour had passed since the competition began. Across the venue, the cages of other breeders were bustling with activity, dozens of birds of varying shapes and colors flitting about. Only Jiang Chen's station remained eerily quiet. Suddenly, Jiang Chen sprang into action. With practiced efficiency, he set up a large pot on the stove, filled it with clear water, and brought it to a rolling boil over high heat. His knife moved swiftly, chopping crystal green scallions and fiery red ginger into uniform slices before tossing them into the bubbling water with a flourish. Without missing a beat, he ground devil peppers into a fine powder and stirred it evenly into the broth. Under the stunned gaze of everyone present, Jiang Chen grabbed a gray sparrow from his cage and, without hesitation, tossed it into the boiling pot. With a decisive clang, he slammed the lid shut. Jiang Chen, did you just cook the gray sparrow? Wang Hao shouted in shock. Jiang Chen beamed and replied cheerfully, I skipped lunch, so I figured I'd make some bird soup to fill up. Seeing Wang Hao's face darken, he quickly waved his hand dismissively. Just kidding. How could I eat such an adorable little sparrow? As he spoke, he added a handful of Sichuan peppercorns and star anise to the pot, and the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. I don't believe you for a second. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. That smell. You're definitely cooking bird soup. Hu Mei, who had been busy concocting potions, suddenly spoke up. Jiang Chen. According to Article 129 of the Huaxia Beast Mastery Law, it is strictly prohibited to abuse and kill magical beasts in public. What you're doing is illegal. The law prohibits abuse, Jiang Chen replied in a relaxed tone. I'm not abusing it, I am cooking it directly. Not abusive at all. Hu Mei was momentarily speechless, unable to counter his twisted logic. Just then, loud banging noises erupted from the pot as the gray sparrow desperately rammed against the lid. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen grabbed a handful of prepared volcanic mud and sealed the lid tightly. And you still claim this isn't abuse? Humei laughed hysterically, pointing at Jiang Chen. Everyone here is a witness. Watch closely, everyone. Jiang Chen said seriously. What I'm doing is saving it. The next step is crucial. The crowd held their breath, eyes glued to Jiang Chen's every move. Slowly, he crouched down, picked up a few pieces of firewood, and threw them into the stove. With a roar, the flames surged, engulfing the entire pot. Everyone's faces darkened. This wasn't saving the gray sparrow, it was clearly an attempt to cook it to perfection. This is like grinding everyone's nerves into the ground. Humei roared through gritted teeth. Guards, arrest this lunatic immediately. The audience responded in an uproar, their angry shouts cascading over one another. This is inhumane. Drag him out and execute him 100 times. Jiang Chen shook his head with a bitter smile, clearly aware he had stirred up public outrage this time. Suddenly, a deafening hum echoed through the hall, and a powerful gust of air swept across the crowd. Everyone turned to the source of the sound, only to see Zhou Ye's second pill had taken shape. From the dazzling light of the purple-gold pill furnace, a translucent, radiant pill hovered in midair. Grabbing the pill, Zhou Ye burst into laughter. Huh, the azure-patterned rift sky pill. I've finally succeeded. The elderly professor gasped in shock. The azure-patterned rift sky pill? That's one of the top 10 secret formulas of the Chang'an Breeders Association. It not only enhances a beast's potential, but also breaks through its bloodline constraints. Even the association president only has a 1 in 5 success rate when crafting it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Ye fed the pill to the blue-feathered finch. With a thunderous roar, the finch's body swelled to hundreds of times its original size, towering nearly 3 meters high. Its once soft blue feathers transformed into steel-like plumes, covering muscles as solid as granite. The steel-clad giant bird let out a piercing screech, its blood-red eyes blazing with ferocity. With a violent shake of its body, a terrifying force swept through the space. Its massive steel talons effortlessly tore the granite floor to shreds. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped in shock. The once adorable little bird had turned into a monstrous beast. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as a data frame appeared before him. Beast name: Rift Sky Iron Feather Finch. Level: 11. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Combat Type. State: Frenzied. Weakness: Thunder Element. Special preference: Enjoys flexing its chest muscles in front of mirrors. Jiang Chen couldn't help but picture a muscular giant bird striking poses in front of a mirror, a hilariously absurd image. He quickly deduced that Zhou Ye's breeding method had sacrificed the finch's ability to fly, turning it into a grounded, muscle-bound giant. Meanwhile, Humei, noticing Zhou Ye's success, hastened her own efforts. A grating creak reverberated through the hall, setting everyone's teeth on edge. Her pill furnace collapsed into a pile of scrap metal, and a bone-white pill materialized from the wreckage. With a wicked smile, Humei snatched up her multicolored finch and forcefully fed it the bone pill. Screech, screech, screech. The vibrant colored sparrow let out a heart-wrenching cry as its feathers and flesh fell like autumn leaves. Bright red blood stained the marble floor, revealing stark white bones, with its internal organs laid bare. Among them, a vivid, beating heart still pulsed powerfully within its chest cavity. The hall fell into a deathly silence. In the next moment, the colorful sparrow completely transformed into a skeletal beast. A raspy hiss-hiss sound, like sandpaper scraping, echoed as 2 ghostly flames ignited in its hollow eye sockets. An icy white frost rapidly spread outward, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Jiang Chen stared intently at the skeletal bird, and the system immediately displayed its information. Beast name: 5 Poison Bone Sparrow. Level: 12. Grade: Elite. Type: Ghost Poison. State: Unconscious. Weakness: Lightning. Trait: Fully controlled by a beast master. This can't even be called a beast anymore. It's nothing more than a puppet under someone's control, Jiang Chen thought to himself. The old officer narrowed his eyes at the scene, his pupils contracting. What an impressive sky-shrouding hunter group. By this time, an hour and a half had passed, and the breeders were beginning to showcase their creations. Although the bird species in the cages varied widely, only Zhou Ye's Riftwing Iron Feather Sparrow and Humei's 5 Poison Bone Sparrow stood out as masterpieces. The others paled in comparison. Humei glanced smugly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you still need to pay for slaughtering the ash-gray sparrow. You'll face legal consequences for that. Her words immediately drew thousands of eyes back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Since everyone's so eager for this pot of soup, let's share it together. With that, he tossed a fire-burst pill into the furnace. With a deafening explosion, the furnace erupted, and flames roared skyward. Just when everyone thought the ash-gray sparrow would perish, a clear and piercing cry resounded through the skies. Caw! From the crimson ashes emerged a radiant bird of 7 colors, spreading its wings in a dazzling display. It had been reborn like a phoenix. Its intelligent eyes exuded the might of a sovereign, and an overwhelming aura swept across the hall. All the birds, including the riftwing ironfeather sparrow and the 5 poison-boned sparrow, instinctively knelt, bowing to this newfound monarch. The system displayed. Beast name: 7-colored glazed phoenix. Level: 12. Grade: Elite. Type: Flying Psychic. State: Energized. Weakness: Mutated Ghost Type. Trait: Prefers to perch on parasol trees to sing. Evolution paths: 9. The entire hall was blanketed in the majestic presence of the 7-colored glazed phoenix. Those who had previously condemned Jiang Chen were now struck silent with fear. Zhou Yi stood in the shadows, utterly despondent, realizing how insignificant his efforts were compared to Jiang Chen's. Meanwhile, Hu Mei's eyes burned with an even darker, ink-like intensity of murderous intent. At that moment, the 3 judges rose to their feet simultaneously, their eyes fixed intently on the rainbow glass phoenix. As experts in the field, they understood better than anyone in the audience the astonishing skill behind Jiang Chen's cultivation. While the sky-splitting iron-feathered sparrow and the 5 poison-boned sparrow were impressive, they had never managed to break past the limits of their ordinary bloodlines. Yet Jiang Chen's rainbow glass phoenix had awakened a trace of royal blood lineal feat, so extraordinary that it could command the submission of other avian creatures. Jiang Chen gently raised his arm, and the elegant rainbow glass phoenix gracefully landed on his hand. He softly stroked the head of this majestic little beast, silently calculating in his mind. If he had the right resources, he could fully activate the royal bloodline within the rainbow glass phoenix. However, lacking the necessary materials and wary of drawing unwanted attention, he decided it was best to hold back for now. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Many wore expressions of guilt, recalling how they had earlier mocked Jiang Chen for supposedly cooking bird soup. Wang Hao quickly announced the results. The winner of this round of the beast cultivation competition is Jiang Chen. Even the usually arrogant Zhou Yi could only leave quietly in defeat. The judges soon finalized the rankings. Jiang Chen's rainbow glass phoenix took first place, Zhou Ye's sky-splitting iron-feathered sparrow came in second, and Hu Mei's 5 poison-boned sparrow placed third. The third round of the competition was scheduled for the following morning, with the challenge rumored to be set by a seasoned military officer. As night fell, Jiang Chen initially planned to head straight home to cook for Jiang Shaogua. However, Tang Shishir, gazing at the bright moonlight, suggested, "Jiang Bandit, why don't we go camping and have a picnic by the river?" After some thought, Jiang Chen agreed but insisted on picking up Shaogua first, knowing she wouldn't fall asleep until he returned home. The 3 of them arrived at the riverbank, and Jiang Chen sent Xiao He to hunt. Unexpectedly, the cat returned carrying a massive 300-pound tiger-tailed great white shark. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "I know you love fish, but isn't this a bit over the top?" After a hearty meal, Jiang Shaogua curled up in Jiang Chen's arms, peacefully falling asleep while holding the fire-tailed chinchilla. By the campfire, Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir sat facing each other, chatting idly as the rainbow glass phoenix circled around them. The moonlight gently illuminated Tang Shishir's delicate features, adding a touch of mystery to her beauty. At that moment, Xiao He lightly tapped the flower fairy beast with its paw, signaling it to leave. Understanding the gesture, the flower fairy beast let out a soft hum and followed. Humph. Xiao He nodded knowingly. The masters are about to do something embarrassing. The flower fairy beast immediately wrapped itself tightly in vines. Meow meow meow. You're much smarter than that charming fire fox. This kitty rewards you with a kiss. Maybe when your fur grows out. The flower fairy beast rejected decisively. Night fell, and the stars adorned the sky. Tang Shishir took out a harmonica from her pocket and began to play softly. The melodious and wistful tune drifted above the desolate forest, infusing the tranquil night with a touch of sorrowful beauty. Jiang Chen gazed at Tang Shishir's profile, his heart unusually calm. It was the first time he had seen such a gentle side of her. "Shishir, is something bothering you?" Jiang Chen asked cautiously. Tang Shishir tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and stubbornly shook her head. This young lady sleeps well, and eats even better. What could possibly trouble me?" After saying that, she stared at the starry sky for a moment before turning to head into the cave. Yet Jiang Chen still caught a trace of unshed tears glistening at the corner of her eye. At dawn the next day, Tang Shishir opened her eyes groggily and was stunned. The cave was filled with countless fireflies, their soft blue glow resembling fragments of a starry river. She lay there silently as a single tear slipped down her cheek. When daylight fully broke and the fireflies dispersed, Tang Shishir stepped out of the cave. Jiang Chen had already prepared breakfast. On a large banana leaf lay an assortment of wild fruits, and Jiang Shaogua was happily devouring a cluster of bright red berries. You're up. Did you sleep well? Jiang Chen handed her a bunch of the red fruits. Thank you. I slept very well. Tang Shishir accepted the fruits. The fireflies were beautiful, like stars in the sky. As long as you like them, Jiang Chen said, scratching his head bashfully. At that moment, a rainbow-glazed phoenix landed delicately on Tang Shishir's jet-black hair. In the morning light, her skin glowed like porcelain, her beauty stunning. Jiang Chen stared in a daze, earning himself a sharp pinch on the waist. Spare me, my lady. Jiang Chen quickly pleaded. We've known each other for so long, and I haven't given you a proper gift. Today, let me give you this. He turned the rainbow-glazed phoenix into a hair ornament and gently placed it in Tang Shishir's hair. Thank you. I really like it, Tang Shishir said, her cheeks tinged with pink. Suddenly, a shriek came from Jiang Shaogua, who collapsed while playing in the water. Jiang Chen rushed over in a flash, only to see the little girl's face turning pale blue, her body surrounded by a swirling mist of multicolored poison. Jiang Chen erupted in fury upon seeing Jiang Shaogua injured. He quickly noticed her pale complexion, and the multicolored poisonous mist swirling around here. It was clearly a sign of poisoning. Kneeling down to examine the wound, he saw two distinct green bite marks on her tender foot. The poisonous hues were rapidly spreading from the wound, soon engulfing her entire body. At that moment, a deep green shadow flickered beneath the water. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he instantly recognized the attacker. Elusive emerald serpent. Who may? Get out here right now, he roared, veins bulging on his forehead. A seductive laugh echoed from the dense forest, and moments later, a graceful figure emerged. Hee hee, that's right. It's me, dear sister. Hume swayed her hips as she appeared, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Coiled around her arm was a small emerald snake, its crimson tongue flickering ominously. This elusive emerald serpent was a level 15 extraordinary grade beast, possessing both poison and combat attributes. Naturally equipped with potent venom and hypnotic abilities, it was highly unpredictable with 8 potential evolutionary paths. At this moment, it exuded an air of exhilaration and menace, though its sole weaknesses were rock and psychic elements. Hume sneered coldly, Jiang Chen, you've ruined my plans time and time again. Today, I'll make sure there's nothing left of you but dust. Whatever grudge you have, take it out on me. Why harm Shaogua? Jiang Chen demanded, his fists clenched tightly. Heh, Hume chuckled darkly. Don't you know my other name is Poison Mistress? The cruelest revenge isn't just killing someone, it's breaking their spirit. Her eyes flashed with malice. Today, I'll make you watch as your sister turns to ashes before your very eyes. Before her words could fully settle, Jiang Shaogua suddenly began trembling violently, her complexion darkening. Her body decayed rapidly, turning to bone in mere moments, and finally disintegrated into fine dust carried away by the wind. Hume's laughter grew more deranged, but it soon froze on her face. Jiang Chen, who had witnessed the entire scene, showed no trace of anguish. Instead, he looked at her with a faintly amused expression. Confused and alarmed, Hume faltered. Jiang Chen stood up calmly and said, "This little performance ends here." As he spoke, the 7-colored glazed phoenix perched in Tang Shishir's hair let out a sharp cry, releasing a single crystalline tear. The tear shot out like an arrow, and with a sharp crack, the surrounding illusion shattered like broken glass. When the scene cleared, Jiang Shaogua stood unharmed beside Tang Shishir. Impossible! Hume exclaimed in shock. How could you break through the elusive emerald serpent's poisonous illusion? Did you forget? The tears of a phoenix can dispel all illusions, Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Hume glared hatefully at the 7-colored glazed phoenix. So it was that little creature. But don't get too comfortable. Before she finished speaking, the elusive emerald serpent on her arm suddenly leapt into the air with a piercing hiss. Its body expanded rapidly, growing over 5 meters long. Its emerald scales gleamed with a sinister light under the sun as it bared its razor-sharp fangs and lunged toward the group. Sure, protect Shaogua, Jiang Chen ordered firmly. At the same time, Xiaohei appeared like a streak of black lightning, positioning itself behind the elusive emerald serpent. Thunderclap claw mark. Black lightning tore through the air, striking directly at the body of the illusory emerald serpent. The immense force smashed the giant serpent into the ground, carving a deep trench. Amid the billowing dust, the serpent's emerald-like scales bore only a few shallow marks, a testament to its extraordinary defensive resilience. Enraged, the massive serpent let out a thunderous roar. Hume shouted, "Venomous sea needles!" The illusory emerald serpent's body flared brightly, its massive jaws opening wide as thousands of emerald-green venomous needles rained down like a storm, sealing off all possible escape routes for Xiaohei. Xiao He darted rapidly through the air in an attempt to evade, but the needles were faster, piercing through its form and embedding deeply into the ground. With a deafening crash, the ground was left riddled with craters, green venom seeping out and emitting a sharp, corrosive hiss. Jiang Chen frowned as he searched for Xiao He's whereabouts. Suddenly, a swirl of black mist coalesced, and Xiao He reappeared. In that instant, Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. Xiao He had comprehended celestial shift in a life-or-death moment. This powerful displacement skill allowed it to teleport along star chart trajectories, virtually evading any physical attack, though it could only be used consecutively 3 times. Xiao He, Nether Ghost Claw, aim for its eyes. Jiang Chen shouted. Xiao He instantly lashed out, 2 dark claw marks streaking toward the illusory emerald serpent's eyes. As the serpent instinctively raised its head to evade, Jiang Chen smirked coldly. Now, celestial shift. Xiao He appeared in an instant before the serpent's neck, its sharp tail poised to strike at its weakest point of defense. At this critical juncture, a piercing phoenix cry reverberated through the air, dispelling the surrounding poisonous miasma. The scene before them shifted abruptly, and Jiang Chen was startled to find Xiao He's tail poised just a centimeter from the neck of the flower spirit beast. Opposite him stood a fatigued Tengu, not Hu Mei as he had believed. Turning his head, he saw Hu Mei standing beside Jiang Shaogua. The illusory emerald serpent coiled around her arm, its glistening fangs bared menacingly at the young girl. It turned out to be a double-layered poisonous miasma illusion, causing him and Tengu to mistake each other for Hu Mei and engage in battle. If not for the 7-colored glazed phoenix shattering the second layer of the illusion in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Well, Hu Mei chuckled seductively. I didn't expect even the emerald serpent's double-layered toxic illusion to be unraveled. It seems the elders were right. You are indeed a threat that must be eliminated. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed as he glared at Hu Mei, his gaze sharp as lightning. Release Shaogua immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Though controlled by Hu Mei, Jiang Shaogua faced the menacing rainbow jade serpent with surprising bravery. The little girl pouted, her eyes showing a hint of grievance, but no fear. She firmly believed her brother would save her. Hu Mei let out a cold laugh, her voice dripping with icy malice. Jiang Chen, your sister is in my hands now. Want to save her? Then cut off your own hands. What? Jiang Chen's heart jolted. For a cultivator, hands were life itself. Without them, he couldn't prepare potions or sword herbs. It was a fate worse than death. Hu Mei, you truly have a venomous heart. Jiang Chen growled through gritted teeth. A tall tree attracts the wind. Hu Mei cackled maniacally, her eyes gleaming with madness. Jiang Chen, you brought this upon yourself. Do it now. Sever your arms. Or is your sister less important than your hands? Nearby, Tengu frowned deeply, shaking her head repeatedly. As a cultivator herself, she knew all too well what losing one's hands meant. But Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He drew the dagger from his waist, the blade poised against his wrist. For Shaogua, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his life. Do it now. Hu Mei shrieked with deranged laughter. Or I'll kill your sister. The rainbow jade serpent opened its massive jaws, its gleaming fangs aimed directly at Jiang Shaogua. Just as Jiang Chen was about to strike, something unexpected happened. Xiaogua's fire-tailed lynx suddenly extended its tiny paw and grabbed hold of the serpent's venomous fang. Its round, mischievous eyes gleamed with cunning as it exerted a sudden force. Crack! The fang snapped clean off. The fire-tailed lynx curiously examined the broken fang as if it were a fascinating toy. The rainbow jade serpent froze in disbelief before a wave of excruciating pain overwhelmed it. It thrashed wildly, sending Hu Mei flying into the grass, slamming her into trees, and flinging her into a muddy swamp. By the end, Hu Mei was a disheveled mess, her clothes in tatters, utterly humiliated. Witnessing the unexpected turn of events, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he gently patted the fire-tailed lynx's little head. Softy, I owe you one. The fire-tailed lynx grinned, revealing its comical buck teeth. Jiang Shaogua, equally thrilled, scratched its chin affectionately. Well done. You didn't embarrass your big sister Shaogua. I'll find you a nice lady mouse when we get back. The fire-tailed lynx tilted its head in confusion, seemingly wondering, what's a lady mouse? Tengu quickly ran over, her face full of concern. Shaogua, are you hurt? Shaogua shook her head, then turned to the little softy. Did you see that scary little snake that tried to frighten us just now? The fire-tailed lynx nodded with an almost human-like understanding. Jiang Shaogua placed her hands on her hips and declared dominantly, pull out its other fang for me. Hearing this, little soft egg revealed a wicked smile, its comically oversized front teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Its eyes glimmered with a red glow as it beckoned the radiant emerald snake with its stubby little fingers. In an instant, the snake's body detached from the unconscious Hu Mei and floated uncontrollably into the air. The radiant emerald snake was terrified, writhing and struggling desperately in midair. The fear of losing control momentarily made it forget the pain in its tooth. Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir were left speechless, their jaws hanging open in shock at the display of Little Soft Egg's supernatural powers. The snake's body slowly drifted to a stop in front of Little Soft Egg. As it gazed at Jiang Shaogua with pitiful, pleading eyes, Little Soft Egg's claws had already latched onto its last remaining fang with precision. "Oomph! You naughty little snake, you can't be forgiven," Jiang Shaogua pouted. Before her words even finished, a crisp crack echoed as the snake's final fang was yanked out, leaving it looking like an old granny with a missing tooth. "Brother, what should we do with this little snake?" Jiang Shaogua turned to ask. "Feed it to Little Black. Let it evolve into an extraordinary tier," Jiang Chen suggested after a moment of thought. Little Black meowed excitedly, its jet-black eyes glinting mischievously as it licked its lips. Jiang Chen chuckled wryly at the sight. "You want me to cook it for you first, huh? You little rascal." Little Black nodded enthusiastically, its tiny head bobbing up and down. With practiced ease, Jiang Chen skewered the radiant emerald snake onto a bamboo stick and roasted it over the flames of Little Soft Egg's tail. The snake turned golden and crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with the aroma of salt, cumin, and chili powder wafting through the air. Little Black opened its tiny three-part mouth wide, swallowing the entire snake in one gulp before savoring it with a satisfied smack of its lips. As the radiant emerald snake was digested, a surge of pure energy coursed through Little Black's body. Multicolored energy waves erupted skyward, and an overwhelming pressure swept across the forest. Nearby beasts either prostrated themselves in submission or fled in terror. The vibrant energy merged into Little Black's form, causing its body to grow rapidly until it transformed into a powerful black panther. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, its deadly tail stinger extended further, glowing with multicolored light. The venom within the stinger had become even more potent, capable of corroding steel and inducing hallucinations. The system immediately updated Little Black's stats. Beast name: Nether Sabertooth Cat. Level: 14. Rarity: Extraordinary tier. Attributes: Ghost type, Lightning type, Wind type. Special trait: Radiant Tail Stinger. Evolution paths: 9 available. "We did it!" Jiang Chen exclaimed, preparing to head back to the military base with Jiang Shaogua. Just then, Tang Shishir pointed to the unconscious Hu Mei lying on the ground and asked, "What about her?" Jiang Chen slapped his forehead upon hearing Itho. Could he have forgotten about her? At that moment, Hu Mei, lying on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes wide and sprang to her feet as if possessed. Her gaze was unfocused, and a strange smile stretched across her face. She burst into hysterical laughter and shouted, "Ha ha! I am the strongest cultivator. You're all trash." Her laughter was interspersed with sobs as she stumbled toward the depths of the forest, vanishing quickly into the dense woods. Jiang Chen stood frozen in place, muttering to himself, "This crazy woman really has lost it. Well, let's just call it karma." He turned around, pulled Jiang Shaogua to her feet, and, together with Tang Shishir, headed back to the military headquarters to prepare for the third round of the cultivator assessment. However, when the three of them arrived at the gates of the military headquarters, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The entrance was packed with a crowd, and 4 fully armed sentries stood guard, sternly preventing anyone from entering. After some inquiry, they learned that the third round of the assessment was to be conducted in secret, with only the participants allowed inside. Left with no choice, Jiang Chen asked Tang Shishir to take Jiang Shaogua shopping, while he entered the headquarters after presenting his participant ID. Inside the hall, only about 20 cultivators remained, those who had advanced from the second round. As Jiang Chen walked in, the others stepped aside to make way for him, their eyes filled with respect and awe. Since the end of the second round, Jiang Chen's reputation had far surpassed that of Zhou Yi, making him the leading figure among the younger generation in Chang'an City. Jiang Chen scanned the room and noticed that Zhou Yi was nowhere to be seen. He approached Wang Hao and asked about it. Wang Hao gave him a knowing smile and said, "You should ask yourself." You completely shattered his last bit of pride and confidence. He decided to withdraw from the competition voluntarily. Wang Hao went on to explain, someone like Zhou Yi only competes for fame and fortune, not out of genuine concern for Chang'an City. Losing someone like him is no loss at all. Afterward, Wang Hao led the group into a spacious underground chamber. As Jiang Chen stepped inside, he was struck by the sight before him. The audience seats were packed with military officers of all ranks, from lieutenant colonels to second lieutenants, all sitting upright and motionless. At the front, an elderly professor in a white lab coat stood alongside the military's chief cultivation expert. On the podium, a solitary figure stood tall and proud, exuding an imposing presence. That was the old officer, dressed in a sharp, immaculate military uniform. The insignia of a major general gleamed on his shoulders. Despite his advanced age, He exuded vitality, his piercing gaze as sharp as ever. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted instantly. A general had arrived in person. The old general smiled warmly, his voice steady as he declared, "No need to be nervous, everyone. The third round of assessments is classified at the highest level of secrecy and will be personally overseen by me." He turned and gestured toward the elderly professor and the military's chief expert. "In this round, they will no longer be judges but your opponents." The announcement caused an uproar. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with disbelief. These two top-tier experts as opponents? Who in the entire city of Chang'an could possibly stand a chance against them? Sensing their apprehension, the old general chuckled lightly and said, "Young people should have the spirit to fight and the courage to challenge authority. Show your determination and grit. On behalf of the Chang'an City Defense Division, I promise this. The champion of this round will earn a favor from the military." His words struck like a thunderclap. A favor from the military? That meant the power to mobilize the entire defense division, a well-equipped force of thousands, complete with armored vehicles, fighter jets, and cannons. The eyes of the 20 cultivators instantly burned with intensity as they clenched their fists, eager to prove themselves. The old general gave a slight nod, signaling Wang Hao to proceed. Wang Hao swiftly pulled away the black cloth covering the large iron cage and announced in a deep voice, "The third round begins now. The task: cultivate a natural predator of the beast inside the cage." Inside the cage was a colossal army ant with massive mandibles, its body stretching 3 meters long. Its entire form was encased in a thick, earth-toned exoskeleton, while its enormous jaws gleamed menacingly. Its blood-red eyes radiated ferocity, and as it let out a chilling roar, its oppressive aura forced everyone to instinctively step back. Beast information. Name: Giant Mandibled Army Ant. Level: 18. Grade: Elite. Type: Combat Rock. Status: Frenzied. Weaknesses: Psychic Poison. Category: Worker Leader Ant. Evolution Paths: 6. Jiang Chen studied the formidable leader of the worker ants closely, marveling at how the military had managed to capture such a powerful creature. The old general's tone suddenly grew grave. "Now you understand why this assessment is conducted in secrecy. The ant swarm is not yet fully under control. At this very moment, our soldiers are locked in a life-and-death battle with the swarm at the rear mountain defenses. Behind them lies a civilian zone with hundreds of thousands of residents." His voice quivered slightly with emotion as he continued, "The military will provide all the necessary beasts and materials. If you can cultivate a predator capable of defeating the giant mandibled army ant, you will be the hero of Chang'an City and its millions of residents." The speech ignited a fiery enthusiasm among the group. The breeders immediately threw themselves into their intense work, and the entire basement became a hive of activity. Some buried themselves in piles of research materials, others leaned over the glass panels, carefully observing every movement of the giant mandibled army ants, while a few began conducting various experiments with the miniature army ants provided by the military. The old general observed the bustling scene with satisfaction, his gaze inadvertently falling on Jiang Chen, the young man he held in the highest regard. However, his smile froze the very next moment. Jiang Chen was leisurely playing with various food items, using them to tease the giant mandibled army ants, directing them to spin in circles and bow, as if he were amusing himself with a domestic pet. The old general could only shake his head with a wry smile, pinning his hopes on the old professor and the military's chief expert. These two titans of the breeding field not only had extensive experience but had also been studying the subject for over 2 months, gaining access to the most direct and first-hand data. As expected, while others were still racking their brains, the two experts had already presented their research results. The old professor unveiled his creation, an ironclaw anteater. The creature had a 1-meter-long body covered in dark, scaly armor, razor-sharp claws capable of easily digging through the ground, and a long snout from which a crimson tongue extended, dripping corrosive fluid. Beast data: Ironclaw anteater, level 18, elite quality, poison rock type, healthy status, weaknesses, psychic poison types, 6 evolutionary paths. Jiang Chen nodded in approval. From a biological perspective, anteaters were indeed natural predators of ants, making this approach quite logical. However, the problem lay in the significant size difference between the two, as well as the insufficient potency of the toxins to penetrate the defensive armor of the giant mandibled army ants. The old professor was diligently working to overcome these technical challenges. The military's chief expert then showcased his creation, the explosive fire bat. The creature was covered in dense, fiery red fur, with menacing wings lined with sharp iron spikes. It spewed out 2 streams of searing flames, instantly warping the surrounding air with intense heat. Beast data: Explosive fire bat, level 17, elite quality, flying fire type, healthy status, weaknesses, psychic water types, 8 evolutionary paths. This choice was also well thought out. It could effectively deal with airborne soldier ants and provide aerial firepower to target the ground-based ant swarms. However, Jiang Chen quickly identified its shortcomings: weak defense and a singular mode of attack, leaving it vulnerable if engaged at close range. The flames of the exploding fire bat were indeed not hot enough to quickly kill the giant mandible army ants. This issue was also troubling the military chief and others. The old general glanced around. The other breeders were already brainstorming their own ideas, requesting various types of beasts from the staff for experiments. This initial progress pleased him greatly. However, when he turned to Jiang Chen, he noticed the young man was still engrossed in feeding different kinds of food to the giant mandible army ants. By now, over 100 types of food were piled on the ground. "Young man, are you trying to feed the giant mandible army ants to death?" the old general asked with a frown, half joking as he walked closer. Jiang Chen chuckled at the remark, stood up, and pointed to the food on the ground. "General, please take a closer look. Do you notice anything particular about these foods?" The old general leaned down to observe, his brows furrowing slightly. These foods are arranged according to their attributes." "Exactly," Jiang Chen said excitedly. "The greatest advantage of the giant mandible army ants lies in their armor-like exoskeleton, which makes their defense extraordinarily strong. Everyone else is trying to find ways to break through their defense, but has overlooked one crucial point: their armor, while being their strength, could also become their weakness. I plan to study the composition and properties of their armor to turn it into the key to defeating them." The old general's eyes lit up. He patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. "Good. Such unique thinking at such a young age, impressive." With that, he left in high spirits. Jiang Chen immediately called for the staff to retrieve all analysis reports on the armor of the giant mandible army ants. Before long, a thick stack of files was placed before him. He sat down and began carefully studying the data, certain that the solution was hidden within. Meanwhile, the military chief had completed the creation of an evolution elixir. Using uthwood essence as the main ingredient, combined with powdered stone, crystal rockflower roots, and other rock attribute materials, he successfully refined a petrification pill. Theoretically, this pill could allow its consumer to evolve a solid armored exterior, addressing the exploding fire bat's lack of defense. Adjusting his gold-framed glasses, the military chief eagerly fed the petrification pill to the exploding fire bat. Instantly, a dazzling yellowish-brown light burst forth from within the bat, and a dense rock attribute energy filled the air. Everyone held their breath, watching intently as the yellow light gradually condensed into armor on the bat's body. When the 3 cm thick armor finally formed, the crowd was just about to cheer when they froze in shock. The exploding fire bat, now encased in the heavy armor, was completely immobilized. Its joints had all been petrified. At that moment, the poor bat lay belly up on the ground, resembling an ancient tortoise that couldn't flip itself over. The military chief's face darkened instantly. Staring at the inconspicuous old turtle in front of him, he felt his heart shatter. Years of painstaking research had turned into a laughingstock in front of so many people. Seeing this, the crowd quietly retreated to their places, an awkward tension filling the air. The old professor stepped forward at the right moment, giving the military chief a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "It's okay, old friend. Research is never a one-shot success. Who hasn't found that glimmer of hope after thousands of failures?" The military chief barely nodded and then waved to the staff. "Take this thing away and bring in test subject number 2. Soon after, a cage containing a volatile fire bat was brought in. However, the military chief had already lost the enthusiasm to continue the experiment and instead turned his attention to the old professor. Just then, the old professor's experiment bore fruit, a puffed pellet crafted from breadfruit bark, hollow wood, and balloon bullfrog materials. The potency of this concoction was so extraordinary that it made the military chief's eyes light up. "Impressive, old friend. You've even managed to create a puffed pellet." The old professor gave a modest smile. "It's the result of a week's effort. We'll have to see how effective it really is." Despite his cautious words, he was brimming with confidence in this pellet, designed to enlarge the size of the iron-clawed anteater. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, the old professor fed the puffed pellet to the iron-clawed anteater. The results were immediate. The creature began to swell like an inflatable balloon, its size increasing fivefold in the blink of an eye, reaching an astonishing 5 meters in length. Its massive body easily shattered the iron cage, and when it stood up, it looked like a real-life Godzilla. Cheers erupted throughout the room, and the 2 elder scholars were moved to tears. But the joy was fleeting. The iron-clawed anteater's body continued to expand uncontrollably, showing no signs of stopping. The smiles on everyone's faces froze in an instant. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. The iron-clawed anteater's body burst apart, sending chunks of flesh and broken bones flying in all directions. The entire underground lab was drenched in blood. Amid the thick, crimson mist, the old professor shook his head in dismay. "Sigh, An experiment I thought was foolproof still ended in failure. This failure dealt a particularly heavy blow to the other breeders. If even two master-level figures could fail one after another, what hope did they have? In the corner, the old general silently observed everything. He was less concerned about the experiment's failure and more worried about the morale that had been shattered. But at that moment, an urgent telegram was delivered into his hands. Scanning the contents, his pupils contracted. Sharply massive-jawed army ants were launching a large-scale assault on the military defense line in the outskirts near the back hills. The situation was critical, and heavy firepower support was urgently needed. By now, this emergency message had already been relayed to all relevant departments. Bang! The sound of the door being pushed open echoed through the basement. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit strode in, his face exuding the authority of someone in a high-ranking position. The room instantly fell silent, and someone whispered, "That's a senior official from the Planning Bureau, in charge of urban defense." The man marched straight to the elderly general, urgency in his voice. "General, please approve the front line's request for reinforcements. We need authorization to deploy heavy artillery." The general's brows furrowed deeply, and the porcelain cup in his hand trembled slightly. "Do you even understand what you're asking? The outskirts behind the hills are a poor district, home to tens of thousands of people. Using heavy artillery would inevitably lead to massive civilian casualties." The man hesitated briefly, then clenched his teeth and pressed on. "But if the giant soldier ants breach our defenses, the entire city of Chang'an will face total destruction. Compared to the survival of Chang'an, sacrificing one poor district is a necessary trade-off." Crack! The porcelain cup shattered in the general's hand, shards scattering in all directions. He shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. "Yanning, let me tell you something absolutely not. No one has the right to decide who lives and who dies. Are the lives of those in the poor district not lives worth saving?" Yanning instinctively took a few steps back under the weight of the general's presence, then steadied himself and sneered. "General, may I ask, can you bear the consequences of this decision?" The air in the room froze as everyone collectively gasped. The officers all stood up in unison, their eyes fixed on the general. The implication was clear. The responsibility for the outcome would rest solely on his shoulders. The general's gaze was like lightning as he spoke in a deep, commanding tone. "Yanning, go back and tell those old men that I take full responsibility for the safety of Chang'an. As long as Tang Shan is alive, those ants won't set a single foot into this city. And none of you will sacrifice even one life from Chang'an." Yanning's face turned ashen, his lips twitching. The general turned to the researchers, bowing deeply. "The lives of 1.3 million people in Chang'an are in your hands. Now, I will buy you the time you need. Chang'an Defense Corps, follow me to hold the line at the border. We live and die with the general." The officers responded in unison, following the general as he charged out of the basement. The vast basement fell silent, save for the faint sounds of potion adjustments. The researchers watched the general's resolute figure disappear, their morale reignited. The senior professor and the military's chief scientist clenched their teeth, feeling the immense weight of their responsibility. In the corner, Jiang Chen remained focused on the book in his hands, the sound of turning pages never ceasing. He knew that in this moment, the most meaningful thing he could do was to quickly develop a natural predator for the giant soldier ants. The safety of Chang'an depended on it, as did the lives of his family, and Jiang Xiao's home was in the poor district. While Jiang Chen and the breeders were tirelessly working in the underground research lab, the forested area behind the mountain had already become a battlefield engulfed in chaos and smoke. The swarm of giant-jawed army ants surged out of the forest like a black, unstoppable flood. Their massive mandibles glinted menacingly under the sunlight. Wherever they passed, towering trees crashed to the ground, rocks shattered and flew in all directions, and clouds of dust rose high into the sky. This relentless swarm was charging straight toward the defensive line. Heavily armored vehicles were lined up at the forefront, their cannons spewing scorching tongues of fire. Soldiers moved swiftly behind the vehicles, methodically transporting ammunition and rescuing the wounded. Amid the thunderous sound of artillery, shells struck the giant-jawed army ants with precision. Lower-ranked ants were instantly blown apart, their bodies reduced to bloody fragments. However, elite warriors above level 10, protected by their heavy armor, were only sent flying by the blasts of energy. Unless their heads were directly hit, they quickly regained their footing and resumed their charge. Military beast tamers braved the hail of bullets and shells, commanding their beasts to engage in fierce combat with the ant swarm. Despite their extensive experience and seamless coordination, they struggled to hold back the relentless tide of enemies. Unable to deploy large-scale destructive weapons, the defensive line was on the verge of collapse, ready to be breached at any moment. Yet not a single soldier retreated, for behind them lay the city of Chang'an, home to tens of thousands of innocent civilians. Just as the defensive line was about to crumble, A flag of the Huaxia Defense Army appeared on an armored vehicle in the distance. The old general himself had arrived at the front lines. His presence instantly reignited the soldiers' morale, their exhaustion replaced by newfound vigor. Though he was only one man, he was the backbone of the entire army. The shouts of the commanders momentarily drowned out the deafening roar of artillery. The precarious defensive line was stabilized in that moment, and the ferocious ant swarm was forced to retreat. The old general stepped down from the armored vehicle and, with calm and unhurried steps, walked amidst the rain of bullets and shells. He silently observed the swarm ahead, his gaze seemingly saying, "Beasts, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Meanwhile, 100 miles away in the northern slums, the sound of explosions was clearly audible. Residents were evacuating with their families toward the city center, but one small figure was moving against the flow, heading deeper into the slums. It was Jiang Chen, clutching her fire-tailed chinchilla as she hopped and skipped her way home. At the time, she was waiting for Tang Shirshir to come out of the restroom when a news alert about an ant colony threatening the slums suddenly popped up on her phone screen. Jiang Xiaogua's heart tightened instantly as she thought of the precious family photo on the counter at home, the only memory her parents had left for her and her brother, Jiang Chen. Without waiting for Tang Shirshir, she turned around and sprinted toward home. Bursting through the door, Jiang Xiaogua anxiously glanced at the counter. The photo was still there, her parents' warm smiles embracing her and her brother. She clutched the frame tightly to her chest and quickly stepped out of the house. The streets were already in chaos. People were fleeing in panic, car horns blared incessantly, and the air was filled with noise and confusion. Suddenly, from the corner of a wall, 3 massive, dirt-yellow soldier ants with jagged mandibles emerged. Their bodies were riddled with bullet holes and shrapnel, remnants of an encounter with the defensive forces. One of the ants, over 2 meters long, let out an ear-piercing screech and opened its gaping jaws, lunging toward a defenseless young boy. Just as its sharp mandibles were about to tear into the boy, the enormous insect's body froze midair, stopping just 2 centimeters away from him. Jiang Xiaogua appeared from the side, holding her fire-tailed chinchilla, little Softy, in her arms. The tiny creature had its small paws raised in a gesture as though gripping something from afar. "Oomph, stupid ant. Picking on people." Jiang Xiaogua scolded with her hands on her hips. "Little Softy, teach it a lesson." Little Softy flashed a mischievous grin and waved its paw, slamming the giant ant forcefully into the second one. With a loud thud, both ants were left dazed. But little Softy didn't stop there. Its twinkling eyes spotted some paint buckets nearby, and with a flick of its paw, it dumped the blue and red paint all over the ants. The third ant scurried into a secluded alley, only to encounter an elderly woman who had just stepped outside. As it prepared to attack, a crisp voice rang out, "Hey, foul beast, stop right there. Lady Wei the heroine is here." Xiao Wei charged forward, riding a pink, chubby pig. The little pig rammed into the giant ant, sending it flying, and then spat out a transparent bubble, trapping it inside. As Jiang Xiaogua passed by and saw the scene, she couldn't help but quip, "Haha, so pig-riding girls really do exist." Xiao Wei's face darkened. "Jiang Xiaogua, you're impossible." "Sorry, I don't have an uncle," Jiang Xiaogua replied with a perfectly straight face. The soldiers on the front lines were fighting fiercely, while the breeders in the underground laboratory were racing against the clock. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the lab. The iron-clawed anteater, once again, had burst due to overexpansion. At the same time, the military chief's explosive bat had only gained a pitiful increase in defense, and the other breeders' research was still in its infancy. With the front lines in critical condition and progress in the rear moving at a snail's pace, both the old professor and the military chief were growing increasingly agitated. Their bloodshot eyes revealed deep exhaustion and urgency. At this crucial moment, Jiang Chen, who had been quietly poring over documents, suddenly slammed his book shut with a spark of excitement on his face. "I found it. The armor of the giant mandible army ant contains over 70% iron." He quickly strode to the experiment table, waving to the staff. "Hurry, bring me 10 iron crucian carp." The staff froze in place. "Iron crucian carp? Isn't that just a common dish?" The military chief could no longer contain his anger and slammed the table with a bang. "Jiang Chen, do you have any idea how dire the situation is? And you're thinking about making fish soup?" The other breeders shot him looks of disdain. Jiang Chen offered no explanation and simply repeated, "Hurry and fetch them." The staff finally rushed out. The military chief let out a cold snort. "Let this glutton cook his fish soup if he wants. Everyone else, get back to work." The old general is still waiting for results on the front lines. Jiang Chen began his experiment. He set up an iron pot, filled it with water, and added a generous amount of magnetic powder. The staff returned with 10 lively iron crucian carp, which he instructed to be placed into the pot. As the water temperature rose, the iron crucian carp became increasingly restless, and the magnetic powder began to seep into their flesh. Jiang Chen observed the changes in the fish closely, adding medicinal herbs like inyang flower, cold autumn grass, and scarlet flame fruit at precise moments to enhance the effect of the magnetic powder. Half an hour later, the tantalizing aroma of fish filled the laboratory, causing several breeders who hadn't eaten in 8 hours to involuntarily swallow. Just as the military chief was about to reprimand them, his own stomach growled audibly, making him flush with embarrassment and anger. "What are you laughing at? Get back to work." At that moment, the iron crucian carp in the pot underwent a stunning transformation. They began to emit a silvery glow and radiated a powerful magnetic force, clinging tightly to the walls of the pot with a series of sharp clangs. The next moment, 10 iron crucian carp simultaneously opened their tiny mouths and began ravenously gnawing on the iron pot. Amidst the crunching sounds, the steel pot was completely devoured in just 3 seconds. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This experiment had succeeded. He quickly loaded the 10 iron crucian carp into a water-filled launcher and aimed at the giant-jawed army ant inside the cage. With a loud boom, the water cannon blasted the giant ant, and the 10 iron crucian carp instantly clung to its thick armor. The sudden explosion startled everyone present. The military chief frowned and scolded angrily. "You brat! Why are you throwing some lousy fish at the giant-jawed army ant? Do you think it's a pet cat?" Before he could finish, a chorus of gasps interrupted him. The massive giant-jawed army ant began thrashing wildly on the ground, letting out a piercing screech. The 10 iron crucian carp were devouring its armor at an alarming speed, the scraping sound making everyone's skin crawl. In less than 5 minutes, the once menacing giant-jawed army ant was reduced to a pile of bare white bones. "Hiss!" The crowd collectively drew in a sharp breath, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. These seemingly ordinary iron crucian carp possessed such terrifying power. Once they recovered from their shock, the lab erupted in cheers. "We did it!" The group excitedly hoisted Jiang Chen into the air. The military chief stood frozen, speechless. The elderly professor, tears streaming down his face, patted the military chief on the shoulder and said, "Old friend, face the truth. The younger generation will always surpass the older one." The military chief remained silent for a long time before bowing deeply to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, I was too narrow-minded. You truly are a once-in-a-century genius breeder and the unsung hero of the millions in Chang'an City." Other breeders also bowed to Jiang Chen, their usual pride and arrogance replaced with heartfelt respect for the 17-year-old boy. Jiang Chen hurriedly helped them up. "Please, don't. The most important thing now is to mass-produce the iron crucian carp as quickly as possible." The elderly professor immediately responded, "You take the lead, and we'll assist you." Meanwhile, the situation in the northern forest region was dire. The old general had been standing motionless for 3 hours, while the soldiers steadfastly held their positions. He knew the defensive line was on the brink of collapse and silently prayed for good news from the breeders. Suddenly, a 5-meter-long giant-jawed army ant fearlessly charged the defensive line, its massive jaws shredding a heavy armored vehicle. As a gap opened in the line, the swarm of ants surged forward. The old general sighed, "Chang'an City, I, Tang Shan, have failed you." Just then, a shell streaked across the sky and exploded thunderously at the breach. Tang Shan frowned at the sight. A stray, unidentified shell suddenly hurtled toward the defensive line. Anger flared in his heart, and he was about to berate the careless artillery operator. But in the next instant, the shell exploded midair, scattering a torrent of water droplets across the battlefield. With the water came hundreds of iron carp, raining down like a storm and landing precisely on the colossal mandible army ants nearby. Dozens of the ants used the opportunity to breach a gap in the defense line, charging straight toward the old general. At this critical moment, a sharp, nerve-wracking gnawing sound echoed across the battlefield. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The iron carp had begun voraciously devouring the charging ants. In the blink of an eye, the massive mandible ants that had reached the old general were reduced to a pile of white bones, collapsing to the ground. The old general gasped in shock, realizing these small creatures were far more powerful than he had imagined. Just then, 4 armored vehicles roared onto the scene from the rear. Over 100 soldiers leapt out, each armed with a launcher, all aiming in unison at the swarm of colossal mandible army ants ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of shells formed a dense web of fire in the air before crashing down on the ant horde. With deafening explosions, countless iron carp poured out, completely overwhelming the swarm of colossal mandible ants. After another round of intense gnawing sounds, a vast patch of empty ground emerged on the battlefield. Even the bones of the ants had been devoured clean. Tang Shan's pupils contracted sharply. "What on earth are these things?" An excited adjutant beside him answered, "Sir, these are iron carp specialized beasts bred by Master Jiang Chen to combat the colossal mandible army ants." "Iron carp? Tang Shan shook his head in disbelief. I never thought such small creatures could be so terrifying. With the addition of these waterborne iron carp, the tide of the battle turned instantly. The morale of the defensive troops soared. Tang Shan waved his hand decisively. Let's finish them. Hit them with everything we've got. More launchers were distributed among the soldiers. Thousands of water shells ascended like dark clouds, then came crashing down with force. Amid the thunderous explosions, the once dominant army of colossal mandible ants was utterly decimated. The battlefield was littered with scattered white bones, resembling an eerie fossilized park. Just as Tang Shan was about to cheer for the successful turnaround, a thought struck him. These iron carp are so ferocious. Once they finish off the colossal mandible ants, won't the other beasts in the forest be in danger? The adjutant smiled and reassured him. No need to worry, General. Master Jiang Chen has already taken that into account. These iron carp can only survive for 1 minute after leaving the water. After that, they turn into dried fish. This kid is impressively so thorough in his planning. Tang Shan laughed. By the way, where is Jiang Chen? He's a hero of Chang'an City and a savior of the defensive corps. Master Jiang Chen is currently refining the work of the chief breeder and the senior professor. He said both approaches have promise and, with slight adjustments, could become powerful weapons against our enemies. Tang Shan nodded in approval, thinking to himself, Jiang Chen, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. That girl, sure, certainly has a keen eye. Just as the situation seemed to stabilize, a low, ominous buzzing sound emerged from the depths of the forest. The soldiers turned toward the noise, their faces tense. Suddenly, a massive swarm of monstrous beasts burst out from the dense forest, spreading their menacing wings and soaring straight into the sky. They were the soldier ants of the giant-jawed army ants, their densely packed figures blotting out the sun like a massive, oppressive storm cloud descending upon the defensive line. How is this possible? Aren't soldier ants supposed to stay by the queen's side? The soldiers' faces were filled with terror. They had never seen a soldier ant swarm of this scale before. These aerial predators were true killing machines. Tang Shan's eyes narrowed sharply as he immediately gave the order. Aim the catapults at the airborne targets. Fire! Hundreds of water bombs whistled into the sky, but the soldier ants suddenly began flapping their wings in perfect unison, generating a violent gale. Amid the deafening roar of the wind, all the water bombs were scattered and fell harmlessly to the ground. Damn it! Tang Shan's expression darkened. Without the water bombs exploding, the iron carp would be rendered useless. The hard-fought turnaround in the battle was now on the verge of collapsing. The soldiers stared at the oncoming swarm of soldier ants pressing down from above, a sense of despair rising in their hearts. They did not fear death, but they hated the thought of failing to defend Chang'an City and betraying their duty as soldiers. At that critical moment, a dark cloud suddenly surged from the sky behind them, accompanied by a series of chilling screeches. Tang Shan instantly recognized the sound. It was the cry of the explosive fire bats. These explosive fire bats, modified by Jiang Chen, were covered in tough, leathery armor, with bulging muscles and razor-sharp claws capable of tearing through granite with ease. Letting out ear-piercing shrieks, they charged heeding toward the swarm of soldier ants. The soldier ants swung their mandibles in defense, but the fire bats did not engage them in close combat. Instead, they opened their gaping maws in unison and unleashed torrents of blazing flames. With a deafening roar, a sea of fire engulfed the entire sky. When the flames subsided, countless soldier ants' wings had been reduced to ashes, and they plummeted from the sky. Never thought I'd live to see an ant rain. Tang Shan couldn't help but chuckle. The remaining soldier ants in the sky were quickly being hunted down and annihilated by the explosive fire bats. An officer hurried forward and saluted. General, the giant-jawed army ants have suffered massive casualties. Should we order a sweep of the forest to eliminate the remaining ants? As Tang Shan pondered the question, a plume of dust rose in the distance, accompanied by the desolate roars of beasts. Over 100 modified iron-clawed anteaters came charging toward them. Well, speak of the devil. Jiang Chen, you genius, you've outdone yourself. Tang Shan's eyes lit up. At last, their ultimate weapon had arrived. The iron-claw anteaters, now expanded to a length of 8 to 10 meters, had their toxic saliva on their tongues enhanced several-fold. These colossal creatures treated heavy armored vehicles as if they were mere toys. All 100 ironclaw anteaters had entered into sole contracts with the military beast tamers and were ready for deployment. Tang Shan decisively ordered this special unit to eliminate the giant-jawed army ants. The soldiers formed teams of 5, skillfully climbing onto the backs of the massive beasts, armed with launchers and prepared for action. Just as the unit was about to venture deeper into the forest, a golden figure suddenly appeared on the horizon. It was a golden gorilla, standing 3 meters tall and charging at an astonishing speed. Within moments, it had reached the battlefield. What drew even more attention was the figure seated on its shoulder. It was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you finally made it. Tang Shan's face lit up with a delighted smile. This time, you've made a monumental contribution to Chang'an City's survival. He'll personally recommend you for commendation to the Huaxia Corps headquarters. However, Jiang Chen, who leapt down from the gorilla's shoulder, wore a grave expression. Half an hour earlier, he had just completed the expansion experiment on the Ironclaw anteaters and had gone to search for Jiang Shaogua and Tang Shishir. Yet, Tang Shishir brought him dire news: Jiang Shaogua was missing. With Chang'an City already under the dire threat of the giant-jawed army ants, her disappearance only deepened his anxiety. As Tang Shan noticed Jiang Chen's unusual demeanor and prepared to ask, a wave of danger suddenly surged from behind. He spun around abruptly, only to see a pitch-black feline creature that had appeared without warning. Its tail ended in an eerie, multicolored stinger. Recognizing it as Jiang Chen's nether saber-toothed cat, Tang Shan still couldn't help but feel a chill at its ghostly arrival. Jiang Chen gently stroked Xiao Hei's head before turning to Tang Shan. General, I have a difficult request to make. Speak freely. If it's within my power, consider it done. Tang Shan responded without hesitation. My younger sister, Jiang Shaogua, is missing. I hope to borrow the military's intelligence network to find her. I'm counting on you. Tang Shan's brows furrowed at the request. At this critical moment in the battle against the giant-jawed army ants, diverting resources to search for a young girl. Sensing Tang Shan's hesitation, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Didn't you say that whoever could cultivate a natural enemy to the giant-jawed army ants would be granted the authority to command the entire garrison? Right now, I'm invoking that authority to mobilize the garrison to find my sister. Tang Shan was struck by his words. A power capable of elevating a civilian to a general in an instant. Jiang Chen was using it to search for his sister. That won't be necessary. Tang Shan waved his hand dismissively. Seeing Jiang Chen's anxious expression, he quickly added, don't worry. I'll have the intelligence department search for the young girl immediately. Jiang Chen bowed deeply in gratitude. His pure and unwavering affection for Jiang Shaogua was particularly moving in these turbulent times, and it was exactly what had impressed Tang Shan. The old general turned to make arrangements for the search. At this moment, his admiration for Jiang Chen extended beyond the young man's extraordinary talent for cultivation. It now included respect for his sincere and compassionate heart. 10 minutes later, the military intelligence network reported back. Small groups of giant-jawed army ants had been spotted near the slum area half an hour ago. They had abducted several civilians, including a little girl in overalls who matched Jiang Shaogua's description. On hearing the news, Jiang Chen was beside himself with worry and stormed into Tang Shan's command vehicle. General, I request to join the extermination operation. That's absurd. Tang Shan frowned deeply. The battlefield is no place for recklessness. Giant-jawed army ants are ferocious beasts. You're just a high school student. What could you possibly contribute? I understand your concern for your sister, but you need to prioritize your own safety first. Jiang Chen let out a cold scoff. Before Tang Shan could say more, a shadow silently appeared behind the general. A sharp stinger pressed against the back of his neck. Tang Shan felt a chilling sensation, and the guards around him immediately panicked. Jiang Chen, what are you trying to do? Tang Shan demanded. I'm simply proving that I have what it takes to survive on the battlefield, Jiang Chen said calmly, pointing out the window. Take a look over there. Everyone turned to where he was pointing. They saw the ferocious King Kong-like creature let out a thunderous roar as it effortlessly lifted a massive iron-clawed anteater above its head. The sight left everyone stunned, gasping in disbelief. My apologies, Jiang Chen said as Xiao Hei retracted its stinger and returned to his side in a flash. Tang Shan chuckled helplessly. All right, you've proven your capability. I'll allow you to join the operation. He then instructed several guards to fully cooperate with Jiang Chen. At that moment, a beast tamer nearby spoke with a wry smile. Master Jiang Chen, could you ask that giant gorilla to put the iron-clawed anteater down? It's about to suffocate. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, but Dejin misunderstood the command and flung the anteater high into the air. Seeing Jiang Chen's exasperated expression, Dejin scratched its head sheepishly and quickly caught the now terrified, curled-up anteater before it hit the ground. Shaking his head with a sigh, Jiang Chen realized he needed to establish a sole contract with Dejin as soon as possible. Otherwise, directing it would remain a constant hassle. The others were immediately frightened out of their wits by Dejin. The giant golden gorilla was not only massive and ferocious-looking, but also radiated an intimidating aura that sent shivers down their spines. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Dejin suddenly put on an adorably clueless expression, shrugged its shoulders, and gestured to Jiang Chen, indicating that such misunderstandings were inevitable without a sole contract. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze sharpening. It's time. Xiao Hei, come here. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a shimmering silver fish jerky. The jerky was shaped like a dart, with razor-sharp teeth covering its surface. This fish jerky was crafted from a devil black sha fish, a high-quality level 11 demonic beast with both ghost and water attributes. This species, known for preying on ferocious creatures like sharks, possessed incredible speed and biting power, with 7 potential evolutionary paths. Jiang Chen had discovered it amidst a school of iron crucian carp and, recognizing its compatibility with Xiao Hei's attributes, had turned it into an upgrade-enhancing treat. As soon as Xiao Hei spotted the fish jerky, its 3-part mouth split into a goofy grin. Hee hee, master is the best. Another fish jerky for me. Xiao Hei, this jerky can help you level up to 16, Jiang Chen said, crouching down and placing the jerky in his palm. With that, my soul strength will also increase significantly, which means he'll finally be able to form a soul contract with Dejin. Xiao Hei licked the fish jerky and looked at Jiang Chen with wide, expectant eyes. Meow meow, can I have it spicy this time? Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly and sprinkled some pepper and chili powder on the jerky. Xiao Hei happily swallowed it in one bite. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from its body, sweeping across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Jiang Chen felt his soul sea within his mind expand, and he turned to Dejin. Dejin, will you become my contract partner? Dejin let out a sky-shaking roar and nodded solemnly. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen sliced his palm and clasped it against Dejin's massive hand. By my blood, I forge an eternal and unbreakable bloodline contract. As his words echoed in the air, Jiang Chen's long hair fluttered in an unseen wind, and Dejin's entire body radiated a blinding golden light. The immense pressure emanating from it was as overwhelming as a mountain, forcing the Ironclaw anteater horde to cower on the ground. A profound spiritual bond formed between Jiang Chen and Dejin, allowing Dejin to understand his intentions with just a single thought. Xiao Hei cheered excitedly on the side, thrilled to have a new battle companion. Meanwhile, the surrounding military beast tamers stood frozen in shock, utterly stunned by what they had just witnessed. Despite his young age, Jiang Chen had already bonded with 2 extraordinarily powerful beast companions, leaving older beastmasters feeling secretly ashamed. Most of them, with their grizzled beards, were still idling away with just one beast. Tang Shan watched Jiang Chen's departing figure, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. This boy had surprised him countless times. If he became even more exceptional, he might truly be worthy of his daughter. Advance into the depths of the forest. Eliminate the remnants of the giant mandible army ants. With Tang Shan's command, the military beastmasters swiftly leaped onto the backs of their Ironclaw anteaters. The soldiers, fully armed, followed closely behind in heavy armored vehicles. Jiang Chen nodded respectfully to the old general before vaulting onto Dejin's shoulder and joining the imposing march. During the march, the garrison encountered several remnants of the giant mandible army ants. The iron crucian carp made short work of them, reducing them to bare white bones with a few bursts of water bullets. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the silence. A massive giant mandible army ant, 7 meters in length, burst out of the forest, its menacing head as imposing as a heavy armored vehicle. Jiang Chen quickly assessed. Beast name, Giant Mandible Army Ant. Beast level, level 19. Beast quality, elite grade. Beast attribute, fighting rock type. Beast role, worker ant leader. Evolution paths, 7 evolution routes. The colossal ant charged toward the convoy, the ground trembling and clouds of dust rising in its wake. Dejin prepared to engage, but Jiang Chen held him back. This one's not worth your effort. Before he finished speaking, 2 Ironclaw anteaters had already rushed forward to confront the giant ant. The giant mandible army ant swung its terrifying mandibles, aiming for the neck of one Ironclaw anteater. The anteater immediately curled into a ball, its tough, armored scales shielding its entire body. Sparks flew as the mandibles struck the armor but failed to penetrate. Meanwhile, the other Ironclaw anteater seized the opportunity, driving its sharp tongue precisely into the ant's lower jaw. The enormous ant let out a blood-curdling screech, thrashing wildly and toppling nearby trees. The curled-up anteater took its chance, piercing the ant's abdomen with its tongue and injecting lethal venom. In less than 30 seconds, the massive creature collapsed with a resounding crash. The battle, reminiscent of a showdown between Ultraman and a monster, left everyone on edge. By the afternoon, the garrison had arrived near the ant's nest. The sight before Jiang Chen was nothing short of astonishing. The giant mandible army ants had hollowed out an entire hill, its surface riddled with thousands of holes, resembling an enormous wasp nest. Dozens of towering trees stood nearby, their trunks similarly hollowed out and occupied by worker ant sentries. The garrison set up camp a kilometer away, where a dozen senior officers gathered to discuss strategy. A colonel turned to Jiang Chen. Master Jiang Chen, do you have any suggestions? After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen replied, actually, we don't need to confront the giant mandible army ants heathen. Ant-type beasts are typically social creatures, and their entire colony is connected through the queen ant. So, the main force should stay here and monitor the ants' movements. Meanwhile, a small elite team can infiltrate the nest and take out the queen. Once the queen is eliminated, the entire giant mandible army ant colony will collapse immediately. The officer's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing TSIT was indeed a strategy with the lowest cost and the best effectiveness. Seeing their approving expressions, Jiang Chen continued to elaborate on the specific configuration of the vanguard squad. A 10-member team was the optimal size, consisting of 8 beast tamers and 2 throwers. His voice suddenly became grave. The most important thing is that everyone must be ready to sacrifice. This mission into the ant nest is a near certain death. The officers' faces turned solemn at once. A colonel stood up, his voice firm and resonant. The Huaxia army has always led from the front. He glanced around the room. All officers who are members of the Huaxia Alliance stepped forward. 20 officers stepped forward in unison. Those with brothers at home stepped forward. Another 10 officers moved forward. The colonel's sharp gaze swept over the 10. As members of the party, it is your duty. For those with brothers, your parents will have support. Now, I order you to form the vanguard squad and strike straight into the heart of the Titan mandible army ants. Yes, sir. The 10 officers responded in unison, their eyes unwavering. Jiang Chen then added, as the breeder with the most knowledge about these Titan mandible army ants, I will accompany the team inside. He had to go intelligence suggested that Jiang Shaogua and others might still be alive, held captive in the ant nest. These insects were known to store food. Master Jiang, that's too dangerous. The colonel objected urgently. You're the hero of Chang'an City's defense division. If anything happens to you, I can't answer to the general. Jiang Chen gave a faint smile. Isn't a hero supposed to lead from the front? In truth, he cared little for titles or glory. All he wanted was to save the only family he had left in the world, Jiang Shaogua. The colonel was left speechless. Let's move out, Jiang Chen said, donning the black windbreaker of a military beast tamer. He led the 10-member team toward the ant nest. Salute, the colonel commanded, and all the soldiers of the defense division raised their right hands in unison, watching the small team disappear into the dense forest. After half an hour of stealthy movement, the vanguard squad finally reached the vicinity of the ant nest, hiding in the shrubs. Around them, countless Titan mandible army ants patrolled vigilantly, guarding the entrance to the nest. Any disturbance would provoke a swarm of soldier ants. Master Jiang, should we attack Eden? The squad leader whispered, unable to think of a better option in such a perilous situation. Jiang Chen thought briefly. No. Well, sneak and quietly, no shooting. The others couldn't help but twitch their lips at his attempt at humor during such a tense moment. Turning to the 2 throwers, Jiang Chen said, equip the launchers with silencers and prepare to cover my actions. The 2 officers complied immediately. Jiang Chen carefully surveyed the surroundings, finally pointing to a lone, smaller Titan mandible army ant, Xiao He. Take it out silently and bring the body back. Before he finished speaking, Xiao He had already vanished without a trace. 10 seconds later, the previously lively and aggressive giant mandible army ant lay lifeless before Jiang Chen. The officers watched the scene unfold, secretly impressed by the prowess of the imposing black cat. Jiang Chen swiftly drew his dagger and sliced open the ant's abdomen. A faintly foul-smelling green liquid oozed out. This was the formic acid the giant mandible army ants used to identify their own kind. Everyone, smear the formic acid on your clothes. It'll help you evade their detection temporarily, Jiang Chen instructed, signaling the group to act. The officers promptly followed his lead, carefully applying the acid to both themselves and their companion beasts. Next, Jiang Chen produced a pouch of red powder and scattered it over the ant's corpse. Instantly, a sharp green smoke billowed upward. Relocate, Jiang Chen commanded. At his signal, the strike team darted behind a nearby pile of rocks. This is a catalyst, Jiang Chen explained in a low voice. It amplifies the scent of the formic acid tenfold, tricking the other ants into thinking a comrade is sending a signal. Sure enough, the scent drew a swarm of giant mandible army ants, which surrounded the corpse. Even the sentinel ants stationed in the trees were lured down, circling overhead. Now's our chance into the nest. Jiang Chen gestured, and the strike team made a dash for the nest entrance. The sound of giant ants scurrying through the underbrush echoed all around them, but thanks to the acids scent masking their presence, they passed unscathed. With only 30 meters left to the entrance, a 3-meter-long giant mandible army ant suddenly emerged from the nest, catching them off guard. Both sides froze, staring at each other in a tense standoff. The massive ant extended its antennae toward Dejin, its breathing growing heavier. It then turned around, raising its large hindquarters and swaying suggestively, even casting flirtatious glances at Dejin with its peculiar, coquettish movements. The group was dumbfounded. Realization dawned on Jiang Chen. The formic acid they had used must have come from a giant mandible army ant in its mating season, and Jiang had applied far too much. Xiaohei immediately burst out laughing, rolling on the ground. Meow, meow, meow. Jiang, do you want an ant girlfriend? Look at that real ant waist, those peachy hips. Jiang's face darkened at the remark. With a heavy snort, he raised a paw and slapped the giant ant unconscious. Humph. Romance? Not a chance. Are there not enough monsters to fight? Or is the master's cooking not good enough? He huffed, lifting his chin arrogantly before striding into the nest. Xiaohei shook his head and sighed. Meow, 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 meow. Such a brute. No appreciation for beauty. He then hurriedly applied more formic acid to himself. The next one to receive a courtship proposal will be the dashing Mio Sturpiece that I am. Entering the ant nest, the first thing that came into view was a spacious hall. The ceiling was embedded with phosphorescent iron ore that emitted a faint glow, softly illuminating one corner of the hall. These iron ores not only lit up the cave, but also served as a crucial food source for the giant mandible army ants. The rich iron content in their armor came from these very minerals. However, the Sharp Blade squad found themselves at an impasse here. Looking around, they saw that the rock walls were riddled with hundreds of holes. The group exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of which passage to take to find the queen ant. All eyes naturally turned toward Jiang Chen, awaiting his decision. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then spoke while patting Xiaohei's head. The queen ant needs a large amount of food to feed her larvae. Xiaohei, go hunt a demon beast and leave its corpse here. We'll follow the giant mandible army ants as they transport the food, and that will lead us to the storage chamber. The queen ant must be nearby. The group immediately agreed with the plan, praising the clever strategy. Just as Xiaohei was about to act, a heavy, raspy breathing sound suddenly echoed through the hall, accompanied by a pungent stench of rot. The team quickly hid behind a pile of rocks nearby. A colossal slug-like creature slowly emerged from one of the wall's holes. The creature was over 5 meters long, with a body as thick as a water tank. Its brown-striped skin was covered with large pores that oozed slimy mucus. Its dark nostrils emitted heavy, labored breaths, resembling an obese man weighing over 1,000 pounds struggling to run. The system immediately displayed information about the beast. Level 18, elite quality, water-type fighting type. Its most notable trait was its tendency to freeload in the giant mandible army ants' nests. It had 7 evolutionary paths and was particularly vulnerable to ghost-type and psychic-type attacks. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. I didn't expect to run into an 18th level giant slug. Regular slugs don't make it past level 5 before dying. This guy's just a shameless freeloader. But hey, it saves us the trouble of hunting outside. When 2 throwers asked if they should use the thrower's equipment, Jiang Chen shook his head and explained, don't use water bombs. Those iron carp weapons only work on demon beasts rich in iron. This slug is all fat, it won't do anything. Then what should we do? The group asked. Just smash it to pieces. Jiang Chen said coldly. Hearing this, Jiang became exhilarated. It loved challenging opponents much larger than itself. Letting out a roar, it leaped into the air, its iron fist aimed directly at the giant slug's head. The punch tore through the air with a powerful gust, sending fragments of stone flying. The giant slug, however, merely tilted its head sluggishly, showing no intention of dodging. Jiang's fist landed heavily on its body, but it felt as though it had struck a mass of cotton, with no solid impact. In the next instant, a strong rebound force sent Jiang flying back to its original position, accompanied by a dull thud. It was completely stunned at that moment. What just happened? Could it be that its punches were no longer effective? Jiang Chen quickly explained. Jiang, this is an attribute counter. The skin of the giant slug is incredibly tough, and its internal layer of fat has extreme elasticity, capable of rebounding any physical attack within its tolerance range. Nearby, Xiaohei grinned mischievously, revealing his 3-part smile. Old Jiang, not working, huh? Did you overdo it last night, and now your hands are weak? Just then, the giant slug finally reacted. What the heck? A monster actually dared to attack this chubby master. It suddenly turned around, revealing a ferocious face that startled everyone present. The military beastmaster's beasts immediately assumed battle stances, keeping a wary eye on the massive creature. However, to everyone's surprise, the giant slug abruptly turned and fled. Its massive, flabby body wobbled as its rear swayed like it had a tiny motor installed. Fight? No way. Rule number 1 of the Chubby Survival Handbook. Flee when faced with danger. Humph. Foolish humans, do you think I've survived this long by fighting? Everyone was dumbfounded. This thing was such a faker. The squad leader gave a sharp command, go. Instantly, 8 beasts launched their attack, charging at the sluggishly fleeing giant slug. The flame jungle wolf and the swift wind rodent were the first to block its escape route. Following closely, The ironhead rhino and the tusked porcupine crashed into it like two heavy tanks. Boom, boom. Two resounding impacts echoed as the beast sank into the slug's massive body, only to be bounced back. The wind mantis's whirlwind slash aimed at the slug's head, but its razor-sharp blades couldn't penetrate. The bumblebee's venomous stinger struck fiercely at the slug's rear, only to nearly bend its own stinger. After 10 minutes of relentless attacks, the beasts were left panting heavily, while the giant slug stood there nonchalantly, still sniffling away. Jiang Chen was secretly astonished. Its defensive power was terrifying. He thought to himself that he must get a slug like this in the future to serve as a training sandbag for Dejin. Xiaohei, it's your turn. Jiang Chen flicked the yawning Xiaohei. Focus all your power on your claw tips. Xiaohei darted out like lightning, a spectral claw mark forming in the air, radiating destructive energy. Nether Ghost Claw. Rip. A sharp tearing sound echoed as the giant slug's neck was severed, and its white, fatty tissue spilled all over the ground. Everyone gasped in shock. The sheer tearing power was terrifying. Quick, hide. Jiang Chen motioned for everyone to take cover. With such a commotion, the giant mandible army ants will be here any moment. Sure enough, massive soldier ants soon arrived at the scene. After carefully inspecting the area and finding no anomalies, they collectively dragged the slug's corpse into the depths of their nest. Follow them. Jiang Chen gestured, and the group quietly trailed behind. The Sharp Knife Squad moved with extreme caution, fearing detection by the giant mandible army ants. They maintained a safe distance of 50 meters from the four massive creatures. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the temperature steadily rose, and the air grew increasingly humid with mist. Jiang Chen held his breath and focused intently, catching an unusual sound emanating from the depths of the cave, a rumbling noise that resembled both the heavy breathing of a colossal beast and the thunderous roar of a towering waterfall. After advancing for about 10 minutes, the path suddenly opened up. A raging underground river stretched before them, its rapid currents crashing violently against the banks, producing a deafening roar. Even more astonishing, the river's temperature was scalding, with several deep pools showing signs of boiling. At that moment, the four giant mandible army ants were cautiously crossing a single log bridge roughly 5 meters in diameter. The bridge was just wide enough for two of the ants to walk side by side, as they dragged the massive corpse of a giant slug. Jiang Chen observed the dark, turbulent river with a furrowed brow. No rush. Let the mandible army ants cross first, he said calmly. The squad leader was unimpressed. The mist here is too thick. If we stay too far behind, we'll lose them. If you want to stay alive, you'd better listen to me, Jiang Chen replied with a grave expression. Master Jiang Chen, you're an expert in beast taming, but tracking happens to be my specialty. Trust the professionals, won't you? The squad leader said with a confident smile. Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous crash interrupted him. The water erupted, and a scarlet tentacle shot out like lightning, instantly wrapping around one of the mandible army ants on the bridge. In a flash, it dragged the creature into the river, unleashing a monstrous wave. The squad leader's smile froze on his face. All right, you're an expert in tracking too, he muttered. The remaining 3 mandible army ants panicked, abandoning their prey and scrambling frantically toward the opposite shore. However, before they could escape, 3 more scarlet tentacles burst from the water, pulling them all into the depths of the dark river. As the squad stood in stunned silence, Jiang Chen calmly analyzed the terrifying creature. Octopus Water Demon, level 21. A warlord-grade beast with water and poison dual attributes. It prefers to ambush passing vessels from underwater. It's particularly weak against ghost and psychic types, and has 9 potential evolutionary paths. Warlord grade. The mention of these words made everyone gasp in horror. After all, even the guardian beasts of Chang'an City were merely at the warlord level. Master Jiang Chen, what should we do? The squad leader asked, his brows tightly knit, fully aware that a warlord-grade beast was far beyond their ability to handle. Jiang Chen responded with a calm smile, his eyes resolutely fixed on the opposite bank of the river. The storage location for food and the only passage were there. It was a risk they had no choice but to take. Let's do it. The squad leader gritted his teeth and swiftly issued the command. The spearhead team immediately formed up, adopting a protective formation with the beasts on the outside and the beast tamers on the inside. This ensured the safety of the tamers, while providing enough space for the beasts to fight. Beneath the narrow bridge lurked a warlord-level demonic beast, ready to tear them apart at any moment. The sound of each heartbeat was palpable, and the cold sweat on their foreheads felt even sharper in the frigid wind. The ominous aura emanating from the dark river's depths sent shivers down their spines. Yet not a single soldier wavered. This was the spirit of a soldier, to never retreat, even in the face of fear. Suddenly, the water erupted. A grotesque, massive claw, as thick as a water barrel, burst out of the water, sweeping toward the group with ferocious force. Jiang. Jiang Chen commanded sharply. His beast immediately swung its iron fist to meet the attack. Fist and claw collided, sending shockwaves that dispersed the misty air. Jiang was hurled back by the immense force, and the massive claw quickly withdrew into the dark river. Fei, save him! The squad leader barked. The wind mantis dove down, swiftly pulling Jiang back onto the bridge. Run to the other side now, Jiang Chen decisively ordered. This 8-legged water demon is far beyond our strength. The beasts immediately carried their respective tamers and sprinted toward the opposite bank, with Jiang leading the charge. The swiftest, Xiaohe, covered the rear. Just then, the 8-legged water demon let out an earth-shaking roar, raising a towering wave dozens of meters high. For grotesque claws followed, slamming down with immense force. Xiaohe leaped into the air, unleashing its rending thunder claw. Black lightning split the massive wave, striking the 4 claws. The currents surged violently, and although the claws retreated, charred and paralyzed, the overwhelming wave still loomed overhead. The beasts unleashed their skills simultaneously. Explosive fire line, wind blade, meteor shards. The combined energy clashed with the wave, sending water scattering in all directions. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief upon reaching the opposite bank, a monstrous head the size of a small mountain emerged from the watery veil. Its blood-red eyes glowed like lanterns, and its gaping maw, filled with sharp fangs, opened wide, descending upon them with the shadow of death engulfing the scene. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if time had slowed down. Memories of his parents and Jiang Xiaoguo's smile flashed through his mind. Just as death was about to descend upon him, a deafening roar shattered the silence. Heavenly fire meteor. In an instant, a massive flaming meteor came hurtling down from the ceiling of the cave. Its scorching heat turned the entire underground space a fiery red. The meteor, carrying an overwhelming force, struck the body of the 8-limbed water demon with pinpoint accuracy. With a thunderous explosion, the raging flames completely engulfed the creature. The beast let out a blood-curdling scream as its massive body crashed heavily into the water, sending towering waves surging. Everyone stood frozen in place, until a wave of relief and joy at their narrow escape washed over them. At the bottom of the dark river, the blazing flames continued to burn, and steam filled the cavern. The 8-limbed water demon thrashed about violently underwater, its anguished cries echoing through the space. 10 seconds later, a charred corpse floated to the surface, its 8 monstrous limbs reduced to ashes. The group gasped in shock. This was a newly advanced warlord-level beast, and it had been taken down in a single strike. Jiang Chen looked up and saw 2 middle-aged men standing at the cave's entrance. Behind them stood 2 imposing beasts. One was a 5-meter-long blazing sky tiger, its body wreathed in fierce flames. The other was an icebound lion, its entire form coated in shimmering frost, with icy blue snow swirling around its fangs. The system instantly displayed information about these 2 extraordinary warlord-level companion beasts. Blazing sky tiger, level 25, fire-type fighting type, enjoys bathing in magma and hunting fire pythons. Icebound lion, level 24, frost-type rock type, loves sleeping at ski resorts and has a fondness for strawberry-flavored ice cream. The fiery red and icy blue auras of pressure intertwined above the cave, making it hard to breathe. The companion beasts of the Blade Squad all cowered on the ground, except for Jiang and Xiaohe, who stood proudly on either side of Jiang Chen. The middle-aged man in a black robe fixed Jiang Chen with a sharp gaze. You must be Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. How did this man know his name? Could he be an assassin from the Skyshroud Hunters? Still, he maintained his composure. I am. May I ask for your esteemed name, senior? The black-robed man let out a cold laugh, and the blazing sky tiger behind him roared toward the heavens. Its terrifying aura immediately bore down on Jiang and Xiaohe. Boom! Jiang and Xiaohe felt an immense pressure bearing down on their shoulders, as if they were carrying a massive mountain. Their bones creaked under the strain. Yet, as powerful and exceptional beasts with noble bloodlines, they still stood tall, heads held high, exuding unyielding pride. The man in the black robe frowned at the sight, and was about to signal the blazing skyfire tiger to increase the pressure when a crisp and clear voice interrupted his action. Uncle Hua, what are you doing? Everyone looked up to see a tall and graceful young woman emerging from the cave. Her delicate and beautiful face carried a hint of indignation. Haha, nothing much, just having a bit of fun. The black-robed man chuckled and immediately released the pressure onto Jiang and Xiaohe. The girl turned to the man in the white robe and said playfully, Uncle Bing, you're just standing there watching. Why didn't you stop him? The white-robed man gave a helpless smile. Old was fiery temperdo. You think I could stop him? Only then did the crowd recognize the stunning young woman. It was Tang Shishir. Jiang Chen, are you guys all right? Tang Shishir quickly walked over, concern written all over her face. We're fine, Jiang Chen replied after a moment of surprise. Sure, sure. What are you doing here? It's all my fault for being careless and losing track of Xiaoguo, Tang Shishir said apologetically. I got intel yesterday saying she was taken to the ant nest, so I followed. Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart. For Xiaoguo, Shishir was willing to risk entering the ant nest. This selflessness was truly touching. Any previous annoyance he had felt toward her for not keeping an eye on Xiaoguo instantly vanished, replaced by deep gratitude. The officers of the Blade Squad immediately saluted the two robed men to express their thanks. The black-robed man waved it off with a hearty laugh, while the white-robed man gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Sure, sure. Who are these two? Jiang Chen asked, gesturing toward the robed men. They're my uncles, Tang Shishir answered with a sly smile, clearly withholding some details. Jiang Chen was secretly astonished not only because Tang Shishir was accompanied by such formidable figures, but also because she had access to classified information that even he had to rely on the old general to obtain. It was evident that Shishi's background was far from ordinary. Since she was unwilling to elaborate, Jiang Chen decided not to press her further. Greetings, seniors, Jiang Chen said respectfully, clasping his hands. Greetings, the white-robed man replied flatly. Greetings, the black-robed man barked. Jiang Chen, if it weren't for you dragging our Shishir to this godforsaken place, which, Uncle Hua, Tang Shishir shot him a sharp glare, and the black-robed man immediately fell silent. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly changed the subject. So, what's your next move? Soldier ants like the giant mandible ants tend to store food, Jiang Chen explained. Xiaoguo is likely in their storage chamber. We plan to find her there. Not bad, kid, the black-robed man suddenly chimed in. Didn't expect you to know so much about beasts. Smart, too. You've got a bit of my style. If you and Shishir ever have kids, at least we won't need to worry about their intelligence. Uncle Hua. Tang Shishir shot him another deadly glare, silencing him instantly. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded upon hearing this. The man in the black robe wasn't just overly talkative, he even sounded like a sleazy broker. Meanwhile, Tang Shishi's delicate face had turned bright red, her teeth clenched tightly, and her eyes burned with a fury that seemed ready to devour the black-robed man alive. Sensing Tang Shishi's anger, the black-robed man quickly laughed awkwardly, attempting to defuse the situation. The white-robed man, still expressionless, quietly reminded him, wait until no one's around to talk. Yes, yes, of course. The black-robed man instinctively agreed, but as soon as he met Tang Shishi's murderous glare, he immediately corrected himself. No, I mean. This amusing exchange drew chuckles from the others. Who would have thought such a powerful figure could be so entertaining? Tang Shishir turned to Jiang Chen and said softly, let's go together then. After all, we have the same goal. Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly, secretly overjoyed. Not only did he have a beautiful companion, but also two incredibly skilled bodyguards. This trip to the ant nest couldn't be more comfortable. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaoguo's uncertain fate, it would have felt like the perfect adventure. The group cautiously crossed the narrow wooden bridge and proceeded together. With the black-robed and white-robed men joining them, they were practically unstoppable in the ant nest. The fiery roaring sky tiger and the frost ice lion unleashed their intimidating presence, sending the giant mandible ants scurrying in all directions within a kilometer radius. However, despite wandering for a long time, they couldn't locate the warehouse. Jiang Chen frowned, silently cursing the eight-legged water ghost. If it hadn't devoured the giant mandible ants transporting food, they would have already found the warehouse by now. Xiaohei, go catch a giant mandible ant, Jiang Chen commanded. In an instant, Xiaohei vanished from sight. The black-robed man couldn't help but marvel at the little cat's incredible speed. The group decided to rest where they were. Just as they took out their compressed rations to have a quick bite, Xiaohei returned, carrying a 1-meter-long giant mandible ant. Its speed was so astonishing that no one even had a chance to take a single bite of their food. The giant mandible ant was tossed to the ground, trembling violently. Its tiny eyes looked up at them pitifully, like a beggar pleading for mercy. Jiang Chen, why did you catch it? Tang Shishir asked curiously. To roast it and eat it? Her words immediately sparked interest among the group. Roasted ant sounded like an intriguing idea. Jiang Chen shook his head. Of course not. I wanted to lead us to the warehouse. The group laughed at his clever suggestion, but the real challenge was figuring out how to communicate with the ant. Jiang Chen snorted coldly and gave Dejin a look. Dejin, flashing a set of gleaming golden teeth like a bandit leader, began cracking his knuckles menacingly in front of the giant mandible ant. The intimidating display made the ant curl up into a ball. Dejin then pointed to his mouth and patted his stomach before casually tossing the ant forward like a chick. Lead the way for me. At the command, the giant-jawed army ant immediately dashed off like an obedient pet, its speed leaving everyone dumbfounded. Who would have thought that beasts could communicate with each other in such a way? Jiang Chen proudly patted Dejin's arm. See that? This is the result of my training, beast taming. Though truth be told, the ferocious-looking golden ape resembled more of a bandit. The group followed the giant-jawed army ant deep into the ant nest. About 10 minutes later, the ant stopped in front of a tunnel entrance, cautiously probing the inside with its antennae. This is the food storage? Jiang Chen asked. Seeing the ant nod obediently, he shot Dejin a look. Dejin understood immediately and knocked the ant unconscious with a single heavy punch. The scene inside the cave left everyone in awe. The spacious area was piled with a variety of resources. Massive heaps of grain, fresh fruits, rare medicinal herbs, and even the corpses of several beasts. It was practically a miniature treasure trove. Suddenly, two guard ants charged out, brandishing their mandibles and letting out furious roars. But the moment they caught sight of the blazing sky tiger and the frost lion, their aggressive expressions froze and quickly shifted to fawning smiles. Haha, esteemed ones, I was just joking earlier. With that, the two guard ants bolted away at lightning speed. Those two could star in a movie with expressions like that. Tang Shishir couldn't help but comment. Jiang Chen ignored the others and hurried into the storage area, calling out, Xiaoguo, where are you? Your brother's here to take you home. Stop playing hide and seek with me. The group split up to search, but Jiang Xiaoguo was nowhere to be found. Jiang Chen paused, deep in thought, before pulling out a dagger from his waist and signaling to Dejin and Xiaohei. The two beasts nodded solemnly, understanding his intent. Just as the others thought Jiang Chen was about to take some drastic action, the three of them suddenly began furiously harvesting the crystals from the beast corpses. Ha ha ha, waste not, want not. Jiang Chen laughed as he worked, looking every bit like a bandit. In just 10 minutes, they had cleaned out all the crystals, stuffing Dejin's pack to the brim. The black and white duo turned to Tang Shishir, who looked exasperated. Jiang the bandit, can't you have a little more dignity? Can't help it, gotta save up for the future. Jiang Chen replied with a cheeky grin. Exactly. The man in the black robe chimed in. Supporting Shishir isn't cheap, so we better gather as much as we can. This comment earned him a glare from Tang Shishir. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm wasteful? Am I some kind of spendthrift? Even if I am, you don't have to say it out loud. Jiang Chen chuckled at the remark, finding the older man's words quite reasonable. Don't laugh. Tang Shishir scolded as she twisted a pinch of skin on Jiang Chen's waist with surprising force. Since they hadn't found Xiaoguo in the warehouse, Jiang Chen thought for a moment before saying, Xiaoguo can't have gone far. Let's split up and search around the warehouse. In an hour, no matter what, we'll meet back here. Everyone nodded in agreement and quickly divided into groups, fanning out in different directions. Before leaving, Tang Shishir turned back and reminded him, Jiang the bandit, take care of yourself. With that, she left with the two robed figures, one in black and the other in white. Jiang Chen gave her a small nod and headed off in the opposite direction. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, the surrounding rock walls were riddled with numerous caves. He crouched down to carefully examine the ground and soon identified an entrance marked by the freshest footprints. Xiaohei and Dajin immediately grew alert, their senses heightened without the protection of the blazing sky tiger and the frost lion. When he reached the end of the cave, the sight before him made Jiang Chen gasp, and shock. Dense clusters of milky white ant eggs covered the entire wall. Each egg was the size of a basketball, connected by thick, sticky fluids, forming a grotesque and unnerving scene. Jiang Chen reached out to touch one of the ant eggs, its surface feeling leathery. Suddenly, he felt something from within the egg bump against his fingers. Peering closer, he realized it was a wriggling giant mandible army ant. This was their hatching chamber. At that moment, a small figure darted through the mass of ant eggs. Though it was just a fleeting glimpse, Jiang Chen immediately recognized it as Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo, he shouted, rushing into the cluster of ant eggs without hesitation. What he saw next left him at a loss for words. Xiaoguo was holding a string, and at the other end of it was a pink ant, which he was leading around the chamber as though she were walking a pet. Brother, Xiaoguo's here, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile when she saw Jiang Chen. He scooped her up into a tight hug, his voice trembling slightly. Who told you to run off on your own? If you do this again, I'll spank you for sure. I didn't run off, Xiaoguo replied with a mischievous giggle. She reached into the pouch on her stomach and pulled out a family photo. I came back to get this. Jiang Chen froze as he looked at the picture of their parents, their warm smiles radiating from the photo. A wave of emotion surged through him, bringing tears to his eyes, though he stubbornly held them back. Fool. Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled Jiang Xiaoguo's little head. Nothing is more important than your safety, Xiaoguo, understand? Even though the photo carried memories of their parents, Jiang Chen cared more about the living. Got it. Xiaoguo will remember. Jiang Xiaoguo nodded seriously, but her eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief. Then, can I have 2 servings of tomato scrambled eggs tonight? No way. If you eat too much, you'll get fat. Jiang Xiaoguo immediately gave him a wounded look. Just now, you said nothing was more important than my safety. Men, TSK, always deceiving women's feelings. Jiang Chen's face darkened instantly. So this is what you were plotting, huh? Now seriously, how did you get here? Jiang Shaogua dangled a string in her hand. See, this little ant brought me here. I was on my way back to find Sister Shirshir, but I ran into it. I tied a string to it and followed it, and here I am. Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on. So it wasn't a giant soldier ant that captured here, it was this 9-year-old child who followed an ant into its nest. He carefully examined the pink little ant. Its entire body was pink, about the length of a forearm, with big eyes framed by long eyelashes. It even had a pair of small pink wings on its back, making it look especially adorable. The system instantly displayed information about the creature. Name, Pink Loli. Level, 9. Quality, Elite. Type, Poison Rock. Traits, enjoys crafting small pills. Weaknesses, Ghost Psychic. Evolution paths, 9. Pink Loli? What a cute name. But what's this about enjoying crafting pills? Jiang Chen tilted its chin and asked, Hey, little Loli, can you really make pills? The pink Loli nodded, pulling out its claws from a small pouch on its belly. It began working diligently and soon, it produced a small black pill. Before Jiang Chen could study it further, Dejin eagerly stepped forward, drooling with excitement. Jiang Chen had no choice but to toss the pill to him. Dejin gulped it down in one bite, smacking his lips. It's sweet. Bro, give me another 100 or so to soothe my throat. Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of powerful heat coursed through Dejin's body. His muscles instantly doubled in size, and his golden fur deepened, making him look like a golden-haired Hulk. Roar! Dejin let out an excited punch, and the deafening boom sent a shockwave that pushed Jiang Chen 5 meters back. Holy crap, that's impressive. How do you feel? Jiang Chen asked excitedly. Dejin proudly flexed his bulging muscles, holding up 11 fingers. You mean this pill increases your strength by 10%? Dejin nodded repeatedly. Jiang Chen was stunned. That was 10% of Dejin's strength. As Dejin's level increased, this boost would become even more formidable. Haha, incredible, my man. Jiang Chen laughed as he patted the pink Loli's little head. Who would have thought, little one? You're actually selling super strength pills. The pink-haired Loli chuckled cheerfully and reached into her pocket again. With a soft ting, she pulled out a small pink pill. This time, before Jiang Chen could say a word, Xiao He eagerly stepped forward, his face full of pride, and declared, Humph. Earlier, Dejin ate the power pill. This time, it's my turn to take this one. Jiang Chen carefully examined the pink pill and sniffed it, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. But Xiao He gave him no chance to intervene. With a swift flick of his tongue, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. Hee, Xiao He smirked, casting a triumphant glance at Dejin. Good thing I was quick, or that brute of a blue guy would have snatched it again. Jiang Chen scratched his head helplessly, resigned to wait and see the effects of the pill. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Xiao He suddenly shuddered, and a wave of heat surged through his entire body. His face flushed bright red, and he was overcome with unbearable dryness in his mouth. Meow, meow, meow. Xiao He let out a sharp cry, his fur standing on end as he darted around the hall like a black streak of lightning. He crashed into the walls, sending ant eggs flying everywhere, scattering them across the floor. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Xiao He, I think I figured out what this pill does. You look like a baboon on an aphrodisiac. Dejin bared his golden teeth and laughed uproariously, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Even the sleepy soft egg was woken up, crossing his legs and watching the chaos with amusement. Big brother, what's wrong with Xiao He? Jiang Shaogua asked in confusion. Jiang Chen stammered. He wants to fall in love. Oh, I see. He wants to do naughty things with a female cat. Jiang Shaogua nodded knowingly, looking like an experienced veteran. Jiang Chen's face darkened. How do you even know about such things? In reality, this pink pill could send a beast into an extreme state of excitement, akin to a euphoric high. For an exhausted or weakened beast, it could even push them to their limit, almost to the point of ascension. After 3 full minutes of chaos, Xiao He finally collapsed on the ground, utterly drained, his tongue lolling out as he panted heavily. Dejin raised his eyebrows and mocked, serves you right for snatching it. By now, Dejin's muscles had returned to their normal state, and Jiang Chen silently deduced that the effects of these pills lasted about 3 minutes. Suddenly, a crisp crack sound startled everyone. Big brother, look, that egg cracked. Jiang Shaogua exclaimed, pointing to the ground. Jiang Chen squinted and saw a crack forming on one of the ant eggs. A small black head peeked out. It was the larva of a giant mandible army ant emerging from its shell. Soon, the fist-sized baby ant crawled out completely. Jiang Chen breathed a quiet sigh of relief. A single larva posed no immediate threat. At that very moment, the sound of cracking shells erupted everywhere. The dense cracked noises overlapped, sending shivers down the spine. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock as the sight before him made his blood run cold around him. Countless ant eggs were simultaneously hatching, and hundreds, if not thousands, of pitch-black ant heads were breaking through their shells. Damn it! This is terrifying. Xiaoguo, run! Jiang Chen grabbed his sister's wrist, ready to flee while the giant mandible soldier ants were still recovering from their hatching. But Jiang Xiaoguo appeared calm and confident. Brother, the little lowly has a plan. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, wondering what kind of trick this level 9 pink-haired lowly could possibly have up her sleeve. By now, tens of thousands of young ants had fully hatched. They swarmed together into a massive, pitch-black army that surrounded the siblings. The young ants uniformly waved their mandibles, their faces fierce and menacing. Xiaohei and Dejin were already on high alert, prepared to force their way out. At this critical moment, the pink-haired lowly pulled a small black pill out of her pocket and gently waved it in front of the giant soldier ants. A miracle happened. All the ants immediately stopped their aggression and, like eager puppies spotting a treat, fixed their eyes on the pill. The pink-haired lowly began her command performance. When she moved the pill to the left, the ant swarm all turned their heads to the left in unison. When she moved it to the right, they all turned their heads to the right. The spectacle was both impressive and bizarre. Not bad, Jiang Chen exclaimed, delighted by this clever way of controlling the ants. His curiosity got the better of him. Lowly, make them do a somersault. Brother, you're so mean. Jiang Xiaoguo scolded him playfully. You shouldn't bully the little ants like that. But then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she added, Lowly, how about making them stand on their heads instead? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at his sister. Isn't that even worse? The pink-haired lowly obediently flipped the pill in her hand, and immediately, the entire swarm of ants balanced on their front legs, standing upside down in perfect synchronization. The absurd sight sent Jiang Chen into fits of laughter, though he quickly sobered up. This isn't the time for jokes. We need to regroup with the others. Lowly, make them clear a path for us. As soon as they prepared to leave, the pink-haired lowly suddenly let out a dramatic wah and threw herself onto Jiang Xiaoguo's leg, rubbing her head against her like a child reluctant to leave her mother. Brother, she doesn't want to leave me, Jiang Xiaoguo said, her heart melting. Can I keep her? Considering their improved circumstances, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Overjoyed, Jiang Xiaoguo cheered and hugged the pink-haired lowly tightly. In her excitement, the lowly tossed the pill into the air, causing a chaotic scuffle among the ants as they fought for it, forming a massive, writhing black sphere. Taking advantage of the distraction, a natural pathway opened up through the ant swarm. Just as Jiang Chen grabbed his sister's hand to lead her away, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, shaking the ground. A violent shockwave, mixed with shattered rocks and dust, swept over them, and an overwhelming pressure descended in an instant. Jiang Chen turned his head and was instantly stunned. A massive, snow-white queen soldier ant emerged from the cave. Its body stretched an astonishing 10 meters long, with its abdomen, which took up 3/5 of its entire length, appearing especially enormous. A terrifying aura swept across the surroundings, suffocating everything in its wake. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the beast. Queen Soldier Ant. Level, 22. Grade, Warlord Grade. Type, Combat Rock. Traits, obsessed with laying eggs and hatching offspring, constantly expanding its colony. Weaknesses, Ghost Psychic. Evolution paths, a total of 9. Damn, it's the Queen Ant. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the target the Blade Squad has been searching for? Before he could react, the snow-white queen ant swung its thick forelimb at him with terrifying force. Its razor-sharp claw sliced through the air, producing an ear-piercing screech. Xiaohei responded quickly, unleashing the ghostly claw technique. A dark claw mark shot forward to intercept the attack. However, the queen ant's warlord-level strength far exceeded expectations. Its claws easily tore through the ghostly claw's defense and continued its assault on Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Dejin dashed forward with explosive speed, his body engulfed in golden flames. He threw a heavy punch at the queen ant's claw. The clash of metal echoed as sparks flew everywhere. But in the next moment, Dejin was sent flying by the immense force, crashing hard against the stone wall. A deep wound, exposing bone, appeared on his golden fist. Jiang Chen gasped in shock. The strength of a warlord-level beast was far beyond what he had anticipated. Even with Xiaohei and Dejin working together, they could barely hold their ground. The queen ant withdrew its forelimb, its blood-red eyes coldly locking onto Jiang Chen. He shuddered and immediately called out to the pink-haired girl for help. Quick, make 2 pills. The girl swiftly pulled materials from her pocket and, in an instant, crafted a black pill and a pink pill. Jiang Chen quickly handed them to Dejin and Xiaohe. After consuming the black pill, Dejin's strength surged dramatically. With a furious roar, he charged at the queen ant again. Xiaohe swallowed the pink pill and entered a frenzied state, teleporting above the queen ant to launch a relentless assault. Enraged, the queen ant let out a strange screech, plunging the entire ant nest into an eerie silence. In mere moments, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from all directions, closing in like a violent storm. Jiang Chen realized the dire situation the queen ant was summoning its army. He quickly pulled out a signal flare and fired it toward the cave's entrance, hoping the Blade Squad, especially the black and white robe duo with their flame sky tiger and ice lion, could arrive in time. 30 seconds later, 3 figures rushed into the cave. It was the captain of the Sharp Blade Squad and 2 bomb throwers. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy as reinforcements arrived. The squad captain stared in shock at the scene before him. Jiang Chen's 2 contracted beasts were holding their ground against a battle-level monster and hadn't been defeated yet. Just then, a massive swarm of giant mandible soldier ants poured out from the surrounding caves, a black tide surging toward them. "What are you standing there for? Help out!" Jiang Chen shouted. The bomb throwers sprang into action, firing water projectiles in all directions to fend off the advancing swarm. "Captain, have your beast join the fight." The 3 officers moved swiftly. The 2 bomb throwers took aim and pulled their triggers. Boom, boom. Water projectiles tore through the air, exploding amidst the ant horde. Meanwhile, the Iron Crucian Carp leapt into action, devouring the ants in a designated area. The captain's blazing forest wolf focused on eliminating any stragglers, reducing the swarm to ashes with its fiery attacks. However, the endless waves of giant soldier ants began to overwhelm the group. Suddenly, one of the bomb throwers yelled, "Master Jiang Chen, we're out of water bombs." Jiang Chen's heart sank. Without water bombs and no reinforcements in sight, their lives were hanging by a thread. A sudden thought struck him. "Quick, blast all the cave entrances shut. If we can cut off the source of the ants, we might have a chance to take down the queen." The squad captain and his team realized that sealing the entrances would also trap them inside, cutting off their escape. Yet, they didn't hesitate. Completing the mission was worth any sacrifice. The blazing forest wolf unleashed explosive flames at the surrounding caves, and with thunderous crashes, rocks collapsed, sealing all the entrances. Now, only a few dozen giant mandible soldier ants remained in the hatchery. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. "No retreat. It's either the queen dies or we do. Let's finish this." Meanwhile, Tang Shishir and her group arrived outside, only to find all the entrances blocked. "Jiang Bandit! Jiang Bandit!" Tang Shishir pounded on the stone wall in frustration. "You idiot! Get out here right now." But the deafening sounds from inside drowned out her shouts. "Uncle Fire, Uncle Ice, get your beasts to break through these caves." Tang Shishir pleaded urgently. The black-robed man frowned. "That won't work, Shishir. The rubble is too fragile. A powerful energy blast could cause the entire chamber to collapse. Then dig it out piece by piece." Tang Shishir stomped her foot in desperation. The Flame Sky Tiger and Frost Ice Lion began carefully excavating the rubble. Tang Shishir ran her hands over the stone pile, silently praying, "Jiang Bandit, you better make it out alive, or I'll dig your grave myself." Back inside the battle, Jiang Chen suddenly sneezed. As he lowered his head, he unexpectedly spotted a weak point on the Ant Queen's abdomen. His eyes lit up. If they coordinated their attacks properly, defeating the queen might just be possible. It turned out that the queen ant had a 5 cm wide wound on her abdomen. This discovery made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. As a rock-type warlord-level beast, the queen ant's defense was astonishingly strong, capable of withstanding even cruise missiles without significant damage. While Xiaohe and Dejin couldn't directly breach her defenses, this wound provided a critical opening. However, the wound was extremely narrow, and with the queen ant constantly moving, landing a precise hit was no easy task. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the small creature cradled in Jiang Xiaogui's arms. This little one, Soft Egg, was peeking its head halfway out of her pocket, curiously observing the intense battlefield. "Dejin, ground spike!" Jiang Chen commanded. Dejin's body flared with golden light as it leapt into the air, its iron fist smashing heavily into the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth within a 50-meter radius trembled violently, and sharp spikes erupted from the ground, propelled by a fierce gust of wind toward the queen ant. The queen ant immediately lifted her front limbs to evade, causing her center of gravity to shift backward involuntarily. Wild Iron Fist. Dejin understood instantly. With the enhancement from the power pill, it delivered a ferocious punch to the queen ant's raised front limb. The immense impact sent the queen ant toppling over, exposing the wound on her abdomen. The queen ant reacted swiftly, folding her front limbs to shield her vital area while spewing a thick, dark green acidic liquid from her mouth, forming a protective barrier around her. The acid hit the ground with a sharp, corrosive hiss. Soft egg, petrification control. Soft egg's eyes glowed red as its tiny claws made a grasping motion in the air. An invisible force pried apart the queen ant's front limbs, once again exposing the critical wound. Xiaohei. Before the words even finished, Xiaohei had already activated its starshift ability, piercing through the acid barrier and appearing directly at the queen ant's abdomen. With a thunderous claw strike, violent lightning surged straight into the wound. With a deafening explosion, the queen ant's abdomen burst open. She let out a piercing wail before crashing heavily to the ground. Jiang Chen quickly approached, slicing open the queen ant's head with his dagger to extract a fist-sized, milky white crystal core. This is a warlord-level crystal core worth tens of thousands of alliance coins. Jiang Chen said gleefully as he placed the crystal core into his backpack. Xiaohei, Dejin, Soft Egg, your teamwork was perfect. I'll make you something delicious when we get back. The three beasts rolled around happily at his words. With the queen ant dead, the remaining giant mandible ants scattered in chaos. Jiang Chen turned to the captain of the Sharp Blade Squad and asked with concern, Captain, are you all right? At that moment, the squad leader stood there, covered in blood and looking utterly disheveled. With a sorrowful expression, he shook his head and said, I'm fine, but my two comrades. Jiang Chen turned to look and saw the lifeless bodies of the two throwers lying silently on the cold ground. Their hands still clutched their throwing devices, as if they had held on to their duty until the very end. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt a pang of sadness in his heart, but he knew all too well that sacrifices were inevitable on such a perilous battlefield. They may have fallen, but they will forever live on in the hearts of the 1.3 million residents of Chang'an City. Jiang Chen said solemnly. The squad leader nodded firmly. You're right. The battlefield is the ultimate resting place for soldiers. He then turned to give an order to Liehua. Carry their bodies back. I want them buried with the highest military honors. The flame forest wolf let out a mournful howl and stood silently beside the fallen officers' bodies. Just then, a cave wall suddenly collapsed, allowing light from outside to stream in. Jiang Bandit, are you dead yet? Tang Shishi's voice called out from outside. Not yet. I can still keep being a bandit. Jiang Chen replied with a wry smile. Tang Shishi walked in, followed closely by He Pao and Bai Pao. Without a word, she twisted Jiang Chen's waist hard, making him wince. If you dare pull another stupid stunt, I'll make sure you can't take care of yourself anymore. If I can't take care of myself, you'll have to look after me, won't you? What a win for me. Jiang Chen teased, enduring the pain in his waist. Tang Shishi rolled her eyes at him before turning to comfort Jiang Shaogua. Meanwhile, He Pao scanned the devastated battlefield, his gaze lingering on the corpse of the queen ant. He asked in astonishment, You little brat, was this all you're doing? You even managed to take down a battle commander level queen ant? As the group prepared to leave, something suddenly caught Jiang Chen's attention. He quickly walked over to the queen ant's corpse and noticed a basketball-sized sack exposed beneath its depleted abdomen. Carefully, he used a dagger to slice it open. A surge of potent ant acid spilled out, corroding the ground and leaving a deep pit. When the dark green ant acid finally drained away, a milky white crystal was revealed. It was an ant acid crystal, the source of the queen ant's acid product Iona rare treasure for plant-type beasts. In the end, under everyone's watchful eyes, Tang Shishi's flower fairy beast gracefully picked up the crystal with its vines and, as if savoring a piece of candy, placed it delicately into its mouth. Suddenly, a warm surge of energy flowed into the body of the flower fairy beast. Pure white light burst forth from within, tracing snow-white patterns across its delicate face. Its already vibrant colors became even more dazzling, exuding an almost dangerously captivating allure. As experienced beast tamers, everyone present immediately understood one thing when it comes to plant-type beasts: the brighter the colors, the more potent the toxicity. Jiang Chen quickly pulled up the Flower Fairy Beast's information panel. Beast name: Flower Fairy Beast. Beast level: Level 18. Beast quality: Elite tier. Beast attributes: Mutated toxic plant type. Beast weaknesses: Fire type, Psychic type. Evolution paths: 9. Sure. Huahua's toxic attribute has mutated and is now its primary attribute, Jiang Chen said, turning to Tang Shishi. From now on, we should focus on developing its toxic abilities. Hearing this, Tang Shishi was overjoyed. She hugged the flower fairy beast tightly, her face glowing with happiness. Nearby, the black-robed man and the white-robed man exchanged a meaningful glance, both catching the surprise in each other's eyes. Old Bing, this kid's strength and talent need to be reassessed. You're right. This time, the main family might finally loosen up. At that moment, the other team members arrived one after another, and the Blade Squad was finally fully assembled. The squad leader carefully placed the bodies of the two fallen officers onto the back of the blazing forest wolf and led the group toward the exit of the ant nest. Outside the ant nest, the situation had reached a critical point. The queen ant's signal for a riot had driven all the giant mandible army ants into a frenzy. They relentlessly charged at the engineers' defensive line without regard for their lives. The battlefield was shrouded in dust and smoke, with fallen trees and countless corpses painting a ghastly scene. Deep ravines, like hideous scars, cut across the earth. The defenders were on the verge of collapse. The colonel in command gazed at the relentless swarm of ants, despair flickering in his eyes. By the most conservative estimate, the defensive line could only hold for another 5 minutes. If it fell, the maddened giant mandible army ants would flood into Chang'an City like a tidal wave, tearing the city to shreds. Just as the situation teetered on the edge of disaster, a group of figures appeared atop the mountain. The person at the forefront stepped forward and raised a milky white crystal core high into the air. Miraculously, all the frenzied giant mandible army ants began to tremble simultaneously, halting their charge. A look of fear appeared in their eyes. The defending soldiers stared in astonishment at the mountaintop, and for a moment, silence fell over the battlefield. At the peak of the mountain ridge, Jiang Chen stood tall against the wind, holding a milky white crystal core high above his head. The queen ant has been slain. This crystal core is the proof. His voice thundered across the landscape. Before his words had fully faded, tens of thousands of giant soldier ants let out a deafening wail. The dark swarm scattered in all directions like a receding tide, vanishing into the forest in an instant. The garrison soldiers stared in stunned silence, their despair replaced by overwhelming joy in mere moments. Glory to Master Jiang! Glory to Master Jiang! They chanted in unison, their admiration overflowing. The colonel commanding the troops let out a long sigh of relief, silently marveling at the old general's keen judgment in recognizing such talent. With the swarm's retreat, the crisis in the forested hills was completely resolved. This victory not only elevated the citizens of Chang'an's trust in the garrison to unprecedented levels, but also brought Jiang Chen's reputation within the military to its peak. Tang Shishir, accompanied by two robed figures in black and white, hurriedly took her leave, clearly intent on maintaining her anonymity. The garrison quickly began clearing the battlefield and tending to the fallen soldiers. After bidding farewell to the old general, Jiang Chen quietly returned home with Jiang Shaogua. On their way back, they encountered many residents returning to the slums, their faces glowing with the joy of reclaiming their homes. A bald, middle-aged man cheerfully asked for directions to Happiness Plaza, to which Jiang Shaogua mischievously responded with a tongue-twisting set of instructions, making the fire-tailed chinchilla laugh uncontrollably. Watching the man walk away with a darkened expression, Jiang Chen silently resolved to send the overly homebound Jiang Shaogua to school, so she could interact more with kids her age. Back at home, Jiang Shaogua carefully set the family portrait back in place and sighed contentedly, "Ah, there's no place like home." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen contemplated using the treasures he had collected during this trip to renovate their home, particularly to build a secure underground shelter. After a hearty dinner, the family lounged in their chairs, thoroughly satisfied. Jiang Chen suddenly announced that he had already arranged for Jiang Shaogua to attend Chang'an Elementary School and that she could start tomorrow. The little girl, however, thought it was just an excuse to make her do the dishes and promptly cleaned up after the meal. Later, as they watched TV and snacked on chips, Jiang Chen brought up school again. Jiang Shaogua cleverly changed the subject, offering him the tomato-flavored chips she didn't like. When Jiang Chen finished the last chip, he chuckled and said, "Shaogua, even after washing the dishes and giving me your chips, you're still going to school." Jiang Shaogua's face instantly darkened upon hearing that, her round eyes glaring. "Stupid brother. From now on, you're doing the dishes. And go buy me some chips right now. I want tomato-flavored ones." She puffed her cheeks angrily and started counting on her fingers. 2 bags. No, 5 bags. Watching his little sister's furious expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He found it quite amusing to tease her and see her reactions. The next morning, Jiang Chen walked the still sulking Jiang Shaogua to school. With her backpack on, she immediately attracted everyone's attention as she entered the school gates. Her chubby, pink cheeks were adorably cute, and she wore a well-fitted denim overall, her slender legs looking particularly delicate. In her arms, she held a chubby little mouse, while a tiny pink head peeked out of her backpack. This adorable sight left the surrounding children staring in awe. Seeing this, Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly. He was well aware of how deceiving his sister's appearance could be, thinking to himself, they'll soon find out her true nature. Hopefully, she doesn't cause too much trouble. After dropping her off, Jiang Chen returned to Chang'an City No. 1 High School to continue his studies in the beast taming class. By now, the pet clinic he ran had a team of efficient and capable staff members handpicked by Wang Xikong, so he no longer had to worry about management and could focus on his work as a breeder. However, that afternoon, when Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir arrived at the clinic after school, they immediately sensed something was wrong. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, and the atmosphere was tense. Boss Jiang, you're finally here. The lobby manager ran over, sweating profusely. It's people from Shenglong Breeding Clinic. They brought the property owner and are claiming they've bought the entire building, demanding that we leave. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he glanced at the two people at the entrance. One was Shenglong's general manager, Lu, a man with gold-rimmed glasses and a calculating demeanor, and the other was a middle-aged bald man. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen realized it was the same man Jiang Xiaogua had played a prank on the day before. What the hell? Is there no justice anymore? Li Xiaofu fumed. We rented this floor first and signed a contract. The bald, middle-aged man sauntered closer with a smirk, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and tossing it to the ground. That's right, we did sign a lease. The contract states a penalty of 300,000 yuan for breaking it. This card contains 300,001 yuan. Consider that extra penny a tip for you. Li Xiaofu was about to charge forward and throw a punch, but Jiang Chen stopped him. Jiang Chen could tell that the bald man was just a pawn. The real mastermind was Shenglong's general manager, who was standing off to the side, smiling as he watched the scene unfold. The balding middle-aged man immediately shouted, "What? Are you planning to get physical?" His face turned red as he threatened, "I'm telling you, get out of this building right now. Otherwise, I'll call the police." He raised his chin triumphantly. "Mr. Lu has already offered me 5 times the rent to lease this place. Of course, if you can offer more, you're welcome to stay." Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. 5 times the rent? It was clearly a tactic by Mr. Lu to use money to force Jiang Chen out. Jiang Chen frowned deeply, calculating in his mind. 5 times the rent was indeed far beyond what he could afford. "Wang Xikong, aren't you super rich?" Tang Shishir turned to Wang Xikong anxiously and urged, "Throw money at him. Just throw a ton of it." Wang Xikong gave a wry smile and shook his head. "It's not me who's rich, it's my dad. And I can't come up with this much money myself." The middle-aged man grew even more smug upon hearing this and sneered, "Then take the breach of contract penalty and get out. Shenglong's 10th branch is about to open right here." Seeing their hard work about to go up in smoke, Jiang Chen and the others looked increasingly distressed. Nearby, Mr. Lu smirked as he watched Jiang Chen's troubled expression and began humming a tune. "Oh, how happy we common folk are today." In his mind, he thought gleefully, "You little brat, trying to fight me? Looks like you're done for now." But just then, a deafening rumble suddenly echoed through the air. 3 heavy armored vehicles, each bearing the military flag of the Defense Corps, rolled up and stopped at the entrance one after another. "My goodness, it's the heroic Defense Corps." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Just yesterday, this very unit had saved the entire city of Chang'an. The doors of the armored vehicles opened, and the commander of the Defense Corps himself stepped out, triggering even louder cheers. Mr. Lu and the balding middle-aged man exchanged bewildered glances, each thinking the other had called for reinforcements. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen stepped forward with a smile to greet him. "General Tang, what brings you here?" The old general let out a cold snort. "If I hadn't arrived in time, the hero of Chang'an would have been driven out by these people." He turned to the middle-aged man, his voice booming like thunder. "Do you even realize that without Jiang Chen, this war would have been lost? It was he who protected Chang'an and ensured your survival." The crowd stared at Jiang Chen in shock. This seemingly ordinary high school student was actually the hero who had saved Chang'an. General Tang surveyed the area and solemnly declared, "I, Tang Shan, as the commander of the Defense Corps, hereby officially requisition this property for military use. No one is allowed to interfere." The balding middle-aged man's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Military requisition meant compensation would be based on market value, which wouldn't even cover the breach of contract penalty. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant tycoon had turned into a debt-ridden pauper. The bald man collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen, clutching tightly onto Mr. Lu's trouser leg. "Mr. Lu, this was all your idea. You have to save me." Mr. Lu's expression darkened as he abruptly shook off the man's grip. "Get lost. Stop spouting nonsense." Before his words had even settled, he quickly replaced his anger with a sycophantic smile, bowing deeply toward Jiang Chen. "Master Jiang, achieving such success at such a young age, you're truly a pillar of Chang'an City." "Exactly," Jiang Chen replied with a cold smirk. "I'm a pillar. You're a pillar. We're all working hard for Chang'an City. Aren't we?" His words made Mr. Liu's face twist in fury, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. At that moment, the old general broke the tense silence. "Actually, I'm here to discuss business with you. I wonder if you'd be interested." Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Collaborating with the military was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, he maintained a composed demeanor. "This is a big matter. We'll need some time to consider. Then let's discuss this inside," the old general said pointedly, glancing at Mr. Lu. There are too many irrelevant people here. Mr. Liu's face turned livid as he stormed off, throwing his sleeve in frustration. Well, I won't intrude any further. Once inside the VIP room of the clubhouse, the old general got straight to the point. The military wants to hire you as an honorary chief, specifically to oversee the breeding of military-grade beasts. In the compensation? Jiang Chen asked cautiously. Double the market rate. In the advance payment? 5 million alliance coins up front. The contract was signed swiftly, and the 5 million was transferred immediately. After bidding farewell to the old general, Jiang Chen and his 3 companions were ecstatic, eagerly discussing their shopping plans. Tang Shishir wanted a designer bag, Wang Xikong was eyeing a supercar, and when Li Xiaofu mentioned buying a gold chain, he was teased about getting it for his pet, Dubai. As the group animatedly debated how to celebrate, Jiang Chen's phone rang with a familiar ringtone. Little Gua is hungry and needs to eat. Hello? Hello? Is this Jiang Xiaoguo's parent? I'm her homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, said a woman's voice on the other end. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Hello, Ms. Li. Is something wrong? Could you come to the school? Jiang Xiaoguo has made some mistakes, Ms. Li said with a tone of helplessness. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly at the news something had indeed gone wrong. On the other end of the phone, Teacher Li described the situation in a grave tone. The math teacher had his backside punctured by a compass. The gym teacher was awkwardly dangling from the flagpole. The physics teacher's head was covered in lumps, and the music teacher was still singing wildly on the playground, unable to stop. I'm really sorry, Teacher Li. I'll be there right away, Jiang Chen said, hanging up with a dark expression as he rushed to Jiang Xiaoguo's school. In Teacher Li's office, Jiang Xiaoguo sat leisurely in a chair, playing with a pink toy, showing no sign of guilt for her actions. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, stood awkwardly to the side, repeatedly apologizing to Teacher Li. We'll get to those matters later, Teacher Li said, adjusting her black-framed glasses as she handed a piece of graph paper to Jiang Chen. Take a look at her written memorization of the ancient poems first. Jiang Chen focused on the paper and saw crooked handwriting scrawled across it. Goose, goose, goose. Its curved neck is cut loose. Pluck the feathers, add some water. Light the fire. Cover the pot for slaughter. Before he could recover from the shock, his eyes moved to another rewritten poem, a parody of As If in a Dream. Tomatoes stir-fried with eggs. Watching onions sizzle in a pan. Romance dramas on the screen. 2 pitchers of juice downed with ease. Brother, brother, pass me another cucumber, please. Jiang Chen's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. Before he could utter a word, Teacher Li delivered an ultimatum. There's only one teacher left in the entire department, the chemistry teacher. You'll accompany Xiaoguo to class next period. If things go smoothly, fine. But if another teacher gets hurt, you'll have to start the transfer process. When they entered the classroom, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The entire class stood up in unison and greeted, Hello, Sister Xiaoguo. Jiang Xiaoguo waved her hand and said, You may rise. Then, one by one, the students lined up to place chocolates on her desk. Just as Jiang Chen was about to reprimand this little tyrant for what looked like collecting protection fees, the bell rang. He leaned down and whispered, Why are you messing with the teachers? Jiang Xiaoguo pouted and explained. The math teacher said he could move the earth with a compass, but he couldn't even move himself. The physics teacher said Newton discovered gravity when an apple hit him on the head, so I helped him discover the seeing stars law with a whole basket of apples. And the music teacher claimed he could sing for 3 days and nights, so I gave him Little Pinky's hyperenergy pill. Jiang Chen's face darkened further as he retorted sarcastically. So, what you're saying is they should thank you? Jiang Xiaoguo waved her little hand generously. No need, no need. Xiaoguo is a good kid who loves to help others. Jiang Chen looked at her innocent expression and sighed helplessly. At this point, the only option was to accompany her to this chemistry class to make sure she didn't get expelled from school. In the chemistry lab, an elderly teacher with white hair peered through thick glasses, scanning the classroom. Today, we're going to do a very interesting experiment, he announced. His gaze slowly swept over the students' faces and finally landed on Jiang Chen and Jiang Xiaoguo. This experiment requires 2 assistants. How about you two? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. He was clearly older than the other students and looked more like a parent than a classmate. But to ensure Jiang Xiaoguo could complete the class smoothly, he reluctantly followed her to the front. And what's your name, young man? The chemistry teacher asked. Jiang Chen. And you? Jiang Xiaoguo, she replied irritably. Barely 10 seconds later. What's your name again? Jiang Chen. And this young lady? Jiang Xiaoguo. All right then, let's begin, Jiang Xiaoguo. The teacher patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder as he spoke. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Was this teacher's memory really that bad? Focus. The experiment is starting. The chemistry teacher finally showed a hint of expression. The most important thing about this experiment is memory. We must remember every step precisely. Any mistake could be very dangerous. As he spoke, he poured a blue liquid into a beaker, stirring it with a glass rod while adding a fiery red powder. Wait, Jiang Chen quickly interrupted. You just said the most important thing about this experiment is? Memory, of course. And without memory, it would be very dangerous. Boom. A loud explosion echoed, and black smoke filled the entire lab. Screams erupted as students scattered in panic. When the smoke finally cleared, 3 soot-covered figures were revealed. The chemistry teacher spat out a puff of black smoke and turned to Jiang Chen. Young man, what's your name? Emerging from the washroom, Jiang Chen wore a look of utter despair. This wasn't Jiang Xiaoguo's problem, it was the teachers at this school who were the real issue. He immediately decided to transfer Jiang Xiaoguo to his alma mater, Chang'an No. 1 High School. The commute might be longer, but at least the teachers there were normal. With the schooling issue resolved, Jiang Chen's thoughts turned to another matter. It was time to deal with Shenglong Fertility Clinic once and for all. They had schemed against him repeatedly and had had enough. So, the 4 of them gathered together to plan their next course of action. Xiao Tsong, did you find the information I asked for about the Shenglong breeding clinic? Jiang Chen asked. Wang Xikong opened his laptop, a confident smile on his face. Shenglong Breeding Clinic is a beast cultivation institution funded by the Zhaotian Hunters Group. They've opened 9 branches in Chang'an City, nearly monopolizing the breeding business in the northern district. Their main clients are major hunter groups and beast cultivation families. Shenglong keeps provoking us, and we must strike back. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. If we don't take action, other breeding clinics will follow suit. More importantly, Zhaotian has already monopolized our medicinal supply chain. To deal with Zhaotian, we have to start with Shenglong. Tang Shishir nodded approvingly, clearly agreeing with Jiang Chen's analysis. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofu rolled up his sleeves eagerly, ready for action. Brother Chen, just tell us what to do, and we'll do it. It's simple, fight fire with fire, Jiang Chen said calmly. First, we cut off their supply chain, then their client base. To begin with, we need to form a hunter squad. That afternoon, the 4 of them arrived at the Hunters Alliance Hall. The building was grand, with a majestic statue of an eagle poised for flight atop the roof. It was said to be the Iron Feather King, the guardian beast of Chang'an City. Inside, the hall was bustling with noise hunters and employers haggling, and many others lining up to register hunter squads. Guided by a staff member, the group approached the registration counter. The clerk glanced at the young group and said casually, "Task postings are over there. We're here to register a hunter squad," Jiang Chen said calmly. What? The clerk gave them a mocking look. You kids? Go play in the mud and stop causing trouble. The room erupted in laughter and mocking remarks. Suddenly, Xiao He leaped onto the counter and let out a thunderous roar. The overwhelming pressure filled the hall instantly. Tables and chairs shook. Papers flew everywhere, and all the beasts in the hall cowered on the ground, trembling. The clerk's wig was blown off, revealing his shiny bald head as he stood frozen in shock. The hall fell silent, and everyone's gaze toward Jiang Chen and his group shifted. Can we register now? Jiang Chen asked coolly. The clerk, hands trembling, pulled out the registration form and stammered, "Why, wise, you can." But then he hesitated, adding, But, young masters, you still might not be able to complete the registration." Li Xiaofu was instantly furious upon hearing that. He glared at the registration clerk, his voice rising several octaves. What do you mean by that? Are you itching for trouble? Should I let Xiao He take a bite out of you to see how it feels? The clerk was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. No, that's not necessary, he stammered, hastily explaining. But the registration rules are very clear. You need 5 people to form a hunter squad. This news left Jiang Chen and the others frozen in place. 5 people? They only had 4. This was a tough situation. They couldn't just grab a random passerby off the street to make up the numbers, could they? As they were at a loss, a middle-aged man in a black trench coat approached them. If you don't mind, I could join you to form your hunter squad. Jiang Chen looked up and studied the unexpected visitor. The man was dressed in the standard attire of a hunter, wearing a kind and approachable smile. What stood out even more was the creature by his side, a human-faced venom spider. Its 8 legs were covered in deadly barbs, and its thick carapace bore a grotesque, twisted human face that sent chills down anyone's spine just by looking at it. Human-faced venom spider. Level: 18. Quality: elite. Attributes: combat poison. Traits: prefers web-based hunting. Weaknesses: ghost psychic types. Evolution paths: 9 available. My name is He Shuo, the middle-aged man introduced himself. I believe I have the strength to team up with you. Jiang Chen shook hands with He Shuo warmly. Having a strong individual like you join us is exactly what we need. And so, the 5 of them formed the mythical hunter squad and successfully completed the registration process. Li Xiaofu pocketed the bronze hunter badge and asked about their next move. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with determination. The next step is to make a name for ourselves. We need to turn the mythical hunters squad into legends. Only then can we earn the respect of other squads and rally them to take on the Sky Shroud hunters. Everyone nodded in agreement, but Hishua's reaction was unusually grim. So, you also have a grudge against the Sky Shroud hunters? Jiang Chen immediately caught the implication in his words. Also, does that mean you've had trouble with them too? Hishua's expression darkened in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he said, the Sky Shroud hunters are nothing but scum. My previous hunter squad was ambushed by them during a mission. I'm the only one who survived. This shocking revelation made everyone gasp, exchanging uneasy glances. This is a blood feud. Wang Xikong excitedly slammed the table. Looks like we found the right partner. Brothers, since we share the same goal, let's do it together. Let's take down the shrouded hunters. Hishua nodded with determination. Yes, we'll crush them. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, for now, we need to focus on two things. First, we need to participate in the Beast Arena's taming competition and make the mythical hunters team a legend in the arena. Exactly. Tang Shishi's eyes sparkled. The Beast Arena is where all the hunter teams gather. There's no better place to make a name for ourselves. Jiang Chen continued. Second, we need to form a team and venture into the monster forest outside the city. By hunting beasts, we can strengthen our combat skills and also gather medicinal herbs to address the supply shortage at the Divine Pet Breeding Center. Everyone agreed enthusiastically, and that very evening, they headed straight to the Chang'an City Beast Arena. This coliseum, built in a style reminiscent of ancient Rome, stood tall and imposing. Inside, the circular stone structure featured layered spectator stands surrounding the arena, which was divided into 4 side arenas and 1 main arena. Only the most intense battles earned the right to take place in the main arena. Jiang Chen pulled out 5 masks from his pocket and distributed them to the group. To avoid unnecessary trouble, we'll wear these masks during the competition. By this time, the arena was already packed with a roaring crowd. A host rode in on a spotted tiger, entering the arena with flair, and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we have a 5-on-5 beast battle. On one side, we have the Skull Squad, undefeated in their last 4 matches. If they win today, they'll advance directly to the main arena. On the other side, we have the newcomers, the Mythical Squad." As the host introduced the teams, 5 burly, fierce-looking middle-aged men stepped into the arena. They wore skull-themed armor, each accompanied by an iron-armored rhino. These massive creatures, each over 5 meters in length, were covered in thick, heavy armor, and their sharp horns gleamed menacingly under the lights. The system immediately displayed detailed information on the iron-armored rhinos. Level 15, elite quality, dual attributes of combat and rock, known for their habit of rubbing their horns against trees. They were particularly weak against flying and psychic types, with 7 evolutionary paths. The audience buzzed with chatter. I've heard teams that go up against the Skull Squad end up with broken bones or worse. 2 teams were even stomped into meat paste on the spot. Yeah, no one dares to face them anymore. I wonder where they found these fools willing to throw their lives away. When the host announced the Mythical Squad's entrance, 5 masked figures walked slowly into the arena, immediately drawing jeers from the crowd. Huh, what's with the masks? Trying to act mysterious? They'll be stomped into meat paste soon enough. No need to identify the bodies. The Skull Squad was utterly arrogant, making a provocative throat-slitting gesture toward Jiang Chen and his team. However, Jiang Chen and his companions remained composed and unmoved, as if the provocation was nothing more than a breeze brushing past them. The beast battle begins now. The announcer's voice had barely fallen when the Skull Squad's captain shouted, "Charge formation." 5 armored rhinos instantly lined up in a sharp, triangular formation, letting out deafening roars. Their massive bodies surged forward with unstoppable momentum, charging toward Jiang Chen's team. Each thunderous step made the arena tremble, and the violent gusts swept across the entire battlefield. Now, Jiang Chen smirked coldly. The flower sprite beast began to perform an elegant dance as thick thorny vines burst from the ground, coiling like agile serpents around the legs of the 5 armored rhinos. Their charge came to an abrupt halt. Xiaohe. At Jiang Chen's command, Xiaohe darted across the battlefield like a streak of black lightning. Netherworld Ghost Claw. With a series of sharp slashes, 5 dark claw marks flashed through the air. The armored rhinos collapsed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Deep gashes were visible on the inner sides of their hooves, their tendons severed. They could do nothing but writhe in pain, letting out agonized cries. The Skull Squad members were dumbfounded, their captain frozen mid-charge, staring in shock at the sudden turn of events. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. The match had ended in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. While the armored rhinos boasted terrifying power capable of crushing even heavy armored vehicles, their strength crumbled as long as their charge was stopped in advance. Even the seasoned announcer was momentarily stunned. Such a swift and decisive victory was a rare sight. Can we announce the results now? Jiang Chen asked calmly. The announcer snapped out of his daze and declared loudly, the winner of this match is Myth Squad. The arena erupted into thunderous cheers. Myth, Myth, Myth. Myth Squad earns 1 point. Please leave the arena and rest. The announcer was about to continue when Jiang Chen suddenly stepped forward. Wait. According to the rules, the winning team can challenge any squad they choose, and the opponent cannot refuse. Correct? Jiang Chen asked. The announcer nodded in confirmation. Yes, and the winner also gets to decide the timing of the match. Very well, Jiang Chen said coolly. I, Jiang Chen of the Myth Squad, hereby challenge the Beast Battle Rankings. Right here, right now. The entire audience collectively gasped. After all, the Beast Battle Rankings represented the 30 strongest squads in Chang'an City. To challenge the rankings meant starting from the 30th position and working upward. Such a demand was nothing short of audacious. Are you sure you want to challenge the Beast Battle Rankings? The announcer asked, his face filled with shock. I'm sure. Jiang Chen replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. No need for a break, let's start now. Jiang Chen impatiently waved his hand, already thinking about cooking for Jiang Shaogua after the match. The host was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and said, if you're looking for a thrill, then bring it on. The mythical team challenges the 30th ranked team on the Beast Battle leaderboard, the Destroyers. They boast an impressive record of 15 wins and only 2 losses. 5 hunters stepped into the arena. 4 of them were skinny men who looked almost identical, clearly quadruplets. The most striking member, however, was the female team, a burly woman with a physique resembling a bull. Beneath her thick, straight eyebrows were a pair of disdainful eyes. So, you're the ones challenging the Destroyers? The muscular woman asked in a booming voice. Jiang Chen glanced at her formidable build and twitched the corner of his mouth. Well, at least I won't feel guilty when the fight starts. Yes, we're the ones challenging you, he replied. The 4 skinny men burst into laughter simultaneously, while the muscular woman sneered. With those scrawny arms and legs of yours, I could snap you in half with just 1 finger. Before she finished speaking, 4 yellow figures shot into the air. They were 4 jade fragment wasps. Their wings beat rapidly as their venomous stingers glimmered, ready to strike. Beast name, Jade Fragment Wasp. Level, 16. Quality, Elite. Attributes, Flying Poison. Traits, skilled in using venomous stingers. Weaknesses, Lightning Psychic. Jiang Chen observed carefully. Whether it was the skeleton team earlier or the Destroyers now, both teams favored using beasts of the same kind. This strategy allowed for better coordination, creating a synergy where the whole was greater than the sum of its parts. Still, for Jade Fragment Wasps didn't pose too much of a threat. Just then, the muscular woman pulled a small pink fox from her pocket, striking a coquettish pose as she kissed it. Oh, my darling. Mommy missed you so much. The entire audience shuddered at the sight, overwhelmed by second-hand embarrassment. Tang Shishir fought the urge to gag, while Wang Xihong and Li Xiaofu quickly covered their eyes. He Shua turned away and lit a cigarette. But Jiang Chen's attention was entirely focused on the pink fox with 6 tails. Beast name, Six-tailed Heavenly Fox. Level, 19. Quality, Elite. Attributes, Fighting Poison. Traits, Fond of grooming fur. Weaknesses, Rock Psychic. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious in an instant. A level 19 six-tailed Heavenly Fox, nearly at the level of a battle general. No wonder the Destroyers had climbed so high on the leaderboard. With a beast almost at battle general status, ordinary teams stood no chance. The host chuckled as he watched the scene unfold, saying, your mythical team was so arrogant. Not so cocky now, huh? See that 6-tailed celestial fox at the half-step warrior level? It could crush you in seconds. Destroyer team vs mythical team. Begin. At the command to start the match, 4 scrawny men shouted in unison. Swarm attack, savage sting. In an instant, 4 enormous jade wasps surrounded Jiang Chen and his team in a coordinated assault. Their wings, as thin as cicada wings, vibrated hundreds of times per second, creating an astonishing speed that left afterimages in the air. Their sharp fangs and tail stingers traced deadly arcs midair, accompanied by a sharp buzzing as they launched a fierce attack on the group. Chun, petrified skin. Li Xiaofu immediately commanded. Chun leapt in front of everyone, his entire body glowing a dusty yellow. The wasp stingers struck him simultaneously, sparks flying on impact. The tremendous force sent Chun hurtling backward, and a large welt instantly swelled up on his backside. Ow, ow, ow. I got stung by a bee. My butt hurts so bad. Master, hurry and suck the poison out. Chun wailed. As the wasps prepared for a second wave of attacks, Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened, and he quickly issued orders. Shout Song, block them with snow and wind. Hishua, seal the surrounding space. Wang Xikong immediately understood. Dabai, unleash a blizzard. Dabai opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of icy blue wind, cutting off the wasp's attack routes. At the same time, Hishua's human-faced phantom spider shot out dozens of threads, weaving a tightly knit web around the battlefield. However, the woman who had been silent up until now suddenly smirked confidently. Ha, this is exactly what I was waiting for. Xiaolu, use the celestial tail strike. The previously docile six-tailed celestial fox erupted with energy, letting out a resounding howl. Its six tails rapidly expanded to 10 meters in length, each one bristling with fur as hard as steel spikes. The massive tails, like spiked maces, swung violently upward, smashing into the spiderweb above. In the critical moment, Jiang Chen and his team commanded their beasts to counter the attack. Ah Chun, bear smash. Xiaohei, thunderclaw. Hua Hua, vine bind. Dabai, sky-piercing ice pillar. Xiao Zhu, predatory web. In an instant, every beast faced off against a massive steel-spiked tail, engaging in fierce combat. In the next moment, thunderous roars echoed through the arena as a violent shockwave swept across the battleground. Amid the continuous explosions, the 5 summoned beasts and the 6-tailed heavenly fox engaged in a fierce battle, locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the 4 jade fragment hornets darted around, searching for chances to ambush Jiang Chen and his team, causing them significant distress. Jiang Chen carefully observed the movements of the 6-tailed heavenly fox. Suddenly, he commanded in a deep voice, Xiaohei, star shift. Xiaohei instantly understood his master's intent. In a flash, he vanished from his position and reappeared behind the 6-tailed heavenly fox. His sharp claws aimed directly at its vital point. Oomph! The woman warrior sneered. Don't forget, my Xiao Lu isn't just combat type. It's also poison type. Before her words had fully landed, the 6-tailed heavenly fox turned and released a dense cloud of black smoke. The corrosive gas engulfed Xiaohei in an instant. Jiang Chen smirked slightly. I've yet to see a poison that can outmatch Xiaohei's venomous stinger. With a sharp hiss, a colorful, razor-sharp tail stinger pierced through the toxic mist, landing precisely at the throat of the 6-tailed heavenly fox. The audience was left dumbfounded. This black cat had defeated a near-warrior class 6-tailed heavenly fox. The woman warrior's face fell into despair. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated her team being ousted from the beast battle rankings so soon after making it on. As the toxic mist dispersed, Xiaohei emerged leisurely, raising a paw to groom his fur. His 3-parted mouth curled into a smug grin. Meow meow meow. Hey there, little fox. Isn't this handsome cat just amazing? A flicker of fear flashed in the 6-tailed heavenly fox's pink eyes as it whimpered pitifully. Appa, Appa, you're the coolest. Please don't hurt me. Xiaohei grew even more pleased with himself and leaned in, saying, Meow meow meow. Kiss this handsome cat, and he'll let you go. The 6-tailed heavenly fox hesitated for a moment, her face flushing red, before finally giving Xiaohei's cheek a quick peck. Xiaohei instantly puffed up with pride, retracting his stinger and strutting back to Jiang Chen, swaying his tail in satisfaction. Jiang Chen twitched the corner of his mouth in exasperation. I told you to defeat it, not to act like a shameless scoundrel in public. You rogue cat. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch as the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting, Myth Team, in unison. The jubilant cries echoed into the night. This team, securing victory in their debut match with back-to-back wins, had made history by climbing onto the beast battle rankings of Chang'an Arena. The host, after recovering from his shock, announced, the winner of this match is the Myth Team. 2 consecutive wins earn 4 points, and successfully challenging the rankings adds 30 points. Congratulations to the Myth Team for reaching the 30th position on the Beast Battle Rankings. When the host kindly suggested they rest in the VIP lounge and enjoy a midnight snack, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, Rest? That's not an option. We're challenging the 10th rank on the Beast Battle Rankings right here. Right now? The entire audience collectively gasped before bursting into even louder cheers. Spectators marveled at how their tickets were worth every penny. This was destined to be a sleepless night. The host immediately announced, Mythical Team, please proceed to the main arena. The next battle will take place in the Central Coliseum. Jiang Chen and his teammates made their way to the main arena, situated at the center. The space was noticeably more expansive than the secondary arena, with tiered seating all around, packed with an audience almost 5 times larger than before. Now, let's welcome the 10th ranked team on the Beast Battle Leaderboard, the Fire God Team. With an impressive record of 28 wins and 3 losses. As soon as the host finished speaking, 5 elegant women dressed in high-slit cheongsams gracefully entered the arena. Their alluring figures swayed gently with each step, capturing the attention of the entire crowd. Jiang Chen, Li Xiaofu, Wang Xikong, and Hushua couldn't help but gulp. Tang Shishir noticed their reactions, clenched her teeth, and pinched Jiang Chen's waist hard. "Oomph! What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out." Jiang Chen awkwardly chuckled. "I wasn't looking at them, I was checking out their beasts." And indeed, the Fire God team's beast lineup was striking 4 bloodthirsty fire pythons coiled on the field. Each measured 5 meters in length, their bodies engulfed in roaring flames, with triangular heads bearing sharp, venomous fangs. The system immediately displayed the information for the bloodthirsty fire pythons. Beast level, level 18. Quality, elite. Attributes, fire poison. Traits, enjoys swimming in lava. Weaknesses, rock psychic. Evolutionary paths, 7. As the 4 fire pythons appeared, the temperature in the arena spiked dramatically. Tang Shishir scoffed. "No wonder they look so seductive and enchanting. They're just a bunch of female snakes." The women across the arena covered their mouths, laughing softly. "Oh, little girl, that's pure jealousy speaking. After all, there's quite a big difference between AB and AD, isn't there?" Tang Shishir's face darkened with anger. "So what if him AB? Him still young he'll grow." While Li Xiaofu and Wang Xikong teased her on the side, Jiang Chen's attention was drawn to the Fire God team's 5th Biasta Golden Eagle soaring high above. The system revealed it to be a level 19 Stormwind Golden Eagle, with wind-fighting attributes and also of elite quality. Suddenly, Jiang Chen realized their opponent's strategy. The fire pythons combined with the Golden Eagle's wind attribute to amplify the flames. The synergy between fire and wind was formidable. The already intense flames of the bloodthirsty fire pythons would become exponentially more destructive with the wind boost from the Stormwind Golden Eagle. Mythical team versus Fire God team. Begin, the host declared. The 4 women shouted in unison, "Blazing Inferno." In an instant, the flames around the bloodthirsty fire pythons surged dramatically, distorting the air with their searing heat. 4 bloodthirsty fire pythons slithered forward in a row, their shimmering, scaled bodies writhing as they approached Jiang Chen and his companions. Their crimson forked tongues flicked out, spewing searing flames. Overhead, a tempestuous golden eagle flapped its massive wings, amplifying the flames with the gusts it created. The scorching heat waves surged toward them, making it hard for Jiang Chen's group to breathe, and in an instant, their clothes were drenched in sweat. "Big White Blizzard," Wang Xikong commanded decisively. Big White radiated a frosty blue glow and unleashed a biting blizzard from its mouth. However, the icy attack evaporated into steam the moment it touched the flames, disappearing without a trace. Wang Xikong frowned deeply. Big White's ice-based abilities were completely ineffective. The Fire God team's fire-centric tactics might be straightforward, but without a sufficient number of water-type beasts, they were nearly impossible to counter. "Little boys, better surrender before you're roasted alive," came a mocking, bell-like voice. "Jiang Chen, think of something quick," Tang Shishir demanded furiously. "I don't care what it takes, we have to beat them." Jiang Chen gave a wry smile. "Miss Tang, now's not the time to let your temper get the better of you." But an idea had already formed in his mind. "Big White, cover A Chun with an ice armor." "A Chun, use rolling cannonball." Big White immediately exhaled a freezing mist onto A Chun, encasing it in a thick layer of snow and ice. Shivering slightly, A Chun curled into a ball and, without hesitation, rolled straight into the sea of flames. The Fire God team's members stared in shock. "What is that? A giant snowball?" From within the flames came a chorus of anguished cries. The raging inferno, once fierce and untamed, was snuffed out as if someone had blown out a candle. When the smoke cleared, the 4 bloodthirsty fire pythons were left sprawled and dazed, while the chubby A Chun sat triumphantly atop one of them, pinning it down until its eyes rolled back. "Impossible!" The women of the Fire God team were thrown into a panic. "Don't lose your cool, ladies," one of them said, trying to stay composed. "We still have the tempestuous golden eagle in the sky." Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Shishir had already tossed her 7-colored glaze phoenix into the air. With a piercing cry that echoed across the heavens, the phoenix revealed its true form, its regal aura instantly dominating the skies. The once fearsome golden eagle immediately cowered, turning tail and vanishing into the clouds without a second glance. "I've got urgent business to attend to. See you later," it squawked as it fled. The women of the Fire God team exchanged bewildered looks, utterly at a loss. The next moment, the entire arena erupted in cheers. The mythical team had shockingly crushed the Fire God team with overwhelming strength, achieving an unprecedented victory. The audience's enthusiasm even surpassed that of the competitors, and the arena was filled with waves of deafening cheers. The host passionately announced, "In this match, the mythical team emerges victorious. 3 consecutive wins earn 6 points, and sweeping 2 powerhouse teams adds an extra 30 points. Congratulations to the mythical team for officially entering the top 10 of the Beast Arena rankings. Thunderous applause immediately broke out, accompanied by chants of mythical, echoing throughout the venue. Late at night, Jiang Chen and Xiaohei returned home, exhausted. Before they even stepped through the door, Jiang Xiaogua darted out like a little cannonball and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. "Didn't I tell you to go to bed early?" Jiang Chen asked helplessly. "I can't sleep without you, brother," the little girl replied with a righteous tone. Jiang Chen had no choice but to carry her to bed, carefully tucking her in. However, the little girl blinked her big eyes, showing no signs of sleepiness. "Xiaogua, it's time to sleep. Let's talk for a bit, just for a little while," Jiang Xiaogua pleaded as she rolled over. At that moment, the fire-tailed dragon cat and the pink loli also curiously approached, looking at Jiang Chen expectantly. "What did your teacher teach you today?" Jiang Chen asked casually. Jiang Xiaogua's little face immediately fell. "Time to sleep. I'm so tired," she said, diving under the blanket. The fire-tailed dragon cat and the pink loli mimicked her, yawning theatrically as they nestled into Jiang Xiaogua's arms. The next morning, Jiang Chen carried a reluctant Jiang Xiaogua straight to the dining table. The little girl groggily nibbled on her breakfast, while the fire-tailed dragon cat was thrilled to find a plate of fragrant, spicy roasted kidneys in front of it. "This is a specially made charcoal-grilled fire wolf kidney. Eating it will help you break through to level 10, Jiang Chen explained. The fire-tailed dragon cat was ecstatic, eagerly stuffing the delicious food into its mouth with its tiny paws. As the flavorful kidney transformed into a warm energy coursing through its body, it finally broke through to level 10, gaining the ability to control two beasts simultaneously. At that moment, the pink loli also approached, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Chen chuckled at the sight. "Of course, there's something for you," he said as he placed a bowl of golden, fragrant fried rice in front of the little girl. The egg mixture glistened enticingly under the light. "This is specially made using the eggs of an ironclad anteater. Eating it will help you break through to level 10, Jiang Chen explained. Upon hearing this, the little girl grew excited and eagerly dug in. Rich but not greasy. Melts in your mouth. This is divine," she exclaimed. As she lifted her head, a data panel appeared. Beast name, Pink Loli. Beast level, level 10. Beast quality, elite. Beast attributes, rock type, poison type. Beast preference, enjoys making small pills. Beast weakness, ghost type, psychic type. Evolution paths, 9 available routes. Just then, Jiang Xiaogua leaned forward with anticipation. "Brother, do you have anything that can make me instantly grow to 18 years old?" "Heh, no," Jiang Chen replied bluntly, which made Jiang Xiaogua pout as she quietly continued eating. In reality, Jiang Chen was boosting the levels of his companions, Little Soft Egg and the little girl, to provide extra protection for Jiang Xiaogua, who would soon be staying home alone. 10 minutes later, there was a knock at Xiao Wei's door. "Who is it? It's so early," Xiao Wei grumbled as she opened the door, only to see Jiang Xiaogua standing there, holding a flame-tailed dragon cat and the pink loli, looking at her innocently. "Jiang Chen, you're getting more shameless by the day, dropping them off and running away." Xiao Wei fumed, her face darkening with anger. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and his group gathered at the city gates. Using their military pass, they entered the beast forest. Familiar with the terrain, they quickly traversed the outskirts and ventured into the forest depths. "Jiang Bandit, have you noticed? Ever since the giant mandibled army ant disaster, the entire forest has been much quieter," Tang Shirsher remarked. "Military data shows that the number of beasts in the outer areas has dropped by half." The group nodded in agreement. Indeed, they hadn't encountered a single notable beast along the way. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. "Actually, I've been wondering about something. Back then, the behavior of the giant mandibled army ants was highly unusual. After the garrison deployed the iron crucian carp, the ants immediately adjusted their strategy and sent out flying soldier ants. That kind of quick, tactical thinking, could ordinary ants really achieve that?" The group frowned at his words. It was true. Beasts weren't supposed to be capable of such precise strategic adjustments. "Brother Chun, are you saying someone was controlling them from behind the scenes?" Wang Xizong's eyes narrowed. Jiang Chen shook his head. Whoever was behind it might not necessarily have been human. What if it was an extremely intelligent beast? Everyone shuddered involuntarily upon hearing this. The thought alone was truly terrifying. Tang Shirsher furrowed her delicate brows and said, "That seems unlikely. Among the known beasts, the most intelligent are primates, like Dejin. But even its intelligence is only comparable to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child." The others nodded in agreement. After all, the beast's strength was already overwhelming. If their intelligence rivaled that of humans, the entire blue star would face utter catastrophe, with humanity reduced to nothing more than prey. Just as Jiang Chen was about to agree, Xiao He, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly darted back at full speed. It barked at Jiang Chen once, then turned and sprinted into the dense forest. The group felt a surge of tension and quickly followed. Pushing through the thick underbrush, the scene before them left everyone stunned. A chaotic scattering of 5-fanged boar corpses lay on the ground, all reduced to withered husks. Could this be the work of a hunter team? Li Xiaofu asked tentatively. Husua carefully examined the scene and shook his head. Doesn't seem like it. The crystal cores and tusks of the fang boars are untouched. If it were a hunter team, those would have been taken long ago. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and parted the dense fur of one of the boars. Look here. The bodies are covered in blood holes. That must be why they were drained dry. A heavy silence fell over the group. What kind of creature could be this merciless? As they pressed onward, they stumbled upon more desiccated corpses. Fear and uncertainty began to creep into each of their hearts. Just as they were debating whether to change direction, the surrounding vines suddenly began to tremble violently. Whoosh! Swish! Countless vines contracted frantically, sweeping everything in their path. Several vines, each bristling with sharp fangs, lunged towards Jiang Chen and the others. Scatter! Jiang Chen shouted. The group quickly dispersed as the vines lashed the ground with immense force, shattering the solid rock beneath them. At that moment, Li Xiaofu let out a sharp scream. His ankle had been ensnared by a vine and was being dragged rapidly. Xiaohei, ghostly claw! Jiang Chen commanded. In an instant, Xiaohei's sharp claws slashed through the air, severing the vine with a dark, shadowy strike. With a thud, the severed vine fell to the ground, oozing crimson blood. The vines emitted an ear-piercing screech and began to writhe chaotically. Jiang Chen frowned deeply as a data frame appeared before his eyes. Beast name, bloodthirsty Bodhi. Beast level, level 19. Beast quality, elite. Beast attributes, plant spatial. Beast preference, feeds on the blood of beasts and humans. Beast weakness, fire psychic. Evolution paths, 9 evolution routes available. Damn it, these vines are actually a type of beast bloodthirsty Bodhi. At this moment, all the surrounding vines coiled together, writhing on the ground with fangs bared, resembling a swarm of bloodthirsty serpents. It's a kind of demonic beast called the bloodthirsty Bodhi. Jiang Chen's voice echoed through the dense forest. He quickly explained to the group, we must find its true form to completely destroy it. The sight of the vine-like tendrils slithering like snakes sent chills down Wang Xihong's spine. He had always had an instinctive fear of snakes. Brother Chen, what should we do? He asked anxiously. Jiang Chen swiftly devised a plan. Let Dabai freeze these vines. We'll follow them to find the main body. Wang Xihong immediately gave the command. Dabai, blizzard. Freeze these cursed vines. Dabai let out a deafening howl, releasing a freezing gust of air that instantly encased the surrounding vines in ice. Move quickly, Jiang Chen urged. The ice won't hold them for long. The group followed him as they dashed deeper into the forest. Panting heavily, Li Xiaofu asked while running, Brother Chen, why don't we just run away? Why bother finding its main body? He silently cursed his physique, which was ill-suited for such intense exertion. Look up. Jiang Chen pointed to the dense network of vines surrounding them. We can't escape. Before his words fully registered, the sound of ice cracking echoed behind them. Hundreds of vines broke free from their icy prison, surging forward like a dark cloud, blotting out the sky. Jiang Chen acted decisively. Xiaohei, thunderclaw strike. A black thunderbolt crashed down, shattering dozens of vines into fragments. However, the sight of blood spraying everywhere only fueled the frenzy of the remaining vines. They began devouring the remains of their own kind, a horrifying scene that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Suddenly, a massive spherical object came into view atop a towering tree. Countless vines extended from it, spreading across the entire forest. There. That's the true form of the bloodthirsty Bodhi, Jiang Chen shouted. The sphere writhed violently, letting out an earth-shaking roar. The vines became even more frenzied, launching a relentless assault as their jagged teeth clashed with ear-piercing screeches. Dabai, blizzard. Huahua, guardian cage. Xiaozhu, predatory web. Achun, stay hidden. Jiang Chen commanded with precision. Ice and vines clashed in a fierce battle, while the web and cage formed a dual-layered defense. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaohei leaped high into the air, aiming for the top of the massive tree. Thunderclaw strike. The black thunderbolt struck the sphere with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it into pieces. A blood-red fragment of deadwood fell to the ground, and the surrounding vines instantly withered, losing all vitality. As the group gathered around, the sight before them was chilling. The surface of the deadwood bore an aged, human-like face, its blood vessel-covered bark still pulsating faintly. Ugh, this is insanely creepy, someone gasped, their voice trembling as the group collectively drew a sharp breath. Squeak! Squeak! The bloodthirsty Bodhi let out a sharp warning cry as its grotesque mouth opened wide. It turned, attempting to flee. But just as it pivoted, Xiao Hei's shadow flashed like lightning, appearing directly in front of it. With a swipe of sharp claws, the creature was slammed to the ground. The bloodthirsty Bodhi struggled to get up and darted in another direction, only to be sent flying back by a powerful strike from a Chun. Refusing to give up, it tried escaping in yet another direction, but this time, Hua Hua's whip-like vines lashed through the air, striking it harshly and dragging it back to its original spot. The group of beasts, seemingly amused, formed a circle around the bloodthirsty Bodhi and turned the situation into an impromptu game of kickball. The ferocious creature was batted back and forth between them, unable to escape. After a few minutes, the once menacing beast lay on the ground, battered and bruised, its body limp and its eyes spinning in defeat. Brother Chen, what should we do with this bloodthirsty Bodhi? Wang Sicong scratched his head and asked. After killing so many beasts, it must pay for its crimes. Jiang Chen responded coldly. Everyone nodded in agreement, as they had all witnessed the creature's blood-stained atrocities firsthand. Jiang Chen shot a glance at Xiao Hei, who immediately understood. With a swift flash of its razor-sharp claws, the bloodthirsty Bodhi breathed its last. Now then, let's see how lucky we are, Jiang Chen said with a grin, rubbing his hands together. He pulled out a dagger and carefully cut open the creature's spine. To everyone's amazement, 7 glistening, translucent stones emerged, shimmering like agate under the sunlight. Jiang Chen delicately removed them and rinsed them clean with water. Brother Chen, what are these treasures? The group asked curiously. These are hollow Bodhi seeds, Jiang Chen explained. The bloodthirsty Bodhi isn't just a plant-type beast. It also possesses spatial attributes. There's a chance it can produce these seeds infused with spatial elements. The most incredible part, he continued, is that they can store items. To demonstrate, Jiang Chen placed his dagger next to one of the hollow Bodhi seeds. The group watched in astonishment as the dagger vanished into thin air. Each seed has 1 cubic meter of storage space. You can store any non-living item inside, and it will weigh nothing at all, Jiang Chen explained with a smile. Then, he distributed the valuable seeds among everyone present. Jiang Tufei, this thing is incredibly valuable. Just one of these is worth at least 1,000,000 alliance coins, and it's practically priceless. Tang Shishir exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the hollow Bodhi seed in her hand. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Jiang Chen, a trace of hesitation hanging in the air. But Jiang Chen just laughed heartily and said, among brothers, it's all about camaraderie, not money. His words instantly warmed everyone's hearts, solidifying their bond with him as a brother they could trust with their lives. With the hollow Bodhi seed in their possession, the group quickly packed their belongings into the independent space and traveled light, pressing onward. Wang Sicong pointed towards the foot of the mountain ahead and said, Brother Chen, once we cross this mountain, we'll reach the safe zone. There's basic food and lodging there. It's a common rest stop for hunter squads. All right, it's getting late. We'll rest there tonight, Jiang Chen replied. But just as he finished speaking, a sudden cry rang out. Wang Sicong had stepped on unstable ground and was plunging downward. Jiang Chen reacted instantly, grabbing his arm. The group worked together to pull him back up. That was close. I almost met my end here. Wang Sicong gasped, lying on the ground and catching his breath. Why is there a swamp in this place? Jiang Chen crouched down to inspect the ground, his expression suddenly changing. Move back. The swamp is shifting, he shouted. Without hesitation, everyone began to retreat as the solid ground before them rapidly dissolved into a muddy quagmire. Just then, desperate cries for help echoed from nearby. Another hunter squad had already fallen into the swamp and was struggling to escape. Hua Hua, use vines to save them, Tang Shishir yelled. 5 sturdy vines shot out instantly, wrapping around the waists of the trapped hunters. But the swamp suction was too strong. Just as the vines secured their grip, countless strands of black hair shot out from the swamp, weaving like a web to entangle the victims. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted as he immediately recognized the creature. A swamp water ghost, level 18 elite class mutated water beast. It specializes in creating swamps to devour prey but is vulnerable to lightning and psychic attacks. Dabai, blizzard, Jiang Chen commanded. Dabai leaped into the air, unleashing a brilliant blue snowstorm that froze the eerie black strand solid. Xiao Hei, thunderclap claw. Xiao Hei followed up, a streak of black lightning coursing through the frozen strands and striking deep into the swamp. A piercing, ghastly shriek erupted from the depths, and moments later, a massive black head surfaced. It bore 2 enormous horns, with icy blue, lifeless eyes resembling a demonic black ram straight out of hell. Whoosh! The swamp water suddenly surged violently, crashing toward Jiang Chen and his group like a tidal wave. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Wang Sikong narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly. You think you can outplay me with water? I'll drown you in your own game. Dabai. Absolute zero. At his command, the frost emblem on Dabai's forehead emitted a dazzling light, and an intense chill instantly enveloped the entire swamp. The sound of ice forming echoed continuously, and the water wave in midair froze into a crystal-clear ice wall. Even the black beast hidden in the water was trapped within, its icy eyes glaring unyieldingly at Dabai. Sensing danger, Jiang Chen shouted urgently, Dabai, move now. Before he could finish, countless strands of black hair erupted from the ground like ghostly hands, reaching for Dabai. At the critical moment, a vine coiled around Dabai and yanked it out of harm's way. With a deafening boom, the black claws clenched violently, shaking the surrounding air with their force. Everyone's hearts pounded in fear. Being caught by those monstrous claws would surely mean certain death. At that moment, cracks began to form on the frozen wave. With an earth-shattering sound of shattering ice, a black goat emerged slowly from the fragments. Its black fur swayed eerily in the air, resembling flowing ink. A mutated water-type beast so powerful. Jiang Chen's heart sank as he quickly realized that only the lightning attribute of Xiao He could counter this creature. He exchanged a glance with He Shuo, who immediately understood. Little spider, giant web trap? He Shuo commanded. The human-faced spider's abdomen twisted grotesquely before spewing out snow-white silk, weaving 3 massive webs in midair to surround the swamp demon from all sides. Simultaneously, under Jiang Chen's signal, Li Xiaofu sprang into action. A chun. Meatball blitz. A chun leaped high into the air, curling its massive body into a ball and hurling itself toward the swamp demon with the force of a raging storm. The swamp demon let out a piercing screech as its black fur swirled like a vortex, shredding the spider webs and colliding with the incoming meatball. With a thunderous bang, a chun was sent flying, but the impact forced the swamp demon to reveal its true form. Dabai, use absolute zero again, Jiang Chen ordered. The freezing cold engulfed the exposed swamp demon, encasing it in ice once more. Meanwhile, Xiao He had quietly positioned itself above the demon. With a sudden strike, its thunderclaw mark smashed down, shattering the frozen creature into pieces with a surge of black lightning. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief. The grueling battle was over at last. Jiang Chen stepped forward, pulling out a dagger to inspect the remains of the beast. Tang Shishir's mouth twitched violently. Seriously, Jiang Bandit, are you still desecrating the corpse? Jiang Chen, rummaging through the swamp water ghost's body, explained with a wry smile. It's not every day you come across a mutated water element beast. There's bound to be something valuable. Before he could finish, his gaze was drawn to a faint glimmer. Next to the swamp water ghost's core, a pearl shrouded in a hazy mist gleamed with an unusual light. Huh, found it. Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy. Everyone immediately gathered around, scrutinizing the mysterious pearl, though they couldn't discern anything extraordinary about it. Tang Shishir impatiently pinched Jiang Chen's waist. Hurry up and explain. Do I have to ask you myself? Yes, your highness. Jiang Chen rubbed the sore spot and held up the misty pearl. This is the heavy water mystic pearl. It can condense water vapor, melt ice, and soften earth. That swamp water ghost used it to instantly turn solid ground into a swamp. The group gasped in amazement, astonished that such a small pearl could wield such incredible power. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Chen said, among us, only Dabai belongs to the water element. Let's have it absorb the heavy water mystic pearl. Everyone agreed with his decision, knowing Jiang Chen was always fair. Thanks, Brother Chen. Wang Sikong scratched his head sheepishly. Looks like my Dabai's the lucky one this time. Dabai, resembling an excitable husky, trotted over, tongue lolling as it licked its lips. Hee, give this to Moo. Give this to your mighty lion to eat. It swallowed the heavy water mystic pearl in one gulp, then froze. Huh, it doesn't taste like anything, just like drinking water. Suddenly, a faint blue mist emanated from Dabai's body, enveloping the entire area in dense fog. Dabai seemed to sense something, and its white fur began to grow wildly, cascading down like a waterfall. Even more astonishing, the ground beneath its feet softened rapidly, transforming into a swamp in the blink of an eye. Hiss! The group collectively gasped. Dabai's leveled up. It's completely inherited the swamp water ghost abilities. Jiang Chen, however, smiled mysteriously. Don't celebrate just yet. Seeing Wang Sitsong's worried expression, he quickly added, there's even more to be excited about. Brother Chen, what else is there? Wang Sikong asked eagerly. Jiang Chen explained, the swamp water ghost wasn't just good at creating swamps, it also had a knack for collecting rare plants. Dabai, dive into the swamp and retrieve its stash. Dabai nodded and dove headfirst into the muddy waters. Half a minute later, it resurfaced at the edge, its tail carrying a massive water sphere encased in a shimmering water membrane. Inside the sphere, vibrant colors danced as various exotic plants thrived, nourished by the water's vapor. The group was awestruck, never expecting the swamp water ghost to have a hobby resembling that of a retired gardener. Jiang Chen examined the plants inside the sphere closely, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Haha, we're rich. Jiang Chen glanced around, his eyes lighting up with excitement at the sight of the rare and precious herbs before him. There was a water element jade water lotus with purple flowers and blue leaves, a fire element scorching flame ganoderma with red flowers and yellow leaves, a crystalline frost element frost lotus platform, and a lightning element thunder jade by Luo surrounded by flickering electric light. Each one was an invaluable treasure among medicinal herbs. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. Jiang Chen calculated the value of the herbs, unable to hide the smile spreading across his face. Come here, Ah Chun, Jiang Chen called out. This black rock flower will help you level up by 2. Ah Chun immediately bounded over joyfully, scooping up the black rock flower and heading off to absorb it with Li Xiaofu. Li Xiaofu glanced back with a grateful look before silently following behind Ah Chun. Turning to the human-faced phantom spider, Jiang Chen produced a jade heart ganoderma. Little spider, this is a rare poison element herb. It will increase the potency of your venom and make your webs even tougher. ITLL also help you level up by 2. Hisuo cast a complicated look at Jiang Chen, then took the herb and led the phantom spider away to absorb it. Hua hua, this begonia jade is for our little beauty, Jiang Chen said with a smile. It will help you break through to an extraordinary quality. The flower fairy beast covered her tiny mouth in surprise, while Tang Shirshir haughtily accepted the herb. Not bad. I guess I'll go easy on you from now on, she said with feigned indifference. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life, Jiang Chen replied in an exaggerated tone. Next, he brought out the crystalline frost lotus platform for to buy. This one is perfect for you. It'll not only stabilize your mutated frost element, but also make your frost even denser and drop the temperature another level. Wang Xizong's eyes lit up at the thought of Debai's absolute zero ability becoming even stronger. He couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Hee, after eating the heavy water mystic pearl, now there's the frost lotus platform. Knock it off. With that thick skin of yours, even 10 herbs wouldn't make you blush. Jiang Chen teased. Debai had already grabbed the herb and dashed off, while Wang Xikong chased after him, threatening to kick his rear. At that moment, Xiao He rubbed against Jiang Chen's leg with a pitiful expression. They all get delicious treats, but not me. So sad, so mushroom-shaped blues. Of course, I wouldn't forget you, Jiang Chen said fondly, stroking Xiao He's head. This thunder jade by Luo is a top-tier herb, prepared just for you. Xiao He immediately rolled on the ground in delight. Master loves Xiao He the most. With that, he scampered off to enjoy the herb. Jiang Chen looked around, satisfied to see all his beasts successfully absorbing their herbs. He nodded in approval. He suddenly regretted not bringing Dejin along this time. The precious medicinal herb in front of him should have been given to Dejin immediately. However, for Jiang Xiaoguo's safety, Dejin would have to wait a few more days. The rewards from slaying the swamp water ghost took Jiang Chen by surprise. He carefully extracted the remaining herb from the water sphere and stored it securely in the hollow Bodhi seed. Just then, faint cries for help reached his ears. Hey, friend over there, are we that easy to overlook? At least pull us out of the ground. We've been buried for half an hour already. Jiang Chen turned his head and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The 5 beast tamers who had been trapped in the swamp earlier now had only their heads sticking out of the ground, wobbling comically from side to side. Almost forgot about you guys. Jiang Chen called out with a chuckle. Sorry, you'll have to wait until Debai wakes up to use water skills to get you out. That's no way to rescue someone, the 5 wailed. We're the victims here. You have no idea how it feels to be buried in the dirt. About 10 minutes later, all the beasts had fully absorbed the medicinal herb. They were brimming with energy, and their strength had significantly increased. Jiang Chen took a quick glance and noticed that most of them had reached levels 18 to 19. Among them, the flower fairy beast had even achieved an extraordinary breakthrough, becoming the first in the group to advance to the battle general level. Flower fairy beast. Level 20, battle general tier. Quality, exceptional. Attributes, mutated poison plant. Traits, loves to dance. Weaknesses, fire psychic. Evolution paths, 9 in total. As everyone gazed enviously at the flower fairy beast, a sudden clap of thunder boomed across the sky. Xiao He was surrounded by black lightning, resonating with the bolts flashing in the heavens. The display of destructive power was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Ah Chun sneaked a glance at Xiao He, then curled up pitifully. Sigh, this bear still can't beat that freak. Guess I'll just stay a comfy homebody. Debai also smiled wryly and resigned himself to being a support. The human-faced spider shivered in terror, utterly cowed by the sheer might of the lightning attribute. Meanwhile, the 5 people buried in the dirt started calling for help again. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Xiao Hei's cold eyes narrowed, and a bolt of lightning precisely encircled the 5, then disappeared into the ground. With a loud rumble, the 5 beast tamers were jolted out of the earth by the power of the lightning, unharmed. Jiang Chen was overjoyed at the sight. Xiao Hei's control over lightning had reached an extraordinary level, flawlessly precise and utterly commanding. The 5 rescued beast tamers staggered towards Jiang Chen and his group, rubbing their necks as they expressed their gratitude. Leading them was a burly man with a booming voice who practically shouted his introduction, Lu Shi, captain of the Fire Wolf hunting squad. Thank you all for saving our lives. Before he even finished speaking, all 5 members of the Fire Wolf squad bowed deeply to Jiang Chen and his companions. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward to help Lu Shi up and said sincerely, Brother Lu, no need to be so formal. In this forest of beasts, hunting squads should look out for each other. Lu Shi let out a hearty laugh and gave Jiang Chen a firm pat on the shoulder. Well said, young man. That's exactly how I, old Lu, see it. The Fire Wolf squad had witnessed firsthand how Jiang Chen and his team subdued the swamp water ghost, and they were deeply impressed by their strength. In comparison, the Fire Wolf squad's lineup seemed rather modest. 2 jungle fire wolves, 2 iron-armored lizards, and 1 earthquake bear, all at levels 14 to 15, with their strongest being of elite quality at best. When Ah Chun saw the earthquake bear, it immediately ran over in excitement. The 2 bears enthusiastically sniffed each other, resembling a real-life version of Bear A and Bear B. But in the next moment, both of them froze, then awkwardly turned and walked away. They were both male. Lu Shi chuckled and suggested, Are you guys from the Myth squad heading to the safe zone up ahead? How about we go together? Jiang Chen readily agreed, not only appreciating Lu Shi's sincerity but also wanting to use the opportunity to establish good relations with other hunting squads. The 2 groups reached the safe zone at the foot of the mountain just before nightfall. It was a shelter set up by the Alliance, small in size but heavily fortified. The area was surrounded by high walls forming a courtyard, with an additional 5-meter-tall wire fence on the outer perimeter. Unless attacked by large flying beasts, the place was virtually impenetrable. After the gatekeepers checked their hunter credentials, the group entered the courtyard. It was the liveliest time of the evening. Bonfires blazed, meat sizzled on grills, and members of 5 or 6 hunting squads laughed and chatted over beers. Their beasts frolicked and played nearby. The warm and lively atmosphere allowed Jiang Chen and his team to finally relax their tense nerves. Thanks to Lu Shi's introductions, Jiang Chen quickly became acquainted with the other hunters present. However, he could sense that these seasoned hunters regarded his young team with a hint of condescension. As Jiang Chen focused on grilling meat, a sudden angry roar erupted from inside the building. Get out! Moments later, 3 beast tamers were flung out of the door like broken kites, landing heavily in the courtyard. Li Xiaofu immediately became excited at the sight, his eyes lighting up as he shouted, Hey, guys, there's some drama about to unfold. Wang Xikong quickly came over as well, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Heh, looks like a fight's about to break out. However, just as Jiang Chen and his companions eagerly focused on the scene, the 3 people who had been thrown out behaved unexpectedly quietly. They silently got up from the ground, keeping their heads down as they shuffled toward the corner of the wall, not daring to make a sound. Even more surprising was that the other beast tamers in the courtyard seemed completely unfazed, continuing with their tasks as if nothing unusual had happened. Jiang Chen frowned and turned to Lu Shi. Brother Lu Shi, what's going on here? Lu Shi glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice to explain. Brother Jiang Chen, you're new here, so you don't know the rules yet. Safe rooms are already scarce, with 5 people sharing a room under normal circumstances. But whenever members of the heaven-covering hunters arrive, they take the rooms for themselves, and everyone else has to sleep in the courtyard. Oh, the ones inside are from the heaven-covering hunters? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. Lu Shi nodded in confirmation. Wang Xikong sneered, Brother Chen, well, isn't this a small world? Lu Shi quickly waved his hands in a gesture of dissuasion. Brother, no matter what grudge you have with the heaven-covering hunters, I advise you to let it go. Look at these brothers in the courtyard who here hasn't been bullied by them. But for the sake of survival, we all have to swallow our pride. Hearing this, Jiang Chen simply smiled. He slowly stood up and shouted firmly, Hey, you turtles of the heaven-covering hunters, you beat people up and then hide in your shells? Get out here right now. I'll teach you on behalf of your fathers how to respect others. The courtyard fell into an instant silence. All the beast tamers froze in place, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief as though he had lost his mind. Even Lu Shi was left dumbfounded, thinking, Didn't I just tell you to hold back? The next moment, the door was kicked open, and 5 people in the heaven-covering hunter uniforms stormed out aggressively. The middle-aged man leading them roared, "How dare you insult the heaven-covering hunters? Tired of living, are you?" Around them, the other beast tamers lowered their heads, not daring to meet the hunter's gaze. Lu Shi internally cried out in despair, convinced that Jiang Chen was in serious trouble now. But Jiang Chen strode forward boldly. "It was your father who insulted you." "What? Your father can't scold you a little?" The middle-aged man instinctively replied. "Of course, my father can scold me." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something was off. Why did this sound so strange? The crowd erupted into stifled laughter, their faces turning red from trying to hold it in. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen as he finally caught on. "You little brat, how dare you mock me?" Jiang Chen grinned and said, "Yeah, so what if I mock you? Aren't you the ones bullying everyone else all the time?" The middle-aged man stroked his mustache and laughed maniacally. "So what if I bully them? Look at these useless fools. I could slap their dog faces, and they wouldn't even dare let out a fart." At these words, the beast tamers clenched their fists, veins bulging. But no one dared to speak up. After all, who would risk provoking the entire heaven-covering hunter group? Just then, a loud fart suddenly broke the tense silence in the courtyard. Biffed, a loud, resounding fart suddenly broke the silence, the sound sharp and piercing, as if making an announcement. Everyone turned toward the source of the noise, only to see a Chun innocently clutching his large backside, his small eyes darting around with a look that screamed, "It wasn't me." The middle-aged man's face darkened instantly, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Whose damn beast is this? Farting just like that?" Jiang Chen watched the man's frustration with a cheerful grin and said, "So, how about that? Since I gave you a fart, are you going to absorb it all?" This remark completely enraged the middle-aged man. The veins on his forehead bulged as he roared, "You little brat, I'll kill you. Get them. Cripple them all. Especially that bear, make sure it never farts again." Before he finished speaking, two winged mantis beasts darted out of the house, their sharp blade-like forearms slicing through the air in fierce arcs. At the same time, three tusked wild boars flanked from both sides, their tusks raised high as they charged aggressively toward Chun and the other beasts. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly and said, "He Shua, catching insects is little spider's specialty." He Shua smiled in response. These two level 15 wind mantis beasts are practically a gourmet feast for the human-faced phantom spider. He immediately commanded, "Little spider, devouring web." The human-faced phantom spider had already been prepared. Its eerie abdomen shot out four nearly transparent strands of webbing. The wind mantis beasts quickly countered with a whirlwind slash, but to their surprise, the broken web strands wrapped around their blade-like arms, resembling two clumps of fluffy white cotton candy. Simultaneously, two other massive webs silently enveloped them from behind, trapping them completely. Thud. Thud. The two winged mantis beasts were instantly turned into giant meat dumplings, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, the three tusked wild boars had already reached Chun. The Chun froze for a moment before reacting, swinging both his massive paws and smacking two of the boars into the air. They flew straight into the wall, embedding themselves like a vivid mural of wild boars digging into the earth. The last boar prepared to charge again, but Chun swiftly turned and sat on it. Then, with another loud pft, he delivered a deadly, stinking fart. The tusked wild boar immediately foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The mythical hunters team struck with lightning speed, effortlessly defeating the Skyshroud hunters in the blink of an eye. The unbelievable scene left the 5 members of the Skyshroud hunters pale as ghosts. In sheer terror, they turned and tried to flee. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. Trying to run? Not a chance. He turned to He Shua. "Hang these scum of the hunter world in the courtyard for everyone to see." He Shua immediately understood and commanded the human-faced phantom spider. The spider shot out several silvery white webs, pinning the 5 firmly against the high wall. Jiang Chen then retrieved an oversized marker from his spatial Bodhi seed and boldly wrote 3 lines on the wall. "Disgrace of the hunter world. Skyshroud hunters. Violating hunter rules and oppressing their peers. Sentenced to public shaming for 3 days and nights. Executed by Mythical Hunters Team." The gathered hunters erupted in cheers. Years of pent-up resentment finally found release in this moment, and they had never felt such satisfaction. Lu Shi was so thrilled that he danced around, raising his cup and shouting, "Come, brothers, a toast to the mythical team." Everyone raised their glasses with gratitude gleaming in their eyes. Jiang Chen waved his hand with gusto. "Here's to all our fellow hunters. Cheers." As the night went on, with drinks flowing and laughter echoing, the hunters feasted by the bonfire. Meanwhile, the 5 Skyshroud hunters, stuck on the wall, unwillingly served as background noise, their wailing adding a sense of poetic justice to the celebration. The next afternoon, Jiang Chen and his group awoke from their hangover. As they packed their gear and headed to the courtyard, they found the five still hanging on the wall, shivering after a night of cold winds. Xiaofu, destroy their communication devices. We don't need any unexpected trouble, Jiang Chen instructed. Li Xiaofu grinned and complied. Just then, Lu Shi and the others joined them. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen's group planned to head to Zhongling Mountain, Lu Shi hastily tried to dissuade them. That area has already been sealed off by the Sky Shroud hunters. Anyone who enters is as good as dead. Jiang Chen simply laughed. That's precisely why we're going. If you're going to rob someone, might as well pick the richest target. Lu Shi burst into laughter. Good. I've had enough of Sky Shroud's tyranny. This time, I'm joining you for a big one. With that, he went off to rally other hunter teams. Li Xiaofu voiced some concern. Brother Chen, aren't we stirring up too much trouble? Jiang Chen, confident and composed, replied, Don't worry. This is the perfect chance to unite all hunters against Sky Shroud. Besides, he added with a meaningful smile, I already had a word with the old general last night. The military's on board with this. Wang Xikong analyzed. The military is the real power behind the scenes. They've probably been waiting for an opportunity to deal with Sky Shroud for a long time. Jiang Chen concluded decisively. The Sky Shroud hunters may appear powerful on the surface, but with the support of other hunter teams, the military, and the entire city of Chang'an, ultimate victory will undoubtedly be ours. Each hunter squad had endured the oppression of the Zhutian hunters group for far too long. Upon hearing about the plan to raid Zhongling Mountain, led by the Myth Hunters squad, they eagerly joined in. Within just 3 minutes, a massive, hastily assembled army of raiders, under Jiang Chen's leadership, began marching toward Zhongling Mountain in grand fashion. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Chang'an City Hunters Alliance headquarters, a young man wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses strode confidently toward the mission counter. Hello, sir. How can I assist you? Are you here to submit a mission? The receptionist greeted him with a professional smile. The young man smirked slightly. Can I submit any type of mission? As long as it does not violate the laws of the Huaxia Alliance, we can accept it. Missions are charged based on their level, and upon completion, the rewards will be transferred to the executing hunter squad, the receptionist explained patiently. The young man's expression turned resolute. The mission I want to submit is reclaim the Zhongling Mountain territory seized by the Zhoutian hunters group. The receptionist froze for a moment, a cold sweat forming on their forehead. Challenging the Zhoutian hunters group's territory? That was a death wish. However, under the young man's unwavering gaze, the receptionist quickly regained composure and classified the mission as silver level, requiring a bounty of 300,000 alliance coins. The young man, prepared in advance, handed over a bank card without hesitation. When asked to provide a mission code, he declared firmly, justice prevails. As soon as the mission was successfully submitted, the entire hunter community of Chang'an City erupted into chaos. Every hunter squad received the mission notification simultaneously. Mission code, justice prevails. Mission level, silver. Mission bounty, 300,000 alliance coins. Mission objective, reclaim the Zhongling Mountain territory seized by the Zhoutian hunters group. Mission reward, promotion to silver level hunter squad and the silver hunter batch. This explosive mission announcement struck a chord with all hunter squads who had long suffered under oppression. Veteran hunters immediately recognized it as a call for collective resistance and began mobilizing from all directions toward Zhongling Mountain. At that very moment, in the dense forest at the foot of Zhongling Mountain, Jiang Chen had already led 6 hunter squads, totaling 30 people, into position for an ambush. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofu was leading a scouting team in the surrounding area. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. Xiao Guo is hungry, wants to eat. Xiao Guo is hungry, wants to eat. The sudden ringtone from a phone broke the silence, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The seemingly fierce bandit leader Jiang Chen had such an adorably childish ringtone. Jiang Chen picked up his phone with a hint of exasperation. Brother Chen, the mission has been posted. An excited voice came through on the other end. A sly smile spread across Jiang Chen's face. Good job. Almost simultaneously, the phones of Jiang Chen and his team buzzed. A notification for a Silver Deer mission popped up on their screens. Everyone stared at their phones, and the atmosphere instantly became electric. No way, this is too much of a coincidence. Someone actually posted a mission to seize Zhongling Mountain. This is practically divine intervention for us. It won't be long before Zhongling Mountain is swarming with hunter squads. Jiang Chen smirked and said, that won't do. This juicy piece of meat is already in our mouths, no way we're letting anyone else snatch it. The group enthusiastically agreed, their excitement palpable. Having already reached the base of Zhongling Mountain, they held the geographical advantage. If they didn't act now, when would they? At that moment, Li Xiaofu and his scouting team hurried back. Zhongling Mountain is currently guarded by only about 150 people, mainly stationed around 3 warehouses, Li Xiaofu reported quickly. But the Sky Hunters squad is also here. This news was like a bucket of cold water poured over the group. The Sky Hunters squad, ranked second on the Beast Combat leaderboard, had an extraordinary record of 45 wins and only one loss. Their captain, Lin Wuxin, was known for taming a warlord-tier ghost-type beast, the dark, evil-eyed tiger, often regarded as unbeatable within its rank. The previously fired-up group instantly calmed down. No matter how tempting the silver bounty was, it wasn't worth risking their lives if they couldn't handle it. Noticing their hesitation, Jiang Chen spoke in a firm tone. So, it seems like you're all planning to leave the chance for revenge to us, the Mythical Hunters squad. You might fear the Sky Hunters squad, but we don't. Those who violate hunter rules, no matter how strong, must face justice. His words left the veteran hunters feeling ashamed. Lu Shi, worried, tried to reason with him. Brother Jiang, don't be reckless. The Sky Hunters squad is no joke. Jiang Chen patted Lu Shi on the shoulder. Brother Lu, someone has to uphold order in the hunter world. At this moment, the Mythical Hunters squad must take a stand. I only ask one thing of you: if the covering Sky Hunter Corps sends reinforcements, make sure to hold them off. Don't let them set foot on Zhongling Mountain. Lu Shi, moved to tears, gave his solemn promise. Brother Jiang, don't worry. As long as we're here, the covering Sky people won't take a single step onto Zhongling Mountain. That's right. The other hunters roared with determination. Those covering Sky scum will have to walk over our dead bodies first. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement before leading the Mythical Hunters squad deeper into Zhongling Mountain. Along the way, Tengu grumbled. Jiang the bandit, those people are so spineless. The moment they hear there's a strong opponent, they back off. Jiang Chen responded calmly. It's understandable. They've been oppressed by covering Sky for too long. To give them the courage to challenge covering Sky, we have to lead by example. Cheng'e is right. Wang Xikong quickly glanced at his phone screen. The mission has been up for half an hour, and not a single hunter squad has taken it. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a confident smile. This mission was designed specifically for us. The only role other hunter squads have is to hold off reinforcements from the Zhutian hunters. There's no problem on Lu Shi's end. He's always reliable, Tengu added. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, and then pulled out a map of Zhongling Mountain from his hollow Bodhi bead, spreading it on the ground. He pointed to 3 marked locations with his finger. Look, these 3 warehouses form a triangular pattern. According to Xiaofu's intel, the Fatian squad is stationed at warehouse number 1, he said, a glint of determination in his eyes. Our strategy is simple: lure the tiger away from its mountain. Tengu's eyes lit up. I get what you're planning now. Great minds think alike. Jiang Chen chuckled as he began to outline the plan in detail. Xiaocong and Hushou, you'll handle warehouse number 2. Xiaofu and Shi, you take warehouse number 3. I'll keep an eye on warehouse number 1. First, Xiaocong and Hushou will set fire to warehouse number 2 to draw the enemy's attention. If the Fatian squad takes the bait, I'll signal you all to retreat, and then we'll separately loot warehouses number 1 and number 3. Finally, we ambush them on the main road. He paused for emphasis. If they don't fall for it, we each loot our assigned warehouse and regroup at warehouse number 1 to take down the Fatian squad together. Cheng'e. Li Xiaofu scratched his head, puzzled. Why don't we just run after looting? Why bother taking out the Fatian squad? Jiang Chen's tone turned serious. You've all seen how terrified the other hunter groups are of them. The Fatian squad is the backbone of the Zhutian hunters in Zhongling Mountain. If we eliminate them, we can truly reclaim Zhongling Mountain. Only then will the reputation of the myth hunters rise, and other hunter groups will be willing to join our cause. His words left everyone convinced. Even Tengu silently admired how Jiang the bandit Chen's cleverness had grown, secretly attributing it to her own daily training. Move out. With Jiang Chen's command, the group quickly dispersed. Half an hour later, Wang Xikong and Hushou arrived at warehouse number 2. What met their eyes was a fortress-like structure surrounded by towering ancient trees. The warehouse was heavily guarded, with the building storing medicinal herbs situated at its very center, making it both hard to infiltrate and difficult to set on fire. Wang Xikong scratched his head in frustration. Damn it, what are we supposed to do? There's no way we can get in. Hushou frowned, carefully studying the layout and defensive measures of the entire structure. When he saw the towering trees surrounding him, his eyes lit up instantly. A cunning smile appeared on Hushou's face as a brilliant plan began to take shape in his mind. Who says you have to go inside to start a fire? My little spider's web is made of highly flammable material, Hushou declared confidently. Wang Xizong's eyes brightened, just about to ask for details, but Hushou waved him off. No need to explain. I'll show you instead. With that, he leaned in and whispered a few words into the ear of the human-faced phantom spider. The spider nodded in understanding and swiftly climbed up one of the towering trees. Wang Xikong tilted his head back, watching as the eerie creature scaled to the treetop in less than half a minute. Its tendrils swayed gently, sensing the direction of the wind, before releasing a single silk strand. The delicate thread floated on the breeze, extending and eventually wrapping itself precisely around the top of a massive tree on the opposite side. The human-faced phantom spider immediately tightened the silk, forming an almost invisible bridge over the warehouse. Brilliant! Wang Xikong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Of course. My IQ is a solid 180, you know? Hushua boasted smugly. I wasn't talking about you. I meant the spider. Wang Xikong quipped, instantly freezing Hushua's grin. The human-faced phantom spider scurried along the silk with agility and soon reached the position directly above the warehouse. From this vantage point, it looked down at the room where the herbs were stored. Due to the great height, the guards on the ground remained oblivious to the presence above. The spider began releasing another thread, this time much thicker and heavier, which hung straight down toward the ground. After 5 minutes, the silk descended through a skylight, silently infiltrating the herb storage room. Meanwhile, Hushua had crafted a makeshift bow and arrow from vines and wood. He wrapped the arrowhead with the spider's silk and lit it on fire. With steady hands, he drew the bow, aimed, and released the arrow in one seamless motion. The arrow traced a graceful arc through the air, igniting the vertical silk thread upon contact. Flames raced along the thread, quickly reaching the room below. In less than half a minute, thick black smoke billowed out of the skylight, soaring into the sky. Fire! Put it out, quickly! Chaos erupted inside the warehouse. Taking advantage of the commotion, the human-faced phantom spider wrapped its silk tightly around the warehouse's main lock. Heh, go ahead, try cutting through my web. If you manage, I'll admit defeat, it taunted. Outside the warehouse, Wang Xikong shouted through a loudspeaker. This is a robbery. You're surrounded. Open the warehouse doors and surrender immediately. At the same time, Dabai let out an earth-shaking roar, and the human-faced phantom spider dragged tree branches around the warehouse, kicking up clouds of dust to create the illusion of being encircled by a large force. Meanwhile, hidden in the forest outside Warehouse 1, Jiang Chen and Xiao He were already in position. Jiang Chen perched on a tree, closely observing the warehouse's movements. Seeing the thick smoke rising from Warehouse 2, he felt a surge of excitement. Looks like Xikong and the others pulled it off. Now we just need to see how the Skyborn Hunters squad reacts. Soon, dozens of people poured out of the warehouse, quickly assembling in the clearing. It was clear they had received the distress call from Warehouse 2. 5 individuals stood at the forefront of the group, one of whom was a young man in a white trench coat, drawing particular attention. Even more striking was the massive tiger behind Hema, 3-meter-long beast with a ghostly blue body, shrouded in dark mist. Its cold, savage eyes exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. Even standing still, it radiated a palpable sense of dread. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. This was unmistakably a dark-eyed shadow tiger. Jiang Chen carefully examined the data of the dark evil-eyed tiger. Beast name, Dark Evil-Eyed Tiger. Level, 21. Warrior class. Quality, exceptional. Attributes, ghost type, fighting type. Characteristics, prefers to hide in the darkness, thrives in combat and slaughter. Weaknesses, lightning type, psychic type. Evolution paths, 9 in total. Hiss. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel silently. He quickly compared the data of the dark evil-eyed tiger with Xiao He and found their strengths to be evenly matched. Although Xiao He had the advantage of a lightning attribute, the dark evil-eyed tiger's warrior class status was not to be underestimated. This time, Xiao He had indeed encountered an evenly matched opponent. At this moment, Lin Wuxin stood proudly in front of 50 beast tamers. We just received a distress signal from Warehouse number 2, he ordered in a deep voice. For members of the Sky Team, excluding me, head there immediately for rescue. I will stay here to prevent any diversionary tactics. Clearly, Lin Wuxin had also noticed the silver-level mission, but he dismissed it as someone trying to attract attention. In his view, as long as he was present, the Skydome Hunter's dominance over Zhongling Mountain would remain unshakable. Understood. The 4 team members immediately boarded a light armored vehicle and sped out of the warehouse gates. Hidden in the trees, Jiang Chen watched this scene with a smile. Lin Wuxin had miscalculated this time. By splitting the Sky Team's forces, he had given Jiang Chen a chance to defeat them one by one. In Jiang Chen's opinion, strength should be like a clenched fist. Once dispersed, it could be taken down piece by piece. Jiang Chen quickly took out his phone and sent instructions to Xiao Tsong and Tang Shishir. Raid Warehouse number 2 immediately. Take only the most valuable items, fill the hollow Bodhi seed, and meet at the ambush point. Then, Jiang Chen and Xiao He quietly climbed down from the tree. Taking out a bag of caltrops, Jiang Chen grinned and said to Xiao He, scatter these on the road and let them have a taste of walking barefoot. Xiao He grabbed the bag of caltrops in its mouth and disappeared into the dense forest in an instant. Before long, as the Sky Team's armored vehicle sped along the mountain road, the front tires suddenly blew out, causing the vehicle to lose control and crash into a roadside tree. The 4 team members stumbled out of the vehicle, dizzy and disoriented, to inspect the damage. Damn it! Who scattered caltrops on the road? The bald man cursed angrily. What now? The red-haired woman asked, rubbing her temples. What else can we do? We'll have to walk, the man with glasses said with a bitter smile. At this moment, the gray-haired old man was utterly furious. Pointing at his beast, the iron-shelled black turtle, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let's see you run." The iron-shelled black turtle began its slow crawl at a turtle's pace, its large eyes filled with an innocent expression. Is it a crime for an old turtle like me to be a little slow? The old turtle grumbled discontentedly. The bald man immediately shouted, "Xiongda, pick up the old turtle for me. Let's move." A massive 3-meter turtle earth bear roared in response, hoisting the turtle shell onto its shoulder. The group of 4 quickened their pace and sprinted toward warehouse number 2. However, after only 10 meters, something unexpected happened. The earth bear suddenly let out a heart-wrenching howl, threw the old turtle aside, and began hopping madly in place, clutching its paw. Roar! Roar! It hurts so much. Xiongda, what happened to you? The bald man asked urgently, then gasped in shock. What the heck? Who's the jerk that left iron caltrops lying around? They're stuck in Xiongda's paw. The earth bear was in tears from the pain, but the old turtle, who had been tossed into a thorn bush, was in even worse shape. Its shell was covered in thorns, making it look like a porcupine, and it had landed upside down, flailing its legs desperately but unable to right itself. Ugh, I'm the real victim here, the old turtle wailed. The red-haired woman, seeing this, was furious. She shouted, "Jungle fire lizard, burn all the iron caltrops ahead." The crimson-scaled jungle fire lizard opened its mouth and unleashed a wave of scorching flames, instantly melting the surrounding plants, rocks, and even the iron caltrops into liquid metal. The ground ahead was left charred and blackened. The bespectacled man patted the flying mantis beside him. "Go scout from the air. If you see any enemies, take them out." The flying mantis nodded coldly, its metallic wings buzzing as it soared into the sky. But just then, a streak of pitch-black lightning struck from above, hitting the flying mantis directly. It fell to the ground, charred and smoking, coughing up a puff of black smoke. "Damn, your mantis just got struck by lightning," the bald man exclaimed. "Has it been sneaking out and misbehaving again?" The bespectacled man's face darkened. "That was 2 days ago, okay?" The red-haired woman frowned. "Idiots, someone's attacking us." The group became alert, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, Jiang Chen leaped out from the dense forest. "Freeze! You're all surrounded by me alone." The 4 burst out laughing. The bald man sneered. "Are you kidding me? You think you alone can surround the 4 of us? Xiongda, jungle fire lizard, take him down." Xiongda roared to the sky, swinging its massive paw down at Jiang Chen, while the jungle fire lizard unleashed a torrent of flames. At the critical moment, a round figure fell from the sky, slamming Xiongda to the ground. It was Ah Chun. Sitting atop the bear's head, it rubbed its belly and exclaimed excitedly, "Roar? Xiongda, is it you again?" Then it sniffed carefully. Wait a minute, you're not yesterday's Xiongda. Where's the other one? What did you do to it?" With that, it began pummeling the bear with its fists. Meanwhile, a thorny vine wrapped around the jungle fire lizard's mouth, extinguishing its flames. The flower fairy beast danced gracefully, releasing toxins that caused the lizard's mouth to swell up like a sausage. At that moment, Jiang Chen, Tang Shishir, Wang Sikong, Li Xiaofu, and Hushua emerged with mischievous grins, looking at the dumbfounded red-haired woman and her companions. "Didn't you say it was just you alone?" Jiang Chen chuckled and said, "You really believed me when I said I was alone? You're too trusting." The red-haired woman snorted coldly, a trace of anger flashing in her eyes. "If it weren't for your tricks, you wouldn't stand a chance against us." "This isn't trickery," Jiang Chen replied with a smug grin. "It's strategy. Using your brain, get it?" Though he spoke confidently, he knew deep down that if it came to a heated confrontation, defeating this well-coordinated team of sky hunters would be a tough battle. After all, their earthquake bear and jungle fire lizard were both formidable level 18 beasts. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair suddenly shouted, "Wait, we haven't lost yet. My iron-armored mystic turtle can still fight." Everyone turned toward the sound. The old turtle had managed to flip itself over, and was now struggling to move toward them. However, its pace was laughably slow, its 4 short legs clawing at the ground with great effort, managing only half a meter after what felt like an eternity. "Old man, stop it already." Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. "Our time is valuable." He quickly issued orders. "Xiaohei, put them to sleep. Ah Chun, destroy all their communication devices. Xiaozhu, pin them to the trees so they can enjoy the show as we take warehouse number 1. In a flash, the 3 tamed beasts sprang into action, completing their tasks in just 5 seconds. The 4 Sky Hunter team members were securely pinned to the trees, left with no choice but to watch helplessly as the group headed for warehouse number 1. How's the haul? Jiang Chen asked excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Absolutely incredible, Wang Sikong replied, his face beaming with joy. It's all the rarest herbs. Our spatial Bodhi seeds are completely full. All the treasures that Zhetian has been hoarding in Zhongling Mountain for years are ours now. I even threw out my spare underwear to make more room, Li Xiaofu said proudly. Tang Shishir was silent for a moment before giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. We've struck gold. Jiang Chen grinned from ear to ear. When we get back, I'm having a flatbread with 10 eggs, no one stopping me. Are we still going for warehouse number 1? Heshua asked. Our spatial storage is already full, Jiang Chen sneered. Of course we're going. Why wouldn't we? We came to Zhongling Mountain to pull out one of Zishan's teeth. Lin Wuxin. He turned to Li Xiaofu. Accept the silver-level mission from the Hunter Alliance. Let's bring justice. Li Xiaofu immediately pulled out his phone and got to work. Soon, every hunter's phone buzzed with a notification. The Bringing Justice mission has been accepted by the Myth Hunters team. The news caused an uproar in Chang'an City's hunter community. Finally, someone had the guts to directly challenge the Zhoutian hunter group. This was nothing less than the Myth Hunters officially declaring war on Zhoutian. Meanwhile, the foot of Zhongling Mountain was already bustling with activity. Over 100 hunter teams had gathered from all directions, forming a dense crowd at the base of the mountain. Yet, not a single team dared to venture in. They were all waiting, watching to see if the Myth Hunters truly had the strength to go head-to-head with the Zhoutian hunter group. At that moment, reinforcements for the Sky Shroud Hunters arrived in overwhelming numbers at the foot of the mountain. A convoy of black armored vehicles formed a long line, their banners fluttering fiercely in the mountain wind as the roar of engines echoed through the valley. Lu Shi sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing like fire. Brothers, stop those bastards and their armored vehicles. Before his words had even faded, hundreds of hunter squads shouted in unison and began pushing the massive boulders they had prepared in advance. With a deafening rumble, waves of rocks cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly blocking the only mountain path and kicking up a cloud of dust. The convoy screeched to a halt just 10 meters from the rockfall. Those inside the vehicles were still in shock. Had they braked even a moment later, they would have been crushed to pulp by the falling stones. A car door swung open, and Lin Chaofan, clad in a black trench coat, stepped out with a grim expression. His gaze swept over the hunter squad flags dotting the hillside. How dare you block the path of the Sky Shroud Hunters? Are you tired of living? With a wave of his hand, over 100 wind mantis creatures rose into the air, their blade-like arms gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. The hunters guarding the mountain path instinctively took a few steps back. No one wanted to die in what seemed like a hopeless battle. Just as morale was on the brink of collapse, every hunter's phone chimed simultaneously. A new photo spread across the battlefield. In an instant it showed 4 elite members of the Skyflyer Hunters tied to a tree in utter disgrace, serving as a public spectacle. Unbelievable. The Skyflyer squad has been defeated. Huh. The mythic team did an amazing job. This is so satisfying. The surge in morale was immediate. Seizing the moment, Lu Shi roared with thunderous determination. Hunters, brothers. If even those young punks dare to resist, are we cowards? Today, they'll only get past us over my dead body. Get out of Zhongling Mountain. Restore our hunters' dignity. The earth-shaking cries echoed one after another. Lin Chaofan's face turned pale, and he unconsciously took a few steps back. These hunters, who had always been submissive, were now erupting with such an astonishing force of will. Although the Skyshroud Hunters could certainly win through sheer strength, the cost and casualties would be devastating, and for Zhongling Mountain, it wasn't worth it. Meanwhile, outside Warehouse 1, Jiang Chen had just sent out the photo. He turned to his team and said, now there's only one task left: charge in and take down Lin Wuxin. Xiao He, Hua Hua, he continued, use your poison-based abilities and speed to take out the perimeter guards first. Remember, Lin Wuxin and that dark shadow-eyed tiger are ours to handle. Carrying the flower spirit beast on his back, Xiao He vanished into the darkness in a flash. Within a single minute, all the guards outside the warehouse had fallen, and the gates stood wide open. Leading his team with heads held high, Jiang Chen stepped into the final battleground of this decisive confrontation. The guards in warehouse number 1 lay sprawled all over the place, unconscious from the poison, creating a rather impressive scene. Jiang Chen stood in the center of the courtyard with his team, exuding an imposing aura, and shouted toward the house, Lin Wuxin, get out here and take your beating. As soon as the words left his mouth, a white figure slowly emerged from the house site. Was Lin Wuxin. Behind him followed a massive dark shadow-eyed tiger, its icy gaze brimming with murderous intent. The overwhelming pressure from this warlord-level beast instantly filled the courtyard, even causing Ah Chun and the other beasts to tremble slightly. Lin Wuxin glanced around and noticed the unconscious guards scattered across the ground. His expression darkened. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, grinned and said, I heard your sky-soaring squad ranks second on the beast combat board. Well, today, my myth squad officially challenges you. Do you dare accept? Do you have no shame? Lin Wuxin snapped angrily, his face turning black with fury. Don't think I don't know what you've done. You've already crippled all 4 members of our hunter squad. Now the entire sky-soaring squad is just me. If you've got the guts, let's settle this unknown. Jiang Chen's grin widened. Unknown? Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I fight you unknown when I can gang up on you? Only an idiot would agree to that. Lin Wuxin was left speechless, his mouth twitching in frustration. But then Jiang Chen's tone shifted. Ah, fine, fine. Since you're so insistent on a unknown, I'll humor you. Lin Wuxin's face immediately lit up with a smug smile. He thought to himself, once I deal with Jiang Chen, I can slowly take care of the other 4. Tang Shishir, however, was so anxious that she pinched Jiang Chen's waist hard and whispered, Jiang Bandit, are you crazy? The dark shadow-eyed tiger is at warlord level. How are you going to fight it unknown? Jiang Chen gave her a reassuring look before turning to Wang Sikong. Open the hunter group chat and livestream this fight. I want every hunter to witness Lin Wuxin, the one they've always feared, fall at my feet. I want every hunter to see the complete defeat of the sky-soaring squad. I want every hunter to see the flag of the myth squad flying high atop Zhongling Mountain. Wang Sikong immediately nodded and quickly began setting up the livestream in the group chat. The hunter community erupted in excitement. The news of Jiang Chen facing off against Lin Wuxin spread like wildfire, detonating the entire hunter world. Within just 10 seconds, almost every hunter flooded into the livestream. On the screen, Jiang Chen and Lin Wuxin stood opposite each other, the tension so thick it was suffocating. The chat exploded with rapid-fire comments. Whoa, Jiang Chen dares to challenge Lin Wuxin unknown? Is this guy insane? Wait a second, Jiang Chen. Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't he a big name in the world of beast trainers? Impossible. There's no way it's the same person. A master trainer joining a hunter squad? No chance. As the audience debated, Jiang Chen glanced coldly at Lin Wuxin and suddenly turned to the camera with a playful smile. All right, folks. Hit that double tap 666. How about sending a rocket? This provocation enraged Lin Wuxin, his face dark as a storm. Jiang Chen, since you're courting death, I'll oblige. Fat Tiger, take him down. The dark, evil-eyed tiger's expression showed a trace of helplessness at being called Fat Tiger, but it let out a deafening roar, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged toward Jiang Chen. Before Jiang Chen could issue a command, Xiao He darted forward. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with a sharp, menacing light as it countered the oppressive force with its own. The 2 powers clashed violently, sending visible ripples of energy through the air. Xiao He staggered back a single step, a testament to the formidable strength of a battle general-level beast. Lin Wuxin sneered with confidence. A battle general-level beast is beyond your league. Fat Tiger, Tiger's Sky Shredder Strike. 3 ghostly blue claw marks formed a triangular trap, sealing off all of Xiao He's escape routes. Just as the attack was about to land, Xiao He suddenly executed a skillful maneuver, Star Shift, appearing behind the dark, evil-eyed tiger in an instant. It unleashed a ferocious ghostly claw attack. However, the black mist surrounding the dark, evil-eyed tiger transformed into a natural armor, reducing the supposedly lethal strike to a mere scratch. The fight escalated rapidly. As Lin Wuxin proudly showcased his beast's dark elemental armor, Jiang Chen smirked knowingly. Thanks for the tip. You've just inspired me with a new strategy. At that moment, Xiao He's entire body erupted with black lightning, forming a thunder armor that exuded immense power. The shocking display left Lin Wuxin utterly stunned. He couldn't believe a ghost-type beast could wield the power of lightning. Impossible. Fat Tiger, Dark Devour. Lin Wuxin roared in desperation. A massive ghostly blue tiger head materialized behind the dark, evil-eyed tiger, its gaping maw ready to consume everything in its path. Jiang Chen remained calm. Lightning counters ghosts. Xiao He, Thunderclaw Strike. Break the ghostly power. Black lightning gathered at Xiao He's claws, coiling like a ferocious thunder serpent. With a deafening roar, it surged forward, hurtling straight toward the spectral tiger head. Boom! The terrifying black lightning struck fiercely on the azure tiger head, shattering it instantly. The violent shockwave swept in all directions, sending bricks and debris flying, with dust billowing and forcing Tang Shishir and the others to retreat continuously. As the dust settled, the figures of Jiang Chen and Lin Wuxin emerged, while Xiao He and the dark, evil-eyed tiger remained locked in a standoff. Suddenly, the dark, evil-eyed tiger trembled all over, and its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Its body was covered in scorch marks from the lightning, a horrifying sight. Lin Wuxin, You've lost, Jiang Chen said calmly. Hearing this, the talented captain of the Sky Hunter team went pale and slumped to the ground in despair. This scene, broadcast live, spread across the entire Hunter chat group, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of all viewers. The comment section flooded like a tidal wave, completely covering the screen. Jiang Chen, amazing. Myth Hunters, awesome. In this battle, Jiang Chen not only defeated his opponent, but also shattered the fear that had gripped the hearts of all hunters, restoring their dignity. Jiang Chen raised his hand and threw out a large flag. Xiao He leapt up nimbly, caught it in its jaws, and with a few bounds, reached the rooftop of the warehouse. With a swift slash of its claws, it severed the old flag. The flag of the Myth Hunters team unfurled and flew proudly atop Warehouse 1. Raising his arm toward the live broadcast camera, Jiang Chen shouted, Zhongling Mountain has been claimed by the Myth Hunters team. Fellow hunters, come to the summit of Zhongling Mountain to celebrate victory together. This is a victory for all hunters. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Xiaofan, who was watching the broadcast, looked ashen. The Zhongling Mountain, which the covering Sky Hunter group had managed for decades, had been taken just like that. Meanwhile, other hunters, riding their beasts, began heading toward the mountain summit in a grand procession. Elder, should we continue the attack? A team leader asked. Attack my foot. Order a retreat. Lin Xiaofan roared furiously. Half an hour later, hundreds of hunter teams gathered at Warehouse 1, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude as they looked at the youth who had defied oppressive power. Jiang Chen stepped forward and said in a loud voice, Zhongling Mountain does not belong to the covering Sky Group alone. Nor does it belong to me, Jiang Chen. It belongs to the countless hunters. From today on, there are no forbidden zones on Zhongling Mountain. All hunters are welcome to enter and hunt. Amid the cheers, the phones of all the hunters buzzed simultaneously with a new headline notification. Ding! The system notification chimed, and a flurry of good news followed. The Mythical Hunters team not only successfully completed their mission at Zhongling Mountain, earning a promotion to silver rank, but also received a bounty of 300,000. Shortly after, news arrived that they had defeated the second-ranked Sky Hunters team on the Beast Combat Leaderboard, catapulting them to second place. As the news spread, the entire city of Chang'an was shaken. The Mythical Hunters became the second silver rank hunter team after the Sky Shroud team, and the awe and respect in the eyes of onlookers toward these young people were unmistakable. Excited hunters lifted the members of the Mythical Hunters team into the air, their cheers ringing out. Mythical Hunters, long live! That evening, Warehouse number 1 was ablaze with bonfires as the celebration banquet was in full swing. Jiang Chen raised his glass, his gaze sweeping across the gathered hunters. Brothers, this is just the first step in our fight against the Sky Shroud Hunters. To shatter their dominance, we still have a long way to go. Lu Shi slammed the table, his voice booming. Jiang Chen, whatever you say, I'm with you to the end. The other hunter team leaders echoed his sentiments, pledging their support. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, a sharp glint in his eyes. To bring down Sky Shroud, we need to cut off their resources. Starting today, no one is to do business with Shenglong Breeding Clinic. Not a single herb is to be sold to them. Well, starve them out. The crowd erupted in agreement, their laughter brimming with satisfaction. Jiang Chen continued, in 5 days, I invite all of you to the Beast Combat Arena. The Mythical Hunters will challenge the number 1 Sky Shroud team and crush their pride. Although the Sky Shroud team boasted 2 Battle General level beasts and had never been defeated, everyone held high hopes for the Mythical Hunters. The next morning, Jiang Chen and his group returned to the city. In the office of the Divine Pet Breeding Center, 7 hollow Bodhi seeds were neatly arranged. Jiang Chen exclaimed excitedly, 1, 2, 3, release them together. At his command, a torrent of medicinal herbs burst forth, instantly filling the office to the brim. The 5 of them were buried under the pile of herbs. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled as he asked, Xiaozong, what's the value of all this? Wang Xikong grinned from ear to ear. At least a few million alliance coins. Over the next few days, Jiang Chen and his team enjoyed an unusually leisurely routine. Every afternoon, they would set up small stools, sip tea, and sit in front of Shenglong Breeding Clinic, casually snacking on sunflower seeds and chatting, waiting for the day the clinic would inevitably shut down. Shenglong's general manager, Lu Nong, was caught in unprecedented panic. Wave after wave of bad news came crashing down like a tide. The Hurricane Hunters team had cut off the supply of medicinal herbs, the Firewolf Hunters team had ceased providing beast materials, and the Wind God Hunters team was relentlessly chasing overdue payments. Shenglong's business was in a downward spiral. Revenue had plummeted sharply, and even employee salaries couldn't be paid. Lu Nong was deeply anxious. At this rate, in no more than 2 days, Shenglong's chain stores would completely collapse. The store was eerily silent. Employees were leaning idly against the counters, and even the usually diligent cleaning lady was nowhere to be seen. The ground outside the entrance was so meticulously clean that not even a single footprint could be found. At that moment, a beast master appeared in the distance. The entire store instantly came to life. All the employees, as if injected with adrenaline, quickly lined up, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles. Lu Neng hurriedly stepped forward, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Honored guest, how may we assist you? Whether it's medicinal herbs or cultivation treatments, we can provide. Can I use your restroom? The beast master interrupted, scratching his head. Lu Neng's smile froze on his face. I can pay. The beast master added quickly, noticing the reaction. Is 50 cents enough? No? 60 cents then? Don't be $1. They'll give you $1. Lu Neng let out a long, exasperated sigh, his face filled with frustration and anger. His gaze turned toward the direction of the Divine Pet Cultivation Club, vowing silently to settle the score with Jiang Chen. Just then, he saw Jiang Chen walk out of the club, carrying a signboard. Jiang Chen placed it at the entrance, and the words on it were glaringly bold. Divine Pet Cultivation Club Grand Sale. 30 off when Shenglong collapses today. 50 off when Shenglong collapses tomorrow. 70 off when Shenglong collapses the day after tomorrow. Ugh. Lu Neng spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing Jiang Chen's ruthless tactics in his heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, in high spirits after putting up the promotional sign, was heading home to experiment with new recipes. Just as he approached his front door, he ran into the landlady, who was puffing on a pipe and dressed in an oversized nightgown. She was carrying a basket of cucumbers. Good morning, landlady. Jiang Chen greeted her with a smile. The landlady exhaled a smoke ring slowly, her sharp eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. I heard you caused quite a stir on Zhongling Mountain and even openly challenged the top-ranked Skyshroud hunters? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. Even you know about that? My ears aren't deaf. The landlady tapped her pipe irritably. Jiang Chen, are you getting cocky? Do you really think your little skills are enough to take on the Skyshroud hunters? Just because you dealt with the Skyflying hunters doesn't mean anything. They're not even in the same league. As Jiang Chen's expression shifted, the landlady sighed heavily, her tone serious. The Skyshroud hunters aren't just strong. They're practically legendary. Young hunters these days might not know, but ask any hunter over 40, and they'll all know their reputation. Half the territory the Skyshroud Guild holds today was conquered by that team. Jiang Chen frowned deeply. Senior, what should I do now? Simple. Just wait to die. The landlady shrugged. Senior, please, I need your help. For the sake of us being old neighbors. Jiang Chen pleaded urgently. The landlady tilted her head, looking indifferent. I'll pay for training. Triple the fee. Still unmoved, the landlady showed no interest. Jiang Chen pointed at the basket of cucumbers. I'll buy you an electric one. Deal. The landlady agreed immediately. By 3 p.m. that afternoon, the 5 members of the Myth Squad had gathered in Jiang Chen's newly renovated and spacious courtyard. The landlady, still in her shabby pajamas with a pipe in her mouth, started lecturing. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaogua lounged in a rocking chair, lazily munching on chips while holding a firetail raccoon. The most important thing for a team is coordination and synergy. The landlady raised her voice. There are no perfect individuals, but there can be a perfect team. From now on, your focus will be on teamwork. Wang Xikong nudged Jiang Chen with his elbow. Chen, is this old lady reliable? Jiang Chen smirked mischievously and raised his hand. Reporting. Wang Xikong called you an old lady. Jiang Bandit, how could you sell out your teammate? The landlady's mouth twitched. Forgot to mention, a team shares weal and woe. Wang Xikong, carry a Chen on your back and run 20 laps. No food until you're done. Wang Xikong looked ready to cry as he hoisted the mountain-sized Chen onto his back and began staggering around the yard. His legs trembled. You're going on a diet when we're done. A Chen blinked innocently. The landlady continued giving orders. Li Xiaofu, Hushua, you're in charge of long-range attacks. Go to the east side and practice skill fusion. The two immediately took off to carry out her instructions. Finally, the landlady pulled out a chain and cuffed Jiang Chen's and Tang Shishi's wrists together. You're the main offense and control. You need to build synergy. From now on, whatever you do, you'll do it together. No matter what. Jiang Chen and Tang Shishi exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily unable to react. The landlady nodded solemnly in confirmation. Yes, no matter what. This statement made Jiang Chen's eyes light up as his gaze instinctively drifted toward Tang Shishi, a wolfish glint flashing in his eyes. Eating together, walking together, and even sleeping together. As the thought crossed his mind, a sly and meaningful smile crept onto his face. Tang Shishi noticed his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. She rolled her eyes at him, clearly seeing through the ridiculous thoughts running through his head. All right, you two, go do whatever it is you need to do. The landlady impatiently waved them off. The two turned to leave, but ended up walking in opposite directions, Jiang Chen to the left and Tang Shishi to the right. The chain binding them immediately did its job, and with a loud thud, Their foreheads collided hard. Ow! Where are you off to, missy? Jiang Chen grimaced as he rubbed his forehead, chuckling bitterly. Without a word, Tang Shishir executed a swift shoulder throw, slamming Jiang Chen to the ground. Then, hoisting the dazed man onto her back, she strode off confidently. I'll go wherever I please. Watching this unfold, the landlady couldn't help but chuckle. Well, this girl's got some fire in her. At this rate, their teamwork will improve in no time. As Xiao He and the flower fairy beast prepared to follow their owners, the landlady stopped them. Despite the pitiful looks in their eyes, she remained firm. Oh no, don't even try that with me. Flower fairy beast, you need to strengthen your vine control training not just for restraining enemies, but also for better teamwork with allies. And you, little kitty, you need to seize the right moment to strike. Use the flower fairy beast's cover to deliver a critical blow. Off to the training ground with you both practice your coordination. The two pets cast a longing glance at their retreating owners before obediently heading to the training ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaoguo watched the departing duo with great enthusiasm, muttering to herself, hee, this is straight out of a romantic drama. Something is definitely going to happen between brother and sister Shishir. With that, she pulled out her phone and stealthily followed them. In the kitchen, Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir began preparing dinner. Forced to stand side by side, one washing vegetables and the other rinsing rice, they looked like a harmonious little couple. Just as Jiang Shaoguo was about to snap a photo, Tang Shishi's sharp voice rang out. Jiang Bandit, put in more chili. I like it spicy. Ugh, you're so clumsy. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Before Jiang Chen could react, she knocked him out with a swift chop to the neck and took over the cooking. Click. Jiang Shaoguo managed to capture the hilarious moment just in time. At dinner time, the chain forced Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir to sit shoulder to shoulder as they ate. Hiding behind the door, Jiang Shaoguo peeked at the cozy scene, grinning as she raised her phone to capture this rare, romantic moment. Jiang Chen suddenly pulled a disgusted face, pointing at a plate of shredded potatoes. Auntie, you put way too much vinegar in this dish. It's so sour. Hearing this, Tang Shishir's almond-shaped eyes widened in fury. She slammed the table and stood up. Eat it or leave it. I don't care. With that, she shoved Jiang Chen's face straight into his bowl of rice. Jiang Shaoguo, quick on her feet, snapped a photo with her camera, perfectly capturing the hilarious moment. After dinner, Tang Shishir announced she was going to take a hot shower. This news instantly revived Jiang Chen's spirits, and he began scheming in his mind, deciding which eye to use to sneak a peek. After some thought, he smirked to himself. Why not use both eyes? That's even better. He then followed Tang Shishir toward the bathroom. On the side, Jiang Shaoguo blushed as she watched the scene unfold. Excitedly, she pulled out her phone, aiming it at the bathroom door. To her, this was the perfect setup for a classic rom-com scene. However, things took an unexpected turn. Just as they reached the bathroom, Tang Shishir turned around and looked at Jiang Chen's eager expression. Flashing a bright smile, she announced, just to be safe, I've decided to knock you out. Before Jiang Chen could react, her hand came down like a blade, striking him sharply on the back. With a loud thud, Jiang Chen collapsed to the floor. Jiang Shaoguo pressed her camera shutter again, capturing the ridiculous scene. She couldn't help but complain. Big brother, this is so embarrassing. How are you ever going to find a wife at this rate? Later that night, the two had no choice but to share a bed. Tang Shishi's graceful figure and long legs were just inches away, her hair carrying a faint fragrance that lingered near Jiang Chen's nose, making his heart race. Suddenly, Tang Shishir sat up, her eyes thoughtful as she stared at Jiang Chen. Alarmed, Jiang Chen quickly crossed his arms over his chest. Hey, don't you dare try anything. They'll scream, I swear. Tang Shishir rolled her eyes and called over Xiao He, their dog, to lie down between them. Still unsatisfied, she summoned Dejin, their larger dog, to stand guard at the head of the bed. Keep an eye on this Jiang bandit. If he even twitches, give him a good beating. Dejin stared at Jiang Chen with unblinking eyes, completely still. Jiang Chen was on the verge of tears. Is this really necessary? I just want to sleep. As Tang Shishir lay back down, her silky black hair spilled over the pillow, with a few strands brushing against Jiang Chen's face. Just as he was secretly enjoying this, Tang Shishir spoke in a low voice, Hua Hua, use vine binding. In an instant, Jiang Chen was wrapped up like a dumpling, with only his head sticking out. Completely defeated, he cried out. Is there no basic trust left between men and women these days? Jiang Chen tossed and turned, feeling utterly uncomfortable until he finally managed to fall asleep in the second half of the night. As he and Tang Shishir drifted into a deep slumber, the moonlight outside their window was suddenly obscured by a strange, sinister shadow. The shadow slid silently into the room like a wisp of smoke and hesitated briefly at the bedside. I was clearly startled by the peculiar sleeping positions of the two. The shadow quickly regained its composure and moved like a serpent, slithering along the bed toward Jiang Chen. At this moment, both Dejin and the flower fairy beast were sound asleep, completely unaware of the imminent danger. Under the pale moonlight, the shadow crept closer to Jiang Chen's face, extending a ghastly white bony clawed, entirely fleshless skeletal hand shrouded in an eerie black mist. Like a venomous snake, the claw struck lightning fast toward Jiang Chen's neck. Clang! A crisp metallic clash shattered the silence of the night. Xiao Hei's tailhook intercepted the bony claw with precision, sparks flying from the collision. The shadow was shaken back by the force and immediately retreated into the shadows beneath the bed, vanishing from sight. Xiao Hei's warning cry jolted everyone awake. When Jiang Chen, Tang Shishir, Dejin, and the flower fairy beast opened their eyes, they saw the shadow darting eerily around the room before escaping through the window. After it, Jiang Chen commanded. Xiao Hei shot out like a bolt of lightning in pursuit, with Dejin and the flower fairy beast following closely behind. Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir leapt out of bed in unison, rushing toward the courtyard. In the courtyard, Xiao Hei was already locked in fierce combat with the shadow. The ghastly bony claw appeared even more menacing in the dim light, slicing through the air with chilling speed. Dejin intervened just in time, delivering a powerful ground spike that cornered the shadow. Tang Shishir then instructed the flower fairy beast to unleash a thorn cage, trapping the shadow securely. Despite its frantic struggle and relentless clawing at the vines, the shadow could not break free from the thorn cage's confinement. Jiang Chen observed the shadow, which was emitting piercing shrieks, and identified it through his system. It was an 18th level elite grade bone shadow beast, skilled in assassinations from the shadows. Jiang Bandit, are you hurt? Tang Shishir asked with concern. Jiang Chen knew full well who was behind this assassination attempt. It was no longer a mystery. Jiang Chen shook his head. I'm fine, thanks to Xiao Hei. Its sharp hearing saved me at the critical moment. Before his voice faded, a burst of wild laughter suddenly echoed. Saved? Not quite. In an instant, the shadows around Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir began to shift unnaturally, forming a massive black net that enveloped them completely. It turned out this black net was crafted by 4 white-boned shadow beasts lying in ambush, with the earlier one merely serving as bait. 5 figures dressed in black robes emerged slowly from the trees. Their robes bore an emblem of a ghastly skull, glowing with an eerie, pale light under the moon. This is the Shadow Tower. Tang Shishi's face turned pale. Well, the little miss sure knows a lot. One of the black-robed figures sneered. Too bad for you, those who know too much don't live long. What exactly is the Shadow Tower? Jiang Chen asked. Tang Shishir quickly explained. The Shadow Tower is the most secretive assassin organization in Chang'an City. They specialize in training demonic beasts for assassinations and sabotage. They're the sworn enemies of the Hunters Alliance and deal exclusively in shady business. Killing someone is shady business now, the black-robed man said with a cold smile. It's all just trade. You pay for goods, I pay for lives. Enough talk. Kill them and let's collect the bounty. At his command, the 4 white-boned shadow beasts attacked simultaneously. 8 razor-sharp, bone-like claws whizzed through the air, aiming straight for Jiang Chen. Who kills who isn't set in stone? Jiang Chen snorted. Dejin. With a sudden burst of power, Dejin leapt forward, his entire body radiating golden light like a blazing sun, illuminating the night sky. He sprang into action, shielding Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir beneath him. The beast's bone claws tore at him relentlessly, sending golden sparks flying. Dejin roared and hurled a heavy punch at the black net, creating a temporary hole. However, black mist silently surged into the gap, sealing it shut almost instantly. It's useless, one of the black-robed figures cackled. The Black Fiend Web is formed by the combined power of 4 white-boned shadow beasts. It's endless and indestructible. Dejin, keep smashing. Jiang Chen said calmly. Didn't you always complain about not having a sparring partner? Well, here's a free one delivered right to you. Make the most of it. Hearing this, Dejin's excitement surged. He began throwing punches left and right, effortlessly weaving together combinations, thoroughly enjoying himself. The black-robed figures were dumbfounded. What the hell? We're assassins, not sparring partners. Can we get some respect here? We're supposed to be intimidating. What are you all doing? Kill them already, their leader barked. The 4 white-boned shadow beasts roared in unison, their claws suddenly expanding to 10 times their size, slashing down at Dejin with terrifying force. Dejin grinned, revealing his gleaming gold teeth. Golden armor, sky-breaking fist. Golden light flared as his fists became encased in a layer of shimmering golden armor. With a single punch, the massive bone claws shattered into pieces. The resulting shockwave, mixed with shards of bone, swept outward, leveling the surrounding trees and rocks in an instant. The 4 figures in black robes were instantly taken aback, their eyes flashing with disbelief. They had assumed Jiang Chen was of mediocre strength, but now they were witnessing Dejian's astonishing combat power firsthand. That scheming Lu Neng dared to falsify military intelligence. We'll have to settle this with him when we return. Though inwardly shaken, the black-robed figures regained their confidence upon seeing that Dejian's attacks had failed to break through the dark web formed by the 4 skeletal shadow beasts. One of them sneered, "Kid, no matter how strong your beast's attacks are, there's no way you'll break through the black fiend web." Jiang Chen, however, responded with a teasing smile. "Breakthrough? I just didn't want to waste the opportunity to train with a few free sparring partners like you. Look how much fun my Dejian is having." Hearing this, Dejian bared his teeth in a wide grin, his gleaming fangs shining brightly under the moonlight. The expressions of the 4 black-robed figures darkened as they began to suspect Jiang Chen might be bluffing. Jiang Chen smirked and added, "Make sure your Shadow Tower folks drop by often. Otherwise, my Dejian might get lonely." "All right, playtime's over. That's enough for today." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and Xiao Hei's three-petaled mouth twisted into a menacing grin. In an instant, electricity surged across its body, and a layer of black lightning armor enveloped it entirely. In a flash, pitch-black thunder descended from the sky with a deafening roar, shattering the black fiend web into pieces. The terrified screams of the black-robed figures were drowned out by the thunder, though their horrified faces were starkly illuminated by the lightning. "Impossible!" one of the black-robed figures exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Jiang Chen chuckled coldly and explained, "Xiao Hei's lightning attribute naturally counters ghost-type beasts, not to mention the black lightning's quality far surpasses ordinary lightning." As the black fiend web collapsed, the 4 skeletal shadow beasts disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind 4 ghost-type crystal cores on the ground. Realizing the situation had turned dire, the black-robed figures fled in panic. Jiang Chen instructed Dejian to send the captured shadow beasts to the basement and shouted after the fleeing figures, "Make sure to visit often. Otherwise, I might have to come find you myself." Tang Shishir warned, "Jiang Bandit, don't get too cocky. The Shadow Tower's influence spans the entire Huaxia Alliancetheer, not to be underestimated." Jiang Chen looked at her calmly and said, "What angers me about their assassination attempt isn't the danger I was in, but that they nearly hurt you. If even a single hair on your head had been harmed today, I would have made sure the entire Shadow Tower paid the price." With that, he gave Tang Shishir a deep look before turning and walking into the house. Tang Shishi's cheeks flushed slightly as she followed behind Jiang Chen like a docile little sparrow. Suddenly, the quiet was broken by the sound of a camera shutter. Jiang Chen quickly shielded Tang Shishir behind him and shouted warily, "Who's there? Come out." From behind a rockery, a small head with twin pigtails peeked out, revealing a chubby-cheeked, doll-like faced Jiang Shaogua. Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir froze in surprise. "Why aren't you asleep in the middle of the night? What are you doing hiding here?" Jiang Shaogua triumphantly waved her domestically made smartphone, showing a photo on the screen of Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir walking side by side, their youthful awkwardness tinged with sweetness. "Sigh, do you know how hard this is for me? I spent half the night sneaking around just to get one photo of you not getting beaten up by Sister Shishir." The next morning, after the landlady reviewed Jiang Shaogua's photos, she unlocked the chains binding Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir. Though freed from the chains, both of them felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Jiang Chen decided to sell off the treasures he had scavenged from Zhongling Mountain. With the epic battle between the mythical team and the sky shrouding team on the horizon, he urgently needed funds to purchase rare medicinal herbs to enhance the strength of his beasts Little Black, Big Gold, and the Flower Fairy beast. The prices offered by legitimate buyers were too low, so he decided to try his luck on the black market. After breakfast, Jiang Chen headed to the area near Vermilion Bird Street to look for the rumored black market merchants. Just then, an unusual figure caught his attention. A chubby middle-aged man dressed in a wrinkled tank top, baggy shorts, and flip-flops. His shiny, sweaty forehead was dotted with beads of perspiration, and his bulging pockets looked especially suspicious. His shifty little eyes darted around, sizing up the passers-by. When the man's meaningful gaze landed on Jiang Chen, he thought, "This guy's style is so understated and discreet, completely different from those flashy big malls. Could this be a black market merchant?" Without hesitation, Jiang Chen gave him a conspiratorial wink, as if signaling a secret meeting. "What kind of goods are you looking for, kid?" The man lowered his voice. "Beast." Jiang Chen replied curtly, thinking about the beast cores and warehouse number 1 of his spatial Bodhi seed, which were the most valuable items he had. A glint of interest flashed in the man's eyes as he gave Jiang Chen another once-over. "Impressive, kid. Didn't expect someone so young to have such refined taste." "You flatter me," Jiang Chen said, scratching his nose awkwardly. After all, these were stolen goods. The man glanced around cautiously before leaning closer to Jiang Chen. With an air of mystery, he opened his pocket slightly and whispered, "Take a look, high-definition photos, $5 a piece. Ones with humans and beasts cost a bit more. What the hell? Jiang Chen erupted in fury, slapping the man straight into the bushes. Got me all worked up for nothing. Turns out you're just some sleazy merchant selling dodgy imports. Jiang Chen wandered around Vermilion Bird Street a bit more, but he still couldn't find a proper black market merchant. Just as he was about to give up, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unremarkable signboard. On it were two bold words, black market. What the? Jiang Chen was utterly baffled. Since when did black market start advertising so blatantly? The signboard reading, "Hey sure," hung conspicuously in place. Yet the two characters were written in a way slightly different from the usual black market, and the color was so faint it almost blended into the background. Without careful observation, it was easy to overlook. This clever design was truly fascinating. With a mix of excitement and curiosity, Jiang Chen arrived in front of the three-story building. The exterior appeared completely unremarkable, indistinguishable from the surrounding shopping malls. However, the walls were weathered and peeling, revealing patches of gray cement underneath, giving the building the appearance of a structurally unsound ruin. Was this really the legendary black market where rare magical beasts and precious herbs were traded? Feeling doubtful, Jiang Chen stepped into the first-floor lobby. The spacious hall had only a sparse arrangement of display cases, showcasing ordinary jewelry, jade, and emerald ornaments. There wasn't a single trace of magical beast materials. A few customers were browsing the items, while the staff seemed unusually indifferent. Some were glued to their phones, and others were outright napping at the counters. Hey, excuse me. I've been calling for ages. Let me see that jade bracelet. A furious female customer banged on the counter. Your service is absolutely terrible. The staff member, who was engrossed in a mobile game, briefly glanced up at her before returning to his screen. Oh yes, an 8x scope. Watch me blow your head off, he muttered excitedly. Oh, I wasn't talking to you, he said nonchalantly, without looking up. I meant the idiot in my game. But honestly, I don't like your attitude either. So I'm not selling you the bracelet today. What? I've never seen anyone run a business like this. Well, now you have. The staff member shrugged indifferently. The woman stomped her foot in frustration and stormed off. Jiang Chen stood there in disbelief, utterly stunned by such an outrageous way of conducting business. After wandering around the first floor and finding nothing related to magical beasts, Jiang Chen decided to head to the second floor. Just as he reached the staircase, a blue cane suddenly extended from a nearby counter, blocking his path. Startled, Jiang Chen turned to see a drunken old man with white hair slowly emerging from behind the counter. The man squinted at him with cloudy eyes and croaked, "Kid, what are you here for?" His hoarse voice was accompanied by a boozy hiccup, and a strong smell of alcohol wafted over. Jiang Chen instinctively stepped back a few paces, holding his breath. He took a closer look at the cane and noticed it was entirely azure in color, seemingly crafted from the bones of a magical beast. At the top was an embedded deep blue crystal core. This was unmistakably a magical beast bone staff. "Senior, I have some magical beast materials I'd like to sell at your esteemed establishment," Jiang Chen said cautiously, his tone unusually respectful. Jiang Chen felt a chill in his heart. Although he hadn't seen the old man's beast-controlling abilities firsthand, just the sight of that bone staff from a demonic beast was enough to indicate that this man could crush him into dust with ease. He sighed inwardly. Blue Planet is truly dangerous. Even old monsters like this can be found everywhere. You have the qualifications to go to the second floor, the old man said, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he collapsed onto the ground, snoring loudly. Jiang Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief and couldn't help but study the eccentric old man. He was wrapped in a filthy gray robe, with a red gourd tied around his waist by a grass rope, exuding a rich aroma of wine. The most surprising detail, however, was that this evidently powerful beastmaster was wearing a pair of rough straw sandals. Who still wears straw sandals these days? Wouldn't something that hard chafe your feet? Jiang Chen mused to himself. Then he remembered the pair of beastmaster boots Tengu had bought for him, stored in his spatial Bodhi seed. With a thought, he retrieved the boots and placed them gently on the counter before turning to head toward the stairs. As Jiang Chen's figure disappeared at the staircase, the white-haired old man's lips curled into a faint smile. Heh, an interesting kid. The moment Jiang Chen reached the second-floor entrance, he was met with an overwhelming cacophony of noise. The layout was similar to the floor below, but the atmosphere was far livelier. A diverse crowd packed the hall, their shouts and haggling voices rising and falling, almost threatening to blow the roof off. Jiang Chen found it odd. How was it that none of this noise could be heard from downstairs? After scanning the room, Jiang Chen quickly grasped the trading rules here. Anyone looking to sell materials from demonic beasts could stand behind an unattended display table, lay out their goods, and buyers could trade either money or items in exchange. But with so many sellers vying for attention, how could anyone stand out? Clearing his throat, Jiang Chen suddenly let out a thunderous shout. Come and see. Premium treasures with a bonus 1 terabyte of seeds. High quality. No tricks. Guaranteed fair trade. The previously chaotic hall went silent in an instant. Then, like a tidal wave, the crowd surged toward Jiang Chen, encircling him tightly. Hey kid, where are the seeds? Hand them over to me first. A scholarly middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hey, I was here first. If anyone gets them, it should be me, protested a young man wearing a green hat, clearly displeased. A greasy-looking older man winked and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Hey, little brother, how about we trade resources? You've got 1 terabyte, I've got 1 TB, swap them, and we'll have 2 terabytes together. For a moment, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each person arguing over the priority of obtaining the seeds. Hey, everyone, calm down and take a look at my treasure first. Jiang Chen shouted loudly. If you buy this, the seeds come free. With that, he swiftly retrieved a crimson fire scale armor piece from the hollow Bodhi seed. The fire scale armor was irregularly round, bulging outward in the center, with a diameter of about 50 centimeters and a thickness of 3 centimeters. Its entire surface was fiery red, emanating a strong fire element aura that made it clear it was anything but ordinary. Isn't this just the shell of a fire-armored turtle, a common grade beast? An old man with a small mustache remarked from the crowd. He was dressed in coarse linen and had one hand behind his back while pulling a bright red handkerchief from his pocket with the other, pretending to wipe non-existent sweat from his forehead. Jiang Chen noticed the old man was accompanied by a three-eyed fox. The fox was small and slender, with a crimson coat and narrow, cunning eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The system quickly analyzed the creature for him. Three-eyed fire fox, a level 17 elite grade beast with dual poison and fire attributes. Highly intelligent, adept at tracking, and possessing a third eye capable of beguiling others. It belonged to the same lineage as Morong Tion's bewitching fire fox, though of a different branch. Huh, so it's just a fire-armored turtle. What's so special about that? A short, stout man chimed in after noticing the red handkerchief signal from the old man. He snorted disdainfully at Jiang Chen. You called me over for this worthless thing? Wait, that can't be right. A young man with glasses suddenly interjected. How could a fire-armored turtle emit such a strong elemental aura? Oh, are you doubting Elder Lu's words? The stout man immediately turned on the young man, spitting as he spoke. Elder Lu is a renowned beast master who has traveled all over Blue Star with vast experience. How could he possibly be mistaken? And you, just a wet-behind Thier's kid, dare to spout nonsense? You have no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth goes. The old man, addressed as Elder Lu, curled his lips into a faint, meaningful smile as he discreetly tucked the red handkerchief back into his pocket. In the black market circles, the red handkerchief symbolized the butcher's warning, a signal to silence anyone who might interfere. The young man, humiliated and furious, turned pale and then flushed before storming off in anger. Young man, Elder Lu said to Jiang Chen with a friendly smile. Why not sell me this fire-armored turtle shell? I happen to need it as an ingredient for concocting a potion. You look unfamiliar, so you must be new here. How about this? The shell is worth no more than 5,000 alliance coins, but I'll add an extra 500 as a gesture of goodwill. Let's call it making a friend. What do you say? The surrounding crowd exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing this. As a prominent figure in the Southern District, Elder Lu had made a name for himself in the black market through his beast mastery, extensive knowledge, and cunning schemes. Once the red handkerchief was displayed, even if he blatantly swindled Jiang Chen, no one dared to speak up and expose him. Jiang Chen sneered coldly at the remark, silently cursing Lu Lao's ancestors for 18 generations. These two old foxes, Lu Lao and that short, stout man, were clearly putting on an act, treating him like a fool. Oh, is that so, Grandpa? Jiang Chen blinked his wide, innocent eyes and said with a look of pure naivety, but my grandfather told me this fire scale armor is a family heirloom. It was passed down from my great-grandfather, who stripped it from a war general-level black armor flame-swallowing beast. My great-grandfather was seriously injured in the process because that beast was already halfway to becoming a commander-level monster. Hearing this, Lu Lao's pupils contracted sharply. This kid actually knew it was the fire scale armor from a black armor flame-swallowing beast, and one on the verge of advancing to commander level. As a beast tamer, Lu Lao understood all too well what this meanta treasure worth millions of alliance coins. A greedy light flared in Lu Lao's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the fire scale armor in Jiang Chen's hand. His fingers twitched with anticipation, his desire to snatch the treasure nearly overwhelming him. Ah, young man, Lu Lao said, suppressing his excitement. I must have misjudged it earlier. This indeed is fire scale armor, but it's only war general level. Your great-grandfather must have been mistaken. I'll offer 1 million. That's a very fair price. Jiang Chen remained silent, though inwardly he was laughing coldly. At that moment, a burly bald man suddenly interjected, "Ha, 1 million? I'll offer 1.2 million. What's this? Brother Pan Hu, are you looking to stir up trouble?" A glint of menace flashed in Lu Lao's eyes. Pan Hu met his gaze without flinching. As an elder of a long-established beast-taming family, he would never back down to a nouveau riche like Lu Lao. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense in an instant, as if a storm was about to erupt. Many others in the room cast greedy looks toward the fire scale armor, clearly tempted by the allure of such a commander-level treasure. Esteemed gentlemen, you're putting me in a tough spot here." Jiang Chen spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Pan Hu's eyes gleamed as he seized the opportunity. He guided Jiang Chen to a seat and, pretending to be concerned, said warmly, "Young brother, have a seat and enjoy some tea. That old Lu is trying to cheat you. Let me get justice for you." Jiang Chen, fully aware of Pan Hu's intentions, put on a grateful expression. "Thank you, Brother Pan, for the warning. I almost fell for it. Please, you must stand up for me." Seeing his plan work, Pan Hu thumped his chest confidently. "Don't worry, young brother. I, Pan Hu, have always despised injustice. We hit it off the moment we met, so leave this to me." Jiang Chen leisurely sipped his tea, thinking to himself, "All right, you two can carry on with your performance. I'll just sit back and enjoy the show." Old Lu immediately flew into a rage, his eyes glaring as he pointed at Pan Hu and roared, "Pan Hu, always playing these petty tricks. If you've got guts, let's do it the old-fashioned way, highest bidder wins." "Do you dare?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Pan Hu sneered, striding over to stand beside Jiang Chen. "I, Pan Hu, have always earned my way with skill, unlike some people who resort to underhanded schemes." His stance made him look like Jiang Chen's personal bodyguard. The guests in the room silently cursed him as shameless. But Pan Hu remained unfazed, speaking calmly, "Since that's settled, my brother already stated starting price is 1.5 million. Highest bidder wins." "Old Lu, it's your turn to raise the bid." "Shameless bastard." Lu cursed inwardly, fuming. "When did this kid become your brother? Anyway, let's get started." Jiang Chen announced with a cheerful smile, and the entire hall erupted into chaos. 1.6 million. Huh, adding just 100,000? It'll go 1.8 million. 2 million. The bidding war surged like a tidal wave, but Pan Hu and Old Lu sat back calmly, watching the action. They were no strangers to this kind of scene. Early rounds were just small players squabbling, adding a few thousand here and there. The real heavyweights waited until the final moments to make their move, striking with astronomical bids that dwarfed all the earlier offers combined. "Brother Pan, Old Lu, I'm stepping out for a moment," Jiang Chen said casually, then walked out of the bustling black market and onto the lively streets. The air was filled with vendors' shouts and the blaring of car horns. His sharp eyes quickly spotted a young man selling fruit at a roadside stall. It was the loudmouthed vendor had encountered earlier. "Hey, come here." Jiang Chen beckoned him over. The young man wiped his sweat and jogged over. "What's up, boss? Want to buy some melons?" "Come with me," Jiang Chen said, grabbing his arm. "I can't do that. I'm watching this fruit stand for someone. Leaving would go against my conscience." The young man looked conflicted. Jiang Chen pulled out 50 yuan and shoved it into his hand. "Here, cover your conscience for now. My conscience is pretty big." "Is this big enough?" Jiang Chen slapped a 100 yuan bill onto the young man's chest. "Big enough. Big enough." The young man's face lit up with a grin. After a brief explanation from Jiang Chen, he asked, "What's your name?" "Call me Ergo," the young man replied. Jiang Chen returned to the second-floor hall and took his seat while Ergo blended into the crowd. By then, the bidding had reached a fever pitch. A booming voice shook the beams of the room. 2.5 million. Who dares to challenge me? Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Pan Hu made an immediate bid, raising the price by 500,000. It was indeed a bold move. Jiang Chen quickly grabbed Pan Hu's arm, his eyes sparkling with feigned admiration, gazing at him with a look of utter reverence. Deep down, he regretted not bringing Tang Shishir and Jiang Xiaoguo along. If they were here to act coy, the competition would undoubtedly become even fiercer. After all, in an auction, a woman's admiration and a man's pride are always the best catalysts. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing, just a small gesture." Pan Hu laughed heartily, though he was well aware of the truth. If this was truly a leader-class fire scale armor, 3 million was merely a starting point. Everyone present was no fool, each calculating their own plans. "Brother Pan, such boldness. Let me join in the fun as well." Lu Lao's voice echoed from the opposite side, laced with obvious sarcasm. "I'll add another 500,000. Though the fire scale armor was, in reality, only of the general class, Jiang Chen's flawless performance had left Pan Hu and Lu Lao half convinced. The sharp rivalry between the two further convinced the audience that this must be a leader-class treasure. Meanwhile, in the corridor on the second floor, a seemingly disgruntled young man who had just stormed out was now hiding behind a door, making a phone call. Hello, young master son? A leader-class fire scale armor has appeared at the treasure pavilion. Pan Hu and Lu Lao are fighting over it. The person on the other end seemed inclined to join the bidding, but the young man suggested otherwise. We probably can't outbid them. Why not consider other methods, like intercepting it? The news began to spread rapidly among Chang'an City's underground factions. Many quietly left the black market, rushing to report back to their groups. A storm of bloodshed was about to descend. Back at the auction, the bidding war raged on. Pan Hu, full of bravado, declared, "Since Lu Lao is interested, I will accompany you to the end." 4 million. Jiang Chen maintained a calm exterior, but inside, his excitement was nearly uncontrollable. 4 million. This was like money falling from the sky. Lu Lao stared at Pan, who with venom in his eyes. Normally, the two would steer clear of each other, but today, Pan Hu seemed determined to dig his own grave. Pan Hu felt a chill under Lu Lao's glare, but the temptation of the leader-class fire scale armor was too overwhelming. Rising slowly, he clasped his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Pan Hu will see this through to the end." The crowd lowered their heads one by one. Who would dare to challenge such a price? Seeing this, Pan Hu was secretly pleased. Just as he was about to claim the fire scale armor, a loud voice suddenly broke the silence. "I'll bid 4 million and 1 yuan." All eyes turned to the source of the voice, a young man with an ordinary appearance and plain clothing. This was Ergo, whom Jiang Chen had hired for 150 yuan. Pan Hu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. His brows furrowed as he pointed at Ergo and barked in a deep voice, "Kid, what did you just say?" "I bid 4 million and 1 yuan." Ergo grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of neat, white teeth, his smile pure and innocent. This scene left Pan Hu utterly bewildered. Had never encountered such an absurd bidding method. "Just adding 1 yuan? Are you mocking me, Pan Hu?" Pan Hu jabbed a finger at Ergo, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he froze. He realized that he had only mentioned the base price earlier and hadn't set any limitations on the increments. Damn it, this is going to get interesting now. Pan Hu initially intended to bid 4 million and 2 yuan, but on second thought, as someone trying to maintain his reputation in this elite circle, he couldn't afford to lose his composure. "I bid 4 million, 100,000. Pan Hu shouted through gritted teeth, suppressing the sting of parting with so much money. He thought the fire scale armor was as good as his, only to be blindsided by this unexpected challenger, costing him an extra 100,000. "I bid 4 million, 100,000 and 1 yuan. Ergo's booming voice reverberated through the hall. He even cast a deliberate, taunting glance at Pan Hu, as if to say, "You can't beat me, even in volume." The veins on Pan Hu's forehead bulged as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He wanted nothing more than to tear this audacious fool to pieces. But in the black market, even the elders of noble families dared not act recklessly, let alone offend the powerful owner of the place. Suppressing his fury, Pan Hu forced a smile that was more painful than crying. 4,200,000. Standing nearby, Jiang Chen watched the spectacle unfold, his heart bursting with laughter, though his face remained an expression of feigned cluelessness. 4,200,001 Ergo began, but Pan Hu erupted before he could finish. "You little punk. Enough already." Fat ha. I mean, Pan Hu, I'm not someone you can mess with." Pan Hu roared, jabbing a finger at Ergo's face. Ergo, startled by the sudden outburst, looked bewildered and thought to himself, "I have no idea what's going on here. I was just trying to show off my voice." Feeling helpless, he turned to Jiang Chen with a pleading look. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew it was time to reel things in. He stood up and smiled. "Young man, while there are no rules about the minimum increment for bids, I must tell you, no matter how much you offer, I won't sell this fire scale armor to you." Ergo stared blankly at Jiang Chen, clearly not comprehending the situation. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the entire hall erupted into a commotion. "What's wrong? Changed your mind about selling, little brother?" Pan Hu's voice suddenly rose, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. This fire-scaled armor had already caused a complete fallout between him and old Lu. If he returned empty-handed now, the loss would be immense. No, brother Pan." Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward, gripping Pan Hu's arm tightly with both hands, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. "Money has a price, but loyalty is priceless. I'm new here, and have benefited from your care. I'll sell these 5 fire-scaled armors to you for 4.2 million. Pan Hu's eyes lit up, a surge of joy in his heart. This kid really is a fool, thinking I'm helping him. All right. Since you're being so generous, I'll shamelessly accept as your big brother. Let's go. Let's head to the counter to complete the transfer." Pan, who stuffed the fire-scaled armor into his chest with one hand and threw his other arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder, striding toward the counter with large steps as if worried something might go wrong if they delayed. Jiang Chen seized the moment to exchange a glance with Ergo, who immediately understood and slipped out of the black market without a sound. At the counter stood two slender female staff members. A computer and a card reader were neatly arranged on the desk. One of the women, a young lady in her early 20s dressed in a sleek black business suit, asked elegantly, "How can I assist you two gentlemen?" Just as Jiang Chen was about to crack a joke, Pan, who interrupted, "Focus on the business, brother." He pulled out a black card and handed it to one of the staff. "I'm the buyer, and he's the seller. Please transfer 4.2 million. The transfer was completed swiftly. The staff member announced sweetly, "Dear guests, after deducting a 5 service fee as per our policy, the remaining amount has been credited to your account. Additionally, you've been upgraded to a mid-tier VIP client with us." "What? A 5 service fee?" Jiang Chen winced in pain, clutching his upgraded black card and quickly tucking it into his waistband. Seeing his reaction, Pan, who explained, "The fee is justified. Venue costs, processing fees, and most importantly, protection fees. Within a radius of 5 miles, the black market guarantees absolute protection for both parties involved in a transaction." Only then did Jiang Chen realize the reasoning, but soon a new worry weighed on his mind. Now that he was carrying a fortune, how could he safely make it home? Staying near the black market forever obviously wasn't an option. Damn it, I should have worn a disguise before coming here. Jiang Chen felt a pang of regret, practically on the verge of tears. Pan, who patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother, I'm in no position to help you now. I am like a clay Buddha crossing a river. You'd better look out for yourself." After speaking, he cast a wary glance out the window, then dashed down the stairs like a gust of wind. The people in the second-floor hall saw Pan, who fleeing, and immediately swarmed after him. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded hall was left empty, with only echoes lingering. Lu Lao, who was the last to leave, was about to step out when Jiang Chen grabbed his arm. "Hey, Lu Lao, hold on a second. Interested in some leader-grade fire-scale armor?" Jiang Chen asked with a sly grin. Lu Lao looked baffled. "Leader-grade fire-scale armor? Didn't your family heirloom get sold to Panhu? He's probably running off right now to kill and rob with it." "Heh, who said I only had one family heirloom?" Jiang Chen said with a mischievous smirk. With a thought, 5 pieces of fire-scale armor appeared in his hand, their crimson surfaces gleaming like solidified blood. In his mind, these were no big deal. Had snatched over 20 of them in Zhongling Mountain. The sight of this made Lu Lao shudder violently, his anger surging to his head. He felt dizzy, lost his footing, and tumbled down the stairs with a series of thuds, finally landing heavily at the bottom. Although Lu Lao's body was sturdy and he wasn't seriously injured, he now lay on the floor, disheveled and covered in dust. What happened, Lu Lao?" Jiang Chen scratched his head in confusion. "Not enough? No problem, I've got more." With another swipe of his hollow Bodhi bead, 5 more pieces of fire-scale armor appeared in his hand. That was the last straw for Lu Lao. His chest tightened, and with a poof, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lying on the ground, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it! I've spent my whole life hunting hawks, only to have one peck out my eyes today." Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly ran down the stairs, helping Lu Lao up while patting his back to calm him down. "Lu Lao, don't die on me now. Give me that 4 million, and I'll give you 1 piece of fire-scale armor." Lu Lao wanted nothing more than to tear Jiang Chen to pieces, but then a thought struck him: this might be a blessing in disguise. Pan, who had run off with 1 piece of fire-scale armor, drawing all the pursuers away, while this kid here still had plenty left, and only he knew about it. With this realization, Lu Lao miraculously regained his composure. He sprang up from the floor with surprising agility and said, "All right, deal." In no time, the two of them completed a transaction at the counter. 4 million was transferred into Jiang Chen's account, and Lu Lao carefully stashed a piece of fire-scale armor into his pocket. Inwardly, Lu Lao chuckled to himself. This 4 million is just a deposit. Soon enough, we'll not only get it back, but also take all of this kid's fire-scale armor. Hee, young man. Where are you heading later?" Old Lu asked with a warm smile, a glint of cunning flashing briefly in his eyes. "I happen to have a car and can give you a ride along the way. Thank you for your kind offer, Grandpa, but I'm waiting for my master to go home together," Jiang Chen replied politely. Hearing this, Old Lu was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing ever so slightly. "This kid has a master? I need to figure out the situation first." "Oh, your master is here too?" "Yeah, he's working here," Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. "Huh." Old Lu inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Someone working in a place like this can't be anyone significant, just a nobody, surely. "Why don't you introduce me to your master?" Old Lu's face once again lit up with a kind smile. "We seem to get along well. so I bet I could have a good chat with him too. But in his mind, he was already calculating. Worst case, it's just one more person to eliminate. Sure. Jiang Chen agreed cheerfully and led old Lu down to the staircase on the first floor. There, that's my master. He pointed toward an old man wearing straw sandals. Following Jiang Chen's finger, old Lu looked over and instantly froze as if struck by lightning, his expression stiffening. That seemingly ordinary old man in straw sandals was none other than the infamous drunkard Chu Tianqing, a name that struck terror throughout the black market. Once the patriarch of a prestigious family, Chu Tianqing had lost his entire clan, over 3,600 members, in a single night. Gravely injured, he fled to Chang'an City. Since then, he had become a completely different person, addicted to alcohol and known to transform into a vengeful specter if his sleep was disturbed. He left no trace of his victims, and even the authorities were powerless against his brutal deeds. Wait a second, young man. Is he really your master? Old Lu's voice was trembling now. Of course. Jiang Chen replied matter-of-factly. Want me to wake him up so you can have a chat? No, that won't be necessary. Old Lu waved his hands frantically, sweat already forming on his forehead. I just remembered I left soup on the stove at home. I'll take my leave now. With that, he practically fled the black market in a panic. Watching old Lu's hasty retreat, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel silently. Wow, looks like this old man in straw sandals is quite something. Scared old Lu away just like that. Jiang Chen cheerfully walked to the doorway, scanning his surroundings with a quick glance. Sure enough, a few shadowy figures were lurking in the dark, their eyes fixed intently on him like predators watching their prey. Still scheming, huh? Jiang Chen chuckled softly, then turned back to the elderly man, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your assistance, senior. The road to the Western Paradise is fraught with danger, teeming with demons and monsters. I have no choice but to request your company on this journey. With that, he hoisted Chu Tianqing onto his shoulder and strode decisively out the door. On either side of the street, more than one group of people hid in the shadows. Some pretended to haggle with vendors, while others feigned casual strolls. Yet all of them kept a watchful eye on Jiang Chen, glancing at him out of the corners of their eyes. Clearly, they had other plans in mind. If they couldn't compete with the major factions for the fire scale armor in Pan whose possession, they might as well target the boy carrying a fortune. After all, dealing with a kid was far easier than confronting a powerhouse heathen. However, when they got a good look at the man slung over Jiang Chen's shoulder, everyone froze in place, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Good heavens! Is that Chu Tianqing, the drunkard? Is this kid insane? He actually dared to mess with that walking disaster. At that moment, Chu Tianqing was sound asleep on Jiang Chen's shoulder, clutching a bright blue bone staff in his hand. The red wine gourd hanging at his waist exuded a strong aroma of liquor. Jiang Chen swaggered down the street, a triumphant grin on his face. He even gave Chu Tianqing's rear a playful pat. Tisk, tsk, so springy. Senior, you really are my lucky charm. Chu Tianqing's body stiffened suddenly, as though he'd stepped on something unpleasant in his dreams. Just then, Lu Lao's figure emerged from a corner. A seasoned veteran of the underworld, he wasn't about to be easily fooled by some young upstart's bluff, nor would he give up on the fire scale armor so readily. He had only pretended to retreat, all the while observing from the shadows to confirm whether Jiang Chen was truly the drunkard's apprentice. Tension simmered in the air along the street, an undercurrent of danger rippling beneath the surface. Every pair of eyes was locked on Jiang Chen's every move. Suddenly, Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, casually flagged down a taxi, and placed Chu Tianqing in the back seat before climbing in himself. With a roar of the engine, the taxi spewed a plume of black smoke and sped off to the south. The onlookers in the shadows panicked, scrambling to wave down vehicles to give chase. The once desolate streets of the southern district suddenly erupted into a chaotic and bustling scene. Dozens of hands frantically waved in the air, all vying to hail a cab. Given the scarcity of vehicles in this area, the sudden influx of pursuers immediately sparked a fierce competition for taxis. This car belongs to the Iron Palm Gang. A burly man roared, unleashing a powerful iron palm strike that landed squarely on his opponent's face. The impact sent the man flying 3 meters like a broken kite, his scream echoing as teeth scattered across the ground. Dragon claw grab. An elder in traditional attire lunged forward, his hands transforming into claw-like grips as he targeted his opponent's chest with precision. With a swift and forceful yank, his opponent's shirt was torn apart, exposing bruised and battered skin. The man shuddered violently before collapsing, his face contorted and foaming at the mouth. Monkey steals the peach. A middle-aged man with a sharp, monkey-like face suddenly crouched low, his clawed fingers aiming for the groin of a young man running toward him. A sickening crack followed, and the young man's pants were instantly soaked. His eyes widened in shock as he instinctively clutched his injury before fainting from the pain. Huh. You crotch-guarding losers dare to challenge the Black Monkey sect? Not so lucky this time, huh? The middle-aged man sneered triumphantly. These minor gangs, lacking the protection of beast tamers, relied on crude martial arts techniques in their brawls. Eventually, after much chaos, they managed to commandeer a taxi and began their pursuit of Jiang Chen's vehicle. However, Jiang Chen's driver was clearly a skilled professional. The car sped forward with astonishing control, leaving the dozen or so pursuing vehicles far behind in a cloud of dust. The streets turned into the stage for a thrilling chase, with pedestrians screaming and scrambling to get out of the way, mistaking the scene for a high-stakes police pursuit. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's car came to an abrupt stop in front of a supermarket. He stepped out alone and entered the store, leaving Chu Tianqing waiting in the car. The seasoned driver let out a sigh of relief, quietly congratulating himself on his flawless driving skills. The trailing cars screeched to a halt as well. "Boss, that guy went into the supermarket. Let's go after him," a young man with a gold tooth exclaimed urgently. "Relax." The leader of the Iron Palm gang adjusted his sunglasses coolly. "Didn't you see Chu Tianqing still sitting in the car? He's Jiang Chen's talisman. Without him, Jiang Chen would be hacked to pieces in no time. He'll definitely come back." "Brilliant observation, boss." The gold-toothed man grinned, giving a thumbs up. "Brilliant, my ass. You're just a fart genius," the gang leader snapped angrily. But 5 minutes passed, and Jiang Chen still hadn't come out. Another 10 minutes went by, and there was still no sign of him. Then, out of nowhere, the driver executed a sharp turn and stomped on the gas, speeding off with Chu Tianqing in tow. What the hell? The gang members froze in disbelief as their quarry vanished before their eyes. "Depang, air who, get off and search the supermarket. Driver, keep up with them." At the command, dozens of people poured out of the vehicles like a tide and rushed into the supermarket, while a fleet of taxis roared after the veteran driver's car. The veteran driver showcased his years of driving expertise, maneuvering skillfully through the streets as his car accelerated to its limits. The pursuing vehicles could only watch helplessly as the distance between them and their target grew wider and wider. After dozens of kilometers, the veteran driver suddenly pulled over to the side of the road. The pursuing taxis, now numbering over a dozen, finally caught up and surrounded his car. As everyone looked around, they realized they had somehow ended up back in front of Hay City's gate. At that moment, Chu Tianqing woke up from his slumber. Groggily grabbing his magic wand, he staggered out of the car. "Oh crap, Chu Tianqing is awake." The stalkers froze in terror, shrinking back into their cars as they warily observed his every move. Chu Tianqing seemed completely out of place with his surroundings. His half-closed eyes reflected a mix of confusion and melancholy. Standing in front of Hay City's gate, he scratched his head in bewilderment, as though puzzled about how he had ended up there. Finally, he gave a slight shake of his head and slowly walked into Hay City. The stalkers collectively let out a sigh of relief, as if a binding spell had been lifted. One by one, they climbed out of their cars and surrounded the veteran driver's vehicle. The leader of the Iron Palm gang smashed the car window with a single slap, his expression fierce and menacing. "Hey, old man, what the hell is going on? Where's the kid who was riding in your car? Speak up." Despite the threats, the veteran driver remained composed. With trembling hands, he lit a cigarette and calmly replied, "Oh, that passenger? He told me to return to Hay City in 10 minutes. Then he went into the supermarket." "Damn it, old man, you've got some nerve, driving that fast," the Iron Palm gang leader bellowed, spittle flying as he glared at the driver. "What's your name, and where are you from?" The veteran driver slowly raised his head, exhaling a leisurely puff of smoke. "Oh, I wouldn't dare to boast. The name's Wu Duxiu." Jiang Chen had already left the supermarket. His disguise was remarkably clever, wearing a baseball cap and a tracksuit. With a faint layer of black grease paint on his face and a fake mustache pasted above his lips, he looked every bit like a middle-aged fitness enthusiast with a sun-kissed complexion. Members of various gangs were scouring the area, yet none could recognize that this uncle was the very target they were searching for. However, lurking within the crowd was a cunning tracker. Lu Lao's sly, greasy face flickered in and out of sight, always maintaining a 50-meter distance from Jiang Chen. From the moment Jiang Chen entered the supermarket, this old fox had seen through his plan. Chu Tianqing was nothing more than a decoy, and Jiang Chen himself was the true objective. As Jiang Chen turned into a desolate alley, danger struck without warning. From the corner of a wall, a fireball the size of a soccer ball suddenly shot out, roaring as it hurtled straight toward him. The attack was so abrupt that the corner perfectly obscured Jiang Chen's view. By the time he noticed, the searing fireball was already inches from his face. Hiding around the corner, Lu Lao smirked maliciously. The three-eyed fire fox by his side glared with venomous intensity. After precise calculation, Lu Lao was certain that no matter how fast Jiang Chen's beast companion was, there was no way it could intercept this fatal strike in time. The scorching heat surged forward, and the hair on Jiang Chen's forehead was already beginning to singe. Just as the fireball was about to strike him Hedon, Xiao Hei's shadow suddenly flashed in front of Jiang Chen. Its tail stinger pierced through the fireball like lightning. With a deafening explosion, the fireball burst apart, scattering sparks in all directions. The proximity of the blast caused flaming debris to shower over Jiang Chen, instantly burning his clothes into tatters. His face was smeared with soot, leaving him in a disheveled state. Lu Lao stood dumbfounded. How could this black cat appear out of nowhere? But his instincts as a seasoned veteran kicked in immediately. Without hesitation, he turned and fled toward the crowded streets. He was certain that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare make a move in a public setting. Watching Lu Lao's panicked retreat, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. If not for Xiao Hei's timely use of its star shift ability, he would have been reduced to ashes. You sly old bastard. You almost killed me. Jiang Chen roared angrily, bolting after him like an arrow with Xiao Hei at his side. Though they started 50 meters apart, it took only 10 seconds for Jiang Chen to catch up to the aging Lu Lao. Lu Lao had already darted into the bustling street, where city patrol officers were making their rounds. He thought to himself that even if Jiang Chen caught up, there would be nothing he could do. However, just as he felt a fleeting sense of relief, a sharp flying kick struck him squarely on the backside. Lu Lao let out a miserable scream as his body flew forward like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground 5 meters away. He hit the dirt face first, his mouth full of mud. You old pervert. How dare you steal Auntie Wang's underwear in broad daylight? Jiang Chen's furious shout reverberated down the street. In an instant, 1,000 pairs of eyes all turned to the disheveled Lu Lao lying on the ground. His face was bruised and swollen, and for a moment, his mind went blank. Well, what? What do you mean? When did I steal anyone's underwear? Jiang Chen stormed up to him, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Lao's nose as he continued his tirade. You shameless old creep. You won't even spare a 90-year-old woman, harassing Auntie Wang and then stealing her underwear. You're absolutely disgusting. You're slandering me. Lu Lao's face turned pale with rage. Clutching his side, he tried to crawl away in a desperate bid to escape. But Jiang Chen was quicker. He planted his foot firmly on Lu Lao's chest, applying just enough pressure to pin him down while leaving him unable to argue or move. The sound of bones creaking under the strain came from Lu Lao's chest, and cold sweat soaked through his shirt in an instant. At that moment, the city patrol officers arrived on the scene and tried to mediate. Young man, maybe there's been some kind of misunderstanding? The surrounding crowd also chimed in, expressing doubts, as Lu Lao didn't look like the typical troublemaker. Everyone, look at this. Jiang Chen suddenly pulled a bright red piece of cloth from Lu Lao's possessiona red handkerchief that Lu Lao had been using as a signal. This is Auntie Wang's undergarment, Jiang Chen declared loudly, holding the red cloth high for all to see. The crowd erupted in outrage. It really is her undergarment. Elderly folks often wear these. How despicable, even targeted a 90-year-old lady. The furious mob surged forward, raining punches and kicks on Lu Lao. Even Jiang Chen was shoved to the outskirts of the chaos. 2 city patrol officers tried to restore order, but a burly man who introduced himself as Chen Falu roared in anger and charged forward. Let me handle this scumbag. With a heavy thud, the mountain of a man slammed into Lu Lao, causing him to spit blood and pass out on the spot. The crowd erupted into cheers, but they didn't stop there. They continued their relentless beating while the city patrol officers sighed helplessly. Sigh, the people's judgment is always sharp as a knife. Standing on the edge of the spectacle, Jiang Chen watched the chaotic scene unfold and muttered to himself. This crowd is a bit too enthusiastic. They didn't even leave me a chance to shine. As the group was attacking Lu Lao, Jiang Chen keenly noticed a flash of red darting out of the crowd and slipping into a dark alley. That dangerous fireball was the work of a cunning three-eyed fire fox, which had calculated the timing perfectly to set up this deadly trap. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort and signaled Xiao Hei to pursue. Xiao Hei immediately followed, quickly catching up and confronting the three-eyed fire fox deep in the alley. The fox, sensing danger, retaliated by spewing a fierce flame at an unexpected angle. Xiao Hei leapt off the walls, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack. Netherworld Ghost Claw. Jiang Chen commanded, as 3 dark claw marks tore through the air, targeting the back of the fox's head. Yet, the sly creature curled into a ball, rolling and dodging skillfully. The claw marks struck the ground, carving deep grooves and sending dust flying. Just as Jiang Chen frowned at the fox's elusiveness, the three-eyed fire fox suddenly turned to Xiao Hei. Its third eye glowed with a deep black light, and Xiao Hei froze in place, his eyes losing their luster. The fox let out a low, hypnotic voice. Beast brother, why help the humans slaughter your kin? Awaken. Fight for the honor of the beast skill that human. Xiao Hei's eyes flared with a blood-red glow as he fixed a fierce gaze on Jiang Chen, forcing him to retreat step by step until his back was against the wall. The three-eyed fire fox smirked triumphantly, watching the scene unfold. Xiao Hei raised his sharp claws, aiming straight for Jiang Chen's vital points. Xiao Hei, snap out of it. I'm your partner, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shouted desperately. Xiao Hei's movements faltered slightly, and a flicker of struggle appeared in his eyes. Sensing this, the fire fox intensified its mental control, causing Xiao Hei to lash out at Jiang Chen in pain. At the critical moment, Jiang Chen shouted, Xiao Hei, unleash your lightning attribute. Lightning is the ultimate force of purity. It can shatter all illusions. Xiao Hei's eyes cleared, and with a determined growl, he activated the lightning within him. Black lightning erupted violently, creating a storm of raw energy. The fire fox's mental control was instantly shattered, and it was sent flying by the surge of electricity, crashing hard against the wall. The three-eyed fire fox collapsed to the ground, its charred body trembling in agony. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. It had never expected its meticulously crafted control to be so easily broken. How is this possible? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. How can a ghost-type beast have lightning attributes? The scene before him left him utterly shocked. The lightning unleashed by Xiao Hei was not only overwhelmingly powerful, but also broke the three-eyed fire fox's mind-controlling skill in an instant. Xiao Hei, are you okay? Jiang Chen asked with concern. Xiao Hei shook its head gently, then strode confidently toward the three-eyed fire fox. Its eyes glimmered with a chilling electric glow, exuding a menacing aura. The intimidating presence made the three-eyed fire fox tremble in fear, begging repeatedly, Boss, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. You almost made me harm my most trusted partner. Such a crime is unforgivable. Xiao Hei snorted coldly before letting out a sharp screech. Its claws, wrapped in raging lightning, struck down with ferocity, instantly reducing the three-eyed fire fox to fragments. With a clatter, a fiery red crystal core dropped to the ground. Jiang Chen picked it up and gently patted Xiao Hei's head. Xiao Hei, you will always be my most loyal partner. Xiao Hei nodded firmly in response. With the black market ordeal over, Jiang Chen's account was now 8 million alliance coins richer enough to cover Dejin and the others' evolution costs. He headed to the beast-taming mall with Xiao Hei in high spirits, only to be dumbfounded by the prices of lightning attribute crystal cores. Ordinary grade, 290,000. Elite grade, 880,000. Warrior grade, 1,990,000. This is daylight robbery. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. But for Xiao Hei's growth, he gritted his teeth and purchased a warrior-grade lightning crystal core. He also bought warrior-grade dark and wind attribute cores, spending a total of 3 million in one go. To further Dejin's evolution, he added warrior-grade rock and fighting attribute cores to his cart, costing another 1.89 million. Concerned about Jiang Xiaoguo's safety, he also purchased cultivation materials for the fire-tailed chinchilla and pink lolita. In the end, his total expenditure reached 8.19 million, leaving him 190,000 in the red. With a dark expression, Jiang Chen carried a bag of crystal cores home. Jiang Xiaoguo, curious, asked, Brother, why is your face so dark? Was the sun outside that harsh? Heh. Jiang Chen glanced at the little girl. No more tomato scrambled eggs for you in the next few days. Jiang Xiaoguo's face instantly darkened even more than Jiang Chen's. She scratched her head in confusion, unable to figure out what she had done wrong recently. Now you know why my face is dark? Jiang Chen teased. Jiang Xiaoguo pouted. If you want make tomato scrambled eggs for me, I'll go find Sister Shirshir. Go ahead, go ahead. Jiang Chen waved her off with a chuckle. As long as you're not afraid of being poisoned. He'll be busy in the kitchen these next 2 days, trying to help Dejin and Xiao Hei evolve again. Jiang Xiaoguo finally understood that her brother wasn't avoiding making tomato scrambled eggs for her because he didn't like her, but simply because he was busy with something else. Realizing this, she happily skipped off to find Tang Shirshir, eager to taste her cooking. Just as Jiang Chen was carrying a large bundle of materials into the basement, Wang Sikong burst in, barely able to contain his excitement. Brother Chen, great news. 3 branches of Shenglong breeding clinic have shut down. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, though he maintained a cautious demeanor. Are you sure this isn't just a ploy to mislead us? Have you investigated thoroughly? Don't worry, Brother Chen. Wang Sikong thumped his chest in assurance. I've looked into it carefully. Shenglong is struggling with cash flow. They're out of supplies and customers. They won't last much longer. I'd say in another 2 days, the remaining 9 stores will probably shut down too. Jiang Chen nodded, but his expression turned serious. Xiao Tsong, from now on, keep a close eye on Shenglong's every move. Don't let them act out of desperation. Understood. Wang Sikong responded immediately. I've already arranged for someone to keep a 24-hour watch on Lu Nong. Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder. Did you bring the materials? With a grin, Wang Xikong pulled out a frost element crystal core of warrior grade. Brother Chen, leave database evolution to you. Jiang Chen nodded. Once Shirshir arrives, have the flower fairy beast bring in the evolution materials. He turned to his beasts and said, Dajin Dabai Chun, Xiaohe and Zairuandan, come with me. The 5 beasts exchanged knowing smiles, licking their lips as they followed Jiang Chen into the basement. They all knew that wherever their master went, there would surely be delicious treats waiting for them. The basement was custom designed. Along the walls were 10 stoves of varying sizes, arranged in order of heat intensity from low to high. At the center was an oversized workbench, laden with various cooking utensils and spices. Cabinets by the window neatly stored all sorts of herbs and vessels. This space resembled a fully equipped secret kitchen more than a breeder's lab. Jiang Chen lifted the lid of a steaming wooden barrel and said to Chun, go take a hot bath. The iron rock powder and crystal core powder will seep into your pores through the steam. The Dragon King Jade Ginseng will awaken your bloodline potential and help you break through to an exceptional grade. Chun grinned widely and waddled its plump body over, leaping into the barrel with a splash. Ah, so comfortable. Suddenly, with a loud pop, a massive bubble exploded in midair. Before the other beasts could react, an unpleasant odor filled the room. They bolted immediately, leaving only Chun behind, blushing and chuckling. Heh. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in after eating 2 pounds of radishes. The other beasts looked exasperated, their faces dark with disbelief at Aiken's ability to let loose at any time. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly and called over Zairuandan instead. Xiao Ruandan gave a mischievous smile, revealing his comically large front teeth, then curled himself into a fluffy ball and rolled over with a soft gulu-gulu sound. The absurd scene made Jiang Chen chuckle, thinking to himself that this must be the legendary rolling egg. Jiang Chen took some prepared volcanic mud from a ceramic jar and, without hesitation, smeared it on Xiao Ruandan's face. In no time, Xiao Ruandan turned into a little painted-face mouse, drawing hearty laughter from the surrounding spirit beasts. Jiang Chen continued deftly layering the volcanic mud all over Xiao Ruandan until he was completely transformed into a mud ball. With a sharp motion, Jiang Chen tossed the mud ball into the fire, covering it with a few pieces of red pine wood. The flames roared to life, leaping high into the air. Xiaohe stared at the fire pit, drooling uncontrollably. It still remembered the beggar's chicken Jiang Chen had made before, roasting it wrapped in mud and filling the air with an unforgettable aroma. At that moment, it couldn't help but wonder. Is the master inventing a new dish, beggar's fat mouse? All right, Xiaohe, Jiang Chen said helplessly, rubbing its head. Xiao Ruandan isn't for eating. If you try, Xiao Guo will pluck all your fur off. Jiang Chen then turned his attention to crafting a dessert with frost element ingredients. He crushed frost elemental cores and placed them in a pressure cooker for refinement, producing crystalline, multicolored, sugar-like pieces. Next, he juiced frostgrass, blue elf herbs, and frosty snow peas, blending the juice perfectly with shaved ice to create a vanilla-flavored, rainbow-colored ice cream. Finally, he sprinkled powdered elemental core on top, completing a refreshing and tempting treat. Here, Dabai, try this, Jiang Chen said, handing the ice cream to Dabai, whose eyes immediately lit up. Hee, Brother Chun is so good to Dabai. Dabai hugged the ice cream, sticking out its tongue to enjoy it eagerly. Nom nom nom, so delicious. Seeing this, Xiaohe grew anxious. Meow meow meow. Master, you can't play favorites. Xiaohe wants tasty treats too. Jiang Chen laughed and reassured Xiaohe before pulling out 3 combat general grade elemental cores, worth 3 million each, 1 ghost type, 1 lightning type, and 1 wind type. He opened the pressure cooker and placed a 3-petal wind cotton flower inside, carefully wrapping the cores in its petals to create an artwork-like masterpiece. Closing the lid and setting the pressure to maximum, the cooker soon began to rumble with the sound of wind and thunder. Xiaohe, keep an eye on this red light. When it lights up, your dinner will be ready. Xiaohe immediately fixed its gaze on the pressure cooker's indicator light, staring so intently it nearly went cross-eyed. Meanwhile, Dajin clasped its fingers together, looking pitifully at Jiang Chen. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten you, Jiang Chen said with a smile. From a hollow Bodhi seed, he retrieved a radiant golden rock-armored calendula. This lord will brew a fine chrysanthemum tea for you. Jiang Chen carefully plucked the petals of the rock-armored golden marigold, placing them one by one into a dry pan. He focused intently on controlling the heat neither too high nor too low, ensuring it was just right to preserve the petals' vitality and structure. Once the petals were perfectly roasted, he swiftly transferred them into a tea canister, sealed it meticulously with red wax, and placed it in the refrigerator to cool for 10 minutes. When he retrieved the canister, a rich, fragrant aroma immediately filled the air. Dajin, drawn by the scent, rubbed its hands together with eager anticipation. Jiang Chen boiled some spring water he had prepared earlier, placed the tea leaves into a jade teacup, and slowly poured the water over them. The aroma instantly permeated the entire basement. Unable to wait any longer, Jiang pinched the teacup between two fingers, took a small sip, and closed its eyes in satisfaction. It reclined leisurely in a rocking chair, fanning itself with one hand and sipping tea with the other, resembling a retired old man enjoying his golden years. As the tea coursed through its body, a faint golden glow began to emerge on its fur. Just then, the pressure cooker let out a sharp whistle, and the red indicator light lit up. Xiao He, quick on its feet, lifted the lid with a swift paw. Amid the billowing white steam lay 3 jade-like stones at the bottom of the Pertoni deep green, one jet black, and one bright silver, all exuding an irresistible fragrance. Xiao He wasted no time tossing the green jade stone into its mouth. With a crisp crunch, a green whirlwind instantly enveloped its body, lifting it gently into the air. Thrilled by the sensation, it quickly swallowed the remaining 2 stones as well. Hot and cold energies surged through its body, black smoke mingling with silver lightning arcs that crackled and sparked. The 3 attributes fused seamlessly within Xiao He, and it could faintly feel the threshold of the warrior commander level. Jiang Chen nodded in approval, having chosen a path where wind, thunder, and shadow attributes naturally harmonized rather than forcing a breakthrough to the commander level. He understood that such progress required a gradual and steady approach. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the calm. Dabai, having devoured an entire tub of ice cream, was now surrounded by a raging frost storm, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Blue crystalline snowflakes blossomed in the air, and countless sharp ice spikes coalesced around it, shooting outward into the surrounding space. At this moment, Dabai looked like a dazzling, translucent blue hedgehog. It let out a deafening roar towards the sky, and the ice spikes covering its body shattered with a thunderous crash. Its pure white form emitted waves of deep blue mist, while delicate ice crystals floated around it. Right before Jiang Chen's eyes, Dabai's data panel underwent a shocking transformation. Beast name: Blizzard Wild Lion. Level: 19. Quality: excellent. Attribute: mutated frost type. State: excited and joyful. Weakness: rock type, psychic type. Evolution paths: 8. Excellent quality. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. This meant Dabai now possessed the strength to rival ordinary warrior-level beasts. Just as everyone was celebrating Dabai's transformation, the remnants of the extinguished campfire suddenly erupted into chaos. With a loud boom, flames surged from the ashes, scattering brilliant sparks in every direction. A furry, plump creature slowly emerged from the fiery new form of the fire-tailed chinchilla. Its gray fur appeared denser, its ears sharper, and most strikingly, the flame on its tail had shifted from orange to a pale purple. A wave of scorching heat swept through the surroundings as the temperature soared. Jiang Chen quickly scanned the fire-tailed chinchilla's updated data. Level: 12. Quality: elite. Attribute: psychic type, mutated fire type. Traits: mischievous, loves cuddles, prone to pranks. The fire-tailed chinchilla flashed its signature goofy buck-toothed grin, giving everyone a mischievous smirk. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how cool it looked, that grin always betrayed its inner comedian. Alright, Softy, give this a try. Jiang Chen held up a 10 cm thick steel plate. Softy patted its round belly and unleashed a burst of purple flames from its mouth. With a loud bang, a hole instantly appeared in the center of the steel plate, and the purple flames stubbornly spread outward. Jiang Chen quickly tossed the plate aside, narrowly avoiding getting burned. At that moment, a wooden barrel suddenly exploded, sending water splashing everywhere. Amid the droplets stood a figure clutching its rear. It was Dumbear. A deep yellow glow radiated from its body, and the powerful aura it emitted turned the water into mist. The entire basement started trembling as Dumbear's data revealed it had advanced to the warrior level. Name: Rock Armored Taishan Bear. Level: 20. Quality: elite. Attribute: rock type, fighting type. Trait: petrified skin. Jiang Chen was just about to celebrate Dumbear's breakthrough when a foul odor hit his nose. Dumbear, did you blow up the barrel with a fart? Everyone immediately covered their noses. Ugh, it stinks. Help. No one could have anticipated that Chun would become the second beast to break through to the battle general level after the flower fairy beast. What was even more shocking was the way it achieved the breakthrough with an earth-shattering fart. Chun, now that you've reached the battle general level, what new skill have you learned? Jiang Chen asked, pinching his nose with a helpless expression. Chun tilted its head in confusion, thought for a moment, and then simply patted its own backside. Don't tell me your new skill is farting. Jiang Chen's face darkened. You're a combat-type beast, not a poison type. Chun grinned widely and suddenly let out a deafening roar toward the ceiling. In an instant, dazzling light erupted from its body as its form began to swell at an alarming rate. Within seconds, it had grown to 3 times its original size, with its massive head nearly touching the ceiling. The entire basement was almost completely filled by the enormous blob of flesh. Inflation technique? Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock. This is practically a god-tier skill. Combined with your meatball tank move, your attack power and range will increase dramatically. Seeing that the basement was on the verge of collapsing, he quickly gestured for Ah Chun to deactivate the skill. Jiang Chen glanced at the other 5 beasts that had just completed their evolutions and instructed, "Your conditions are still unstable. Take some time to adjust." The beasts nodded obediently, and each found a place to rest. At that moment, the lab door opened, and the flower fairy beast gracefully stepped in, holding a large, multicolored crystal core in its hands. "Finally, Hua Hua, you're here." Jiang Chen greeted her with a smile as he stepped forward. When he took the crystal core for a closer look, his pupils contracted sharply. It was a battle general level plant-type crystal core. Plant-type cores were already rare, and ones at the battle general level were practically unheard of. What stunned him even more was that this core belonged to an iron bramble beast, making it the perfect material for the flower fairy beast's evolution. Sure's background, Jiang Chen thought to himself, his heart full of astonishment. Just how deep does it go? Meanwhile, at Shenglong Breeding Clinic, Lu Neng lay on a rocking chair with a grim expression. Over the past 2 days, 6 of their 9 branches had already closed down, and the remaining 3 were barely hanging on. The situation was dire. Who could have imagined that just a few days ago, Shenglong Breeding Clinic was thriving, yet now it teeters on the brink of bankruptcy? Lu Neng sat in his office, clenching his teeth as he thought about the culprit behind it all. Jiang Chen. At that moment, an attendant rushed in, excitement written all over his face. "Boss Lu, there's news. Jiang Chen and his group are not at the Divine Beast Breeding Club right now." "That's obvious." Lu Neng slammed the desk, standing up abruptly. "The point is, where is Jiang Chen?" The attendant flinched, shrinking back before quickly forcing a smile. "According to the scouts, Jiang Chen's whereabouts are unknown, and all of his beasts are gone too. Right now, only his sister, Wang Xikong, and Li Xiaofu are at the club." A glint of malice flashed in Lu Neng's eyes as he slowly straightened his posture. "So you're saying Jiang Chen's not home, and he doesn't have a single beast with him?" After receiving confirmation from the attendant, Lu Neng burst into maniacal laughter. "Heaven is on my side. Last time, the Shadow Tower failed, but this time, they can't blame me for being ruthless." He waved his hand. "Contact the Shadow Tower immediately, double the bounty." 10 minutes later, 3 figures in black robes stood in front of Jiang Chen's villa. "Boss, are you sure we won't mess up again this time?" one of the black-robed figures asked nervously. The figure in the middle cleared his throat. "Relax. This time, we brought the Shadow Bone beast at warlord level. Besides, I heard there aren't even any beasts in the house." "Yeah, right. Since when has Lu Neng's intel ever been accurate?" the third figure scoffed, causing the leader to recall their previous failure, his face darkening. "Whatever. As long as we capture Jiang Chen's sister, it's a success." With that, the 3 of them vaulted over the wall into the courtyard. Inside, Jiang Xiaoguo was playing a card game with Wang Xikong and Li Xiaofu in the living room. Suddenly, the black-robed intruders kicked the door open and shouted, "Nobody move! This is a robbery!" However, the 3 players didn't even look up, remaining engrossed in their game. 3 with a pair. Jiang Xiaoguo threw down 5 cards triumphantly. Triple aces with 2 jokers. Wang Xikong and Li Xiaofu stared at her in disbelief, their jaws dropping. Before they could say anything, one of the black-robed figures couldn't hold back anymore. "Hey, can you show some respect to the robbers here?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, a shadow rose from beneath his feet, spreading like a dark cloud and plunging the room into gloom. Pale, bony claws emerged from the darkness, glinting coldly. "Know your place. You don't even have any beasts, yet you dare act so arrogant," one of the black-robed figures sneered. Jiang Xiaoguo puffed out her cheeks. "Who says we don't have beasts? Little softy, come out." A gray, round little creature rolled into view, stretching itself out to reveal a plump belly and comically oversized buck teeth. The black-robed figures stared at the chubby beast and immediately burst into laughter, doubling over. "That's just a fat rat." Jiang Xiaoguo's anger flared up instantly upon hearing the words. She waved her small hand and commanded Xiaoruanden, "Burn him." Xiaoruanden immediately patted its round belly and spewed out a scorching purple flame. The air twisted violently wherever the flame passed. The shadow bone beast turned into a mass of black mist and shielded the man in the black robe. The purple flame fiercely scorched the black mist, its sheer power causing the shadow bone beast to tremble, nearly letting out a shriek. It extended its bony white claws, grasped the purple flame tightly, and crushed it with force. With a loud bang, the flame exploded, scattering sparks everywhere and leaving the surrounding furniture charred and riddled with holes. "Oomph!" One of the black-robed men snorted coldly. Little girl, come with us. As long as you cooperate, we won't harm anyone else. Before the words had completely left his mouth, the shadow bone beast's bony claw whistled through the air, aiming for Jiang Shaogua. Wang Xikong and Li Xiaofu anxiously paced in circles, helpless without their own beasts. At this critical moment, Jiang Shaogua placed her hands on her hips and shouted, Zairuandan, petrify and immobilize it. Zairuandan's eyes ignited with crimson flames, and the terrifying claw froze midair. The shadow bone beast froze in surprise, feeling its arm locked by an invisible force. Jiang Shaogua smirked triumphantly. Throw that pile of fluff out. However, just as Zairuandan prepared to act, the shadow bone beast erupted with a surge of violent mist, shattering the immobilization and regaining its freedom. Clearly, controlling a battle-class beast was too much for Zairuandan. Heh, little girl, come to uncle. The black-robed man sneered menacingly as he stepped closer. You're just bullying us because we're outnumbered and our beasts are few. Jiang Shaogua retorted with a cold snort. That's right. I am bullying you because you have fewer beasts. So what? Come at me if you can. The black-robed man said smugly. At that moment, the basement door suddenly slammed open, and a chilling voice echoed. Fine. I'll grant you your wish. Before the words settled, a vine whip lashed through the air, sending the black-robed man flying into the wall with a heavy thud. He spat out a tooth in pain. Everyone turned in shock toward the doorway, where Jiang Chen stepped out with an icy expression, followed closely by 6 beasts. Jiang Shaogua immediately threw herself into her brother's arms, pouting with grievance. Brother, they're bullying me because there are more of them. They even bullied Zairuandan. Zairuandan mimicked her sorrowful expression, its big eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Chen gently patted his sister's head. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can bully you. Then, he turned to the 3 black-robed men and said coldly, who was it just now that said having more people means you can bully the weak? Surround them. Xiaohe, Dajin, Huasian Beast, Dabai, and Achun sprang into action, encircling the 3 black-robed men and the shadow bone beast. The beasts sneered mischievously, cracking their knuckles as if eager to devour the 3 intruders in one bite. The sudden turn of events left the black-robed men utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, weren't we told there were no beasts here? How did 5 of them appear out of nowhere? One of the black-robed men cursed internally, vowing to break their informant Lu Nang's legs once they returned. Boss, don't worry. One of the black-robed men mustered his courage and said, We've got the shadow bone beast with us, and it's at the war general level. Hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. War general level? Let me show you what a real war general level beast looks like. At his command, Achun stomped the ground fiercely, its massive body instantly tripling in size. A terrifying pressure, as heavy as a mountain, descended upon them, leaving the 3 black-robed men gasping for air. At the same time, the flower fairy beast began to dance gracefully, unleashing thousands of thorny vines that shot up like giant pythons. A violent wave of energy, mixed with sharp thorns, surged toward the black-robed men and their shadow-bone beast. Under the overwhelming pressure of the 2 war general-level beasts, the shadow-bone beast froze in place, unable to move. The 3 black-robed men turned pale as ash and collapsed to the ground. We're doomed. Not only do they have 2 war general-level beasts, but the other 3 aren't to be trifled with either. Flower Achun, take down that shadow-bone beast. Jiang Chen ordered mockingly. Dajin, Xiaohe Dabai, the rest is up to you. The battle erupted instantly. The flower fairy beast and Achun launched a relentless assault on the shadow-bone beast, while the other beasts encircled the 3 black-robed men with amused expressions. Wang Xikong, Li Xiaofu, and Jiang Shaogua also joined the fray, throwing punches and kicks amidst the chaos, accompanied by pained cries. Help! Don't hit my face. Not my family jewels. Everyone glanced down to see little soft egg gleefully bouncing and rolling around in one of the black-robed men's crotch area, thoroughly enjoying itself. The sight made everyone instinctively shield their own vulnerable parts. This mischievous little creature was truly a devil. After half an hour, the group finally stopped, mostly because their hands were sore from all the punching. The 3 black-robed men were left battered and bruised, their faces swollen like pig heads. The shadow-bone beast had long been trapped in a cage of the flower fairy beast's thorny vines. Brother Chen, what should we do with these guys? Wang Xikong asked. Jiang Chen looked coldly at the 3 kneeling and begging for mercy. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. This is your final warning. If the Shadow Pavilion dares to target my friends again, it'll destroy you all. Spare us. We swear we'll never come back, even if it kills us. Jiang Chen nodded. Take them to the police station. Achun immediately grabbed the 3 men and dragged them away. Li Xiaofu pointed at the shadow-bone beast trapped in the vine cage and asked, Brother Chen, what about this one? Jiang Chen smiled knowingly. This is a real treasure. We missed the chance to cook the last one, but this time, we'll make a delicious war general-level feast out of it. Tomorrow, the mythical team will face the Skyshade team in a decisive battle. Jiang Chen's living room was packed with leaders of hunter squads who had come to provide intelligence. Their expressions were grim as they reported that the Skyshade team possessed at least 3 battle general-level beasts, a formidable force indeed. Before leaving, the squad leaders voiced their expectations for Jiang Chen, urging him to crush the Skyshade hunter group's reputation in this beast battle. After sending them off, Jiang Chen stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. The moon hung high above, but his heart was unusually calm. He knew that anxiety and fear were meaningless at this moment. Only giving his all would leave him with no regrets. Suddenly, a noise came from the roof. Jiang Chen looked up and saw the landlady lounging lazily on the eaves, holding a wine jug in her hand. "Hey kid, come up here and have a drink," she called out, her voice slurred from drunkenness. Jiang Chen climbed up to the rooftop. "You're facing the Skyshade team tomorrow, are you scared?" the landlady asked, taking a swig of her liquor. "Not scared, exactly," Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. "I'm just worried about them staying in the shadows." "Don't worry," the landlady interrupted him. "You're going to win." "Why are you so sure, ma'am?" The landlady let out a bitter laugh. "Because no one knows the Skyshade team better than I. Doi was their former coach." Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. The landlady continued, "Back in the day, the Skyshade team was as young and promising as you are now. I was the one who trained them to become the top-ranked beast fighting team. But later, they were bought off by the Lin family and turned into a tool for their exploitation. That's how the Skyshade Hunter group came to be. The Skyshade team that fought for their dreams no longer exists," the landlady said bitterly, her eyes glistening with tears. "Now, they're nothing more than slaves to money. Jiang Chen, promise me I'll give those punks a harsh wake-up call." Jiang Chen clenched his fists and solemnly vowed, "Don't worry, ma'am. They'll make sure to teach them a lesson." "Ma'am? Ma'am?" Jiang Chen turned to look, only to find the landlady fast asleep, leaning against the edge of the roof. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen, Tengu, and the others arrived at the Grand Beast Arena. The place was already packed with people, yet more spectators continued to pour in from all directions. Posters for this battle of the century had spread across the city over the past 5 days, drawing countless onlookers eager to witness the showdown. Jiang Chen and his group of 5 pushed through the crowded masses and arrived backstage at the Colosseum. Suddenly, Li Xiaofu pointed at the iron gate across from them and exclaimed, "Look, isn't that the Zhejian team?" Following his voice, Jiang Chen turned to see a group being led in by staff members. They were all dressed in matching black trench coats, with a golden Zhejian insignia gleaming on their chests under the lights. Their presence radiated an icy, commanding aura that was impossible to ignore. However, Jiang Chen sharply noticed that this team had only 4 members, which seemed to violate the rule requiring 5 members per team. Still, he didn't dwell on it for the moment. The main Colosseum was situated at the very center of the venue, its massive size capable of accommodating a staggering 100,000 spectators, a testament to the significance of this event. Even backstage, the deafening roar of the crowd was unmistakable. Cheers, shouts, and conversations blended into a chaotic, thunderous wave of excitement. Li Xiaofu leaned against the window, his voice trembling slightly. "Oh my god, so many people. I'm feeling a bit nervous." Tengu, hearing this, made a funny face and burst into laughter, shaking with amusement. "Nervous my ass," Wang Xikong said boldly. "Just go for it, no hesitation." "Exactly, just go for it," Jiang Chen chimed in. "Let's crush them," Hashua shouted, joining in. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed host rode into the Colosseum on a blazing tiger, instantly igniting an explosive wave of cheers from the crowd. "Welcome, everyone, to this epic battle of the century," the host's voice boomed across the arena. "Today, the rising myth of the Xian Xiu team will challenge our reigning legends, the Zhejian team. For years, the Zhejian team has dominated the beast battle rankings, undefeated and unmatched. They are the unshakable myth of this Colosseum. Now, let's give a thunderous welcome to the kings, the Zhejian team." The audience erupted in synchronized chants. "Zhejian, kings! Zhejian, kings!" The 4 members of the Zhejian team strode calmly into the arena, 3 men and 1 woman, their demeanor as relaxed as if they were strolling through their own backyard. Leading the group was a bald, burly man with a sinister white, snake-shaped bone earring dangling from his ear, giving him an eerie appearance. The other 3 looked unremarkable, but exuded an aura of dominance with every move they made. The host, slightly puzzled, asked, "According to the rules, beast battles require a team of 5. Captain Longtan, where's your 5th member?" The bald man, Longtan, furrowed his brows at the question and barked coldly, "Cut the crap. Get those little brats on the field already. Once we're done with them, I've got plans to hit the club." The host, intimidated by Longtan's piercing gaze, swallowed nervously. He had personally witnessed the terrifying sight of Long Tan feeding his beasts with human flesh. The domineering actions of Long Tan instantly enraged the entire audience. A wave of angry murmurs erupted from the crowd. Even if he's ranked first on the beast duel list, he still has to follow the rules. Hearing this, Long Tan flew into a rage. He turned to the audience and roared furiously, "Damn it! None of your damn business. Shut up, all of you." He then abruptly turned to the host, jabbing a finger so close it nearly touched the host's face. "And you, get the myth squad out here now, you hear me?" Terrified, the pale-faced host stammered as he announced, "Please welcome the myth squad." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Chen, Tengu, and their 3 teammates stepped into the arena one after another. To everyone's astonishment, the members of over 100 hunter squads in the front rows suddenly stood up in unison and bowed deeply to the 5 of them. This scene left the audience bewildered. Why were these young high schoolers receiving such immense respect in the hunter community? Long Tan and his group sneered, cursing under their breath. "A bunch of traitorous fools. Once we deal with these brats, we'll settle the score with you lot too." Jiang Chen carefully observed the 4 beasts under Long Tan's command, his brows furrowing deeply. All 4 were different species of spiders: an ice spider, a flame spider, a rock armor spider, and a storm spider. The ice spider and flame spider had even reached the formidable war general level. The ice spider king was the largest, with a diameter of 5 meters. Its body was a striking icy blue, and its 3 pairs of long legs, covered in sharp frosty spikes, glinted menacingly. Its bloodthirsty eyes made it clear that it was the ace killer of the Shadow Sky team. The Flame Spider King, though slightly smaller, radiated an intimidating aura with its blazing flames. Its 6 legs, resembling red-hot iron rods, left charred pits in the granite ground with every step. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This Flame Spider King's explosive power seemed unparalleled. At that moment, Long Tan glanced in a particular direction and scoffed. "Just a bunch of kids, and you think they're worth all this effort, Captain?" This left Jiang Chen and his team puzzled, unsure who Long Tan was addressing. However, Hishua suddenly flashed a cryptic smile and replied calmly, "They're worth it. After these past few days of undercover work, I've confirmed they are opponents worthy of serious attention." These words left Jiang Chen, Tengu, and the rest of the team utterly dumbfounded. The audience was left in utter confusion, everyone struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. At that moment, Hishua slowly raised his hand and tore off the human skin mask covering his face. Beneath it was a strikingly handsome face, one that could rival Wang Xizong's sharp brows, bright eyes, and an extraordinary refinement. With a playful smirk, he walked past Jiang Chen, then past Tengu and the others, finally stopping in front of the Zhetian battle team. "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Shua He, captain of the Zhetian battle team," he said calmly. "What the hell? You're a mole?" Wang Xizong and Li Xiaofu roared in fury, pointing accusing fingers at Shua He. Shua He sneered dismissively. "That's exactly your folly. How could you trust a stranger so easily?" "Shua He? Oh, what is Shua He?" Jiang Chen growled through gritted teeth. The revelation was too sudden. Hishua was a spy and had thoroughly grasped the mythical battle team's secrets, including Xiao Hei's lightning attribute. This was the most alarming part. "Jiang Chen, thanks for the rare herbs," Shua He said with a mischievous grin. "They leveled up my little spider by 2 levels. Jiang Chen quickly composed himself. Though he was loyal and sentimental, he felt no attachment to someone like Shua He, who toyed with emotions. "If I'm not mistaken, you have 2 beasts, don't you? That human-faced spider is just the weaker one. How did you figure that out?" Shua He asked with a frown. "You hit it well, but that shadow bone beast of yours has an innate fear of lightning. Every time Xiao Hei got close, I could feel a wave of unease emanating from it." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark mist rose from Shua He's shadow, revealing 2 ghostly white bone claws. It was a level 24 shadow bone beast of the warrior tier, and of exceptional quality. The system instantly displayed the detailed stats of the creature. Beast name: Shadow Bone Beast. Level 24. Quality: exceptional. Type: ghost fighting. Status: excited and joyful. Weaknesses: lightning psychic. Evolution paths: 8 available. Jiang Chen immediately grasped the Zhetian battle team's strategy. The 4 attribute-based spiders countered and tangled with opponents, while the shadow bone beast lurked in the shadows, waiting for a fatal strike. "But even if you figured it out, you're still doomed," Shua He declared smugly. "You're now down to fewer than 5 members, which means, according to the beast battle rules, you're automatically disqualified." The audience collectively gasped. This was a ruthless move, and no matter how strong the mythical battle team was, they couldn't continue without enough members. Worse, team members had to be registered in advance with the Hunter Alliance, making it impossible to recruit replacements on the spot. The hunters in the stands clenched their fists in worry for the mythical team. Was this really how it would all end? At that moment, Jiang Shaogua walked onto the arena, holding a fiery-tailed chinchilla in her arms. Her delicate, doll-like face paired with her innocent, wide eyes left everyone present utterly stunned. Shaogua, what are you doing here? Get back to the audience seats now, Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock. Didn't I ask the landlady to keep an eye on you? It was the landlady who told me to come. Jiang Shaogua replied with a cheerful grin. Her words struck like a clap of thunder, leaving Jiang Chen and the others completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Shuo He and Long Tan exchanged mocking smiles at the scene. Jiang Chen, stop pulling these tricks to buy time. Shuo He said coldly. If you can't gather enough people, just get off the stage already. This remark infuriated Jiang Shaogua. She placed her hands on her hips, puffed up her cheeks, and retorted loudly. Who says the mythical team doesn't have 5 members? Did your chemistry teacher teach you math? With me, the goddess herself, we make exactly 5. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. No one could believe their ears. This little girl was claiming to be the mythical team's 5th member? Stop joking around, kid. Longton sneered with a chilling smile. This place is dangerous. Go back to kindergarten where you belong. Jiang Shaogua let out a disdainful snort and pulled a certificate from her pocket. Take a good look, you big clowns. This is my official registration certificate for the mythical team. The crowd rushed forward to inspect it closely. After repeatedly verifying, they had no choice but to admit it was indeed a legitimate certificate. Shuo He's face darkened immediately. This meant the mythical team had officially met the required number of participants. Jiang Chen was caught between frustration and amusement. Although the crisis was resolved, how could such a dangerous arena allow a child to participate? Shaogua, what is going on here? The landlady took me to register last night, Jiang Shaogua said proudly. All eyes turned to the landlady in the audience. She casually blew a smoke ring and said nonchalantly, well, I had a bit too much to drink last night and somehow ended up taking Shaogua to register. Jiang Chen's face turned black as thunder. While the landlady's mistake had inadvertently saved the day, her reckless actions were far from reassuring. Shuo He and his group, however, wore mocking smiles. Well, isn't this the great coach? One of them sneered. Coach? Ha! Longton scoffed. Just a stubborn old relic. If not for that, she could have been dominating the scene with us by now, instead of ending up in this sorry state. The landlady remained unfazed by their taunts, her expression blank as she continued to puff on her cigarette, as though their words had nothing to do with her. Jiang Chen shouted furiously, pointing at the opponent. You traitors! How dare you betray your master and ancestors? I say, you are the ones who have fallen so far that even gods and men are outraged. Turning to the host, who looked utterly bewildered, Jiang Chen asked in a steady voice, now that the mythical squad is full, can we participate in the beast combat tournament? The host nodded mechanically. Yes. He was inwardly astonished. This was the first time in his 10-year career that he had seen a 10-year-old contestant. Hearing this, Shuo He's face darkened. He sneered coldly. Fine. In that case, they'll destroy you all completely. 5-element formation. Activate. At his command, 5 spiders of different elemental attributes instantly formed a battle array, encircling the mythical squad. Even more terrifying, a shadowy skeletal beast of war-level strength slowly ascended into the air. Its massive body blotted out the sky, and its overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain, stirring up fierce winds. Jiang Chen and his team looked grim as they quickly formed a defensive circle, shielding Jiang Shaogua in the center. Shuo He smirked smugly. Apologies, it was supposed to be 5 beasts in the battle. However, I've already contracted 2 additional beasts, so now it's 6 against you. The audience erupted in astonishment. To be in his 20s and contract 2 beasts was indeed a testament to Shuo He's incredible talent. Many couldn't help but worry for the mythical squad. Jiang Chen, however, responded with a disdainful sneer. 2 beasts? I've got some too. Big talk. Shuo He scoffed. I've been watching you all for so long and never once seen you summon another beast. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, destroy them. Ice and Fire Polar Array. The Frost Spider King and the Flame Spider King roared simultaneously. The Frost Spider King opened its gaping maw and unleashed a chilling blue storm, while the Flame Spider King's fiery aura surged, spewing magma-like flames. The battlefield was instantly divided into 2 extremes. One side freezing cold, causing the spectators to shiver, and the other unbearably hot, making them sweat profusely. The powers of ice and fire intertwined, surging toward the mythical squad like an unstoppable force. At the critical moment, Tang Shishir shouted, Hua, use Thorn Cage. This time, the thorns weren't meant to trap the enemy but to protect their team. The flower sprite beast danced gracefully, weaving a defensive cage of thousands of thorny vines in an instant. Thanks to Jiang Chen's cultivation the previous day, These thorns now possessed resistance to both water and fire. In the next moment, ice and fire collided, triggering a massive explosion. The entire arena trembled violently as the audience held their breaths, their eyes fixed on the center of the blast. When the dust finally settled, the thorn cage had been shattered into pieces. However, the mythical squad stood firm, unmoved from their position, though their backs were soaked with cold sweat. They had narrowly escaped disaster, but the perilous life-and-death moment was something only they could truly comprehend. The moment frost and flames enveloped the thorny cage, a ghastly white skeletal claw suddenly tore through the air, attacking from behind Jiang Chen and the others. The claw smashed fiercely against the protective barrier, producing a deafening explosion. If it weren't for Soft Egg's timely deployment of the barrier, Jiang Chen's back would have been pierced with 5 bloody holes. Cold sweat instantly soaked everyone's clothes. Only then did Jiang Chen realize the truth: those 5 spiders, forming the pentagonal battle formation, had merely been a diversion. The true killing move was the shadow-bone beast, a battle general-class creature lurking in the gray mist. Shuahi, seeing the ambush fail, showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Not bad. You actually managed to block Shadow's attack. But don't think your luck will hold for long. Before his words even faded, the rock armor spider suddenly buried its head into the ground, unleashing an ear-piercing screech. The granite floor cracked instantly, surging toward Jiang Chen and the others like a tidal wave. Big White, blizzard. Wang Xikong commanded in a low voice. Big White roared and unleashed a violent snowstorm, freezing the oncoming rock waves entirely. The shimmering blue ice sculptures sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. At that moment, a sinister shadow burst forth from the ice, its bone spike aiming straight for Jiang Chen's throat. The shadow-bone beast had exploited the opening to strike again. Xiao He, block it. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Xiao He leaped forward in an instant, its colorful stinger colliding fiercely with the shadow-bone beast's bone spike, sparks flying everywhere. Forced back, the shadow-bone beast dissolved back into mist, but Xiao He was also sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily into the ice sculptures. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Shuahi's lips. The human-faced spider suddenly shot out from the black mist, its sharp mandibles targeting Xiao He's neck. Hua Hua! Tang Shirshir called out sharply. The flower fairy beast immediately lashed out with its vines, pulling Xiao He back just in time to avoid the fatal strike. How dare you target my beast? Dejin, take it down. Jiang Chen roared furiously, giving the command. A golden figure soared into the air. Without hesitation, Dejin, clad in heavy armor, launched its iron fist straight at the human-faced spider's back. With a thunderous boom, the entire arena quaked. The human-faced spider was instantly smashed into a cloud of blood mist, its blue blood spraying everywhere. Dejin landed beside Jiang Chen like a war god, a sight so awe-inspiring that it left the members of the sky-shrouding team utterly stunned. One punch had obliterated a level 17 human-faced spider. It turned out that Jiang Chen had indeed formed contracts with 2 beasts. This revelation caused Shuahi's face to twist into a menacing grimace. Jiang Chen, it seems I've underestimated you. At such a young age, you've managed to acquire 2 beasts. But no matter what, today you must die. With Shuahi's command, 3 battle general level beasts, the Frost Spider King, the Flame Spider King, and the Shadow Bone Beast, launched their attacks simultaneously, their overwhelming aura pressing down on the entire arena. Dejin, Huasian Beast, and a Chun each took on one opponent. While Dejin relied on its formidable defense and strength to contend with the level 24 Shadow Bone Beast, it was clearly at a disadvantage. Huasian Beast was evenly matched with the Frost Spider King, resulting in a deadlock. As for a Chun, who had just reached the battle general level, it was being chased relentlessly by the Flame Spider King but managed to hold on for now thanks to its tough, durable hide. Meanwhile, Wang Xikong and Jiang Shaogua kept a vigilant eye on the Rock Armor Spider and the Storm Spider. Dabai's frost abilities kept the Rock Armor Spider at bay, while the fire-tailed lynx focused on protecting Jiang Chen. What left the audience utterly dumbfounded was that, in the midst of the heated battle, Jiang Chen pulled out cooking pots and utensils from his hollow Bodhi seed and began cooking on the spot. He set up a pressure cooker, brought water to a boil, and then tossed the battle general level Shadow Bone Beast he had captured the previous day into the pot, still trapped in thorny chains. As the beast howled in agony, Jiang Chen added slices of fire spirit ginger, crystal scallions, and emerald star anise into the pot. The rich aroma of simmering meat wafted across the battlefield, causing even the battling beasts to salivate uncontrollably. Seeing this, Shuahi's expression darkened. Rock Armor Spider, Storm Spider, what are you waiting for? Stop him. Don't let Jiang Chen finish his dish. The Rock Armor Spider lunged at Jiang Chen, only to be intercepted by Wang Xikong's Dabai. Meanwhile, the Storm Spider summoned a ferocious tornado, directing it toward Jiang Chen, who was now protected only by Jiang Shaogua. Little softy, don't let that spider disturb my brother. Jiang Xiaogua shouted, hands on her hips. Little softy immediately activated sacred protection, enveloping Jiang Chen and Xiao He in a golden barrier. However, under the relentless assault of the tornado, cracks began to spread across the protective shield, and it seemed on the verge of breaking. Brother, hurry up. Little softy can't hold on much longer. Jiang Xiaogua called out anxiously. The protective barrier shattered inch by inch under the violent assault of the tornado. A sinister glint flashed in Shuahi's eyes. Haha, tear him apart. He had already envisioned Jiang Chen being torn to pieces by the raging winds. With a thunderous crash, the protective barrier completely disintegrated. The violent tornado, like a ravenous beast, surged toward Jiang Chen, making his coat flap wildly in the wind. At that critical moment, a pressure cooker suddenly exploded, and a pitch-black pill soared into the air. Xiaohei, Jiang Chen commanded. Xiaohei immediately leaped toward the airborne pill. However, a sinister smile curled on Shuahi's lips. From within the tornado, the storm spider emerged, snatching the black pill and swallowing it before Xiaohei could reach it. The members of the Covering Sky squad burst into laughter. So, Jiang Chen, the pill you worked so hard to refine ends up benefiting our beast instead. Surprised? Unexpected? Huh? The audience exchanged uneasy glances, especially the hunters, who frowned deeply. They had hoped the pill would be the key to turning the tide for the mythical squad, but now, all hope seemed lost. Thanks for the treat. Shuahi sneered darkly. The storm spider ate the pill? Jiang Chen feigned surprise. Of course. Idiot. It's already swallowed. Long Tan laughed smugly. Jiang Chen nodded, a meaningful smile suddenly appearing on his face. Well, that's a relief. What do you mean? Before Shuahi could finish his sentence, the storm spider's abdomen began to swell abnormally, as if something inside was inflating uncontrollably. It writhed on the ground in agony, its belly growing larger and larger. What exactly was in that pill? Shuahi demanded sharply. Jiang Chen replied calmly, that was a highly concentrated toxic gas extracted from the black shadow bone beast. Once it leaves a high-temperature environment, it expands 1,000-fold. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion rocked the arena. The storm spider's body was blown to pieces. The audience erupted in gasps, finally realizing that Jiang Chen had intentionally baited the storm spider into swallowing the lethal pill. You like stealing food, don't you? Jiang Chen teased as he pushed the pressure cooker towards Shuahi. The black broth inside emitted an enticing aroma. Here, there's still a pot of soup. Feel free to take it. Shuahi's forehead veins bulged with rage, but Jiang Chen only added fuel to the fire. He grabbed a handful of cilantro and tossed it into the pot. What's wrong? Not flavorful enough? Let me add a bit of color for you. Shuahi gritted his teeth in fury but dared not let his beast approach the pot again, especially with the storm spider's gruesome remains still scattered across the ground. If you're not going to eat it, then Xiaohei will enjoy it, Jiang Chen declared. Xiaohei eagerly approached the pot, drinking the soup with relish. So delicious. Master's cooking is truly divine. You're still eating? Shuahi roared in frustration. Look at what a mess your beast has become. Indeed, only the flower fairy beast remained, struggling to hold its ground on the battlefield. Dejin and Chun were completely overpowered, their movements faltering. It was clear that in less than 30 seconds, they would be facing a life-or-death crisis. Shuahi sneered and spoke. Well, it looks like it's time to end this. Before his words had fully landed, a deafening roar erupted from within the thick black mist that blanketed the area. The air vibrated violently as the mist began to rapidly contract toward its center. Jiang Chen and the others focused their gaze, only to see the black shadow bone beast opening its massive maw and sucking in all the mist around it. In an instant, the beast's body expanded to 10 times its original size, its colossal form blotting out the sky like an ominous black cloud covering the entire arena. From within the darkness, 2 skeletal white claws emerged, striking with lightning speed and sending the flower fairy beast flying. A ferocious gust of wind howled through the air, flinging Dejin, Chun, and by hundreds of meters away, where they crashed heavily into the stone wall. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, their faces pale with shock at the terrifying sight. Shuahi burst into maniacal laughter. Jiang Chen, today will be the day you die. The black shadow bone beast's form suddenly transformed into a terrifying black skeleton. Its hollow eye sockets emanated a menacing aura, and its pale bone structure radiated violent energy. With its massive jaws wide open, it lunged toward Jiang Chen with deadly intent. Tang Shishir, Jiang Xiaogua, and the others turned pale, their eyes filled with dread. Just as the situation reached the brink of catastrophe, Xiaohei, who had just finished drinking his soup, abruptly opened his eyes. A bolt of black lightning tore through the gloomy sky. With a thunderous boom, Xiao He leapt into the air, standing atop the lightning as he let out a resounding roar. A terrifying commander-level pressure swept across the arena, causing the walls to tremble violently. Black lightning coiled around Xiao He's muscular, steel-like body, which seemed forged from iron itself. Roar! Xiao He howled into the heavens, unleashing his furious thunder claw. A massive lightning claw descended from the sky, striking the black skeleton with devastating force. A flicker of fear flashed in the skeleton's hollow eyes before it was torn apart by the lightning claw. The resulting explosion of energy sent the flame and frost spider kings hurtling away. No, this can't be happening. Shuahi roared, veins bulging as he descended into madness. Frost, flame, kill him for me. The two spider kings shrieked as they charged at Jiang Chen, unleashing a storm of frost and molten lava. But Jiang Chen remained motionless, for Xiao He had already executed his stellar shift technique, instantly placing himself in front of Jiang Chen. With a thunderous roar, Xiao He summoned a black tiger-shaped lightning aura around him, which smashed through the frost and fire energy, completely obliterating the two spider kings. When the energy dissipated, only two crystals remained on the ground, one red and one blue. As the dark clouds cleared, golden sunlight poured down onto the arena. Jiang Chen stood calmly within the beam of light, a faint, serene smile playing on his lips. At the edge of the battlefield, violent energy ripples swept through like invisible blades. Sua He, caught off guard, was engulfed in the chaos, his figure vanishing into nothingness in an instant. Captain, Long Tan and the others cried out in disbelief, their voices filled with anguish. A prodigious beast tamer and the soul of the Zhoutian battle team had fallen due to a fundamental mistake. In battles between beast tamers, the combat was supposed to be between the beasts, while the tamers kept a safe distance from the fray. But Sua He, acting on impulse, had stepped into a fatal zone. The members of the Zhoutian team stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Their minds were stuck on the unbelievable scene that had just unfolded. How could Xiao He possibly defeat three battle general-level beasts in an instant? After all, the Shadow Bone Beast and the Frost Spider King were formidable beings, both at level 24. In truth, Xiao He could not have achieved such a feat with its own strength alone. Its real advantage lay in the Shadow Burst power extracted by Jiang Chen from the Shadow Bone Beast. That seemingly ordinary pot of medicinal broth had concentrated all the energy essence of the Shadow Bone Beast. Although the power only lasted for a minute, it was enough to turn the tide of battle. Jiang Chen stood proudly at the center of the arena, with Xiao He radiating an overwhelming presence by his side. He raised a finger toward the sky and declared with unwavering conviction, "From this day forward, the mythical battle team claims the top spot on the beast combat rankings." A thunderous roar erupted from the audience of 100,000. For the long-oppressed hunters, years of suppressed emotions were finally unleashed. The once dominant Zhoutian hunter group's reign had come to an end. Long Tan and his teammates stood in despair, their minds shattered. They had not only lost their captain but also 4 of their 5 beasts, leaving only the weakest, the rock-armored spider, barely clinging to life. This was no mere defeat, it was total annihilation. This can't be. This isn't real.
Zhoutian cannot fail.
Long Tan muttered, his bloodshot eyes filled with denial. Jiang Chen cast a cold glance at them, his words cutting like blades. The downfall of the Zhoutian team was inevitable. From the moment you were bought by the Lin family, from the moment you abandoned the honor of beast tamers, from the moment you fell into corruption, he turned and pointed at their landlord-turned-trainer, from the moment you betrayed your own coach. These words plunged the 4 remaining members of the Zhoutian team into silence. Once, they had been talented youths with dreams, but somewhere along the way, they had lost the dignity of being beast tamers. Amid the jubilant cheers of the hunters, the 5 members of the mythical team left the arena, brimming with confidence. Their rise to the top of the beast combat rankings left behind a legend, the mythical battle team undefeated, with a streak of consecutive victories. This battle cemented the mythical hunter's reputation in Chang'an City. When they returned triumphantly to the Divine Beast Breeding Clinic, the lobby manager, Hifugue, eagerly rushed out to greet them. "Chun, great news." Hifugue's face was lit up with an uncontrollable grin as he pointed toward the Shenglong Breeding Clinic. Hearing this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What good news now?" "Shenglong has completely gone under," Hifugue said excitedly. "All 9 branch stores are done for, and even the main store has collapsed. Lu Neng is inside right now, packing up his things to leave." Wang Sikong smirked knowingly. "An old friend leaving after so long, should we go and see him off?" "Absolutely." Jiang Chen nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. "We're the most thoughtful people, after all." The group strode confidently into the Shenglong Clinic. The once bustling lobby was now eerily empty, not a soul in sight. Just then, Lu Neng appeared in the lobby, carrying a small bundle on his back. As he looked up and saw Jiang Chen and the others, his face immediately darkened. He had hoped to slip away unnoticed, but he hadn't expected to run into this farewell party. Well, Lu, heading out already? Li Xiaofu said with a sly grin. Why not stay for a meal? We could give you a proper send-off. Lu Neng's face turned a deep shade of purple, veins bulging on his forehead in anger. The collapse of Shanglong, caused directly by the defeat of the Xintian team, was a devastating blow. As the financial backbone of the Lin family and the Xintian hunters, this loss was catastrophic. Thinking about the potential punishment awaiting him from Commander Lin, Lu Neng couldn't help but shudder. Don't get too cocky just yet, Lu Neng said coldly, glaring at Jiang Chen and the group. The Xintian hunters are far stronger than you imagine. Besides, his lips curled into a sinister smile. You killed the Shadow Tower's Grand Elder's personal disciple. That's a blood feud that won't go unavenged. The group tensed at his words, and a sudden realization flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. The signature beast of the Shadow Tower is the Dark Shadow Bone Beast, and there's a Warlord level 1 in Suaha. Could it be Suaha? That's right, you're quick to catch on. Lu Neng sneered. The Grand Elder adored that disciple. The last time someone crossed Suaha, their entire family was wiped out overnight. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen, just wait for the Shadow Tower's revenge. As Lu Neng turned to leave, Wang Xikong suddenly stuck out his foot, tripping him and sending him sprawling to the ground. Who do you think you are? Wang Xikong barked angrily. You're just a pathetic stray dog. Lu Neng scrambled to his feet, covered in dust, and stormed out with a dark expression. Chun, do you think what Lu Neng said is true? Li Xiaofu asked with a frown. Is Suaha really the Shadow Tower Grand Elder's personal disciple? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Judging by the Dark Shadow Bone Beast, it's highly likely. What do we do now? Tang Shishir said worriedly. The Shadow Tower surely won't let this go. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. What's there to fear? Suaha died in a competition because he got too close to the battle zone. It was his own fault. Besides, the Shadow Tower has tried to assassinate us multiple times. I haven't even settled the score with them yet. After returning to the Pet Cultivation Club, Jiang Chen and his companions got everything in order and prepared to head back to school. Despite being top figures in the hunter community, they couldn't neglect their studies. Assignments and classes still had to be completed on time. In the classroom, Jiang Chen leaned back in his seat, his mind far from the lecture. He was already strategizing his next move. The collapse of Shanglong Cultivation Club had brought him one step closer to his goal. Next, he planned to completely dismantle the Shadow Hunters Guild. Just as his thoughts were racing, his phone suddenly vibrated. Pulling it out, he saw a message from his old class group chat, which had been inactive for a long time. Class reunion tomorrow at 8 a.m., Mingyue Summer Resort. Everyone who's alive, show up. The organizer was the class monitor, Lu Qian, the quintessential perfect guy in the eyes of the girls, a combination of wealth, looks, and charm. Unfortunately, he hadn't awakened as a beast tamer. Since joining the elite S-class beast taming program, Jiang Chen had gradually lost touch with his old classmates. It wasn't intentional on his part. Rather, those who hadn't made it into the program grew envious and intentionally distanced themselves from him. They even created a new group chat, excluding Jiang Chen entirely. Suddenly, a message popped up in the group. Is Jiang Chen allowed to come? The words made Jiang Chen's face darken. Before he could react, the message was hastily deleted. Clearly, the sender had assumed this was the new group without Jiang Chen. This awkward moment only strengthened Jiang Chen's resolve to attend the reunion. With a hectic schedule lately, he figured it wouldn't hurt to bring along Tang Shishir and Jiang Xiaogua for a bit of relaxation. The next morning at 7:30, the three of them set off in a taxi. Their destination, Mingyue Summer Resort, was one of the most upscale leisure spots in Dawn City. It spanned a vast area, encompassing the entirety of Mingyue Park, and offered everything from dining and accommodations to camping, fishing, and even hunting services. The level of luxury was so high that only the city's wealthiest residents could afford it. Without a VIP pass, the taxi could only drop them off at the resort's entrance. The trio had to hike nearly a kilometer up a winding mountain path to reach the Mingyue restaurant halfway up the hill. Looking at the distant buildings, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the ostentatious design. As they neared the restaurant, Tang Shishir and Jiang Xiaogua made a quick stop at the restroom, leaving Jiang Chen to walk toward the entrance alone. From a distance, he spotted Lu Qian standing by the door, accompanied by the class beauty, Sun Tingting. It was impossible not to notice them. Standing at the entrance was an eye-catching couple. The man, tall and handsome, exuded an air of sophistication in his tailored suit. The woman, elegant and statuesque, was radiant in a designer cocktail dress that accentuated her captivating figure. They stood hand in hand, greeting arriving classmates with polite yet noble smiles. Bathed in the morning sunlight, it wasn't just the couple that seemed to glow behind them. A sleek, black supercar gleamed brilliantly. Wow, looks like they're shooting a drama again, Jiang Chen quipped with a smirk. His remark instantly darkened the expressions of Lu Qian and Sun Tingting. Lu Qian's eyes flicked to Xiao He, who stood beside Jiang Chen, and a flash of jealousy crossed his face before he feigned a casual tone. Oh hey, isn't this, what's your name again? Sorry, I forgot. Was it Jiang Xiaosan? No, wait, Chen Xiaoxi? Sun Tingting burst into laughter, her shapely figure trembling slightly, drawing the ogling stares of the male classmates around her. But Jiang Chen, having been through tougher battles, remained unfazed by the ridicule. Ah, it seems some of our classmates are getting on in years and their memory's not what it used to be. Jiang Chen responded with a calm smile. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Jiang Chen. When his taunt failed to embarrass Jiang Chen, Lu Qian quickly lost interest and changed the subject. Well, looks like everyone who should be here is here and those who shouldn't be are here too. Let's head to the private room and order some food. Everyone knew exactly who Lu Qian's those who shouldn't be here was referring to, but Jiang Chen simply kept smiling. You go ahead. I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for? Lu Qian's loyal sidekick, Zhang Xiaoyang, asked skeptically. Don't tell me you brought a +1 too? Most of the classmates brought their significant others. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. Speaking of +1s, no one can top Lu Xiao's date, chimed in Hu Yukai, the second sidekick. The class beauty herself, and Lu Xiao was the one to win her over. This comment immediately drew everyone's attention to Sun Tingting. Her fair face flushed with a delicate blush, and her slender figure looked even more enchanting in her fitted dress. Leaning affectionately against Lu Qian, she struck a pose that caused the other girls to roll their eyes and silently curse her for stealing the spotlight. Whoa, you guys, look over there, gorgeous girls. Zhang Xiaoyang suddenly exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw two stunning young women approaching gracefully. One was vibrant and chic, the other sweet and innocent. The taller girl, in particular, exuded an ethereal charm, like a rare orchid blooming in a secluded valley, captivating all who beheld her. Despite wearing nothing more than simple t-shirts and shorts, the two girls drew admiring glances from passers-by, their presence completely overshadowing Sun Tingting. Sure, Xiaogua, over here. Jiang Chen waved and called out to them. The entire group of classmates froze in disbelief. No way. Jiang Chen knows those two beauties? Haha, absolutely not. Look at him's probably so shocked he's imagining things. But to everyone's astonishment, the two girls were indeed walking toward Jiang Chen. The crowd was left utterly speechless. What the hell is going on? Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, staring in disbelief as the two stunning beauties walked straight over to Jiang Chen's side. The arrival of Tang Shishir and Jiang Xiaogua was like a bomb dropping, instantly igniting the entire scene. Especially when the adorable little Jiang Xiaogua affectionately clung to Jiang Chen's arm. Everyone present was rendered speechless by shock. Lu Qian and the others were internally devastated. These were all eligible bachelors with wealth and status. Yet the two breathtaking women didn't spare them a single glance, choosing instead to stick to Jiang Chen. Lu Qian, in particular, found it hard to accept. How could he, a tall, handsome, and confident man, be completely overlooked? Sun Tingting's situation was even more awkward. She had always considered herself a beauty, but standing next to Tang Shishi's dazzling presence, she suddenly seemed insignificant. Watching Lu Qian's dazed gaze fixed on Tang Shishir and Jiang Xiaogua, a wave of bitterness surged in her heart. Meanwhile, the other girls secretly snickered at the scene, taking pleasure in seeing the usually proud Sun Tingting humbled. Jiang Chen, who's this lovely lady? Lu Qian forced himself to act composed, adjusting his suit in an attempt to regain some dignity. A smug smile played at the corners of Jiang Chen's lips. Do I really need to explain? I think it's pretty obvious. His words were like a dagger, piercing the hearts of every guy in the room. They had to admit, bringing one stunning beauty was impressive, but Jiang Chen had brought two. Sensing the growing awkwardness, Lu Qian quickly changed the subject. Let's not stand in the doorway. Let's head to the private room. It's a rare occasion for Class 6 to have a reunion, so order whatever you like, it's on me. With a bold wave of his hand, he led everyone into the luxurious VIP room of Mingyue Restaurant. The private room was elegantly decorated, exuding the charm of Jiangnan-style gardens. A 30-meter-long rosewood table could comfortably seat 80 people, more than enough for the 65 classmates gathered. The girls couldn't help but gasp in admiration at the lavish setup, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Lu Qian. This only made Sun Tingting feel even more uneasy. Lu Qian, however, maintained an air of nonchalance, as if all of this were entirely ordinary. Sit wherever you like, he said, his tone brimming with unmistakable pride. Lu Qian gave Jiang Chen a deliberate glance and said enthusiastically, especially you, Jiang Chen, make sure to order a few good dishes. You don't usually get to try such high-end cuisine. The classmates sitting around couldn't help but exchange amused smiles. Jiang Chen, unfazed, shrugged with a smile and replied, "Don't worry, Lu Xiao. The dishes I choose will definitely match your status." Hearing this, Lu Qian chuckled to himself, thinking, "As if I'm afraid you'll eat me into bankruptcy." However, as everyone began to take their seats, an awkward situation quickly arose. Both long tables were already fully occupied. Yet there were still people left standing without seats. Lu Qian looked around, his face filled with confusion. He started to think back rapidly and soon realized he had made a critical mistake. He had only accounted for the 65 classmates in their class but had completely overlooked the boyfriends and girlfriends they had brought along. Particularly the girls, almost all of them had brought along their strikingly handsome boyfriends. It wasn't surprising, though. After all, they were high school students, and dating was perfectly normal. It was just like how 6 girls in a dorm could form 5 different chat groups. Their relationships were subtle and complicated, and none of them wanted to lose face in such a setting. Sensing the growing awkwardness in the room, Lu Qian cleared his throat and put on an air of confidence. "Not a problem, just a small matter. I'll have the manager switch us to the largest private room right away." Soon, the manager of Mingyue Tower appeared at the door of the private room. He was a middle-aged man dressed in an elegant silk tang suit. His slightly plump figure, paired with a rosewood cane in hand, exuded the presence of a seasoned and successful businessman. His calm eyes revealed a composure honed through years of experience. "I hear the guests here would like to upgrade their room?" the manager asked with a polite smile, nodding to everyone. "That's right. This room is too small. Get me the largest one." Lu Qian waved his hand grandly. The manager nodded. "No problem. As it happens, our top-tier VIP room is available. However, we'll need you to pay a deposit first so I can make the arrangements. Just put it on the Lu Group's account." Lu Qian replied nonchalantly with a dismissive wave. The classmates in the room, hearing this, couldn't help but look on with envy. Having a corporation to back you up and charging everything to an account sounded so effortlessly glamorous. However, the manager furrowed his brow. "I'm sorry, but that's not in line with our policy. The Lu Group has only prepaid for a large private room. The price difference for the top-tier room needs to be settled up front." Lu Qian was stunned. As a pampered young master, he rarely carried large amounts of cash with him. Such an expense would require approval from his father, and even if he made a call now, waiting for a transfer would take at least an hour. On any other day, he would have angrily berated the manager, demanding to know if they were disrespecting the Lu Group. But at this moment, facing a room full of expectant classmates, he felt an unprecedented wave of embarrassment. But in the Mingyue Tower, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. This was the territory of the Mingyue enterprise, far larger in scale than the Lu family business, and they didn't need to give anyone any face. Lu Qian suppressed the anger boiling within him, forcing a sycophantic smile onto his face. Leaning close to the manager, he whispered, "Could you make an exception for us? The Lu Group would never default on a payment." The manager's expression instantly turned icy, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. "The Lu Group? What does that amount to in front of Mingyue Manor? Rules are rules, hurry, no one gets a pass." These words, spoken in front of so many classmates, made Lu Qian's face burn with humiliation. He glanced desperately at his closest friends, hoping one of them might step in to help. But those who usually surrounded him like loyal followers now avoided his gaze, some even feigning sudden fascination with the decorations in the corner. Lu Qian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, sweat beading on his forehead. Just as he was at his wit's end, a voice suddenly came from the corner of the private room. "He'll cover it for now. It seems Lu Xiao doesn't have any small change on hand." Hearing this, Lu Qian felt like he had grabbed onto a lifeline. But when he turned toward the voice, he froze in shock. It was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen strode forward calmly, pulling a sleek, understated black card from his pocket and handing it to the manager. As a wealthy young man of Chang'an City, Lu Qian knew all too well what that black card signified. It was a symbol of elite status, representing assets in the tens of millions. Even his father only had one. The manager's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the black card. "Oh, you have a black card? Why didn't you say so earlier? No need for all this hassle." His attitude shifted 180 degrees in an instant. Lu Qian felt a wave of dizziness, his legs turning to jelly as he nearly collapsed to the floor. "Are you all right, Lu Xiao?" Jiang Chen quickly steadied him, then turned to the other classmates with a grin. "Look at Lu Xiao's been so busy, he's worn himself out. Someone order him a bowl of turtle soup to help him recover." The classmates, sensing the shift, quickly chimed in with awkward laughter. Yes, Lu Xiao must be exhausted. He definitely needs some nourishment." "What the heck? What's going on?" everyone exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they stared at the scene before them. They began to wonder, had the Jiang Chen they thought they knew been a facade all along? Or had he just won the lottery? 2 minutes later, the suite upgrade was complete. The manager personally returned the black card, his face beaming with a warm smile as he eagerly struck up a conversation with Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang, you must visit Mingyue Tower more often in the future. The manager enthusiastically patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, clearly giving special attention to the black card holder. Of course, Manager Zhao. You go ahead and take care of your work, Jiang Chen replied politely. Please send my regards to your esteemed parents. Manager Zhao waved goodbye, already calculating in his mind just how influential the family of a young man with a black card must be. This scene made Lu Qian's blood boil. This was the treatment that should have been his. Jiang Chen, surrounded by the group, entered the top-tier VIP suite, with Tang Shishir and Jiang Shaogua seated on either side of him. The new suite was noticeably more spacious, with a luxurious and opulent decor. When the waiter brought the menu, Lu Qian, desperate to save face, ordered a table full of extravagant delicacies. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, ordered just one dish soft-shell turtle soup and deliberately placed the bowl facing Lu Qian. Staring at the turtle's head floating in the soup, Lu Qian seethed with rage, completely losing his appetite. The other classmates, caught awkwardly between the two, found the meal extraordinarily uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaogua and Tang Shishir ate with great enthusiasm, devouring the feast with such vigor that the others secretly marveled. With appetites like that, who could afford to feed them? After the meal, Lu Qian's carefully planned hunting activity commenced. His choice of activity was no accident. First, he was familiar with the area, having often accompanied his father on hunting trips here. He knew the terrain and the prey like the back of his hand and was confident in his marksmanship. Second, he was convinced that someone like Jiang Chen would have no experience with such a high-end activity. Lu Qian imagined himself striking a heroic pose with a rifle over his shoulder, standing triumphantly over his catch, while Jiang Chen failed to hit a single target. With that image in mind, his mood improved slightly as he led the group to the back mountain of Mingyue Hill. The rear mountain was lush with dense vegetation, ancient trees, varied terrain, and abundant water sources, making it home to all kinds of small animals. Mingyue Villa had long since cleared the area of dangerous wildlife and enclosed the entire region with wire fencing to ensure visitors' safety. At the entrance to the hunting grounds, each of the 40 male students was issued a modified hunting rifle and 30 rounds of ammunition. The power of these rifles had been significantly reduced, with a range of just 100 meters and bullets containing only half the usual amount of gunpowder, making them suitable for hunting small game like rabbits. The boys were thrilled after getting their hands on the hunting rifles, endlessly fiddling with them. After all, there isn't a guy who doesn't enjoy playing with guns. Lu Qian cleared his throat, one hand on his hip while expertly resting the rifle on his shoulder. His excitement was unmistakable as he adopted the air of a seasoned pro, ready to lecture this group of rookies. Listen up, everyone. Guns aren't just toys. There's a lot to learn here, he announced, swiftly swinging the rifle from his shoulder to his front with a smooth motion. With his left hand supporting the barrel from below, the entire move was fluid and practiced, showcasing his apparent expertise. For beginners, there's only one thing you need to remember: keep the front sight, the muzzle, and the target aligned in one straight line. As he explained, he pointed to each key part with his fingers. Before he even finished speaking, Lu Qian had already loaded the rifle, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the trunk of a tree 20 meters away with precision. Great shot! Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Relishing the praise, Lu Qian smugly glanced at Jiang Chen, only to see him standing there with a calm, unbothered expression. Ha! Stunned speechless, aren't you, country bumpkin? Lu Qian sneered inwardly. In reality, Jiang Chen, who was accustomed to battling ferocious beasts, found no excitement in such rifles. To him, it was nothing more than child's play. This couldn't even compare to the flick of a small beast's tail. When he learned they were going hunting, he had already felt exasperated. A dignified beast hunter reduced to hunting cute little rabbits? The boys divided into 4 groups, each with 10 members, and headed deeper into the mountains. Jiang Chen was assigned to Lu Qian's group, along with Lu Qian's close friends, including Zhang Xiaoyang and Hu Yuhua. Let's form 2 columns and move forward in a line. Lu Qian, self-appointed as the team leader, then turned to Jiang Chen with a mocking tone. Jiang Chen, you don't even know how to hold a gun. Go to the back of the line and stay out of the way. The remark was clearly intentional. Being at the front of the group meant better chances of spotting prey, while the back offered little opportunity to fire. Jiang Chen simply shrugged and walked to the back with an indifferent expression. He truly couldn't muster any enthusiasm for this child's play. The hunting team crouched low, carefully advancing, cautious not to startle any potential prey. Suddenly, about 15 meters ahead, a gray wild rabbit darted out of the bushes. Its alertness was exceptional. It paused to nibble on grass, but raised its head every few seconds, scanning its surroundings for any signs of danger. Lu Qian raised a hand behind him, signaling for everyone to stop. The group instantly understood and crouched down, using the dense bushes to conceal themselves. All eyes were fixed on the rabbit ahead, leisurely nibbling on grass. Lu Qian steadied his hunting rifle, his gaze locked on the target through the sight. At such close range, He could even hear the faint crunch of the rabbits chewing. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he thought about impressing this group of rookies, especially Jiang Chen, to show him what a real man could do. Just as he held his breath and lightly placed his finger on the trigger, a thunderous fart erupted behind him. Startled, the rabbit froze for a split second before darting into the nearby underbrush. Are you kidding me? Lu Qian watched helplessly as his prey escaped, his frustration boiling over. He slammed the rifle onto the ground and spun around, shouting at the group, "Who let that out? Seriously, what timing?" The group had already scattered, frantically waving their hands to dispel the noxious smell while pinching their noses and retreating. The fart wasn't just loud. It was overwhelmingly pungent. Since everyone had been focused on the rabbit, no one had noticed who the culprit was, leaving the scene in an awkward silence. It was Zhang Xiaoyang. Jiang Chen suddenly accused, pointing a finger. I was right behind him. The dirt under his butt practically flew up when it happened. And it reeked. Zhang Xiaoyang panicked at the accusation and quickly waved his hands in protest. No, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. Lu Xiao, you have to believe me. How could it not be you? Jiang Chen retorted with a look of disgust. Weren't you chugging turtle soup like crazy during lunch? No wonder you've got that kind of firepower now. Zhang Xiaoyang looked like he was on the verge of tears. Sure, he had indeed drunk a lot of turtle soup, but as far as he knew, that wasn't the kind of thing that would make someone pass gas, at least not like this. Lu Qian was momentarily speechless. He stared intently at Zhang Xiaoyang, fully aware that his childhood friend would never dare to deceive him. Zhang Xiaoyang's parents both worked for the Lu Corporation, and especially when it came to matters like hunting, lying wasn't even an option. He couldn't even let out a fart without holding it in, much less fabricate a story. It was clear as day that Jiang Chen was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Unfortunately, without solid evidence, Lu Qian could only suppress his anger. He bent down, picked up the hunting rifle from the ground, and through gritted teeth, squeezed out a single command: move forward. Zhang Xiaoyang finally understood Jiang Chen was a devil incarnate. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly made up an excuse, swapped places with another classmate, and slinked off to the front of the group. The hunting party continued advancing deeper into the Mingyue mountain range. Along the way, they encountered plenty of game herds of elk, mountain pheasants, and even a pack of fierce wild dogs. But every time Lu Qian was about to pull the trigger, something inexplicably went wrong, scaring the prey into a panicked escape. By the time they trekked this far, Lu Qian hadn't caught a single thing, not even a fly. Enraged, he slammed his rifle to the ground 7 or 8 times, nearly breaking it in the process. Young Master Lu, calm down, Zhang Xiaoyang said with a nervous smile, trying to placate him. We've been walking for so long, how about we take a break? Fine, Lu Qian replied irritably. You guys rest. I'm going to take care of something. With that, he grabbed his rifle and disappeared into the dense forest ahead. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Chen couldn't resist a jab. Young Master Lu, taking a gun to the bathroom? Huh? Just don't go upwind and stink us all out. Turning to the others, he added. He probably didn't hear me. I'll go remind him. The group eagerly encouraged him, urging Jiang Chen to hurry and stop Lu Qian. With a nod, Jiang Chen promptly followed after him. At that moment, Lu Qian was already deep in the forest, scanning for potential prey while muttering curses under his breath. Jiang Chen, you bastard, always working against me. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged from the thicket ahead. Lu Qian's excitement surged as he crouched in the grass to get a better look. The creature had its back turned to him, lying on the ground. It was as large as an adult elk, its body covered in long, shaggy fur, and it was rhythmically chewing with a distinct crunching sound. Thank the heavens, Lu Qian thought with glee. Such a large game was a rare find these days, and he had stumbled upon it. Licking his lips, he raised his rifle and carefully aimed at the enormous silhouette. He calculated silently in his mind 20 meters away. The breeze could be ignored. The target was eating, its vigilance clearly lowered. This was practically a heaven-sent opportunity. Lu Qian took a deep breath, pressing the scope tightly against the prey's head. His right index finger rested lightly on the trigger, applying pressure gradually. Bang! The barrel spat tiny sparks as the bullet tore through the 20-meter distance in an instant, striking the back of the prey's head with pinpoint accuracy. However, the bullet, powerful enough to pierce through a rabbit, only left a small white mark on the target's head. The creature, still chewing its food, paused slightly and slowly turned its head to look at Lu Qian. The sight before him made Lu Qian freeze in an instant. It was a monster with 2 heads. Both heads were identical, resembling oversized bulldogs with layers of muscle, drooping ears, and copper bell-like eyes radiating menace. What was even more horrifying was the 2 gaping blood-red mouths chewing chunks of meat, crimson blood mixed with saliva dripping from their sharp fangs. Lu Qian felt his soul leave his body. His pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounded like a drum, and it felt as though his blood had frozen in his veins. This creature was beyond anything he had ever known. How could such a beast appear in the hunting zone? The two-headed monster stood up, its hellish gaze piercing through Lu Qian's already shattered nerves. His heartbeat became erratic, and a warm sensation suddenly soaked through his trousers. The monster's heavy breathing exhaled a nauseating stench, making him want to retch. Just as despair consumed Lu Qian, a familiar voice came from behind him. What the hell? How is there a two-headed hellhound here? Wait, no, a two-headed demon hound. Then, a series of information followed. Beast name, two-headed demon hound. Level, 15. Grade, elite. Type, rock fighting. State, excited and joyful. Weakness, electric psychic. Evolution paths, 6. The demon hound took a few running steps and lunged at Lu Qian, its jaws wide open, ready to tear into him. Just as its claws were about to rip his throat apart, Jiang Chen's voice rang out coldly, "A little mutt dares to act unruly in front of me?" Before the words even settled, Xiao He slapped the demon hound to the ground with a single blow. The creature struggled to fight back, but Xiao He smacked it a few more times, leaving it completely subdued and whimpering pitifully. Holy crap! Lu Qian was overwhelmed with gratitude, mixed with an inexplicable sense of bashful admiration. It felt like being saved by a hero. Jiang Chen is so manly. The next moment, overcome by the intense fright, he fainted on the spot. Jiang Chen felt a sudden surge of doubt. How could there be a demonic beast here? The electric grid clearly surrounded the entire Mingyue Manor, and logically, no dangerous creatures should have been able to get through. At that moment, distant shouts echoed through the forest. "Young Master Lu, where are you?" Jiang Chen immediately realized someone was searching for Lu Qian. He gave Xiao He, the black dog, a meaningful look. Understanding the signal, the dog clamped its jaws around the unconscious two-headed demon hound and swiftly darted into the dense forest. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Chen quickly defecated on the ground, then stripped Lu Qian of his pants before disappearing into the woods as well. Soon, the search party arrived at the scene. Hu Yukai suddenly pointed at the bushes ahead and exclaimed, "Look, isn't that young Master Lu?" Everyone turned in the direction he was pointing and, sure enough, saw Lu Qian. Zhang Xiaoyang was so overwhelmed with emotion, as if had found a long-lost family member, that he rushed forward first, followed closely by the others. "Young Master Lu, wake up," they called out, gathering around Lu Qian. Suddenly, someone noticed something unusual. "Oh my god! Look, his pants are down to his knees." Only then did everyone realize Lu Qian's lower body was exposed. Embarrassed, they all averted their eyes. Hu Yukai wrinkled his nose and sniffed the air. "Do you guys smell something foul?" He glanced behind Lu Qian and instantly recoiled, gagging. "Oh no, it's poop." The others, hearing this, hurriedly stepped back as well. Jiang Chen seized the moment to remind them, "Hurry and wake him up." The group scrambled to move Lu Qian away from the mess. They pinched his philtrum, splashed cold water on him, and eventually managed to wake him. Zhang Xiaoyang was about to boast about their efforts when Lu Qian opened his eyes and immediately locked his gaze on Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, my savior." Lu Qian suddenly lunged toward Jiang Chen's leg, tears streaming down his face as his mind replayed heroic images of Jiang Chen battling the monstrous creature. The others exchanged confused glances, unsure of what had just transpired. Jiang Chen let out an awkward chuckle. Young Master Lu, could you maybe put your pants on first? I'm not really a fan of seeing other people's. You know? What the hell? Why did my pants fall down?" Lu Qian shouted in panic, fumbling to pull them back up as his face turned bright red. The onlookers couldn't help but stifle their laughter at the scene. Suppressing his embarrassment, Lu Qian awkwardly turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Ahem, Jiang Chen, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by that beast." His words were reluctant, as being saved by someone he often mocked left him feeling unsure of how to react. "Huh." Jiang Chen scratched his head, looking utterly puzzled. "Young Master Lu, what are you talking about?"
"I'm not following."
"Wasn't it you who saved me just now?" Lu Qian asked, even more confused. "By the way, where's that two-headed monster dog?" The people around exchanged glances, wondering if Lu Qian was hallucinating. Zhang Xiaoyang spoke up with concern. "What two-headed monster dog? Are you all right, young Master Lu? I was the first to find you. You were just lying here with your pants half off, and there was a pile of poop nearby.
It looked like you passed out from the stench."
"Exactly." Hu Yukai chimed in immediately. "We found you first. Jiang Chen wasn't even here yet." "What? I passed out from poop?" Lu Qian was completely dumbfounded. Due to the dangers in the hunting zone, the group soon dispersed. Jiang Chen, however, circled back to the rear mountain alone. He was convinced that the appearance of the beast wasn't a coincidence. Using hunting as a pretext, he carefully searched the vast mountain area but found nothing. Left with no choice, He contacted the manager of Mingyue Villa to continue the investigation. Over the next few days, Jiang Chen divided his time between accompanying Tang Shishir and Jiang Xiaogua for shopping and meals and visiting Chu Tianqing in disguise at the black market. Each time, Chu Tianqing was still in deep sleep, and Jiang Chen would quietly refill his gourd with fine wine. During one of his visits, he learned that Pan Hu had been ambushed, and the fire scale armor had gone missing, making him realize that beneath Chang'an City's surface calm, dangerous undercurrents were surging. That afternoon, as Jiang Chen was walking and on the phone with Wang Xikong to inquire about the movements of the Covering Sky Hunters, Wang Xikong replied, "Strangely enough, the Covering Sky group has been unusually quiet lately. They don't seem to have any intentions of targeting us." Jiang Chen frowned, about to comment that it felt like the calm before a storm, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his back, and his hair stood on end. He spun around quickly, catching a glimpse of a gray shadow darting past. Xiao He leapt out in an instant, its claws tearing through the air with a thunderous sound. With a metallic clang, sparks flew as claws met steel. At that moment, a piercing shriek echoed from the sky, and the surroundings abruptly darkened. Jiang Chen looked up. A massive black eagle soared across the sky, its wings blotting out the sun. Instantly, a notification popped up in Jiang Chen's field of vision. Iron Feather Eagle King Level 26, Exceptional Grade Beast. Type, Flying Psychic. Current status, Enraged. Weaknesses, Electric Ghost. Evolution Path, 9 routes. Before he could study it further, the Iron Feather Eagle King suddenly spread its wings wide. Hundreds of razor-sharp iron feathers gleamed coldly as they rained down on him like a deadly storm. Jiang Chen's heart nearly stopped. Acting on instinct, he rolled to the side and took cover behind a wall. Boom, boom, boom. The iron feathers struck like steel nails, slamming into the walls and ground with terrifying force. The once solid asphalt road was instantly riddled with holes. Amidst the dust and debris, Jiang Chen gasped sharply. This firepower is scarier than a Gatling gun. The street had already erupted into chaos. Panicked pedestrians screamed and scattered in all directions, leaving the once busy road deserted except for Jiang Chen and Xiao He. Through the bullet holes in the wall, Jiang Chen caught sight of a distorted mist ahead. From it emerged the towering figure of a skeletal beast with the aura of a warlord. At the same time, the massive Iron Feather Eagle King descended to the ground. Its overwhelming presence crushed nearby market stalls into splinters. To Jiang Chen's surprise, a middle-aged man with gray-white stubble stood atop the eagle's back, cloaked in black robes. His expression was grim, his eyes burning with murderous intent. "You must be Jiang Chen. You're the one who killed my beloved apprentice." Jiang Chen's mind raced. Could this man be Suahi's master, the Grand Elder of the Shadow Tower? Hiding behind the wall, Jiang Chen defended himself. "Suahi's death wasn't my fault. He got too close to the battle and was caught in the energy shockwave." "Rubbish!" the man roared furiously. "My apprentice was a prodigy. He wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Even if he did, it was because of that competition with you." Jiang Chen's face darkened. This was completely unreasonable. No matter how things went, it was somehow all his fault. Before the man could continue, Xiao He suddenly appeared behind him without warning, unleashing a deadly nether ghost claw. However, a protective light barrier materialized just in time, deflecting the attack. Cracks spread like a spiderweb across the barrier, shards scattering in all directions. The Iron Feather Eagle King let out a deafening roar, its wings creating a violent gust that tore apart the buildings lining the street. Xiao He quickly used Starshift Dodge to teleport in front of Jiang Chen, its eyes flashing with caution. This eagle was clearly formidable beyond measure. The black-robed man sneered. "Impressive. Such decisiveness at your age." Before he could finish, Jiang Chen had already leapt onto Xiao He and bolted. "Why waste time talking? If you can't win, just run." The man's face turned livid. "Can you at least let me finish my sentence?" The Iron Feather Eagle King took to the skies, while the skeletal beast dissolved into black mist and pursued them closely. Despite Xiao He's incredible speed, the eagle was even faster. As it closed in, the Iron Feather Eagle King's eyes glinted coldly. Its wings flared once more, launching hundreds of iron feathers aimed straight at Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a chilling gust of wind sweep past him, sending shivers down his spine. Just as danger loomed, the ground behind him surged upward, transforming into a solid stone wall that shielded him. Boom! The iron-feathered eagle crashed into the stone wall with immense force, scattering debris everywhere. Though the wall was left riddled with cracks, it successfully protected Jiang Chen and Xiao He. The black-robed man atop the iron-feathered eagle furrowed his brows, his gaze landing on a corner below. There, a fruit vendor leisurely pushed his cart as if completely unbothered by the chaos unfolding around him. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" the black-robed man barked angrily. The vendor removed his tattered straw hat, revealing a grinning face. Just a humble fruit seller, pushing my cart down the street. Seems pretty normal, don't you think? Normal? My foot. The black-robed man snarled, laughing in anger. With a battle like this raging, anyone normal would have fled long ago. Who dares to stroll around in front of me? Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to look. His jaw dropped in shock. It was unmistakably Guzi. That goofy expression and booming voice were all too familiar. Guzi glanced at the black-robed man nonchalantly, picking his nose as he spoke. What's the matter? Don't like my logic, huh, with that scowling face of yours? Not at all, the black-robed man snapped. Well, damn it. Guzi's expression darkened instantly. Sandstorm. Teach this old geezer a lesson. Before his words had fully settled, the ground within 100-meter radius shattered with a thunderous roar. Sand and dirt surged upwards, coalescing into a massive sand-based lynx in midair. The overwhelming pressure from the creature blanketed the entire area. Jiang Chen's heart raced. This was unmistakably a leader-tier beast. The system promptly displayed its information. Beast name: Sandstorm Lynx. Level: Level 32 leader tier. Quality: Exceptional. Type: Rock fighting. Status: Enraged. Weaknesses: Lightning Ghost. Evolution paths: 9 in total. With a deafening roar, the Sandstorm Lynx unleashed a swirling sandstorm, sweeping through the battlefield. It raised its colossal sand-formed paw and slammed it down fiercely toward the iron-feathered eagle. Startled, the eagle flapped its wings frantically, soaring upward while launching its iron feather barrage. Hundreds of iron feathers merged into a massive black arrow in midair. Boom! The black arrow collided with the sand paw, sending shockwaves rippling outward and demolishing nearby structures. The Sandstorm Lynx's onslaught paused briefly before it struck again with another devastating blow. The black-robed man, now visibly panicked, urged the iron-feathered eagle to retreat. But it was too late. The sand paw struck the eagle squarely, slamming it to the ground. Crash! The iron-feathered eagle hit the earth with a resounding impact, sending feathers flying in all directions and causing the ground to cave in. The black-robed man tumbled awkwardly to the ground, battered and bruised. The Sandstorm Lynx pinned the eagle with its massive paw, dragging it back and forth across the ground until the once proud bird rolled its eyes and lay motionless, barely clinging to life. Guzi waved his hand dramatically, pointing at the man in the black robe, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Speak. The black-robed man was so intimidated by the aura that his face turned pale instantly. Speak about what? Say, does it make sense for me to be here? Guzi demanded coldly. The black-robed man was dumbfounded. What's the point of that? Guzi frowned. Not gonna talk? Huh? Little sandstorm cat. Pluck all the feathers off that bird. Before the words even settled, the sandstorm cat had already darted toward the iron-feathered eagle king, grabbing a fistful of feathers and yanking hard. Arrgh! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the surroundings. The sandstorm cat's claws moved like lightning, and feathers fluttered down like snowflakes. In just 10 seconds, the once mighty iron-feathered eagle king was stripped bare, reduced to a pitiful bald chicken. It shivered in the cold wind, using its wings to cover its vital parts. Wah! I'll never show my face in public again, the iron-feathered eagle king wailed in despair. At that moment, the sandstorm cat suddenly noticed it had pulled out a clump of curly, foul-smelling feathers. Jiang Chen gasped at the sight. Oof, that looks painful. Beside him, Xiaohe instinctively shielded his own vulnerable areas, his eyes filled with terror. Guzi locked his gaze on the black-robed man once more. So, are you gonna talk now? Does it, or does it not make sense for me to be here? Looking at the sorry state of his beast companion, the black-robed man was on the verge of tears. Boss, I'll talk. I'll talk. It makes perfect sense for you to be here. Utterly reasonable. Absolutely flawless. Now that's more like it. Guzi nodded in satisfaction. See? If you had just said that earlier, none of this would have happened. Look at this mess, feathers everywhere. Such a waste and bad for the environment. The black-robed man nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's all my fault. At this point, Jiang Chen and Xiaohe approached, their hearts full of questions. Why did they keep running into Guzi? And with such clear signs of immense strength, why was he pretending to be a small-time merchant? Well, what a coincidence. We meet again. Guzi greeted them cheerfully. Guzi, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. Guzi rubbed the back of his head, looking slightly guilty. Oh, I'm just here to sell fruit. Makes sense, right? Even the old guy just said it's reasonable. He shot a glance at the black-robed man. Right? Reasonable? Reasonable. Completely reasonable. The black-robed man blurted out in sheer terror. See? It's perfectly reasonable for me to be here, Guzi said smugly. Jiang Chen scratched his head. But how do you have a leader-level beast companion? To guard the house. Everyone in my village uses these to guard their homes. Yeah, right? Using a leader-level beast to guard your house? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched in disbelief. Don't sweat the small stuff. Urguzi waved it off with a laugh. Then why did you save me? Jiang Chen pressed, recalling the life-saving rock wall from earlier. Urguzi thought for a moment. Because, well, I feel a connection with you. In that case, since we're so connected, help me out with one more thing. Jiang Chen grinned. What thing? Jiang Chen pointed at the black-robed man. Beat him up and take down the Shadow Tower's base. Urguzi shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this. You can't hit his mother. She raised him, and it wasn't easy for her. Jiang Chen gave a helpless smile. I'm not asking you to hit his mother. I want you to take on the strongest person in their Shadow Tower. Beat them until they admit defeat. Now that's no problem. Urguzi's eyes lit up. This kind of recreational activity is right up my alley. Jiang Chen turned to the man in the black robe, a teasing smile playing on his lips. You're old enough to know better, yet you came here to beat up a young man like me. Shameless, aren't you? Well, I found someone more your age for you to deal with. Now, take us to the Shadow Tower's headquarters. The black-robed man's face darkened instantly, filled with regret. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would never have come to avenge Shuaha. Not only had he failed his mission, but he'd also ended up provoking this troublemaker. The Shadow Tower was in for a world of hurt this time. Stop dawdling. Lead the way now. Jiang Chen commanded sharply. The black-robed man hurriedly mounted his bald eagle and led the way. The iron feather Eagle King soared high above, buffeted by the icy winds that even made it shiver. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Urguzi leisurely rode on the back of the sandstorm lynx, following closely behind. After they left, military personnel emerged from all directions. Wang Hao, dressed in his uniform, watched Jiang Chen's departing figure with a wry smile. That kid never lets us have a quiet day, does he? A staff officer approached and asked, Chief of Staff, are we really just going to let him do as he pleases? This place is a complete wreck. Buildings can be rebuilt, Wang Hao said seriously, but offending a genius breeder that's a consequence we can't afford. The staff officer suddenly understood. Understood, sir. He then turned to organize the cleanup efforts. Meanwhile, the black-robed elder led the way, his mind heavy with unease, feeling as though he was inviting a wolf into his den. Before long, the trio arrived at a towering cliff outside the city. Master, that's the Shadow Tower's headquarters in Chang'an, the elder said, pointing downward. Call them out. Bring out their strongest for a fight. Jiang Chen ordered succinctly. The elder nodded bitterly and pulled out his phone to send a message. Moments later, a massive, azure, two-headed serpent emerged from the cliffside, coiling atop the peak and letting out an earth-shaking roar. The beast was 10 meters long, its body covered in shimmering blue-green scales. Most strikingly, it had not only a head at each end but also a snake's head where its tail should have been. System display, double-head azure python, level 27, exceptional grade beast, poison fighting type. Current status, enraged. Weaknesses, electric ghost types. 9 evolutionary paths available. A man in a green robe sat atop the serpent, glaring furiously at Jiang Chen. I am the deputy master of the Shadow Tower. Who dares trespass on our territory? The elder felt a chill run down his spine at this scene, muttering inwardly, with that attitude, we're going to lose another top fighter. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. Ergo, take care of him first. Got it. Urguzi replied enthusiastically. Little lynx, show them what you've got. The sandstorm lynx sprang into action, unleashing a storm of sand that surged toward the cliff like a tidal wave. The green-robed man turned pale with fright and hastily commanded his double-head azure python to retaliate. The two-headed azure-scaled python let out a piercing roar toward the heavens, and a massive, greenish-blue serpent shadow materialized out of thin air. The shadow glowed with a sinister, toxic green light and darted toward the swirling sandstorm with a sharp hiss. However, the sand giant claw moved faster, seizing the serpent shadow in its massive grip and crushing it with a deafening explosion. The fearsome sandstorm swept forward in an instant, slamming the azure-scaled python heavily into the valley floor. The man in the green robe choked as sand filled his mouth, his face pale with terror. What nearly suffocated him was the colossal sand giant claw looming above, pressing down with an overwhelming force that left him gasping for breath. Call for reinforcements. Jiang Chen shouted sharply. Summon the strongest from your shadow pavilion. The green-robed man trembled as he fumbled for his phone and sent out a message. Barely half a minute later, a massive minotaur-like beast emerged from the cliffside, its blood-red eyes radiating a terrifying, deathly aura. The mountain's beasts quaked under its oppressive presence. The system immediately displayed the creature's information. Haotian Divine Bull, level 29, exceptional grade beast, dual attribute rock and fighting type, possessing 9 evolutionary paths. This enraged beast was just one step away from advancing to the leader tier. Before Jiang Chen could say a word, the sand giant claw struck like lightning, swatting the Haotian divine bull back into the cliff it had just emerged from. Boss, we didn't even let him finish calling for backup before you knocked it back, Jiang Chen said helplessly. Ergo scratched his head sheepishly. I got a bit too eager. He then pointed at the green-robed man and bellowed, You, call for reinforcements again. Summon the strongest this time. No more weaklings. The green-robed man turned as pale as paper, his hands trembling as he sent another message to his master. A minute later, the entire mountain began to shake violently, and an oppressive, heart-stopping aura erupted into the sky. From the depths of a cliffside cavern, a massive dragon turtle slowly crawled out. Its black shell seemed to absorb all light around it. The system revealed. This was a level 30, leader-tier exceptional grade beast known as the Xianjia dragon turtle, also possessing 9 evolutionary paths. It was rumored to carry a trace of rare dragon bloodline. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up, like a bandit who had just stumbled upon a mountain of gold. An elderly, hunched man descended from the dragon turtle's back. Upon seeing the sand giant claw hovering in midair, his face paled with fear. I am the master of the Shadow Pavilion, the old man said, bowing respectfully toward Jiang Chen and Ergo. Please, esteemed ones, calm your anger. It was our Shadow Pavilion that offended you first. I offer my sincerest apologies. With that, he bowed deeply. Jiang Chen nodded silently, about to speak when Ergo suddenly roared, Little Lynx, smash him! The sand giant claw descended with a thunderous crash, sending a whirlwind of iron sand roaring through the air as the entire mountain trembled violently. The Shadow Pavilion master's face twisted in shock, and the Xianjia dragon turtle let out a low growl, retreating into its shell at lightning speed. With a resounding boom, the sand giant claw slammed into the turtle shell, scattering iron sand in all directions and leveling the surrounding peaks. A sharp cracking sound echoed as a visible fracture spread across the Xianjia dragon turtle's supposedly indestructible shell. The master of the Shadow Tower shouted in panic, You too, please have mercy. If you keep hitting, the shell of my black armored dragon turtle is going to crack. Jiang Chen waved his hand lightly, signaling, Stop, stop. He's already surrendered. Ergo scratched his head awkwardly, flashing a simple, sheepish grin. Sorry, got carried away. You getting carried away is one thing, but my black armored dragon turtle is knocked unconscious because of you. The Shadow Tower master's lips twitched, his tone filled with helplessness. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and smirked smugly. Master, see? I just saved your black armored dragon turtle's life again. The Shadow Tower master's face darkened instantly, cursing silently. You call this saving a life? But knowing the situation was beyond his control, he could only suppress his anger and force a smile. Yes, thank you for your life-saving grace. Just saying thank you isn't enough. I don't feel your sincerity, Jiang Chen said, rubbing his fingers together suggestively. The Shadow Tower master immediately understood. I get it. You two have come all this way. I can't let you leave empty-handed. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 black bank cards from his sleeve and respectfully offered them with both hands. 1 million alliance credits, just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and in a flash, he pocketed the card so quickly that even Ergo raised an eyebrow. Jiang Chen then cleared his throat, pretending to be serious. Trying to brush us off with mere money? Master, that's not very thoughtful of you. The Shadow Tower master cursed inwardly. If you're so principled, don't take it then. But outwardly, he maintained a smile. Then, what do you propose? I quite like your black armored dragon turtle, Jiang Chen said with a cheerful grin. How about this? I happen to need some beast blood for medicine. Let's say I reluctantly take a drop of dragon turtle essence blood. The Shadow Tower master's expression changed drastically. Dragon turtle essence blood was incredibly precious, taking 3 years to condense a single drop, imbued with the aura of dragons. Reluctantly? Hardly. But seeing Jiang Chen signal Ergo to prepare for another fight, he quickly shouted, Fine. At the master's command, the black armored dragon turtle struggled to stick its head out of its shell. A golden glow shone from its forehead, and a single drop of golden blood floated toward Jiang Chen. With sharp reflexes, Jiang Chen swiftly took out a jade bottle and collected the essence blood. Secretly overjoyed this drop of essence blood would bring him one step closer to cultivating a dragon blood beast. Well then, we'll take our leave, Jiang Chen said with a smile. After taking a few steps, he turned back and added, We'll visit again sometime. The Shadow Tower master was struck as if by lightning, nearly collapsing on the spot. Please, my dear ancestors, don't come back, he wailed silently in his heart. Watching Jiang Chen and Ergo silhouettes disappear into the distance, the Shadow Tower master could only let out a long, weary sigh. After a long silence, the Grand Elder approached the Shadow Tower Master with a grave expression. Before he could speak, the Master waved him off. No need to say anything. Issue the order immediately, cancel all cooperation with the Sky Shroud Hunters. The Grand Elder's face changed drastically. Is it really necessary to go that far? The Shadow Tower Master's gaze turned deep. Let me be honest with you, within the entire city of Chang'an, probably only the golden-winged fire-cloud eagle, the city's guardian beast, can suppress that sandstorm lynx. What? The Grand Elder exclaimed. Are we just going to let this go? A glint of cold light flashed in the Master's eyes. Send word to headquarters, have them dispatch reinforcements. No one threatens the Shadow Tower. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Air Guzi had already returned to Chang'an. The area of destruction they had caused earlier was efficiently cleared by the military, with workers beginning reconstruction and affected residents properly resettled. Jiang Chen pulled out 2 bank cards from his pocket and handed one to Air Guzi. One for each of us. Air Guzi waved his hands repeatedly. I don't know how to use this thing. Just give me a couple $100 and it'll be fine. There's $1 million on this card, Jiang Chen said with a grin. We worked together on this job. I can't shortchange you. Air Guzi finally accepted the card. Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder. Let me know next time there's work. With that, he turned and walked away. Instead of heading straight home, Jiang Chen went to the military's reconstruction office. He slammed the bank card onto the desk of the person in charge. He'll cover the rebuilding costs, he declared before walking off in style. Though he loved money, he never touched ill-gotten gains. Wang Hao stepped out of a nearby room, watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure with a smile. That kid's got a sense of loyalty. Air Guzi, pushing his fruit cart, slowly made his way home. The leader-class sandstorm lynx had long since burrowed underground. As he entered a secluded alley, an old man in gray emerged from the shadows, taking a swig from a bottle. Old too, I told you to protect him, not help him fight and extort people. I just couldn't hold back that one time. Air Guzi scratched his head with a sheepish grin. The old man snorted coldly. You're putting him in danger. You'll only attract stronger enemies. Air Guzi looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Young people need to gain experience. Back when the president was around, we feared no one. Now you're reminiscing about the old days? The old man took another swig before lying down to sleep. Back at home, Jiang Chen found Tang Shishir and Jiang Shaogua curled up on the couch watching a romantic drama. Big brother's back. Shaogua cheered as she threw herself into his arms. Tang Shishir stood up, her white nightgown outlining her graceful figure. The instructor just notified me about something. Holding his sister, Jiang Chen glanced appreciatively at Tang Shishir. What's Lu Yanwang up to now? Noticing his gaze, Tang Shishi's cheeks flushed slightly. Next week, there's going to be a tri-school Beastmaster tournament in Chang'an, and the rankings will directly determine the Beastmaster entrance exam results. Of course, it's bad news, Jiang Chen muttered, frowning. Tang Shishir's beautiful eyes sparkled. Actually, there's some good news too. Jiang Chen immediately perked up at the words, his eyes lighting up. What good news? He asked eagerly. Tang Shishir lowered her voice and said, I received a secret report yesterday. The Sky Hunters and Shadow Tower were planning to join forces, but Shadow Tower suddenly canceled the collaboration unilaterally. That's so unlike their usual domineering style. A sly smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. That's because someone even more domineering stepped in. Who cares? It's good news for us anyway. Tang Shishir pulled a file from the desk and handed it to Jiang Chen. Take a look at this first. What's this? Jiang Chen asked, taking the file and opening the first page. Details about the Tri-School Beastmaster Tournament. Jiang Chen started reading attentively. The scale of this competition was far beyond what he had imagined. It wasn't just a local event in Chang'an City, but a large-scale tournament held simultaneously across the entire Huaxia Alliance, akin to regional exams during the college entrance tests. The 3 participating schools were Chang'an No. 1 High School, Wallace Foreign Language School, and South University Affiliated High School. The competition included 2 events, individual matches, and a 5-person team competition. Have they decided on the seed team members yet? Jiang Chen asked as he closed the file. Not yet. Principal Liu, or rather King Yama Liu, insists on selecting the top 5 through an internal school qualifier. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Principal Liu. Being part of the seed team meant guaranteed advancement, and there was bound to be pressure from influential families. Yet, the military-affiliated principal stood firm on fair competition. When does the qualifier start? Jiang Chen inquired. Tomorrow, Tang Shishir replied. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Chen and Tang Shishir headed to school. Jiang Shaogua was still asleep, so Jiang Chen thoughtfully packed her food into a thermal container, letting the exhausted girl rest a little longer. By the time they arrived at the school gates, a sizable crowd of students had already gathered, all brimming with confidence and accompanied by their beasts. The most eye-catching among them was Lin Haoyan, who was proudly showing off his new Biasta ghostly, dark blue, 8-meter-long corpse beetle. This warlord level, excellent grade, poison ghost dual-type beast had been purchased at great expense by his father specifically for the tournament. Lin Haoyan strutted back and forth at the school gates with his half-dead corpse beetle, exuding an air of arrogance and superiority. Why does trouble always find me? Jiang Chen scratched his head, looking puzzled. Tang Shishir chuckled lightly and explained. You still don't know? Even though the 5 seed spots are supposed to be fairly contested, rumors are everywhere in school that you, me, Xiao Tsong, and Xiao Fu have already secured 4 of them. That leaves over 300 people fighting for just 1 spot. Do you think they'd be happy seeing us? Heh, turns out I'm quite impressive. Jiang Chen grinned smugly. Impressive, my foot. Tang Shishir pinched his waist sharply. Hurry up and get to school. Yes, your majesty, my dear consort, he joked. On the field, over 300 beast tamers were already lined up according to their classes. Standing in the center, Lu Hong announced loudly that the upcoming 3-school alliance beast taming tournament would select 5 of the strongest to form a seed team. Soon, the 10 competition arenas were assigned, and the matches were about to begin. Wang Xikong grinned as he leaned toward Jiang Chen and said, if we end up facing each other, go easy on me, will you? My Dabai can't take too much of a beating, but if you go up against Xiao Fu, give it your Allah Chun's got thick skin. Hearing this, Li Xiaofu's face darkened. Can we even have fun like this anymore? Meanwhile, Ah Chun sulked and hid behind Xiao He, trying to appease it by giving it a massage. Big brother, does that feel good? Xiao He let out satisfied meow meow sounds in response. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang with a peculiar ringtone. Xiao Gua is hungry, needs food. Xiao Gua is hungry, needs food. Hello? Xiao Gua? Brother. Our house is surrounded. Xiao Gua's anxious voice came through. There are more than 10 people at the front door, and I'm hiding inside. Jiang Chen's expression darkened instantly. Don't be afraid. I'll be there right away. What happened? Tang Shishir asked urgently. Someone's surrounding my house and Xiao Gua is still inside, Jiang Chen said coldly, his gaze locking directly onto Lin Haoyan. At this moment, Lin Haoyan wore a faint, meaningful smirk on his lips. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.